We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
The Odyssey, read by Alexander Scourby. Book 1. A Goddess Intervenes. Sing in me, Muse, and through me tell the story of that man skilled in all ways of contending, the wanderer, harried for years on end, after he plundered the stronghold on the proud height of Troy. He saw the townlands, and learned the minds of many distant men, and weathered many bitter nights and days in his deep heart at sea, while he fought only to save his life, to bring his shipmates home. But not by will nor valor could he save them, for their own recklessness destroyed them all. Children and fools, they killed and feasted on the cattle of Lord Helios the sun, and he who moves all day through heaven took from their eyes the dawn of their return. Of these adventures, Muse, daughter of Zeus, tell us in our time. Lift the great song again. Begin when all the rest who left behind them headlong death in battle or at sea had long ago returned, while he alone still hungered for home and wife. Her ladyship Calypso clung to him in her sea-hollowed caves, a nymph, immortal and most beautiful, who craved him for her own. And when long years and seasons wheeling brought around that point of time ordained for him to make his passage homeward, trials and dangers even so attended him, even in Ithaca, near those he loved. Yet all the gods had pitied Lord Odysseus. All but Poseidon, raging cold and rough against the brave king, till he came ashore at last on his own land. But now that god had gone far off among the sunburnt races, most remote of men, at earth's two verges, in sunset lands and lands of the rising sun, to be regaled by smoke of thigh bones burning, haunches of rams and bulls 100-fold. He lingered delighted at the banquet side. In the bright hall of Zeus upon Olympus, the other gods were all at home, and Zeus, the father of gods and men, made conversation, for he had meditated on Aegisthus, dead by the hand of Agamemnon's son Orestes, and spoke his thought aloud before them all. My word, how mortals take the gods to task! All their afflictions come from us, we hear, and what of their own failings? Greed and folly double the suffering in the lot of man. See how Aegisthus for his double portion stole Agamemnon's wife and killed the soldier on his homecoming day, and yet Aegisthus knew that his own doom lay in this. We gods had warned him, sent down Hermes Argifontes, our most observant courier, to say, don't kill the man, don't touch his wife, or face a reckoning with Orestes the day he comes of age and wants his patrimony. Friendly advice. But would Aegisthus take it? Now he has paid the reckoning in full. The grey-eyed goddess Athena replied to Zeus, O Majesty, O Father of us all, that man is in the dust indeed, and justly. So perish all who do what he had done. But my own heart is broken for Odysseus, the mastermind of war, so long a castaway upon an island in the running sea, a wooded island in the sea's middle, and there's a goddess in the place, the daughter of one whose baleful mind knows all the deeps of the blue sea, Atlas, who holds the columns that bear from land the great thrust of the sky. His daughter will not let Odysseus go, poor mournful man. She keeps on coaxing him with her beguiling talk to turn his mind from Ithaca. but such desire is in him merely to see the hearth smoke leaping upward from his own island that he longs to die. Are you not moved by this, Lord of Olympus? Had you no pleasure from Odysseus' offerings beside the Argive ships, on Troy's wide seaboard? O Zeus, what do you hold against him now? To this the summoner of cloud replied, My child, what strange remarks you let escape you! Could I forget that kingly man Odysseus? There is no mortal half so wise. No mortal gave so much to the lords of open sky. Only the god who laps the land and water, Poseidon, bears the fighter an old grudge, since he poked out the eye of Polyphemus, brawniest of the Cyclopes. Who bore that giant lout? Phaeacia, daughter of Phorcys, an offshore sea lord, for this nymph had lain with Lord Poseidon in her hollow cave. Naturally, the god, after the blinding, mind you, he does not kill the man. He only buffets him away from home. But come now, we are all at leisure here. Let us take up this matter of his return, that he may sail. Poseidon must relent, for being quarrelsome will get him nowhere. One god flouting the will of all the gods. The grey-eyed goddess Athena answered him, O Majesty, O Father of us all, if it now please the blissful gods that wise Odysseus reach his home again, let the wayfinder Hermes cross the sea to the island of Ogygia. Let him tell our fixed intent to the nymph with pretty braids, and let the steadfast man depart for home. For my part, I shall visit Ithaca to put more courage in the son, and rouse him to call an assembly of the islanders, Achaean gentlemen with flowing hair. He must warn off that wolf pack of the suitors, who prey upon his flocks and dusky cattle. I'll send him to the mainland, then, to Sparta by the sand beach of Pylos. Let him find news of his dear father where he may, and win his own renown about the world. She bent to tie her beautiful sandals on, ambrosial, golden, that carry her over water or over endless land on the wings of the wind, and took the great haft of her spear in hand. That bronze-shod spear this child of power can use to break in wrath long battle lines of fighters. Flashing down from Olympus' height she went, to stand in Ithaca, before the manor, just at the door-sill of the court. She seemed a family friend, the Taphian captain Mentes, waiting with a light hand on her spear. Before her eyes she found the lusty suitors casting dice inside the gate, at ease on hides of oxen they had killed. Their own retainers made a busy sight with houseboys, mixing bowls of water and wine, or sopping water up in sponges, wiping tables to be placed about in hall, or butchering whole carcasses for roasting. Long before anyone else, the Prince Telemachus now caught sight of Athena, for he too was sitting there, unhappy among the suitors, a boy daydreaming. What if his great father came from the unknown world, and drove these men like dead leaves through the place, recovering honor and lordship in his own domains? Then he who dreamed in the crowd gazed out at Athena. Straight to the door he came, irked with himself to think a visitor had been kept there waiting, and took her right hand, grasping with his left her tall bronze-bladed spear. Then he said warmly, Greetings, stranger. Welcome to our feast. There will be time to tell your errand later. He led the way, and Pallas Athena followed into the lofty hall. The boy reached up and thrust her spear high in a polished rack against a pillar, where tough spear on spear of the old soldier his father stood in order. Then, shaking out a splendid coverlet, he seated her on a throne with footrest, all finely carved, and drew his painted armchair near her, at a distance from the rest. To be amid the din, the suitors' riot, would ruin his guest's appetite, he thought, and he wished privacy, to ask for news about his father, gone for years. A maid brought them a silver finger bowl and filled it out of a beautiful spouting golden jug, then drew a polished table to their side. The larder mistress with her tray came by and served them generously. A carver lifted cuts of each roast meat to put on trenchers before the two. He gave them cups of gold, and these the steward, as he went his rounds, filled and filled again. Now came the suitors, young bloods trooping into their own seats on thrones or easy chairs. Attendants poured water over their fingers, while the maids piled baskets full of brown loaves near at hand, and houseboys brimmed the bowls with wine. Now they laid hands upon the ready feast, and thought of nothing more. Not till desire for food and drink had left them were they mindful of dance and song that are the grace of feasting. A herald gave a shapely cithern harp to Phemios, whom they compelled to sing, and what a storm he plucked upon the strings for prelude. High and clear the song arose. Telemachus now spoke to grey-eyed Athena, his head bent close so no one else might hear. "Dear guest, will this offend you if I speak? It is easy for these men to like these things, harping and song. They have an easy life, scot-free, eating the livestock of another. A man whose bones are rotting somewhere now, white in the rain on dark earth where they lie, or tumbling in the ground-swell of the sea. If he returned, if these men ever saw him, faster legs they'd pray for to a man, and not more wealth in handsome robes or gold. But he is lost. He came to grief and perished, and there's no help for us in someone's hoping he still may come. That sun has long gone down. But tell me now, and put it for me clearly, who are you? Where do you come from? Where's your home and family? What kind of ship is yours, and what course brought you here? Who are your sailors? I don't suppose you walked here on the sea. Another thing, this too I ought to know. Is Ithaca new to you, or were you ever a guest here in the old days? Far and near friends knew this house, for he whose home it was had much acquaintance in the world." To this the grey-eyed goddess answered, "As you ask, I can account most clearly for myself. Mentes I'm called, son of the veteran Anchialus. I rule seafaring Taphos. I came by ship, with a ship's company, sailing the wine-dark sea for ports of call on alien shores, to Temesea for copper, bringing bright bars of iron in exchange. My ship is moored on a wild strip of coast in Raythron Bight, under the wooded mountain. Years back, my family and yours were friends, as Lord Laertes knows. Ask when you see him. I hear the old man comes to town no longer, stays up country, ailing, with only one old woman to prepare his meat and drink, when pain and stiffness take him in the legs from working on his terraced plot, his vineyard. As for my sailing here, the tale was that your father had come home. Therefore I came. I see the gods delay him. But never in this world is Odysseus dead. Only detained somewhere on the wide sea, upon some island with wild islands. Savages they must be to hold him captive. Well, I will forecast for you, as the gods put the strong feeling in me. I see it all, and I'm no prophet, no adept in bird signs. He will not now be long away from Ithaca, his father's dear land. Though he be in chains, he'll scheme a way to... He can do anything. But tell me this now, make it clear to me. You must be by your looks Odysseus, boy. The way your head is shaped, the fine eyes. Yes, how like him. We took meals like this together many a time before he sailed for Troy with all the lords of Argos in the ships. I have not seen him since, nor has he seen me." And thoughtfully Telemachus replied, "Friend, let me put it in the plainest way. My mother says I am his son. I know not surely. Who has known his own engendering? I wish at least I had some happy man as father, growing old in his own house. But unknown death and silence are the fate of him that, since you ask, they call my father. Then grey-eyed Athena said, The gods decreed no lack of honor in this generation, such as the son Penelope bore in you. But tell me now, and make this clear to me, what gathering, what feast is this? Why here? A wedding? Revel? At the expense of all? Not that, I think. How arrogant they seem, these gluttons, making free here in your house. A sensible man would blush to be among them. To this Telemachus answered, Friend, now that you ask about these matters, our house was always princely, a great house as long as he of whom we speak remained here. But evil days the gods have brought upon it, making him vanish as they have so strangely. Were his death known, I could not feel such pain. If he had died of wounds in Trojan country, or in the arms of friends after the war, they would have made a tomb for him, the Achaeans, and I should have all honor as his son. Instead, the whirlwinds got him, and no glory. He's gone. No sign, no word of him. And I inherit trouble and tears. And not for him alone the gods have laid such other burdens on me. For now the lords of the islands, Dulichian and Sami, wooded Zacynthus, and rocky Ithaca's young lords as well, are here courting my mother, and they use our house as if it were a house to plunder. Spurn them she dare not, though she hates that marriage, nor can she bring herself to choose among them. Meanwhile they eat their way through all we have, and when they will, they can demolish me. Pallas Athena was disturbed and said, Ah, bitterly you need Odysseus then. High time he came back to engage these upstarts. I wish we saw him standing helmeted there in the doorway, holding shield and spear, looking the way he did when I first knew him. That was at our house, where he drank and feasted after he left Ephyra, homeward bound from a visit to the son of Murmerus, Pylos. He took his fast ship down the gulf that time for a fatal drug to dip his arrows in and poison the bronze points, but young Pylos turned him away, fearing the god's wrath. My father gave it, for he loved him well. I wish these men could meet the man of those days. They'd know their fortune quickly. A cold bed. Aye, but it lies upon the god's great knees whether he can return and force a reckoning in his own house or not. If I were you, I should take steps to make these men disperse. Listen now and attend to what I say. At daybreak, call the islanders to assembly and speak your will, and call the gods to witness. The suitors must go scattering to their homes. Then here's a course for you, if you agree. Get a sound craft afloat with 20 oars, and go abroad for news of your lost father. Perhaps a traveller's tale, or rumored fame issued from Zeus abroad in the world of men. Talk to that noble sage at Pylos, Nestor. Then go to Menelaus, the red-haired king at Sparta, last man home of all the Achaeans. If you should learn your father is alive and coming home, you could hold out a year. Or if you learn that he is dead and gone, then you can come back to your own dear country and raise a mound for him and burn his gear with all the funeral honors due the man. And give your mother to another husband. When you have done all this, or seen it done, it will be time to ponder concerning these contenders in your house. How you should kill them, outright or by guile. You need not bear this insolence of theirs. You're a child no longer. Have you heard what glory young Orestes won when he cut down that two-faced man Aegisthus for killing his illustrious father? Dear friend, you are tall and well set up, I see. Be brave, you too, and men in times to come will speak of you respectfully. Now I must join my ship. My crew will grumble if I keep them waiting. Look to yourself. Remember what I told you. Telemachus replied, Friend, you have done me kindness, like a father to his son, and I shall not forget your counsel ever. You must get back to sea, I know, but come, take a hot bath and rest. Accept a gift to make your heart lift up when you embark, some precious thing and beautiful from me, a keepsake, such as dear friends give their friends. But the grey-eyed goddess Athena answered him, Do not delay me, for I love the sea ways. As for the gift your heart is set on giving, let me accept it on my passage home, and you shall have a choice gift in exchange. With this, Athena left him as a bird rustles upward, off and gone. But as she went, she put new spirit in him, a new dream of his father, clearer now, so that he marveled to himself, divining that a god had been his guest. Then, godlike in his turn, he joined the suitors. The famous minstrel still sang on before them, and they sat still and listened while he sang that bitter song, the home-coming of Achaeans, how by Athena's will they fared from Troy. And in her high room, careful Penelope, Icarius' daughter, heeded the holy song. She came then down the long stairs of her house, this beautiful lady, with two maids in train attending her as she approached the suitors, and near a pillar of the roof she paused, her shining veil drawn over across her cheeks, the two girls close to her and still, and through her tears spoke to the noble minstrel. Phemius, other spells you know, high deeds of gods and heroes, as the poets tell them. Let these men hear some other. Let them sit silent and drink their wine, but sing no more this bitter tale that wears my heart away. It opens in me again the wound of longing for one incomparable, ever in my mind. His fame all Hellas knows, and midland Argos. But Telemachus intervened and said to her, Mother, why do you grudge our own dear minstrel joy of song, wherever his thought may lead? Poets are not to blame, but Zeus, who gives what fate he pleases to adventurous men. Here is no reason for reproof, to sing the news of the Danaans. Men like best a song that rings like morning on the ear. But you must nerve yourself and try to listen. Odysseus was not the only one at Troy never to know the day of his homecoming. Others, how many others, lost their lives. The lady gazed in wonder and withdrew, her son's clear wisdom echoing in her mind. But when she had mounted to her rooms again with her two handmaids, then she fell to weeping for Odysseus her husband. Grey-eyed Athena presently cast a sweet sleep on her eyes. Meanwhile, the din grew loud in the shadowy hall as every suitor swore to lie beside her. But Telemachus turned now and spoke to them. You suitors of my mother, insolent men! Now we have dined, let us have entertainment and no more shouting. There can be no pleasure so fair as giving heed to a great minstrel like ours, whose voice itself is pure delight. At daybreak we shall sit down in assembly, and I shall tell you, take it as you will, you are to leave this hall. Go feasting elsewhere, consume your own stores. Turn and turn about, use one another's houses. If you choose to slaughter one man's livestock and pay nothing, this is rapine, and by the eternal gods I beg Zeus you shall get what you deserve. A slaughter here, and nothing paid for it. By now their teeth seemed fixed in their underlips. Telemachus's bold speaking stunned them so. Antinous, Eupeithes' son, made answer. Telemachus, no doubt the gods themselves are teaching you this high and mighty manner. Zeus forbid you should be king in Ithaca, though you are eligible as your father's son. Telemachus kept his head and answered him, Antinous, you may not like my answer, but I would happily be king if Zeus conferred the prize. Or do you think it wretched? I shouldn't call it bad at all. A king will be respected, and his house will flourish. But there are eligible men enough, heaven knows, on the island, young and old, and one of them perhaps may come to power after the death of King Odysseus. All I insist on is that I rule our house, and rule the slaves my father won for me." Eurymachus, Polybus' son, replied, "Telemachus, it is on the gods' great knees who will be king in sea-girt Ithaca. But keep your property and rule your house, and let no man against your will make havoc of your possessions while there's life on Ithaca. But now, my brave young friend, a question or two about the stranger. Where did your guest come from? Of what country? Where does he say his home is and his family? Has he some message of your father's coming, or business of his own asking a favor? He left so quickly that one hadn't time to meet him, but he seemed a gentleman." Telemachus made answer cool enough. "Eurymachus, there's no hope for my father. I would not trust a message if one came, nor any forecaster my mother invites to tell by divination of time to come. My guest, however, was a family friend, Mentes, son of Anchialus. He rules the Taphian people of the sea." So said Telemachus, though in his heart he knew his visitor had been immortal. But now the suitors turned to play again, with dance and haunting song. They stayed till nightfall. Indeed, black night came on them at their pleasure, and half asleep they left, each for his home. Telemachus's bedroom was above the court, a kind of tower, with a view all round. Here he retired to ponder in the silence. While carrying brands of pine alight beside him, Euryclea went padding, sage and old. Her father had been Ops, Picenor's son, and she had been a purchase of Laertes when she was still a blossoming girl. He gave the price of 20 oxen for her, kept her as kindly in his house as his own wife, though for the sake of peace he never touched her. No servant loved Telemachus as she did, she who had nursed him in his infancy. So now she held the light as he swung open the door of his neat, freshly painted chamber. There he sat down, pulling his tunic off, and tossed it into the wise old woman's hands. She folded it and smoothed it, and then hung it beside the inlaid bed upon a bar. Then, drawing the door shut by its silver handle, she slid the catch in place and went away. And all night long, wrapped in the finest fleece, he took in thought the course Athena gave him. Book 2. A Hero's Son Awakens. When primal dawn spread on the eastern sky her fingers of pink light, Odysseus' true son stood up, drew on his tunic and his mantle, slung on a sword belt and a new-edged sword, tied his smooth feet into good rawhide sandals, and left his room, a god's brilliance upon him. He found the criers with clarion voices, and told them to muster the unshorn Achaeans in full assembly. The call sang out, and the men came streaming in. And when they filled the assembly ground, he entered, spear in hand, with 2 quick hounds at heel. Athena lavished on him a sunlit grace that held the eye of the multitude. Old men made way for him as he took his father's chair. Now Lord Aegyptius, bent down and sage with years, opened the assembly. This man's son had served under the great Odysseus, gone in the decked ships with him to the wild horse country of Troy, a spearman, Antiphos by name. The ravenous Cyclops in the cave destroyed him last in his feast of men. 3 other sons the old man had, and one, Eurynomus, went with the suitors. 2 farmed for their father. But even so the old man pined, remembering the absent one, and a tear welled up as he spoke. "Hear me, Ithacans. Hear what I have to say. No meeting has been held here since our king Odysseus left port in the decked ships. Who finds occasion for assembly now? One of the young men? One of the older lot? Has he had word our fighters are returning? News to report if he got wind of it? Or is it something else touching the realm? The man has vigor, I should say. More power to him. Whatever he desires, may Zeus fulfill it. The old man's words delighted the son of Odysseus, who kept his chair no longer, but stood up, eager to speak in the midst of all the men. The crier, Pycenor, master of debate, brought him the staff and placed it in his hand. Then the boy touched the old man's shoulder and said, "No need to wonder any more, sir, who called this session. The distress is mine. As to our troops returning, I have no news. News to report if I got wind of it. Nor have I public business to propose. Only my need and the trouble of my house. The troubles. My distinguished father is lost, who ruled among you once, mild as a father, and there is now this greater evil still. My home and all I have are being ruined. Mother wanted no suitors, but like a pack they came, sons of the best men here among them, lads with no stomach for an introduction to Icarius, her father across the sea. He would require a wedding gift, and give her to someone who found favor in her eyes. No, these men spend their days around our house, killing our beeves and sheep and fatted goats, carousing, soaking up our good dark wine, not caring what they do. They squander everything. We have no strong Odysseus to defend us, and as to putting up a fight ourselves, we'd only show our incompetence in arms. Expel them, yes, if I only had the power. The whole thing's out of hand, insufferable. My house is being plundered. Is this courtesy? Where is your indignation? Where is your shame? Think of the talk in the islands all around us, and fear the wrath of the gods, or they may turn and send you some devilry. Friends, by Olympian Zeus and holy justice that holds men in assembly and sets them free, make an end of this. Let me lament in peace my private loss. Or did my father Odysseus ever do injury to the armed Achaeans? Is this your way of taking it out on me? Giving free rein to these young men? I might better, see my treasure and livestock taken over by you all. Then, if you fed on them, I'd have some remedy, and when we met in public in the town, I'd press my claim. You might make restitution. This way you hurt me when my hands are tied." And in hot anger now he threw the staff to the ground, his eyes grown bright with tears. A wave of sympathy ran through the crowd. All hushed, and no one there had the audacity to answer harshly, except Antinous, who said, "What high and mighty talk, Telemachus! No holding you! You want to shame us and humiliate us. But you should know the suitors are not to blame. It is your own dear, incomparably cunning mother. For 3 years now, and it will soon be 4, she's been breaking the hearts of the Achaeans, holding out hope to all, and sending promises to each man privately, but thinking otherwise. Here's an instance of her trickery. She had her great loom standing in the hall, and the fine warp of some vast fabric on it. We were attending her, and she said to us, "Young men, my suitors, now my lord is dead, let me finish my weaving before I marry, or else my thread will have been spun in vain. It is a shroud I weave for Lord Laertes, when cold death comes to lay him on his bier. The country wives would hold me in dishonor if he, with all his fortune, lay unshrouded." We have men's hearts. She touched them. We agreed. So every day she wove on the great loom. But every night by torchlight she unwove it. And so for 3 years she deceived the Achaeans. But when the seasons brought the 4th around, one of her maids who knew the secret told us. We found her unraveling the splendid shroud. She had to finish then, although she hated it. Now here is the suitor's answer. You and all the Achaeans mark it well. Dismiss your mother from the house, or make her marry the man her father names and she prefers? Does she intend to keep us dangling forever? She may rely too long on Athena's gifts, talent in handicraft and a clever mind, so cunning history cannot show the like among the ringleted ladies of Achaia. Mycenae with her coronet, Alcmene, Tyro. Wits like Penelope's never were before, but this time, well, she made poor use of them. For here are suitors eating up your property as long as she holds out. A plan some god put in her mind. She makes a name for herself, but you can feel the loss it means for you. Our own affairs can wait. We'll never go anywhere else until she takes an Achaean to her liking. But clear-headed Telemachus replied, Antinous, can I banish against her will the mother who bore me and took care of me? My father is either dead or far away, but dearly I should pay for this at Icarius' hands if ever I sent her back. The powers of darkness would requite it too. My mother's parting curse would call hell's furies to punish me along with the scorn of men. No, I can never give the word for this. But if your hearts are capable of shame, leave my great hall and take your dinner elsewhere. Consume your own stores. Turn and turn about, use one another's houses. If you choose to slaughter one man's livestock and pay nothing, this is rapine. And by the eternal gods, I beg Zeus you shall get what you deserve. A slaughter here, and nothing paid for it. Now Zeus, who views the wide world, sent a sign to him. Launching a pair of eagles from a mountain crest in gliding flight down the soft blowing wind, wing-tip to wing-tip quivering taut, companions, till high above the assembly of many voices they wheeled, their dense wings beating, and in havoc dropped on the heads of the crowd, a deathly omen, wielding their talons, tearing cheeks and throats, then veered away on the right hand through the city. Astonished, gaping after the birds, the men felt their hearts flood, foreboding things to come. Now they heard the old lord Halitherses, son of Mastor, keenest among the old at reading bird flight into accurate speech. In his anxiety for them he rose and said, Hear me, Ithacans, hear what I have to say, and may I hope to open the suitors' eyes to the black wave towering over them. Odysseus will not be absent from his family long. He is already near, carrying in him a bloody doom for all these men, and sorrow for many more on our high sea mark, Ithaca. Let us think how to stop it. Let the suitors drop their suit. They had better without delay. I am old enough to know a sign when I see one, and I say, all has come to pass for Odysseus as I foretold when the Argives massed on Troy, and he, the great tactician, joined the rest. My forecast was that after 19 years, many blows weathered, all his shipmates lost, himself unrecognized by anyone, he would come home. I see this all fulfilled. But Polybus' son Eurymachus retorted, Old man, go tell the omens for your children at home and try to keep them out of trouble. I'm more fit to interpret this than you are. Bird life aplenty is found in the sunny air, not all of it significant. As for Odysseus, he perished far from home. You should have perished with him. Then we'd be spared this nonsense in assembly, as good as telling Telemachus to rage on. Do you think you can gamble on a gift from him? Here is what I foretell, and it's quite certain. If you, with what you know of ancient lore, encourage bitterness in this young man, it means for him only the more frustration. He can do nothing whatever with 2 eagles, and as for you, old man, We'll fix a penalty that you will groan to pay. Before the whole assembly, I advise Telemachus to send his mother to her father's house. Let them arrange her wedding there and fix a portion suitable for a valued daughter. Until he does this, courtship is our business, vexing though it may be. We fear no one, certainly not Telemachus with his talk, and we care nothing for your divining, uncle, useless talk. You win more hatred by it. We'll share his meat, no thanks or fee to him, as long as she delays and maddens us. It is a long, long time we've been waiting in rivalry for this beauty. We could have gone elsewhere and found ourselves very decent wives. Clear-headed Telemachus replied to this, Eurymachus and noble suitors all, I am finished with appeals and argument. The gods know and the Achaeans know these things. But give me a fast ship and a crew of 20 who will see me through a voyage out and back. I'll go to sandy Pylos, then to Sparta, for news of father since he sailed from Troy, some traveller's tale perhaps, or rumored fame issued from Zeus himself into the world. If he's alive and beating his way home, I might hold out for another weary year. But if they tell me that he's dead and gone, then I can come back to my own dear country and raise a mound for him and burn his gear with all the funeral honors that befit him, and give my mother to another husband. The boy sat down in silence. Next to stand was Mentor, comrade in arms of the Prince Odysseus, an old man now. Odysseus left him authority over his house and slaves to guard them well. In his concern he spoke to the assembly. Hear me, Ithacans, hear what I have to say. Let no man holding scepter as a king be thoughtful, mild, kindly, or virtuous. Let him be cruel, and practice evil ways. It is so clear that no one here remembers how like a gentle father Odysseus ruled you. I find it less revolting that the suitors carry their malice into violent acts. At least, they stake their lives when they go pillaging the house of Odysseus. Their lives upon it, he will not come again. What sickens me is to see the whole community sitting still and never a voice or a hand raised against them. A mere handful compared with you. Leocritus, Euenor's son, replied to him, Mentor, what mischief are you raking up? Will this crowd risk the sword's edge over a dinner? Suppose Odysseus himself indeed came in and found the suitors at his table. He might be hot to drive them out. What then? Never would he enjoy his wife again, the wife who loves him well. He'd only bring down abject death on himself against those odds. Madness to talk of fighting in either case. Now, let all present go about their business. Halitherses and Mentor will speed the traveler. They can help him. They were his father's friends. I rather think he will be sitting here a long time yet, waiting for news on Ithaca. That seafaring he spoke of is beyond him. On this note, they were quick to end their parley. The assembly broke up. Everyone went home. The suitors home to Odysseus' house again. But Telemachus walked down along the shore and washed his hands in the foam of the grey sea, then said this prayer. O God of yesterday, guest in our house, who told me to take ship on the hazy sea for news of my lost father, listen to me. Be near me. The Achaeans only wait or hope to hinder me, the damned insolent suitors most of all. Athena was nearby and came to him, putting on Mentor's figure and his tone, the warm voice in a lucid flight of words. You'll never be faint-hearted or a fool, Telemachus, if you have your father's spirit. He finished what he cared to say, and what he took in hand he brought to pass. The sea roots will yield their distances to his true son, Penelope's true son. I doubt another's luck would hold so far. The son is rare who measures with his father, and 1 in 1,000 is a better man. But you will have the sap and wit and prudence, would you get that from Odysseus, to give you a fair chance of winning through. So never mind the suitors and their ways. There is no judgment in them, neither do they know anything of death, and the black terror close upon them, doomsday on them all. You need not linger over going to sea. I sailed beside your father in the old days. I'll find a ship for you and help you sail her. So go on home, as if to join the suitors, but get provisions ready in containers, wine in 2-handled jugs, and barley meal, the staying power of oarsmen, in skin bags, watertight. I'll go the rounds, and call a crew of volunteers together. Hundreds of ships are beached on sea-girt Ithaca. Let me but choose the soundest, old or new, we'll rig her, and take her out on the broad sea. This was the divine speech Telemachus heard from Athena, Zeus's daughter. He stayed no longer, but took his heartache home, and found the robust suitors there at work, skinning goats and roasting pigs in the courtyard. Antinous came straight over, laughing at him, and took him by the hand with a bold greeting. "High-handed Telemachus, control your temper. Come on, get over it. No more grim thoughts, but feast and drink with me the way you used to. The Achaeans will attend to all you ask for, ship, crew, and crossing to the holy land of Pylos for the news about your father." Telemachus replied with no confusion, "Antinous, I cannot see myself again taking a quiet dinner in this company. Isn't it enough that you could strip my house under my very nose when I was young? Now that I know, being grown, what others say, I understand it all, and my heart is full. I'll bring black doom upon you if I can, either in Pylos if I go, or in this country. And I will go all the way, if only as someone's passenger. I have no ship, no oarsmen, and it suits you that I have none." Calmly he drew his hand from Antinous' hand. At this the suitors, while they dressed their meat, began to exchange loud, mocking talk about him. One young top-lofty gallant set the tone. "Well, think of that! Telemachus has a mind to murder us. He's going to lead avengers out of Pylos, or Sparta, maybe. Oh, he's wild to do it. Or else he'll try the fat land of Ephyra. He can get poison there and bring it home, doctor the wine jar, and dispatch us all." Another took the cue. "Well, now, who knows? He might be lost at sea, just like Odysseus, knocking around in a ship far from his friends. And what a lot of trouble that would give us, making the right division of his things. We'd keep his house as dowry for his mother and the man who marries her." That was the drift of it. Telemachus went on through the storeroom of his father, a great vault where gold and bronze lay piled along with chests of clothes and fragrant oil. And there were jars of earthenware in rows holding an old wine, mellow, unmixed, and rare. Cool stood the jars against the wall, kept for whatever day Odysseus, worn by hardships, might come home. The double folding doors were tightly locked, and guarded night and day by the serving woman, Euryclea, granddaughter of Pisenor, in all her duty vigilant and shrewd. Telemachus called her to the storeroom, saying, "Nurse, get a few 2-handled traveling jugs filled up with wine, the second best, not that you keep for your unlucky lord and king, hoping he may have slipped away from death and may yet come again, royal Odysseus. 12 amphorae will do. Seal them up tight, and pour out barley into leather bags, 20 bushels of barley meal ground fine. Now keep this to yourself. Collect these things, and after dark, when Mother has retired and gone upstairs to bed, I'll come for them. I sail to sandy Pylos, then to Sparta, to see what news there is of Father's voyage." His loving nurse Euryclea gave a cry, and tears sprang to her eyes as she wailed softly, "Dear child, whatever put this in your head? Why do you want to go so far in the world? And you are only darling." Lord Odysseus died in some strange place far from his homeland. Think how, when you have turned your back, these men will plot to kill you and share all your things. Stay with your own, dear, do. Why should you suffer hardship and homelessness on the wild sea?" But seeing all clear, Telemachus replied, "Take heart, nurse. There's a god behind this plan, and you must swear to keep it from my mother until the 11th day, or 12th, or till she misses me, or hears that I am gone. She must not tear her lovely skin lamenting." So the old woman vowed by all the gods, and vowed again, to carry out his wishes. Then she filled up the amphorae with wine, and sifted barley meal into leather bags. Telemachus rejoined the suitors. Meanwhile, the goddess with grey eyes had other business. Disguised as Telemachus, she roamed the town, taking each likely man aside and telling him, "Meet us at nightfall at the ship." Indeed, she asked Noemon, Phronius' wealthy son, to lend her a fast ship, and he complied. Now, when at sundown shadows crossed the lanes, she dragged the cutter to the sea and launched it, fitted out with tough sea-going gear, and tied it up away at the harbor's edge. The crewmen gathered, sent there by the goddess. Then it occurred to the grey-eyed goddess Athena to pass inside the house of the hero Odysseus, showering a sweet drowsiness on the suitors, whom she had presently wandering in their wine. And soon, as they could hold their cups no longer, they straggled off to find their beds in town, eyes heavy-lidded, laden down with sleep. Then to Telemachus the grey-eyed goddess appeared again with Mentor's form and voice, calling him out of the lofty, emptied hall. "Telemachus, your crew of fighting men is ready at the oars and waiting for you. Come on. No point in holding up the sailing." And Pallas Athena turned like the wind, running ahead of him. He followed in her footsteps down to the seaside, where they found the ship and oarsmen with flowing hair at the water's edge. Telemachus, now strong in the magic, cried, "Come with me, friends, and get our rations down. They're all packed at home, and my own mother knows nothing. Only one maid was told." He turned and led the way, and they came after, carried and stowed all in the well-trimmed ship, as the dear son of Odysseus commanded. Telemachus then stepped aboard. Athena took her position aft, and he sat by her. The two stroke oars cast off the stern hawsers and vaulted over the gunwales to their benches. Grey-eyed Athena stirred them a following wind, soughing from the northwest on the wine-dark sea, and as he felt the wind, Telemachus called to all hands to break out mast and sail. They pushed the fore-mast high, and stepped it firm amidships in the box, made fast the forestays, then hoisted up the white sail on its halyards until the wind caught, booming in the sail, and a flushing wave sang backward from the bow on either side as the ship got way upon her, holding her steady course. Now they made all secure in the fast black ship, and setting out the wine bowls all abrim, they made libation to the gods, the undying, the ever new. Most of all to the grey-eyed daughter of Zeus. And the prow sheered through the night into the dawn. Book 3. The Lord of the Western Approaches. The sun rose on the flawless, brimming sea into a sky all brazen, all one brightening for gods immortal and for mortal men on ploughlands kind with grain. And facing sunrise, the voyagers now lay off Pylos town, compact stronghold of Neleus. On the shore, black bulls were being offered by the people to the blue-maned god who makes the islands tremble. 9 congregations, each 500 strong, led out 9 bulls apiece to sacrifice, taking the tripes to eat, while on their altars thigh bones in fat lay burning for the god. Here they put in, furled sail, and beached the ship. But Telemachus hung back in disembarking, so that Athena turned and said, "Not the least shyness now, Telemachus. You came across the open sea for this, to find out where the great earth hides your father, and what the doom was that he came upon. Go to old Nestor, master charioteer, so we may broach the storehouse of his mind. Ask him with courtesy, and in his wisdom he will tell you history, and no lies." But clear-headed Telemachus replied, "Mentor, how can I do it? How approach him? I have no practice in elaborate speeches, and for a young man to interrogate an old man seems disrespectful." The grey-eyed goddess said, "Reason and heart will give you words, Telemachus, and a spirit will counsel others. I should say the gods were never indifferent to your life." She went on quickly, and he followed her to where the men of Pylos had their altars. Nestor appeared enthroned among his sons, while friends around them skewered the red beef or held it scorching. When they saw the strangers, a hail went up, and all that crowd came forward, calling out invitations to the feast. Pisistratus in the lead, the young prince, caught up their hands in his and gave them places on curly lambskins flat on the sea sand, near Thrasymedes, his brother, and his father. He passed them bits of the food of sacrifice, and pouring wine in a golden cup, he said to Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, "Friend, I must ask you to invoke Poseidon. You find us at this feast kept in his honor. Make the appointed offering, then, and pray, and give the honeyed wine cup to your friend, so he may do the same. He, too, must pray to the gods on whom all men depend, but he is just my age. You are the senior, so here I give the goblet first to you." And he put the cup of sweet wine in her hand. Athena liked his manners, and the equity that gave her precedence with the cup of gold. So she besought Poseidon at some length. "Earth-shaker, listen and be well disposed. Grant your petitioners everything they ask. Above all, honor to Nestor and his sons. Second, to every man of Pylos town a fair gift in exchange for this hecatomb. Third, may Telemachus and I perform the errand on which last night we put to sea." This was the prayer of Athena, granted in every particular by herself. She passed the beautiful wine-cup to Telemachus, who tipped the wine and prayed as she had done. Meanwhile the spits were taken off the fire, portions of crisp meat for all. They feasted, and when they had eaten and drunk their fill, at last they heard from Nestor, prince of charioteers. "Now is the time," he said, "for a few questions, now that our young guests have enjoyed their dinner. Who are you, strangers? Where are you sailing from, and where to, down the highways of sea water? Have you some business here, or are you now reckless wanderers of the sea, like those corsairs who risk their lives to prey on other men?" Clear-headed Telemachus responded cheerfully, for Athena gave him heart. By her design, his quest for news about his father's wandering would bring him fame in the world's eyes. So he said, "Nestor, pride of Achaeans, Neleus' son, you ask where we are from, and I can tell you. Our home port is under Mount Nion, Ithaca. We are not here on Ithacan business, though, but on my own. I want news of my father Odysseus, known for his great heart, and I will comb the wide world for it. People say he fought along with you when Troy was taken. As to the other men who fought that war, we know where each one died and how he died. But Zeus allotted my father death and mystery. No one can say for sure where he was killed, whether some hostile landsman or the sea, the storm waves on the deep sea, got the best of him. And this is why I come to you for help. Tell me of his death, sir, if perhaps you witnessed it, or have heard some wanderer tell the tale. The man was born for trouble. Spare me no part of it for kindness' sake, but put the scene before me as you saw it. If ever Odysseus, my noble father, served you by promise kept, or work accomplished in the land of Troy, where you Achaeans suffered, recall those things for me, the way they were." Then Nestor, prince of charioteers, made answer, "Dear friend, you take me back to all the trouble we went through in that country, we Achaeans. Rough days aboard ship on the cloudy sea, cruising away for pillage after Achilles. Rough days of battle around Priam's town. Our losses then, so many good men gone. Ares' great ire lies there, Achilles lies there, Patroclus too, the wondrous counselor, and my own strong and princely son, Antilochus, fastest of them all, and a born fighter.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Other miseries and many we endured there. Could any mortal man tell the whole story? Not if you stayed 5 years or 6 to hear how hard it was for the flower of the Achaeans. You'd go home weary and the tale untold. Think, we were there 9 years, and we tried everything, all stratagems against them, up to the bitter end that Zeus begrudged us. And as to stratagem, no man would claim Odysseus' gift for those. He had no rivals, your father, at the tricks of war. Your father... Well, I must say I marvel at the sight of you. Your manner of speech couldn't be more like his. One would say no boy could speak so well. And all that time at Ilion, he and I were never at odds in council or assembly. Saw things the same way, had one mind between us in all the good advice we gave the archives. But when we plundered Priam's town and tower and took to the ships, God scattered the Achaeans. He had a mind to make homecoming hard for them, seeing they would not think straight nor behave. Or some would not. So evil days came on them. And she who had been angered, Zeus's dangerous grey-eyed daughter, did it, starting a fight between the sons of Atreus. First, they were fools enough to call assembly at sundown. Unheard of hour. The Achaean soldiers turned out soaked with wine to hear talk about it from their commanders. Menelaus harangued them to get organized. Time to ride home on the sea's broad back, he said. But Agamemnon wouldn't hear of it. He wanted to hold the troops, make sacrifice, a hecatomb, something to pacify Athena's rage. Folly again. To think that he could move her. Will you change the will of the everlasting gods in a night or a day's time? The two men stood there, hammering at each other until the army got to its feet with a roar. And no decision, wanting it both ways. That night no one slept well, everyone cursing someone else. Here was the bane from Zeus. At dawn we dragged our ships to the lordly water, stowed aboard all our plunder, and the slave women in their low hip girdles. But half the army elected to stay behind with Agamemnon as their corps commander. The other half embarked and pulled away. We made good time. The huge sea smoothed before us, and held our rights when we reached Tenedos, being wild for home. But Zeus, not willing yet, now cruelly set us at odds a second time. And one lot turned, put back in the rolling ships under command of the subtle Captain Odysseus. Their notion was to please Lord Agamemnon. Not I. I fled with every ship I had. I knew fate had some devilment brewing there. Diomedes roused his company and fled too. And later, Menelaus, the red-haired captain, caught up with us at Lesbos, while we mulled over the long sea route, unsure whether to lay our course northward of Chios, keeping the isle of Syria off to port, or inside Chios, coasting by windy Mimas. We asked for a sign from heaven, and the sign came to cut across the open sea to Euboea, and lose no time putting our ills behind us. The wind freshened astern, and the ships ran before the wind on paths of the deep sea fish, making Geristus before dawn. We thanked Poseidon with many a charred thigh bone for that crossing. On the 4th day, Diomedes' company under full sail put in at Argos port, and I held on for Pylos. The fair wind, once heaven set it blowing, never failed. So this, dear child, was how I came from Troy, and saw no more of the others, lost or saved. But you are welcome to all I've heard since then at home. I have no reason to keep it from you. The Myrmidon spear-fighters returned, they say, under the son of lion-hearted Achilles, and so did Poeas' great son Philoctetes. Idomeneus brought his company back to Crete. The sea took not a man from him of all who lived through the long war. And even as far away as Ithaca. You've heard of Agamemnon. How he came home, how Aegisthus waited to destroy him, but paid a bitter price for it in the end. That is a good thing now for a man to leave a son behind him, like the son who punished Aegisthus for the murder of his great father. You, too, are tall and well set up, I see. Be brave, you two, so men in times to come will speak well of you. Then Telemachus said, Nestor, pride of Achaeans, Neleus' son, that was revenge. And far and wide the Achaeans will tell the tale in song for generations. I wish the gods would buckle his arms on me. I'd be revenged for outrage on my insidious and brazen enemies. But no such happy lot was given to me or to my father. Still I must hold fast. To this Lord Nestor of Gerenia said, My dear young friend, now that you speak of it, I hear a crowd of suitors for your mother lives with you uninvited, making trouble. Now tell me how you take this. Do the people side against you, hearkening to some oracle? Who knows? Your father might come home some day, alone or backed by troops, and have it out with them. If gray-eyed Athena loved you the way she did Odysseus in the old days in Troy country where we all went through so much, never have I seen the gods help any man as openly as Athena did your father. Well, as I say, if she cared for you that way, there would be those to quit this marriage game. But prudently Telemachus replied, I can't think what you say will ever happen, sir. It is a dazzling hope, but not for me. It could not be, even if the gods willed it. At this, gray-eyed Athena broke in, saying, What strange talk you permit yourself, Telemachus. A god could save the man by simply wishing it, from the farthest shore in the world. If I were he, I should prefer to suffer years at sea and then be safe at home. Better that than a knife at my hearthside where Agamemnon found it, killed by adulterers. Though as for death, of course, all men must suffer it. The gods may love a man, but they can't help him when cold death comes to lay him on his bier. Telemachus replied, Mentor, grievously though we miss my father, why go on as if that homecoming could happen? You know the gods had settled it already years ago when dark death came for him. But there is something else I imagine Nestor can tell us, knowing as he does the ways of men. They say his rule goes back over 3 generations, so long, so old, it seems death cannot touch him. Nestor, Neleus' son, true sage, say, how did the lord of the great plains, Agamemnon, die? What was the trick Aegisthus used to kill the better man? And Menelaus, where was he? Not at Argos in Achaia, but blown off course, held up in some far country. Is that what gave the killer nerve to strike? Lord Nestor of Gerenia made answer, Well now, my son, I'll tell you the whole story. You know yourself what would have come to pass if red-haired Menelaus back from Troy had caught Aegisthus in that house alive. There would have been no burial mound for him, but dogs and carrion birds to huddle on him in the fields beyond the wall, not a soul bewailing him of the great wrong he committed. While we were hard-pressed in the war at Troy, he stayed safe inland in the grazing country, making light talk to win Agamemnon's queen. The lady Clytemnestra in the first days rebuffed him, being faithful still. Then, too, she had at hand as her companion a minstrel Agamemnon left attending her, charged with her care when he took ship for Troy. Then came the fated hour when she gave in. Her lover tricked the poet and marooned him on a bare island for the sea-birds picking, and took her home as he and she desired. Many thigh bones he burned on the gods' altars, and many a woven and golden ornament hung to bedeck them in his satisfaction. He had not thought life held such glory for him. Now Menelaus and I sailed home together on friendly terms from Troy. But when we came off Sunian Point in Ithaca, the ships still running free, Onitor's son Phrontis, the steersman of Menelaus' ship, fell over with a death grip on the tiller. Some unseen arrow from Apollo hit him. No man handled the ship better than he did in a high wind and sea, so Menelaus put down his longing to get on and landed to give this man full honor and funeral. His own luck turned then. Out on the wine-dark sea in the murmuring hulls again, he made Cape Malea, but Zeus, who views the wide world, sent a gloom over the ocean, and a howling gale came on, with seas increasing, mountainous, parting the ships and driving half toward Crete, where the Kydonians live by Iardanus River. Off Gorton's coastline in the misty sea there, a reef, a razor-back, cuts through the water, and every westerly piles up a pounding surf along the left side, going toward Phaestus. Big seas, buffeted back by the narrow stone. They were blown here, and fought in vain for sea room. The ships kept going into their destruction, slammed on the reef. The crews were saved. But now those 5 that weathered it got off to southward, taken by wind and current on to Egypt, and there Menelaus stayed. He made a fortune in sea traffic among those distant races, but while he did so, the foul crime was planned and carried out in Argos by Aegisthus, who ruled over golden Mycenae 7 years. 7 long years. With Agamemnon dead, he held the people down before the vengeance. But in the 8th year, back from exile in Attica, Orestes killed the snake who killed his father. He gave his hateful mother and her soft man a tomb together, and proclaimed the funeral day a festal day for all the Argive people. That day, Lord Menelaus of the great war cry made port with all the gold his ships could carry. And this should give you pause, my son. Don't stay too long away from home, leaving your treasure there and brazen suitors near. They'll squander all you have or take it from you. And then, how will your journey serve? I urge you, though, to call on Menelaus, he being but lately home from distant parts in the wide world. A man could well despair of getting home at all if the winds blew him over the great South Sea. That weary waste, even the wintering birds delay 1 winter more before the northward crossing. Well, take your ship and crew and go by water. Or, if you'd rather go by land, here are horses, a car, and my own sons for company as far as the ancient land of Lacedaemon, and Menelaus the red-haired captain there. Ask him with courtesy, and in his wisdom he will tell you history and no lie. While Nestor talked, the sun went down the sky, and gloom came on the land. And now the grey-eyed goddess Athena said, Sir, this is almost welcome and to the point, but why not slice the bulls' tongues now and mix libations for Poseidon and the gods? Then we can all retire. High time we did. The light is going under the dark world's rim. Better not linger at the sacred feast. When Zeus's daughter spoke, they turned to listen, and soon the squires brought water for their hands, while stewards filled the wine bowls and poured out a fresh cupful for every man. The company stood up to fling the tongues and a shower of wine over the flames, then drank their thirst away. Now finally Telemachus and Athena bestirred themselves, turning away to the ship. But Nestor put a hand on each, and said, "Now Zeus forbid, and the other gods as well, that you should spend the night on board, and leave me as though I was some pauper without a stitch. No blankets in his house, no piles of rugs, no sleeping soft for host or guest. Far from it. I have all these, blankets and deep-piled rugs. While I live, the only son of Odysseus will never make his bed on a ship's deck. No, not while sons of mine are left at home to welcome any guest who comes to us." The grey-eyed goddess Athena answered him, "You are very kind, sir, and Telemachus should do as you ask. That is the best thing. He will go with you, and will spend the night under your roof. But I must join our ship and talk to the crew to keep their spirits up, since I'm the only senior in the company. The rest are boys, who shipped for friendship's sake, no older than Telemachus, any of them. Let me sleep out, then, by the black hull's side, this night at least. At daybreak I'll be off to see the Corconians about a debt they owe me, an old one and no trifle. As for your guest, send him off in a car with one of your sons, and give him thoroughbreds, a racing team." Even as she spoke, Athena left them, seeming a sea-hawk in a clap of wings. And all the Achaeans of Pylos town looked up astounded. Awed then by what his eyes had seen, the old man took Telemachus's hand and said warmly, "My dear child, I can have no fears for you, no doubt about your conduct or your heart, if at your age the gods are your companions. Here we had someone from Olympus, clearly the glorious daughter of Zeus, his third child, who held your father dear among the Argives. O lady, hear me. Grant an illustrious name to me and to my children and my dear wife. A noble heifer shall be yours in sacrifice, one that no man has ever yoked or driven, my gift to you. Her horns all sheathed in gold." So he ended, praying, and Athena heard him. Then Nestor of Gerenia led them all, his sons and sons-in-law, to his great house, and in they went to the famous hall of Nestor, taking their seats on thrones and easy chairs, while the old man mixed water in a wine bowl with sweet red wine, mellowed 11 years before his housekeeper uncapped the jar. He mixed and poured his offering, repeating prayers to Athena, daughter of royal Zeus. The others made libation and drank deep. Then all the company went to their quarters, and Nestor of Gerenia showed Telemachus under the echoing eastern entrance hall to a fine bed near the bed of Pisistratus, captain of spearmen, his unmarried son. Then he lay down in his own inner chamber, where his dear faithful wife had smoothed his bed. When dawn spread out her fingertips of rose, Lord Nestor of Gerenia, charioteer, left his room for a throne of polished stone, white and gleaming as though with oil, that stood before the main gate of the palace. Neleus here had sat before him, masterful in kingship. Neleus, long ago a prey to death, gone down to the night of the underworld. So Nestor held his throne and scepter now, lord of the western approaches to Achaia. And presently his sons came out to join him, leaving the palace, Echephron and Stratius, Perseus and Aretus and Thrasymedes, and after them the prince Pisistratus, bringing Telemachus along with him. Seeing all present, the old lord Nestor said, "Dear sons, here is my wish, and do it briskly to please the gods, Athena first of all, my guest in daylight at our holy feast. One of you must go for a young heifer, and have the cowherd lead her from the pasture. Another call on Lord Telemachus' ship to invite his crewmen, leaving 2 behind. And someone else again send for the goldsmith, Laerches, to gild the horns. The rest stay here together. Tell the servants a ritual feast will be prepared in hall. Tell them to bring seats, firewood, and fresh water." Before he finished, they were about these errands. The heifer came from pasture, the crewmen of Telemachus from the ship. The smith arrived bearing the tools of his trade, hammer and anvil, and the precision tongs he handled fiery gold with. And Athena came, as a god comes, numinous to the rites. The smith now gloved each horn in a pure foil beaten out of the gold that Nestor gave him, a glory and delight for the goddess's eye, while Echephron and Stratius held the horns. Aretus brought clear lustral water in a bowl quivering with fresh-cut flowers, a basket of barley in his other hand. Thrasymedes, who could stand his ground in war, stood ready with a sharp two-bladed axe for the stroke of sacrifice, and Perseus held a bowl for the blood. And now Nestor, strewing the barley grains and water drops, pronounced his invocation to Athena, burned a pinch of bristles from the victim. When prayers were said and all the grain was scattered, great-hearted Thrasymedes in a flash swung the axe, at one blow cutting through the neck tendons. The heifer's spirit failed. Then all the women gave a wail of joy, daughters, daughters-in-law, and the lady Eurydice, Clymena's eldest daughter. But the men still held the heifer, shored her up from the wide earth where the living go their ways, until Pisistratus cut her throat across. The black blood ran, and life ebbed from her marrow. The carcass now sank down, and they disjointed shoulder and thigh bone, wrapping them in fat, 2 layers folded, with raw strips of flesh. These offerings Nestor burned on the split wood fire, and moistened with red wine. His sons took up 5-tined forks in their hands, while the altar flame ate through the bones, and bits of tripe went round. Then came the carving of the quarters, and they spitted morsels of lean meat on the long sharp tines, and broiled them at arm's length upon the fire. Polycaste, a fair girl, Nestor's youngest, had meanwhile given a bath to Telemachus, bathing him first, then rubbing him with oil. She held fine clothes and a cloak to put around him when he came godlike from the bathing place. Then out he went to take his place with Nestor. When the best cuts were broiled and off the spits, they all sat down to banquet. Gentle squires kept every golden wine-cup brimming full, and so they feasted to their hearts' content, until the prince of charioteers commanded, "Sons, harness the blood mares for Telemachus, hitch up the car, and let him take the road." They swung out smartly to do the work, and hooked the handsome horses to a chariot shaft. The mistress of the stores brought up provisions of bread and wine, with victuals fit for kings, and Telemachus stepped up on the painted car. Just at his elbow stood Pisistratus, captain of spearmen, reins in hand. He gave a flick to the horses, and with streaming manes they ran for the open country. The tall town of Pylos sank behind them in the distance, as all day long they kept the harness shaking. The sun was low, and shadows crossed the lanes when they arrived at Phaeacia. There Diocles, son of Ortilochus, whom Alpheus fathered, welcomed the young men, and they slept the night. But up, when the young dawn's fingertips of rose opened in the east, they hitched the team once more to the painted car, and steered out eastward through the echoing gate, whipping their fresh horses into a run. That day they made the grain lands of Lacedaemon, where, as the horses held to a fast clip, they kept on to their journey's end. Behind them the sun went down, and all the roads grew dark. Book 4. The Red-Haired King and His Lady. By vales and sharp ravines in Lacedaemon, the travelers drove to Menelaus' mansion, and found him at a double wedding feast for son and daughter. Long ago at Troy he pledged her to the heir of great Achilles, breaker of men, a match the gods had ripened. So he must send her with a chariot train to the town and glory of the Myrmidons. And that day, too, he brought Alector's daughter to marry his tall scion Megapenthes, born of a slave girl during the long war. For the gods had never after granted Helen a child to bring into the sunlit world after the first rose-lipped Hermione, a girl like the pale gold goddess Aphrodite. Down the great hall in happiness they feasted, neighbors of Menelaus and his kin, for whom a holy minstrel harped and sang. and two lithe tumblers moved out on the song with spins and handsprings through the company. Now when Telemachus and Nestor's son pulled up their horses at the main gate, one of the king's companions in arms, Ithaca, going outside, caught sight of them. He turned and passed through the court and hall to tell the master, stepping up close to get his ear. Said he, "Two men are here, two strangers, Menelaus, but nobly born Achaeans they appear. What do you say, shall we unhitch their team, or send them on to someone free to receive them?" The red-haired captain answered him in anger, "You were no idiot before, Ithaca, but here you are, talking like a child of 10. Could we have made it home again, and Zeus give us no more hard roving, if other men had never fed us, given us lodging? Bring these men to be our guests. Unhitch their team." Eteoneus left the long room like an arrow, calling equerries after him on the run. Outside, they freed the sweating team from harness, stabled the horses, tied them up, and showered bushels of wheat and barley in the feed-box. Then leaned the chariot pole against the gleaming entry wall of stone, and took the guests in. What a brilliant place that mansion of the great prince seemed to them, a glitter everywhere, as though with fiery points of sunlight, lustres of the moon. The young men gazed in joy before they entered into a room of polished tubs to bathe. Maidservants gave them baths, anointed them, held out fresh tunics, clothed them warm. And soon they took tall thrones beside the son of Atreus. Here a maid tipped out water for their hands from a golden pitcher into a silver bowl, and set a polished table near at hand. The larder mistress, with her tray of loaves and savories, came, dispensing all her best, and then a carver heaped their platters high with various meats, and put down cups of gold. "Now," said the red-haired captain Menelaus, gesturing, "welcome, and fall to. In time, when you have supped, we hope to hear your names, forebears, and families. In your case, it seems, no anonymities, but lordly men. Lads like yourselves are not base-born." At this, he lifted in his own hands the king's portion, a chine of beef, and set it down before them. Seeing all ready, then, they took their dinner. But when they had feasted well, Telemachus could not keep still, but whispered, his head bent close, so the others might not hear, "My dear friend, can you believe your eyes? The murmuring hall, how luminous it is with bronze, gold, amber, silver, and ivory. This is the way the court of Zeus must be, inside upon Olympus. What a wonder!" But splendid Menelaus had overheard him, and spoke out on the instant to them both. "Young friends, no mortal man can vie with Zeus. His home and all his treasures are forever. But as for men, it may well be that few have more than I. How painfully I wandered before I brought it home. 7 years at sea, Cypros, Phoenicia, Egypt, and still farther among the sunburnt races. I saw the men of Sidon and Arabia, and Libya too, where lambs are horned at birth. In every year they have 3 lambing seasons, so no man, chief or shepherd, ever goes hungry for want of mutton, cheese, or milk. All year at milking time there are fresh ewes. But while I made my fortune on those travels, a stranger killed my brother in cold blood, tricked blind, fought in the web of his deadly queen. What pleasure can I take then, being lord over these costly things? You must have heard your fathers tell my story, whoever your fathers are. You must know of my life, the anguish I once had, a great house full of my treasure left in desolation. How gladly I should live 1/3 as rich to have my friends back safe at home, my friends who died on Troy's wide seaboard, far from the grazing lands of Argos. But as things are, nothing but grief has left me for those companions. While I sit at home, sometimes hot tears come, and I revel in them, or stop before the surfeit makes me shiver. And there is one I miss more than the other dead I mourn for. Sleep and food alike grow hateful when I think of him. No soldier took on so much went through so much as Odysseus. That seems to have been his destiny. And this mine, to feel each day the emptiness of his absence, ignorant even whether he lived or died. How his old father and his quiet wife Penelope must miss him still, and Telemachus, whom he left as a newborn child. Now hearing these things said, the boy's heart rose in a long pang for his father, and he wept, holding his purple mantle with both hands before his eyes. Menelaus knew him now, and so fell silent with uncertainty whether to let him speak and name his father in his own time, or to inquire and prompt him. And while he pondered, Helen came out of her scented chamber, a moving grace like Artemis, straight as a shaft of gold. Beside her came Adraste to place her armchair, Alcippe with a rug of downy wool, and Philo bringing a silver basket, once given by Alcandre, the wife of Polybus in the treasure city, Thebes of distant Egypt. He gave 2 silver bathtubs to Menelaus, and a pair of tripods with 10 pure gold bars, and she then made these beautiful gifts to Helen, a golden distaff, and the silver basket rimmed in hammered gold, with wheels to run on. So Philo rolled it in to stand beside her, heaped with fine spun stuff, and cradled on it the distaff, swathed in dusky violet wool. Reclining in her light chair with its footrest, Helen gazed at her husband and demanded, "Menelaus, my lord, have we yet heard our new guests introduce themselves? Shall I dissemble what I feel? No, I must say it. Never anywhere have I seen so great a likeness in man or woman, but it is truly strange. This boy must be the son of Odysseus, Telemachus, the child he left at home that year the Achaean host made war on Troy, daring all for the wanton that I was." And the red-haired Captain Menelaus answered, "My dear, I see the likeness as well as you do. Odysseus' hands and feet were like this boy's, his head and hair, and the glinting of his eyes. Not only that, but when I spoke just now of Odysseus' years of toil on my behalf and all he had to endure, the boy broke down and wept into his cloak." Now Nestor's son Pisistratus spoke up in answer to him. "My lord Marshal, Menelaus, son of Atreus, this is that hero's son, as you surmise. But he is gentle, and would be ashamed to clamor for attention before your grace, whose words have been so moving to us both. Nestor, lord of Gerenia, sent me with him as guide and escort. He had wished to see you, to be advised by you, or assisted somehow. A father far from home means difficulty for an only son, with no one else to help him. So with Telemachus. His father left the house without defenders." The king with flaming hair now spoke again. "His son in my house. How I loved the man, and how he fought through hardship for my sake. I swore I'd cherish him above all others if Zeus, who views the wide world, gave us passage homeward across the sea in the fast ships. I would have settled him in Argos, brought him over with herds and household out of Ithaca, his child and all his people. I could have cleaned out one of my towns to be his new domain. And so we might have been together often in feasts and entertainments, never parted till the dark mist of death lapped over one of us. But God himself must have been envious to batter the bruised man so that he alone should fail in his return." A twinging ache of grief rose up in everyone. Helen of Argos wept, the daughter of Zeus. Telemachus and Menelaus wept. And tears came to the eyes of Nestor's son, remembering for his part Antilochus, whom the son of shining dawn had killed in battle. But thinking of that brother, he broke out, "O son of Atreus, when we spoke of you at home and asked about you, my old father would say you have the clearest mind of all. If it is not too much to ask, then, let us not weep away these hours after supper. I feel we should not. Dawn will soon be here. You understand, I would not grudge a man right mourning when he comes to death and doom, What else can one bestow on the poor dead? A lock of hair sheared, and a tear let fall. For that matter, I too lost someone in the war at Troy, my brother, and no mean soldier, whom you must have known, although I never did, Antilochus. He ranked high as a runner and fighting man. The red-haired Captain Menelaus answered, My lad, what you have said is only sensible, and you did well to speak. Yes, that was worthy a wise man, and an older man than you are. You speak for all the world like Nestor's son. How easily one can tell the man whose father had true felicity, marrying and begetting. And that was true of Nestor all his days, down to his sleek old age and peace at home, clever sons, good spearmen into the bargain. Come, we'll shake off this morning mood of ours and think of supper. Let the men-at-arms rinse our hands again. There will be time for a long talk with Telemachus in the morning. The hero Menelaus' companion-in-arms Asphalion poured water for their hands, and once again they touched the food before them. But now it entered Helen's mind to drop into the wine that they were drinking an anodyne, mild magic of forgetfulness. Whoever drank this mixture in the wine-bowl would be incapable of tears that day, though he should lose mother and father both, or see with his own eyes a son or brother mauled by weapons of bronze at his own gate. The opiate of Zeus's daughter bore this canny power. It had been supplied her by Polydamna, mistress of Lord Thon, in Egypt, where the rich plantations grow herbs of all kinds, maleficent and healthful. No one else knows medicine as they do, Egyptian heirs of Payan, the healing god. She drugged the wine, then had it served, and said, taking again her part in the conversation, O Menelaus, Atreus' royal son, and you that are great heroes' sons, you know how Zeus gives all of us in turn good luck and bad luck, being all-powerful. So take refreshment, take your ease in hall, and cheer the time with stories. I'll begin. Not that I think of naming, far less telling, every feat of that rugged man Odysseus, but here is something that he dared to do at Troy, where you Achaeans endured the war. He had first given himself an outrageous beating and thrown some rags on, like a household slave, then slipped into that city of wide lanes among his enemies. So changed, he looked as never before upon the Achaean beachhead, but like a beggar merged in the townspeople, and no one there remarked him. But I knew him. Even as he was, I knew him, and questioned him. How shrewdly he put me off! But in the end I bathed him and anointed him, put a fresh cloak around him, and swore an oath not to give him away as Odysseus to the Trojans till he got back to camp where the long ships lay. He spoke up then, and told me all about the Achaeans and their plans. Then sworded many Trojans through the body on his way out with what he learned of theirs. The Trojan women raised a cry, but my heart sang. For I had come round long before to dreams of sailing home, and I repented the mad day Aphrodite drew me away from my dear fatherland, forsaking all, child, bridal, bed, and husband, a man without defect in form or mind. Replied the red-haired Captain Menelaus, An excellent tale, my dear, and most becoming. In my life I have met in many countries foresight and wit in many first-rate men, but never have I seen one like Odysseus for steadiness and a stout heart. Here, for instance, is what he did, had the cold nerve to do, inside the hollow horse, where we were waiting, picked men all of us, for the Trojan slaughter, when all of a sudden you came by, I dare say drawn by some superhuman power that planned an exploit for the Trojans. And Deiphobus, that handsome man, came with you. 3 times you walked around it, patting it everywhere, and called by name the flower of our fighters, making your voice sound like their wives calling. Diomedes and I crouched in the center along with Odysseus. We could hear you plainly, and listening, we too were swept by waves of longing to reply or go. Odysseus fought us down despite our craving, and all the Achaeans kept their lips shut tight, all but Anticlos. Desire moved his throat to hail you, but Odysseus' great hands clamped over his jaws and held. So he saved us all, till Pallas Athena led you away at last. Then clear-headed Telemachus addressed him. My lord Marshal, Menelaus, son of Atreus, all the more pity, since these valors could not defend him from annihilation, not if his heart were iron in his breast. But will you not dismiss us for the night now? Sweet sleep will be a pleasure drifting over us. He said no more, but Helen called the maids and sent them to make beds with purple rugs piled up and sheets outspread and fleecy coverlets in the porch inside the gate. The girls went out with torches in their hands, and presently a squire led the guests, Telemachus and Nestor's radiant son, under the entrance colonnade to bed. Then deep in the great mansion, in his chamber, Menelaus went to rest. Helen, queenly in her long gown, lay beside him. When the young dawn with fingertips of rose made heaven bright, the deep-lunged man of battle stood up, pulled on his tunic and his mantle, slung on a sword-belt and a new-edged sword, tied his smooth feet into fine rawhide sandals, and left his room, a god's brilliance upon him. He sat down by Telemachus, asking gently, Telemachus, why did you come, sir, riding the sea's broad back to reach old Lacedaemon? A public errand or private? Why precisely? Telemachus replied, My lord Marshal Menelaus, son of Atreus, I came to hear what news you had of father. My house, my good estates are being ruined. Each day my mother's bullying suitors come to slaughter flocks of mine and my black cattle. Enemies crowd our home. And this is why I come to you for news of him who owned it. Tell me of his death, sir, if perhaps you witnessed it, or have heard some wanderer tell the tale. The man was born for trouble. Spare me no part for kindness' sake. Be harsh, but put the scene before me as you saw it. If ever Odysseus, my noble father, served you by promise kept or work accomplished in the land of Troy, where you Achaeans suffered, recall those things for me the way they were. Stirred now to anger, Menelaus said, Intolerable! That soft men as those are should think to lie in that great captain's bed, fawns in a lion's lair, as if a doe put down her litter of sucklings there while she quested a glen or cropped some grassy hollow. Then the Lord returns to his own bed and deals out wretched doom on both alike. So will Odysseus deal out doom on these. O Father Zeus, Athena and Apollo, I pray he comes as once he was in Lesbos, when he stood up to wrestle Philomelides, champion and island king, and smashed him down. How the Achaeans cheered! If only that Odysseus met the suitors, they'd have their consummation. A cold bed. Now for your questions. Let me come to the point. I would not misreport it for you. Let me tell you what the Ancient of the Sea, who is infallible, said to me. Every word. During my first try at a passage homeward, the gods detained me, tied me down to Egypt. For I'd been too scant in hecatombs, and gods will have the rules each time remembered. There is an island washed by the open sea lying off Nile mouth. Seamen call it Phaeacia, distant a day's sail in a clean hull with a brisk land breeze behind. It has a harbor, a sheltered bay, where shipmasters take on dark water for the outward voyage. Here the gods held me 20 days becalmed. No winds came up, seaward escorting winds for ships that ride the sea's broad back. And so my stores and men were used up. We were failing. Had not one goddess intervened in pity. Hydrothea, daughter of Proteus, the Ancient of the Sea. How I distressed her. I had been walking out alone that day. My sailors, thin-bellied from the long fast, were off with fish-hooks angling on the shore. Then she appeared to me, and her voice sang, "What fool is here? What drooping dunce of dream? Or can it be, friend, that you love to suffer? How can you linger on this island, aimless and shiftless, while your people waste away?" To this I quickly answered, "Let me tell you, goddess, whatever goddess you may be, these doldrums are no will of mine. I take it the gods who own broad heaven are offended. Why don't you tell me, since the gods know everything, who has me pinned down here? How am I going to make my voyage home?" Now she replied in her immortal beauty, "I'll put it for you clearly as may be, friend. The ancient of the salt sea haunts this place, immortal Proteus of Egypt. All the deeps are known to him. He serves under Poseidon, and is, they say, my father. If you could take him by surprise and hold him, he'd give you course and distance for your sailing homeward across the cold, fish-breeding sea. And should you wish it, noble friend, he'd tell you all that occurred at home, both good and evil, while you were gone so long and hard a journey." To this I said, "But you now, you must tell me how I can trap this venerable sea-god. He will elude me if he takes alarm. No man, God knows, can quell a god with ease." That fairest of unearthly nymphs replied, "I'll tell you this, too, clearly as may be. When the sun hangs at high noon in heaven, the ancient glides ashore under the west wind, hidden by shivering glooms on the clear water, and rests in caverns hollowed by the sea. There flippered seals, brine children, shining, come from silvery foam in crowds to lie around him, exhaling rankness from the deep sea floor. Tomorrow dawn I'll take you to those caves and bed you down there. Choose 3 officers for company. Brave men they had better be. The old one has strange powers, I must tell you. He goes amid the seals to check their number, and when he sees them all and counts them all, he lies down like a shepherd with his flock. Here is your opportunity. At this point, gather yourselves with all your heart and strength, and tackle him before he bursts away. He'll make you fight, for he can take the forms of all the beasts, and water, and blinding fire. But you must hold on even so, and crush him until he breaks the silence. When he does, he will be in that shape you saw asleep. Relax your grip then, set the ancient free, and put your questions, hero. Who is the god so hostile to you, and how will you go home on the fish-cold sea?" At this she dove under a swell and left me. Back to the ships in the sandy cove I went, my heart within me like a high surf running. But there I joined my men once more at supper as the sacred night came on, and slept at last beside the lapping water. When dawn spread out her fingertips of rose, I started by the sea's wide level ways, praying the gods for help, and took along 3 lads I counted on in any fight. Meanwhile, the Nereid swam from the lap of ocean, laden with 4 seal skins, new flayed for the hoax she thought of playing on her father. In the sand, she scooped out hollows for our bodies, and sat down waiting. We came close to touch her, and bedding us, she threw the sealskins over us. A strong disguise. Oh, yes, terribly strong, as I recall the stench of those damned seals. Would any man lie snug with a sea monster? But here the nymph again came to our rescue, dabbing ambrosia under each man's nose, a perfume drowning out the bestial odor. So there we lay with beating hearts all morning, while seals came shoreward out of ripples, jostling to take their places, flopping on the sand. At noon the ancient issued from the sea and held inspection, counting off the sea beasts. We were the first he numbered. He went by, detecting nothing. When at last he slept, we gave a battle cry and plunged for him, locking our hands behind him. But the old one's tricks were not knocked out of him. Far from it. First he took on a whiskered lion's shape, a serpent then, a leopard, great boar, then sousing wart, then a tall green tree. Still we hung on by hook or crook through everything, until the ancient sought defeat and grimly opened his lips to ask me, "Son of Atreus, who counseled you to this? A god. What god? Set a trap for me? Overpower me? Why?" He bit it off then, and I answered, "Old one, you know the reason. Why feign not to know? High and dry so long upon this island, I'm at my wit's end, and my heart is sore. You gods know everything. Now you can tell me, which of the immortals chained me here, and how will I get home on the fish-cold sea?" He made reply at once. "You should have paid honor to Zeus and the other gods, performing a proper sacrifice before embarking. That was your short way home on the wine-dark sea. You may not see your friends, your own fine house, or enter your own land again, unless you first remount the Nile in flood and pay your hecatomb to the gods of heaven. Then, and then only, the gods will grant the passage you desire." Oh, my heart sank hearing this, hearing him send me back on the cloudy sea in my own track, the long, hard way of Egypt. Nevertheless, I answered him and said, "Ancient, I shall do all as you command. But tell me now, the others, had they a safe return? All those Achaeans who stayed behind when Nestor and I left Troy? Or were there any lost at sea? What bitterness! Any who died in camp after the war?" To this he said, "For you to know these things goes beyond all necessity, Menelaus. Why must you ask? You should not know my mind, and you will grieve to learn it, I can tell you. Many there were who died, many remain, but 2 high officers alone were lost. On the passage home, I mean. You saw the war. One is alive, a castaway at sea. The other, Aias, perished with all hands, though first Poseidon landed him on Girae promontory and saved him from the ocean. Despite Athena's hate, he had lived on. But the great sinner, in his insolence, yelled that the gods' will and the sea were beaten. And this loud brag came to Poseidon's ears. He swung the trident in his massive hands, and in one shock from top to bottom split that promontory, toppling into the sea the fragment where the great fool sat. So the vast ocean had its will with Aias, drunk in the end on salt spume as he drowned. Meanwhile your brother left that doom astern in his decked ships. The lady Hera saved him. But as he came round Malea, a fresh squall caught him, bearing him away over the cold sea, groaning in disgust to the land's end of Argos, where Thyestes lived in the days of old, and then his son Aegisthus. Now again return seemed easy. The high gods wound the wind into the east, and back he sailed, this time to his own coast. He went ashore and kissed the earth in joy, hot tears blinding his eyes at sight of home. There were eyes that watched him from a height. A lookout paid 2 bars of gold to keep vigil the year round for Aegisthus' sake, that he should be forewarned, and Agamemnon's furious valor sleep unroused. Now this man with his news ran to the tyrant, who made his crooked arrangements in a flash, stationed picked men at arms, a score of men in hiding, set a feast in the next room. Then he went out with chariots and horses to hail the king and welcome him to evil. He led him in to banquet all serene, and killed him like an ox felled at the trough. And not a man of either company survived that ambush in Aegisthus' house. Before the end, my heart was broken down. I slumped on the trampled sand and cried aloud, caring no more for life or the light of day, and rolled there weeping till my tears were spent. Then the unerring ancient said at last, "No more, no more, how long must you persist? Nothing is gained by grieving so. How soon can you return to Argos? You may take him alive there still, or else meanwhile Orestes will have dispatched him. You'll attend the feast." At this my heart revived, and I recovered the self-command to question him once more. "Of 2 companions now I know. The third? Tell me his name, the one marooned at sea, living, you say, or dead. Even in pain I wish to hear." And this is all he answered. "Laertes' son, whose home is Ithaca. I saw him weeping on an island. The nymph Calypso has him in her hall. No means of faring home are left him now, no ship with oars, and no ship's company to pull him on the broad back of the sea. As to your own destiny, Prince Menelaus, you shall not die in the blue-grass land of Argos. Rather, the gods intend you for Elysium, with golden Rhadamanthus at the world's end, where all existence is a dream of ease. Snowfall is never known there, neither long frost of winter, nor torrential rain, but only mild and lulling airs from ocean, bearing refreshment for the souls of men, the west wind always blowing. For the gods hold you, as Helen's lord, a son of Zeus." At this he dove under a swell and left me, and I went back to the ship with my companions, feeling my heart's blood in me running high. But in the long hull's shadow near the sea we supped again as sacred night came on, and slept at last beside the lapping water. When dawn spread out her fingertips of rose, in first light we launched on the courtly breakers, setting up masts and yards in the well-found ships. Went all on board, and, braced on planks athwart, oarsmen in line dipped oars in the grey sea. Soon I drew into the great stream fed by heaven, and, laying by, slew bulls in the proper number, until the immortal gods were thus appeased. Then heaped a death mount on that shore, against all quenching time, for Agamemnon's honour, and put to sea once more. The gods sent down a stern wind for a racing passage homeward. So ends the story. Now you must stay with me and be my guest 11 or 12 days more. I'll send you on your way with gifts, and fine ones, 3 chariot horses and a polished car, a hammered cup, too, so that all your days, tipping the red wine for the deathless gods, you will remember me." Telemachus answered, "Lord, son of Atreus, no, you must not keep me. Not that a year with you would be too long. I never could be homesick here. I find your tales and all you say so marvelous. But time hangs heavy on my shipmates' hands at holy Pylos if you make me stay. As for your gift now, let it be some keepsake. Horses I cannot take to Ithaca. Let me bestow them back on you to serve your glory here. My lord, you rule wide country, rolling and rich with clover, galingale, and all the grains, red wheat and hoary barley. At home we have no level runs or meadows, but highland, goat land, prettier than plains, though. Grasses and pasture land are hard to come by upon the islands tilted in the sea, and Ithaca is the island of them all." At this the deep-lunged man of battle smiled. Then he said kindly, patting the boy's hand, "You come of good stock, lad. That was well spoken. I'll change the gift then, as indeed I can. Let me see what is costliest and most beautiful of all the precious things my house contains. A wine bowl, mixing bowl, all wrought of silver, but rimmed with hammered gold. Let this be yours. It is Hephaestus' work, given me by Phaeacius, captain and king of Sidon. He received me during my travels. Let it be yours, I say." This was their discourse on that morning. Meanwhile guests were arriving at the great lord's house, bringing their sheep and wine, the ease of men, with loaves their comely kerchiefed women sent, to make a feast in hall. At that same hour, before the distant manor of Odysseus, the suitors were competing at the discus throw and javelin, on a measured field they used, arrogant lords at play. The 2 best men, Antinous and Eurymachus, presided. Now Phronius' son, Noemon, came to see them with a question for Antinous. He said, "Do any of us know or not, Antinous, what day Telemachus will be home from Pylos? He took my ship, but now I need it back to make a cruise to Elis, where the plains are. I have a dozen mares at pasture there, with mule colts yet unweaned. My notion is to bring one home and break him in for labor." His first words made them stare, for they knew well Telemachus could not have gone to Pylos, but inland with his flocks, or to the swineherd. Eupeithes' son Antinous quickly answered, "Tell the story straight. He sailed? Who joined him? A crew he picked up here in Ithaca, or his own slaves? He might have done it that way. And will you make it clear whether he took the ship against your will? Did he ask for it? Did you lend it to him?" "Now," said the son of Phronius in reply, "lent it to him, and freely. Who would not when a prince of that house asked for it in trouble? Hard to refuse the favor, it seems to me. As for his crew, the best men on the island after ourselves went with him. Mentor I noted going aboard, or a god who looked like Mentor. The strange thing is I saw Lord Mentor here in the first light yesterday, although he sailed 5 days ago for Pylos." Turning away, Noemon took the path to his father's house, leaving the 2 men there, baffled and hostile. They called the rest in from the playing field, and made them all sit down so that Antinous could speak out from the storm cloud of his heart, swollen with anger, and his eyes blazed.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
A bad business. Telemachus had the gall to make that crossing, though we said he could not. So the young cub rounds up a first-rate crew in spite of all our crowd and puts to sea. What devilment will he be up to next time? Zeus blast the life out of him before he's grown. Just give me a fast ship and 20 men. I'll intercept him, board him in the strait between the crags of Sami and this island. He'll find his sea adventure after his father swamping work in the end." They all cried, "Aye," and after him, and trailed back to the manor. Now, not much time went by before Penelope learned what was afoot among the suitors. Medon the crier told her. He had been outside the wall and heard them in the court conspiring. Into the house and up the stairs he ran to her with his news upon his tongue. But at the door Penelope met him, crying, "Why have they sent you up here now? To tell the maids of King Odysseus, 'Leave your spinning, time to go down and slave to feed those men'? I wish this were the last time they came feasting, courting me, or consorting here. The last. Each day you crowd this house like wolves to eat away my brave son's patrimony. When you were boys, did your own fathers tell you nothing of what Odysseus was for them? In word and act impeccable, disinterested toward all the realm, though it is king's justice to hold one man abhorred and love another. No man alive could say Odysseus wronged him. But your own hearts, how different, and your deeds! How soon are benefactions all forgotten?" Now Medon, the alert and cool man, answered, "I wish that were the worst of it, my lady. But they intend something more terrible. May Zeus forfend and spare us. They plan to drive the keen bronze through Telemachus when he comes home. He sailed away, you know, to hallowed Pylos and old Lacedaemon for news about his father." Her knees failed, and her heart failed as she listened to the words, and all her power of speech went out of her. Tears came, but the rich voice could not come. Only after a long while she made answer, "Why has my child left me? He had no need of those long ships on which men shake out sail to tug like horses, breasting miles of sea. Why did he go? Must he too be forgotten?" Then Medon, the perceptive man, replied, "A god moved him. Who knows? Or his own heart sent him to learn at Pylos if his father roams the wide world still, or What befell him? He left her then, and went down through the house. And now the pain around her heart benumbed her. Chairs were a step away, but far beyond her. She sank down on the door-sill of the chamber, wailing, and all her women, young and old, made a low murmur of lament around her, until at last she broke out through her tears, "Dearest companions, what has Zeus given me? Pain, more pain than any living woman. My lord, my lion heart, gone long ago, the bravest man and best of the Danaans, famous through Hellas and the Argive midlands. And now the squalls have blown my son, my dear one, an unknown boy, southward. No one told me. Oh, brute creatures! Not one soul would dare to wake me from my sleep. You knew the hour he took the black ship out to sea. If I had seen that sailing in his eyes, he should have stayed with me for all his longing, stayed, or left me dead in the great hall. Go someone now and call old Dolius, the slave my father gave me before I came, my orchard-keeper. Tell him to make haste and put these things before Laertes. He may plan some kind of action. Let him come to cry shame on these ruffians who would murder Odysseus, son and heir, and end his line." The dear old nurse Euryclea answered her, "Sweet mistress, have my throat cut without mercy, or what you will. It's true, I won't conceal it. I knew the whole thing. Gave him his provisions. Grain and sweet wine I gave, and a great oath to tell you nothing till 12 days went by, or till you heard of it yourself, or missed him. He hoped you would not tear your skin lamenting. Come, bathe and dress your loveliness afresh, and go to the upper rooms with all your maids to ask help from Athena, Zeus's daughter. She it will be who saves this boy from death. Spare the old man this further suffering. The blissful gods cannot so hate his line, heirs of Archetius. One will yet again be lord of the tall house in the far fields." She hushed her weeping in this way, and soothed her. The lady Penelope arose and bathed, dressing her body in her freshest linen, filled a basket with barley, and led her maids to the upper rooms, where she besought Athena, "Tireless child of Zeus, graciously hear me. If ever Odysseus burned at our altar fire thigh bones of beef or mutton in sacrifice, remember it for my sake. Save my son, shield him, and make the killers go astray." She ended with a cry, and the goddess heard her. Now voices rose from the shadowy hall below, where the suitors were assuring one another, "Our so long-courted queen is even now of a mind to marry one of us, and knows nothing of what is destined for her son." Of what was destined, they in fact knew nothing. But Antinous addressed them in a whisper, "No boasting. Are you mad? And no loud talk. Someone might hear it and alarm the house. Come along now, be quiet. This way. Come, we'll carry out the plan our hearts are set on." Picking out 20 of the strongest seamen, he led them to a ship at the sea's edge, and down they dragged her into deeper water, stepping a mast in her with furled sails, and oars a-trail from thongs looped over thole pins, ready all. Then tried the white sail, hoisting, while men-at-arms carried their gear aboard. They moored the ship some way offshore, and left her to take their evening meal there, waiting for night to come. Penelope at that hour in her high chamber lay silent, tasting neither food nor drink, and thought of nothing but her princely son. Could he escape, or would they find and kill him? A mind turning at bay like a cornered lion, in whom fear comes as hunters close the ring. But in her sick thought sweet sleep overtook her, and she dozed off, her body slack and still. Now it occurred to the grey-eyed goddess Athena to make a figure of dream in a woman's form. Iphthime, great Icarius' other daughter, whom Eumelos of Phaeacia took as bride. The goddess sent this dream to Odysseus' house to quiet Penelope and end her grieving. So, passing by the strap slit through the door, the image came a-gliding down the room to stand at her bedside and murmur to her, "Sleepest thou, sorrowing Penelope? The gods, whose life is ease, no longer suffer thee to pine and weep then. He returns unharmed, thy little one. No way hath he offended." Then pensive Penelope made this reply, slumbering sweetly in the gates of dream, "Sister, hast thou come hither? Why? Aforetime never wouldst come, so far away thy dwelling. And am I bid be done with all my grieving? But see what anguish hath my heart and soul. My lord, my lion heart, gone long ago, the bravest man and best of the Danaans, famous through Hellas and the Argive midlands. And now my son, my dear one, gone seafaring, a child, untrained in hardship or in counsel. Aye, 'tis for him I weep more than his father. Aye, how I tremble for him, lest some blow befall him at men's hands or on the sea. Cruel are they and many who plot against him, to take his life before he can return." Now the dim phantom spoke to her once more, "Lift up thy heart and fear not overmuch. For by his side one goes whom all men else invoke as their defender, one so powerful, Pallas Athena. In thy tears she pitied thee, and now hath sent me that I so assure thee." Then said Penelope the wise, "If thou art numinous, and hast ears for divine speech, O tell me, what of Odysseus, man of woe? Is he alive still somewhere? Seeth he daylight still, or gone in death to the sunless underworld?" The dim phantom said only this in answer, "Of him I may not tell thee in this discourse, alive or dead, and empty words are evil." The wavering form withdrew along the door-bolt into a draught of wind, and out of sleep Penelope awoke, in better heart for that clear dream in the twilight of the night. Meanwhile the suitors had got under way, planning the death plunge for Telemachus. Between the isles of Ithaca and Same, the sea is broken by an islet, Asteris, with access to both channels from a cove. In ambush here, that night the Achaeans lay. Book 5. Sweet Nymph and Open Sea. Dawn came up from the couch of her reclining, leaving her lord Tithonus' brilliant side with fresh light in her arms for gods and men. And the master of heaven and high thunder, Zeus, went to his place among the gods assembled, hearing Athena tell Odysseus' woe. For she, being vexed that he was still sojourning in the sea chambers of Calypso, said, "O Father Zeus, and gods in bliss forever, let no man holding scepter as a king think to be mild or kind or virtuous. Let him be cruel and practice evil ways. For those Odysseus ruled cannot remember the fatherhood and mercy of his reign. Meanwhile he lives and grieves upon that island in thraldom to the nymph. He cannot stir, cannot fare homeward, for no ship is left him fitted with oars, no crewmen or companions to pull him on the broad back of the sea. And now murder is hatched on the high sea against his son, who sought news of his father in the holy lands of Pylos and Lacedaemon." To this the summoner of cloud replied, "My child, what odd complaints you let escape you? Have you not you yourself arranged this matter, as we all know, so that Odysseus will bring these men to book on his return? And are you not the one to give Telemachus a safe route for sailing? Let his enemies encounter no one, and row home again." He turned then to his favourite son, and said, "Hermes, you have much practice on our missions. Go make it known to the softly braided nymph that we, whose will is not subject to error, order Odysseus home. Let him depart. But let him have no company, gods or men, only a raft that he must lash together, and after 20 days, worn out at sea, he shall make land upon the garden isle Scyria of our kinsmen, the Phaeacians. Let these men take him to their hearts in honor, and berth him in a ship, and send him home, with gifts of garments, gold, and bronze. So much he had not counted on from Troy, could he have carried home his share of plunder. His destiny is to see his friends again under his own roof, in his father's country. No words were lost on Hermes the wayfinder, who bent to tie his beautiful sandals on, ambrosial, golden, that carry him over water or over endless land in a swish of the wind, and took the wand with which he charms asleep, or, when he wills, awake, the eyes of men. So, wand in hand, he paced into the air, shot from Phaeacia down to sea level, and veered to skim the swell. A gull patrolling between the wave crests of the desolate sea will dip to catch a fish and douse his wings. No higher above the whitecaps Hermes flew, until the distant island lay ahead. Then, rising shoreward from the violet ocean, he stepped up to the cave. Divine Calypso, the mistress of the isle, was now at home. Upon her hearthstone a great fire, blazing, scented the farthest shores with cedar smoke and smoke of thyme, and, singing high and low in her sweet voice, before her loom a-weaving, she passed her golden shuttle to and fro. A deep wood grew outside, with summer leaves of alder and black poplar, pungent cypress. Ornate birds here rested their stretched wings, horned owls, falcons, cormorants, long-tongued beach-combing birds and followers of the sea. Around the smooth-walled cave a crooking vine held purple clusters under ply of green, and 4 springs, bubbling up near one another, shallow and clear, took channels here and there through beds of violets and tender parsley. Even a god who found this place would gaze and feel his heart beat with delight. So Hermes did. But when he had gazed his fill, he entered the wide cave. Now, face to face, the magical Calypso recognized him, as all immortal gods know one another on sight, though seeming strangers far from home. But he saw nothing of the great Odysseus, who sat apart, as 1,000 times before, and racked his own heart, groaning, with eyes wet, scanning the bare horizon of the sea. Calypso, lovely nymph, seated her guest in a bright chair all shimmering, and asked, "O Hermes, ever with your golden wand, what brings you to my island? Your awesome visits in the past were few. Now tell me what request you have in mind, for I desire to do it if I can, and if it is a proper thing to do. But wait a while and let me serve my friend." She drew a table of ambrosia near him, and stirred a cup of ruby-colored nectar, food and drink for the luminous wayfinder, who took both at his leisure, and replied, "Goddess to god, you greet me, questioning me. Well, here is truth for you in courtesy. Zeus made me come, and not my inclination. Who cares to cross that tract of desolation, the bitter sea, all mortal towns behind, where gods have beef and honors from mankind? But it is not to be thought of, and no use for any god to elude the will of Zeus. He notes your friend, most ill-starred by renown, of all the peers who fought for Priam's town. 9 years of war they had, before great Troy was down. Homing, they wronged the goddess with grey eyes, who made a black wind blow and the seas rise, in which his troops were lost and all his gear, while easterlies and current washed him here. Now the command is, send him back in haste. His life may not in exile go to waste. His destiny, his homecoming is at hand, when he shall see his dearest and walk on his own land." That goddess most divinely made shuddered before him, and her warm voice rose. "O you vile gods, in jealousy supernal! You hate it when we choose to lie with men, immortal flesh by some dear mortal's side. So radiant Dawn once took to bed Orion, until you easeful gods grew peevish at it, and holy Artemis, throned in gold, hunted him down in Delos with her arrows. Then Demeter of the tasselled tresses yielded to Iasion, mingling and making love in a furrow 3 times ploughed. But Zeus found out, and killed him with a white-hot thunderbolt. So now you grudge me too, my mortal friend. But it was I who saved him, saw him straddle his own keel-board, the one man left afloat when Zeus rent wide his ship with chain lightning and overturned him in the wine-dark sea. Then all his troops were lost, his good companions, but wind and current washed him here to me. I fed him, loved him, sang that he should not die nor grow old ever in all the days to come. But now there's no eluding Zeus's will. If this thing be ordained by him, I say, so be it. Let the man strike out alone on the vast water. Surely I cannot send him. I have no long-oared ships, no company to pull him on the broad back of the sea. My counsel he shall have, and nothing hidden, to help him homeward without harm. To this the wayfinder made answer briefly, Thus you shall send him then, and show more grace in your obedience, or be chastised by Zeus. The strong god glittering left her as he spoke, and now her ladyship, having given heed to Zeus's mandate, went to find Odysseus in his stone seat to seaward, tear on tear brimming his eyes. The sweet days of his lifetime were running out in anguish over his exile, for long ago the nymph had ceased to please. Though he fought shy of her and her desire, he lay with her each night, for she compelled him. But when day came, he sat on the rocky shore and broke his own heart, groaning, with eyes wet scanning the bare horizon of the sea. Now she stood near him in her beauty, saying, O forlorn man, be still. Here you need grieve no more. You need not feel your life consumed here. I have pondered it, and I shall help you go. Come and cut down high timber for a raft or flatboat. Make her broad-beamed and decked over, so you can ride her on the misty sea. Stores I shall put aboard for you, bread, water, and ruby-colored wine to stay your hunger. Give you a sea cloak and a following wind to help you homeward without harm, provided the gods who rule wide heaven wish it so. Stronger than I they are in mind and power. For all he had endured, Odysseus shuddered. But when he spoke, his words went to the mark. After these years, a helping hand? O goddess, what guile is hidden here? A raft, you say, to cross the western ocean, rough water and unknown? Seaworthy ships that glory in God's wind will never cross it. I take no raft you grudge me out to sea. Or yield me first a great oath, if I do, to work no more enchantment to my harm. At this the beautiful nymph Calypso smiled and answered sweetly, laying her hand upon him, What a dog you are! And not for nothing learned, having the wit to ask this thing of me. My witness, then, be earth and sky, and dripping stick that I swear by. The gay gods cannot swear more seriously. I have no further spells to work against you, but what I shall devise and what I tell you will be the same as if your need were mine. Fairness is all I think of. There are hearts made of cold iron, but my heart is kind. Swiftly she turned and led him to her cave, and they went in, the mortal and immortal. He took the chair left empty now by Hermes, where the divine Calypso placed before him victuals and drink of men. Then she sat down facing Odysseus, while her serving maids brought nectar and ambrosia to her side. Then each one's hands went out on each one's feast, until they had had their pleasure. And she said, "Son of Laertes, versatile Odysseus, after these years with me you still desire your old home? Even so, I wish you well. If you could see it all before you go, all the adversity you face at sea, you would stay here and guard this house and be immortal, though you wanted her forever, that bride for whom you pine each day. Can I be less desirable than she is, less interesting, less beautiful? Can mortals compare with goddesses in grace and form?" To this the strategist Odysseus answered, "My lady goddess, here is no cause for anger. My quiet Penelope, how well I know, would seem a shade before your majesty, death and old age being unknown to you, while she must die. Yet it is true, each day I long for home, long for the sight of home. If any god has marked me out again for shipwreck, my tough heart can undergo it. What hardship have I not long since endured at sea, in battle? Let the trial come." Now as he spoke, the sun set. Dusk drew on, and they retired, this pair, to the inner cave, to revel and rest softly side by side. When dawn spread out her fingertips of rose, Odysseus pulled his tunic and his cloak on, while the sea-nymph, dressed in a silvery gown of subtle tissue, drew about her waist a golden belt, and veiled her head, and then took thought for the great-hearted hero's voyage. A brazen axe-head first she had to give him, two-bladed, and agreeable to the palm, with a smooth-fitting haft of olive wood. Next a well-polished adze, and then she led him to the island's tip, where bigger timber grew, besides the alder and poplar, tall pine trees, long dead and seasoned, that would float him high. Showing him in that place her stand of timber, the loveliest of nymphs took her way home. Now the man fell to chopping. When he paused, 20 tall trees were down. He lopped the branches, split the trunks, and trimmed his puncheons true. Meanwhile Calypso brought him an auger tool, with which he drilled through all his planks, then drove stout pins to bolt them, fitted side by side. A master shipwright, building a cargo vessel, lays down a broad and shallow hull. Just so Odysseus shaped the bottom of his craft. He made his decking fast to close-set ribs before he closed the side with longer planking, then cut a mast-pole and a proper yard, and shaped a steering oar to hold her steady. He drove long strands of willow in all the seams to keep out waves, and ballasted with logs. As for a sail, the lovely nymph Calypso brought him a cloth so he could make that too. Then he ran up his rigging, halyards, braces, and hauled the boat on rollers to the water. This was the 4th day, when he had all ready. On the 5th day she sent him out to sea. But first she bathed him, gave him a scented cloak, and put on board a skin of dusky wine with water in a bigger skin, and stores, boiled meats and other victuals, in a bag. Then she conjured a warm land breeze to blowing, joy for Odysseus when he shook out sail. Now the great seaman, leaning on his oar, steered all the night unsleeping, and his eyes picked out the Pleiades, the laggard ploughman, and the great bear, that some have called the Wain, pivoting in the sky before Orion. Of all the night's pure figures, she alone would never bathe or dip in the ocean stream. These stars the beautiful Calypso bade him hold on his left hand as he crossed the main. 17 nights and days in the open water he sailed, before a dark shoreline appeared. Scheria then came slowly into view, like a rough shield of bull's hide on the sea. But now the god of earthquake, storming home over the mountains of Asia from the sunburned land, sighted him far away. The god grew sullen, and tossed his great head, muttering to himself, "Here is a pretty cruise." While I was gone, the gods have changed their minds about Odysseus. Look at him now, just offshore of that island that frees him from the bondage of his exile. Still I can give him a rough ride in, and will. Brewing high thunderheads, he churned the deep with both hands on his trident, called up wind from every quarter, and sent a wall of rain to blot out land and sea in torrential night. Hurricane winds now struck from the south and east, shifting northwest in a great spume of seas, on which Odysseus' knees grew slack, his heart sickened, and he said within himself, "Rag of man that I am, is this the end of me? I fear the goddess told it all too well, predicting great adversity at sea and far from home. Now all things bear her out. The whole rondure of heaven hooded so by Zeus in woeful cloud, and the sea raging under such winds. I'm going down, that's sure. How lucky those Danaans were who perished on Troy's wide seaboard, serving the Atreidai. But God, I too had died there, met my end that time the Trojans made so many casts at me when I stood by Achilles after death. I should have had a soldier's burial and praise from the Achaeans, not this choking, waiting for me at sea, unmarked and lonely. A great wave drove at him with toppling crest, spinning him round in one tremendous blow, and he went plunging overboard, the oar haft wrenched from his grip. A gust that came on howling at the same instant broke his mast in two, hurling his yard and sail far out to leeward. Now the big wave a long time kept him under, helpless to surface, held by tons of water, tangled too by the sea-cloak of Calypso. Long, long until he came up spouting brine, with streamlets gushing from his head and beard. But still bethought him, half drowned as he was, to flounder for the boat and get a handhold into the bilge, to crouch there, boiling death. Across the foaming water to and fro the boat careered, like a ball of tumbleweed blown on the autumn plain, but intact still. So the winds drove this wreck over the deep, east wind and north wind, then south wind and west, coursing each in turn to the brutal harry. But Ino saw him. Ino, Cadmus' daughter, slim-legged, lovely, once an earthling girl, now in the seas a nereid, Leucothea. Touched by Odysseus' painful buffeting, she broke the surface like a diving bird to rest upon the tossing raft and say, "O forlorn man, I wonder why the earth-shaker Lord Poseidon holds this fearful grudge, father of all your woes. He will not drown you, though, despite his rage. You seem clear-headed still. Do what I tell you. Shed that cloak. Let the gale take your craft, and swim for it. Swim hard to get ashore upon Scyria yonder, where it is fated that you find a shelter. Here, make my veil your sash. It is not mortal. You cannot now be drowned or suffer harm. Only the instant you lay hold of earth, discard it, cast it far, far out from shore in the wine-dark sea again, and turn away." After she had bestowed her veil, the Nereid dove like a gull to windward, where a dark wave-side closed over her whiteness. But in perplexity Odysseus said to himself, his great heart laboring, "Oh, damned confusion! Can this be a ruse? Trick me from the boat for some god's pleasure? No, I'll not swim. With my own eyes I saw how far the land lies that she called my shelter. Better to do the wise thing as I see it. While this poor planking holds, I stay aboard. I may ride out the pounding of the storm, or if she cracks up, take to the water then. I cannot think it through a better way." But even while he pondered and decided, the god of earthquake heaved a wave against him high as a roof-tree, and of awful gloom. A gust of wind hitting a pile of chaff will scatter all the parched stuff far and wide. Just so, when this gigantic billow struck, the boat's big timbers flew apart. Odysseus clung to a single beam like a jockey riding, meanwhile stripping Calypso's cloak away. Then he slung round his chest the veil of Ino and plunged head first into the sea. His hands went out to stroke, and he gave a swimmer's kick. The strong earth shaker had him under his eye, and nodded as he said, "Go on, go on. Wander the high seas this way. Take your blows before you join that race the gods have nurtured. Nor will you grumble even then, I think, for want of trouble." Whipping his glossy team, he rode off to his glorious home at Aegae. But Zeus's daughter Athena countered him. She checked the course of all the winds but one, commanding them, "Be quiet and go to sleep," then sent a long swell running under a norther to bear the Prince Odysseus back from danger to join the Phaeacians, people of the sea. 2 nights, 2 days, in the solid deep-sea swell he drifted, many times awaiting death, until with shining ringlets in the east the dawn confirmed a 3rd day, breaking clear over a high and windless sea. Mounting a rolling wave, he caught a glimpse of land. What a dear welcome thing life seems to children whose father in the extremity recovers after some weakening and malignant illness. His pangs are gone, the gods have delivered him. So dear and welcome to Odysseus the sight of land, of woodland on that morning. It made him swim again to get a foothold on solid ground. But when he came in earshot, he heard the trampling roar of sea on rock, where combers rising shoreward thudded down on the sucking ebb, all sheeted with salt foam. Here were no coves or harbourage or shelter, only steep headlands, rock-fallen reefs and crags. Odysseus' knees grew slack, his heart faint. A heaviness came over him, and he said, "A cruel turn this. Never had I thought to see this land, but Zeus has let me see it, and let me too traverse the western ocean, only to find no exit from these breakers. Here are sharp rocks offshore, and the sea a smother rushing around them. Rock face rising sheer from deep water. Nowhere could I stand up on my 2 feet and fight free of the welter. No matter how I try it, the surf may throw me against the cliffside. No good fighting there. If I swim down the coast outside the breakers, I may find shelving shore and quiet water. But what if another gale comes on to blow? Then I go cursing out to sea once more. Or then again, some shark of Amphitrite may hunt me, sent by the genius of the deep. I know how he who makes earth tremble hates me." During this meditation, a heavy surge was taking him, in fact, straight on the rocks. He had been flayed there and his bones broken, had not grey-eyed Athena instructed him. He gripped a rock ledge with both hands in passing, and held on, groaning as the surge went by, to keep clear of its breaking. Then the backwash hit him, ripping him under and far out. An octopus, when you drag one from his chamber, comes up with suckers full of tiny stones. Odysseus left the skin of his great hands torn on that rock ledge as the wave submerged him. And now at last Odysseus would have perished, battered inhumanly. But he had the gift of self-possession from grey-eyed Athena. So when the backwash spewed him up again, he swam out and along and scanned the coast for some land spit that made a breakwater. Lo and behold, the mouth of a calm river at length came into view, with level shores unbroken, free from rock, shielded from wind, by far the best place he had found. But as he felt the current flowing seaward, he prayed in his heart, "O hear me, Lord of the stream. How sorely I depend upon your mercy, derelict as I am by the sea's anger. Is he not sacred even to the gods, the wandering man who comes as I have come in weariness before your knees, your waters? Here is your servant, Lord. Have mercy on me." Now, even as he prayed, the tide at ebb had turned, and the river god made quiet water, drawing him in to safety in the shallows. His knees buckled, his arms gave way beneath him, all vital force now conquered by the sea. Swollen from head to foot he was, and sea water gushed from his mouth and nostrils. There he lay, scarce drawing breath, unstirring, deathly spent. In time, as air came back into his lungs and warmth around his heart, he loosed the veil, letting it drift away on the estuary downstream to where a white wave took it under, and Ino's hands received it. Then the man crawled to the riverbank among the reeds, where face down he could kiss the soil of earth. In his exhaustion, murmuring to himself, "What more can this hulk suffer? What comes now? In vigil through the night here by the river, how can I not succumb, being weak and sick, to the night's damp and hoarfrost of the morning? The air comes cold from rivers before dawn. But if I climb the slope and fall asleep in the dark forest's undergrowth, supposing cold and fatigue will go and sweet sleep come, I fear I make the wild beasts easy prey." But this seemed best to him as he thought it over. He made his way to a grove above the water on open ground, and crept under twin bushes grown from the same spot, olive and wild olive. A thicket proof against the stinging wind or sun's blaze, fine soever the needling sunlight. Nor could a downpour wet it through, so dense those plants were interwoven. Here Odysseus tunneled, and raked together with his hands a wide bed. For a fall of leaves was there, enough to save 2 men, or maybe 3 on a winter night, a night of bitter cold. Odysseus' heart laughed when he saw his leaf bed, and down he lay, heaping more leaves above him. A man in a distant field, no hearth fires near, will hide a fresh brand in his bed of embers to keep a spark alive for the next day. So in the leaves Odysseus hid himself, while over him Athena showered sleep, that his distress should end, and soon, soon. In quiet sleep she sealed his cherished eyes. Book 6. The Princess at the River. Far gone in weariness, in oblivion, the noble and enduring man slept on. But Athena in the night went down the land of the Phaeacians, entering their city. In days gone by, these men held Hyperia, a country of wide dancing grounds. But near them were overbearing Cyclopes, whose power could not be turned from pillage. So the Phaeacians migrated thence under Nausithous to settle a new world across the sea, Scheria Island. That first captain walled their promontory, built their homes and shrines, and parceled out the black land for the plough. But he had gone down long ago to death. Alcinous ruled, and heaven gave him wisdom. So on this night the goddess, grey-eyed Athena, entered the palace of Alcinous to make sure of Odysseus' voyage home. She took her way to a painted bedchamber where a young girl lay fast asleep, so fine in mould and feature that she seemed a goddess, the daughter of Alcinous, Nausicaa. On either side, as Graces might have slept, her maids were sleeping. The bright doors were shut, but like a sudden stir of wind, Athena moved to the bedside of the girl and grew visible as the shipman Dymas' daughter, a girl the princess' age, and her dear friend. In this form, grey-eyed Athena said to her, "How so remiss, and yet thy mother's daughter, leaving thy clothes uncared for, Nausicaa, when soon thou must have store of marriage linen, and put thy minstrelsy in wedding dress? Beauty in these will make the folk admire, and bring thy father and gentle mother joy. Let us go washing in the shine of morning. Beside thee will I drub, so wedding chests will brim by evening. Maidenhood must end. Have not the noblest born Phaeacians paid court to thee, whose birth none can excel? Go, beg thy sovereign father even at dawn to have the mule cart and the mules brought round, to take thy body linen, gowns, and mantles. Thou shouldst ride, for it becomes thee more. The washing pools are found so far from home." On this word she departed, grey-eyed Athena, to where the gods have their eternal dwelling, as men say, in the fastness of Olympus. Never a tremor of wind or a splash of rain, no errant snowflake comes to stain that heaven, so calm, so vaporless, the world of light. Here, where the gay gods live their days of pleasure, the grey-eyed one withdrew, leaving the princess. And now Dawn took her own fair throne, awaking the girl in the sweet gown, still charmed by dream. Down through the room she went to tell her parents, whom she found still at home. Her mother seated near the great hearth among her maids, and twirling out of her distaff yarn dyed like the sea. Her father at the door, bound for a council of princes on petition of the gentry. She went up close to him and softly said, "My dear papa, could you not send the mule cart around for me, the gig with pretty wheels? I must take all our things and get them washed at the river pools. Our linen is all soiled. And you should wear fresh clothing, going to council with councillors and first men of the realm. Remember your 5 sons at home. Though 2 are married, we have still 3 bachelor sprigs. They will have none but laundered clothes each time they go to the dancing. See what I must think of." She had no word to say of her own wedding, though her keen father saw her blush. Said he, "No mules would I deny you, child, nor anything. Go along now. The grooms will bring your gig with pretty wheels and the cargo box upon it." He spoke to the stableman, who soon brought round the cart, low-wheeled and nimble, harnessed the mules and backed them in the traces. Meanwhile the girl fetched all her soiled apparel to bundle in the polished wagon box. Her mother, for their luncheon, packed a hamper with picnic fare and filled a skin of wine, and when the princess had been handed up, gave her a golden bottle of olive oil for softening girls' bodies after bathing. Nausicaa took the reins and raised her whip, lashing the mules. What jingling! What a clatter! But off they went in a ground-covering trot, with princess, maids, and laundry drawn behind. By the lower river where the wagon came were washing pools, with water all year flowing in limpid spillways that no grime withstood. The girls unhitched the mules and sent them down along the eddying stream to crop sweet grass. Then, sliding out the cart's tailboard, they took armloads of clothing to the dusky water and trod them in the pits, making a race of it. All being drubbed, all blemish rinsed away, they spread them piece by piece along the beach, whose pebbles had been laundered by the sea. Then took a dip themselves, and, all anointed with golden oil, ate lunch beside the river, while the bright burning sun dried out their linen. Princess and maids delighted in that feast. Then, putting off their veils, they ran and passed a ball to a rhythmic beat, Nausicaa flashing first with her white arms. So Artemis goes flying after her arrows flown down some tremendous valley-side, Taygetus, Erymanthus, chasing the mountain goats or ghosting deer, with nymphs of the wild places flanking her. And Leto's heart delights to see them running, for taller by a head than nymphs can be, the goddess shows more stately, all being beautiful. So one could tell the princess from the maids. Soon it was time, she knew, for riding homeward, mules to be harnessed, linen folded smooth. But the grey-eyed goddess Athena made her tarry, so that Odysseus might behold her beauty and win her guidance to the town. It happened, when the king's daughter threw her ball off-line and missed and put it in the whirling stream, at which they all gave such a shout, Odysseus awoke and sat up, saying to himself, "Now by my life, mankind again? But who? Savages are they? Strangers to courtesy? Or gentlefolk who know and fear the gods?" That was a lusty cry of tall young girls, most like the cry of nymphs who haunt the peaks and springs of brooks and inland grassy places. Or am I amid people of human speech? Up again, man, and let me see for myself. He pushed aside the bushes, breaking off with his great hand a single branch of olive whose leaves might shield him in his nakedness. So came out rustling, like a mountain lion, rain-drenched, wind-buffeted, but in his might at ease, with burning eyes, who prowls among the herds or flocks or after game, his hungry belly taking him near stout homesteads for his prey. Odysseus had this look, in his rough skin advancing on the girls with pretty braids. And he was driven on by hunger, too. Streaked with brine and swollen, he terrified them, so that they fled this way and that. Only Alcinous's daughter stood her ground, being given a bold heart by Athena and steady knees. She faced him, waiting. And Odysseus came, debating inwardly what he should do. Embrace this beauty's knees in supplication, or stand apart, and using honeyed speech, inquire the way to town and beg some clothing. In his swift reckoning, he thought it best to trust in words to please her, and keep away. He might anger the girl touching her knees. So he began, and let the soft words fall. Mistress, please, are you divine or mortal? If one of those who dwell in the wide heaven, you are most near to Artemis, I should say, great Zeus's daughter, in your grace and presence. If you are one of earth's inhabitants, how blessed your father and your gentle mother, blessed all your kin. I know what happiness must send the warm tears to their eyes each time they see their wondrous child go to the dancing. But one man's destiny is more than blessed. He who prevails and takes you as his bride. Never have I laid eyes on equal beauty in man or woman. I am hushed indeed. So fair one time I thought a young palm tree at Delos near the altar of Apollo. I had troops under me when I was there, on the sea route that later brought me grief. But that slim palm tree filled my heart with wonder. Never came shoot from earth so beautiful. So now, my lady, I stand in awe so great I cannot take your knees. And yet my case is desperate. 20 days yesterday in the wine-dark sea on the ever-lunging swell under gale winds, getting away from the island of Ogygia. And now the terror of storm has left me stranded upon this shore, with more blows yet to suffer, I must believe, before the gods relent. Mistress, do me a kindness. After much weary toil, I come to you, and you are the first soul I've seen. I know no others here. Direct me to the town. Give me a rag that I can throw around me, some cloth or wrapping that you brought along. And may the gods accomplish your desire, a home, a husband, and harmonious converse with him, the best thing in the world being a strong house, held in serenity, where man and wife agree. Woe to their enemies, joy to their friends, but all this they know best. Then she of the white arms, Nausicaa, replied, Stranger, there is no quirk or evil in you that I can see. You know Zeus metes out fortune to good and bad men as it pleases him. Hardship he sent to you, and you must bear it. But now that you have taken refuge here, you shall not lack for clothing or any other comfort due to a poor man in distress. The town lies this way, and the men are called Phaeacians, who own the land and city. I am daughter to the prince Alcinous, by whom the power of our people stands. Turning, she called out to her maids-in-waiting, Stay with me. Does the sight of a man scare you, or do you take this one for an enemy? Why, there's no fool so brash, and never will be, as to bring war or pillage to this coast, for we are dear to the immortal gods, living here in the sea that rolls forever, distant from other lands and other men. No, this man is a castaway, poor fellow. We must take care of him. Strangers and beggars come from Zeus. A small gift, then, is friendly. Give our new guest some food and drink, and take him into the river, out of the wind, to bathe. They stood up now and called to one another to go on back. Quite soon they led Odysseus under the river-bank, as they were bidden, and there laid out a tunic and a cloak, and gave him olive oil in the golden flask. Here, they said, go bathe in the flowing water. But heard now from that kingly man, Odysseus. Maids, he said, keep away a little. Let me wash the brine from my own back and rub on plenty of oil. It is long since my anointing. I take no bath, however, where you can see me, naked before young girls with pretty braids." They left him then, and went to tell the princess. And now Odysseus, dousing in the river, scrubbed the coat of brine from back and shoulders, and rinsed the clot of sea spume from his hair, got himself all rubbed down from head to foot. Then he put on the clothes the princess gave him. Athena lent a hand, making him seem taller and massive too, with crisping hair and curls like petals of wild hyacinth, but all red golden. Think of gold infused on silver by a craftsman, whose fine art Hephaestus taught him, or Athena, one whose work moves to delight. Just so she lavished beauty over Odysseus' head and shoulders. Then he went down to sit on the sea beach in his new splendor. There the girl regarded him, and after a time she said to the maids beside her, "My gentle women, I have a thing to tell you. The Olympian gods cannot be all averse to this man's coming here among our islanders. Uncouth he seemed, I thought so too before, but now he looks like one of heaven's people. I wish my husband could be fine as he, and glad to stay forever on Scheria. But have you given refreshment to our guest?" At this the maids, all gravely listening, hastened to set out bread and wine before Odysseus, and how ravenously that patient man took food and drink, his long fast at an end. The Princess Nausicaa now turned aside to fold her linens. In the pretty cart she stowed them, put the mule team under harness, mounted the driver's seat, and then looked down to say with cheerful prompting to Odysseus, "Up with you now, friend, back to town we go, and I shall send you in before my father, who is wondrous wise. There in our house with him you'll meet the noblest of the Phaeacians. You have good sense, I think. Here's how to do it. While we go through the countryside and farmland, stay with my maids behind the wagon, walking briskly enough to follow where I lead. But near the town, well, there's a wall with towers around the isle, and beautiful ship basins right and left of the causeway of approach. Sea-going craft are beached beside the road, each on its launching ways. The agora, with fieldstone benches bedded in the earth, lies either side Poseidon's shrine. For there men are at work on pitch-black hulls and rigging, cables and sails and tapering of oars. The archer's craft is not for the Phaeacians, but ship designing, modes of oaring cutters in which they love to cross the foaming sea. From these fellows I will have no salty talk, no gossip later. Plenty are insolent, and some sea-dog might say after we passed, "Who is this handsome stranger trailing Nausicaa? Where did she find him? Will he be her husband? Or is she being hospitable to some rover come off his ship from lands across the sea, there being no lands nearer? A god, maybe? A god from heaven, the answer to her prayer, descending now, to make her his forever? Better if she's roamed and found a husband somewhere else. None of our own will suit her, though many come to court her, and those the best." This is the way they might make light of me, and I myself should hold it shame for any girl to flout her own dear parents, taking up with a man before her marriage. Note well now what I say, friend, and your chances are excellent for safe conduct from my father. You'll find black poplars in a roadside park, around a meadow and fountain, all Athena's. But father has a garden in the place, this within earshot of the city wall. Go in there and sit down, giving us time to pass through town and reach my father's house. And when you can imagine we're at home, then take the road into the city, asking directions to the palace of Alcinous. You'll find it easily. Any small boy can take you there. No family has a mansion half so grand as he does, being king. As soon as you're safe inside, cross over and go straight through into the Megaron to find my mother. She'll be there in firelight before a column, with her maids in shadow, spinning a wool dyed richly as the sea. My father's great chair faces the fire, too. There like a god he sits and takes his wine. Go past him, cast yourself before my mother, embrace her knees. and you may wake up soon at home rejoicing, though your home be far. On mother's feeling much depends. If she looks on you kindly, you shall see your friends under your own roof in your father's country. At this, she raised her glistening whip, lashing the team into a run. They left the river, cantering beautifully, then trotted smartly. But then she reined them in and spared the whip so that her maids could follow with Odysseus. The sun was going down when they went by Athena's grove. Here then Odysseus rested and lifted up his prayer to Zeus's daughter. Hear me, unwearied child of royal Zeus. O listen to me now, thou so aloof, while the earth-shaker wrecked and battered me. May I find love and mercy among these people. He prayed for that. Pallas Athena heard him, although in deference to her father's brother she would not show her true form to Odysseus, at whom Poseidon smouldered on until the kingly man came home to his own shore. Book 7. Gardens and Firelight. As Lord Odysseus prayed there in the grove, the girl rode on behind her strapping team and came late to the mansion of her father, where she reined in at the courtyard gate. Her brothers awaited her like tall gods in the court, circling to lead the mules away and carry the laundered things inside. But she withdrew to her own bedroom, where a fire soon shone, kindled by her old nurse, Eurymedusa. Years ago, from a raid on the continent, the rolling ships had brought this woman over to be Alcinous's share, fit spoil for him whose realm hung on his word as on a god's. And she had schooled the princess Nausicaa, whose fire she tended now, making her supper.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Odysseus, when the time had passed, arose and turned into the city. But Athena poured a sea fog around him as he went, her love's expedient, that no jeering sailor should halt the man or challenge him for luck. Instead, as he set foot in the pleasant city, the grey-eyed goddess came to him in figure a small girl-child hugging a water jug. Confronted by her, Lord Odysseus asked, "Little one, could you take me to the house of that Alcinous, king among these people? You see, I am a poor old stranger here. My home is far away. Here there is no one known to me in countryside or city." The grey-eyed goddess Athena replied to him, "Oh, yes, good grandfather, sir. I know, I'll show you the house you mean. It is quite near my father's. But come now, hush like this and follow me. You must not stare at people or be inquisitive. They do not care for strangers in this neighborhood. A foreign man will get no welcome here. The only things they trust are the racing ships Poseidon gave to sail the deep blue sea like white wings in the sky, or a flashing thought." Pallas Athena turned like the wind, running ahead of him, and he followed in her footsteps. And no seafaring man of Phaeacia perceived Odysseus passing through their town. The awesome one in pigtails barred their sight with folds of sacred mist. And yet Odysseus gazed out marveling at the ships and harbors, public squares, and ramparts towering up with pointed palisades along the top. When they were near the mansion of the king, grey-eyed Athena, in the child, cried out, "Here it is, grandfather, sir, that mansion house you asked to see. You'll find our king and queen at supper, but you must not be dismayed. Go in to them. A cheerful man does best in every enterprise, even a stranger. You'll see Our Lady just inside the hall. Her name is Arete. Her grandfather was our good king Alcinous' father, Nausithous by name, son of Poseidon and Periboia. That was a great beauty, the daughter of Eurymedon, commander of the Gigantes in the olden days, who led those wild things to their doom and his. Poseidon then made love to Periboia, and she bore Nausithous, Phaeacia's lord, whose sons in turn were Rhexenor and Alcinous. Rhexenor had no sons. Even as a bridegroom he fell before the silver bow of Apollo, his only child a daughter, Arete. When she grew up, Alcinous married her and holds her dear. No lady in the world, no other mistress of a man's household, is honored as our mistress is, and loved by her own children, by Alcinous, and by the people. When she walks the town, they murmur and gaze as though she were a goddess. No grace or wisdom fails in her. Indeed, just men in quarrels come to her for equity. Supposing then she looks upon you kindly, the chances are that you shall see your friends under your own roof in your father's country. At this the grey-eyed goddess Athena left him, and left that comely land, going oversea to Marathon, to the wide roadways of Athens, and her retreat in the stronghold of Erechtheus. Odysseus, now alone before the palace, meditated a long time before crossing the brazen threshold of the great courtyard. High rooms he saw ahead, airy and luminous, as though with lustres of the sun and moon, bronze-panelled walls, at several distances, making a vista with an azure moulding of lapis lazuli. The doors were golden guardians of the great room. Shining bronze plated the wide door-sill. The posts and lintel were silver upon silver. Golden handles curved on the doors, and golden too and silver were sculptured hounds flanking the entrance-way, cast by the skill and ardor of Hephaestus to guard the Prince Alcinous' house, undying dogs that never could grow old. Through all the rooms, as far as he could see, tall chairs were placed around the walls, and strewn with fine embroidered stuff made by the women. Here were enthroned the leaders of Phaeacia, drinking and dining with abundant fare. Here, too, were boys of gold on pedestals, holding aloft bright torches of pitch pine to light the great rooms and the night-time feasting. And 50 maids-in-waiting of the household sat by the round mill, grinding yellow corn, or wove upon their looms, or twirled their distaffs, flickering like the leaves of a poplar tree, while drops of oil glistened on linen weft. Skilful as were the men of Phaeacia in ship-handling at sea, so were these women skilled at the loom, having this lovely craft and artistry as talents from Athena. To left and right outside he saw an orchard closed by a pale, 4 spacious acres planted with trees in bloom or weighted down for picking, pear trees, pomegranates, brilliant apples, luscious figs, and olives ripe and dark. Fruit never failed upon these trees. Winter and summertime they bore, for through the year the breathing west wind ripened all in turn. So one pear came to prime, and then another, and so with apples, figs, and the vine's fruit empurpled in the royal vineyard there. Currants were dried at one end, on a platform bare to the sun, beyond the vintage arbors, and vats the vintners trod, while near at hand were new grapes barely formed as the green bloom fell, or half-ripe clusters faintly coloring. After the vines came rows of vegetables of all the kinds that flourish in every season, and through the garden plots and orchard ran channels from one clear fountain, while another gushed through a pipe under the courtyard entrance to serve the house and all who came for water. These were the gifts of heaven to Alcinous. Odysseus, who had borne the barren sea, stood in the gateway and surveyed this bounty. He gazed his fill, then swiftly he went in. The lords and nobles of Phaeacia were tipping wine to the wakeful god, to Hermes, a last libation before going to bed. But down the hall Odysseus went unseen, still in the cloud Athena cloaked him in, until he reached Arete and the king. He threw his great hands round Arete's knees, whereon the sacred mist curled back. They saw him, and the diners hushed, amazed to see an unknown man inside the palace. Under their eyes Odysseus made his plea. Arete, admirable Rhexenor's daughter, here is a man bruised by adversity, thrown upon your mercy and the king your husband's, begging indulgence of this company. May the gods' blessing rest on them. May life be kind to all. Let each one leave his children every good thing this realm confers upon him. But grant me passage to my fatherland. My home and friends lie far. My life is pain. He moved then toward the fire, and sat him down amid the ashes. No one stirred or spoke until Echeneus broke the spell, an old man, eldest of the Phaeacians, an oracle, versed in the laws and manners of old time. He rose among them now and spoke out kindly. Alcinous, this will not pass for courtesy, a guest abased in ashes at our hearth. Everyone here awaits your word. So come then, lift the man up, give him a seat of honor, a silver-studded chair. Then tell the stewards we'll have another wine-bowl for libation to Zeus, lord of the lightning, advocate of honorable petitioners. And supper may be supplied our friend by the larder mistress. Alcinous, calm in power, heard him out, then took the great adventurer by the hand and led him from the fire. Nearest his throne, the son whom he loved best, Laodamas, had long held place. Now the king bade him rise, and gave his shining chair to Lord Odysseus. A serving maid poured water for his hands from a gold pitcher into a silver bowl, and spread a polished table at his side. The mistress of provisions came with bread and other victuals, generous with her store. So Lord Odysseus drank and tasted supper. Seeing this done, the king in majesty said to his squire, A fresh bowl, Pontonous. We make libation to the Lord of Lightning, who seconds honorable petitioners. Mixing the honey-hearted wine, Pontonous went on his rounds, and poured fresh cups for all, whereof, when all had spilt, they drank their fill. Alcinous then spoke to the company. My lords and leaders of Phaeacia, hear now all that my heart would have me say. Our banquet's ended, so you may retire. But let our seniors gather in the morning to give this guest a festal day and make fair offerings to the gods. In due course we shall put our minds upon the means at hand to take him safely, comfortably, well and happily, with speed, to his own country, distant though it may lie. May no trouble come to him here or on the way. His fate he shall pay out at home, even as the spinners spun for him on the day his mother bore him. If, as may be, he is some god come down from heaven's height, the gods are working strangely. Until now they have shown themselves in glory only after great hecatombs, those figures banqueting at our side, throned like ourselves. Or if some traveller met them when alone, they bore no least disguise. We are their kin. Gigantes, Cyclopes, rank no nearer gods than we. Odysseus' wits were ready, and he replied, Alcinous, you may set your mind at rest. Body and birth, a most unlikely god am I, being all of earth and mortal nature. I should say rather I am like those men who suffer the worst trials that you know, and miseries greater yet, as I might tell you, hundreds. Indeed, the gods could send no more. You will indulge me if I finish dinner, grieved though I am to say it. There's no part of man more like a dog than brazen belly, trying to be remembered. And it must be, when we are mortal, weary, and sick at heart, and that is my condition. Yet my hunger drives me to take this food, and think no more of my afflictions. Belly must be filled. Be equally impelled, my lords, tomorrow to berth me in a ship and send me home. Rough years I've had. Now may I see once more my hall, my lands, my people, before I die. Now all who heard cried out assent to this. The guest had spoken well, he must have passage. Then, tipping wine, they drank their thirst away, and one by one went homeward for the night. So Lord Odysseus kept his place alone with Arete and the king Alcinous beside him, while the maids went to and fro, clearing away the wine-cups and the tables. Presently the ivory-skinned lady turned to him, for she knew his cloak and tunic to be her own fine work done with her maids, and arrowy came her words upon the air. "Friend, I for one have certain questions for you. Who are you, and who has given you this clothing? Did you not say you wandered here by sea?" The great tactician carefully replied, "Ah, Majesty, what labor it would be to go through the whole story. All my years of misadventures given by those on high. But this you ask about is quickly told. In mid-ocean lies Ogygia, the island haunt of Calypso, Atlas' guileful daughter, a lovely goddess, and a dangerous one. No one, no god or man, consorts with her. But supernatural power brought me there to be her solitary guest. For Zeus let fly with his bright bolt and split my ship, rolling me over in the wine-dark sea. There all my shipmates, friends, would drown, while I hung on the keel-board of the wreck and drifted 9 full days. Then, in the dead of night, the gods brought me ashore upon Ogygia into her hands. The enchantress in her beauty fed and caressed me, promised me I should be immortal, youthful all the days to come. But in my heart I never gave consent, though 7 years detained. Immortal clothing I had from her, and kept it wet with tears. Then came the 8th year on the wheel of heaven, and word to her from Zeus, or a change of heart, so that she now commanded me to sail, sending me out to sea on a craft I made with timber and tools of hers. She gave me stores, victuals, and drink, a cloak divinely woven, and made a warm land breeze come up astern. 17 days I sailed in the open water before I saw your country's shore, a shadow upon the sea rim. Then my heart rejoiced, pitiable as I am. For blows aplenty awaited me from the god who shakes the earth. Cross gales he blew, making me lose my bearings, and heaved up seas beyond imagination, huge and floundering seas. All I could do was hold hard, groaning under every shock, until my craft broke up in the hurricane. I kept afloat and swam your sea, or drifted, taken by wind and current to this coast, where I went in on big swells running landward. But cliffs and rock shoals made that place forbidding, so I turned back, swimming offshore, and came in the end to a river, to auspicious water with smooth beach, and a rise that broke the wind. I lay there where I fell till strength returned. Then sacred night came on, and I went inland to high ground and a leaf bed in a thicket. Heaven sent slumber in an endless tide, submerging my sad heart among the leaves. That night and next day's dawn and noon I slept. The sun went west, and then sweet sleep unbound me, when I became aware of maids, your daughters, playing along the beach. The princess, too, most beautiful. I prayed her to assist me, and her good sense was perfect. One could hope for no behavior like it from the young, thoughtless as they most often are. But she gave me good provender and good red wine, a river bath, and finally this clothing. There is the bitter tale. These are the facts. But in reply Alcinous observed, "Friend, my child's good judgment failed in this, not to have brought you in her company home. Once you approached her, you became her charge." To this Odysseus tactfully replied, "Sir, as to that, you should not blame the princess. She did tell me to follow with her maids, but I would not. I felt abashed and feared the sight would somehow ruffle or offend you. All of us on this earth are plagued by jealousy." Alcinous' answer was a declaration. "Friend, I am not a man for trivial anger. Better a sense of measure in everything. No anger here. I say that if it should please our fathers Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, seeing the man you are, seeing your thoughts and my own thoughts, my daughter should be yours and you my son-in-law if you remained. A home, lands, riches you should have from me, if you could be contented here. If not, by Father Zeus, let none of our men hold you. On the contrary, I can assure you now of passage late tomorrow. While you sleep, my men will row you through the tranquil night to your own land and home, or where you please. It may be even far beyond Euboea, called most remote by seamen of our isle who landed there, conveying Rhadamanthus when he sought Tityus, the son of Gaia. They put about with neither pause nor rest, and entered their home port the selfsame day. But this you too will see, what ships I have, how my young oarsmen send the foam a-scudding. Now joy welled up in the patient Lord Odysseus, who said devoutly in the warmest tones, O Father Zeus, let all this be fulfilled as spoken by Alcinous. Earth of harvests, remember him. Return me to my homeland. In this manner they conversed with one another, but the great lady called her maids, and sent them to make a kingly bed with purple rugs piled up, and sheets outspread, and fleecy coverlets in an eastern colonnade. The girls went out with torches in their hands, swift at their work of bed-making. Returning, they whispered at the Lord Odysseus' shoulder, Sir, you may come. Your bed has been prepared. How welcome the word bed came to his ears. Now then, Odysseus laid him down, and slept in luxury under the porch of morning, while in his inner chamber Alcinous retired to rest, where his dear consort lay. Book 8. The Songs of the Harp. Under the opening fingers of the dawn, Alcinous, the sacred prince, arose, and then arose Odysseus, raider of cities. As the king willed, they went down by the shipways to the assembly ground of the Phaeacians. Side by side the two men took their ease there, on smooth stone benches. Meanwhile Pallas Athena roamed through the byways of the town, contriving Odysseus' voyage home. In voice and feature the crier of the king Alcinous, who stopped and passed the word to every man. Phaeacian lords and councillors, this way, come to assembly. Learn about the stranger, the new guest at the palace of Alcinous, a man the sea drove, but a comely man. The god's own light is on him. She aroused them, and soon the assembly ground and seats were filled with curious men, a throng who peered and saw the master-mind of war, Laertes' son. Athena now poured out her grace upon him, head and shoulders, height and mass, a splendor awesome to the eyes of the Phaeacians. She put him in a fettle to win the day, mastering every trial they set to test him. When all the crowd sat marshalled, quieted, Alcinous addressed the full assembly. Hear me, lords and captains of the Phaeacians. Hear what my heart would have me say. Our guest and new friend, nameless to me still, comes to my house after long wandering in dawn lands or among the sunset races. Now he appeals to me for conveyance home. As in the past, therefore, let us provide passage, and quickly, for no guest of mine languishes here for lack of it. Look to it. Get a black ship afloat on the noble sea, and pick our fastest sailor. Draft a crew of 52 from our younger townsmen, men who have made their names at sea. Loop oars well to your thole-pins, lads. Then leave the ship, come to our house, fall to, and take your supper. We'll furnish out a feast for every crewman. These are your orders. As for my older peers and princes of the realm, let them foregather in festival for our friend in my great hall, and let no man refuse. Call in our minstrel Demodocus, whom God made lord of song, heart-easing, sing upon what theme he will. He turned, led the procession, and those princes followed, while his heralds sought the minstrel. Young oarsmen from the assembly chose a crew of 52 as the king commanded, and these filed off along the waterside to where the ship lay, poised above open water. They hauled the black hull down to ride the sea, rigging a mast and spar in the black ship, with oars that trailed from corded rawhide, all seamanly. Then tried the white sail, hoisting, and moored her off the beach. Then, going ashore, the crew went up to the great house of Alcinous. Here the enclosures, entranceways, and rooms were filled with men, young men and old, for whom Alcinous had put 12 sheep to sacrifice, 8 tuskers, and a pair of shambling oxen. These now they flayed and dressed to make their banquet. The crier soon came, leading that man of song whom the muse cherished. By her gift he knew the good of life and evil, for she who lent him sweetness made him blind. Pontonous fixed a studded chair for him hard by a pillar amid the banqueters, hanging the taut harp from a peg above him, and guided up his hands upon the strings, placed a bread-basket at his side, and poured wine in a cup that he might drink his fill. Now each man's hand went out upon the banquet. In time, when hunger and thirst were turned away, the muse brought to the minstrel's mind a song of heroes whose great fame rang under heaven. A clash between Odysseus and Achilles. How one time they contended at the god-feast, raging, and the martial Agamemnon felt inward joy over his captain's quarrel. For such had been foretold him by Apollo at Pytho, hallowed height, when the Achaean crossed that portal of rock to ask a sign. In the old days, when grim war lay ahead for Trojans and Danaans, by God's will. So ran the tale the minstrel sang. Odysseus with massive hand drew his rich mantle down over his brow, cloaking his face with it, to make the Phaeacians miss the secret tears that started to his eyes. How skilfully he dried them when the song came to a pause, threw back his mantle, spilt his gout of wine. But soon the minstrel plucked his note once more to please the Phaeacian lords who loved the song. Then in his cloak Odysseus wept again. His tears flowed in the mantle unperceived. Only Alcinous at his elbow saw them, and caught the low groan in the man's breathing. At once he spoke to all the sea folk round him. "Hear me, lords and captains of the Phaeacians. Our meat is shared, our hearts are full of pleasure from the clear harp tone that accords with feasting. Now for the field and track. We shall have trials in the pentathlon. Let our guests go home and tell his friends what champions we are at boxing, wrestling, broad jump, and foot racing." On this he led the way, and all went after. The crier unslung and pegged the shining harp, and taking Demodocus's hand, led him along with all the rest, Phaeacian peers, gay amateurs of the great games. They gained the common, where a crowd was forming, and many a young athlete now came forward with seaside names like tipmast, tide race, sparwood, hullman, sternman, beecher and pullerman, blue water, sheer water, running wake, board alee, sea belt, son of grand fleet shipwrightson. Sea reach stepped up, son of the launching master, rugged as Ares, bane of men. His build excelled all but the prince Laodamas. And Laodamas made entry with his brothers, Halius and Clytonius, sons of the king. The runners first must have their quarter mile. All lined up, tense. Then go! And down the track they raised the dust in a flying bunch, strung out longer and longer behind Prince Clytonius. By just so far as a mule team breaking ground will distance oxen, he left all behind, and came up to the crowd an easy winner. Then they made room for wrestling, grinding bouts that sea reach won, pinning the strongest men. Then the broad jump. First place went to sea belt. Sparwood gave the discus the mightiest fling, and Prince Laodamas outboxed them all. Now it was he, the son of Alcinous, who said when they had run through these diversions, "Look here, friends, we ought to ask the stranger if he competes in something. He's no cripple. Look at his leg muscles and his forearms. Neck like a bollard, strong as a bull he seems, and not old, though he may have gone stale under the rough times he had. Nothing like the sea for wearing out the toughest man alive." Then Sea Reach took him up at once and said, "Laodamas, you're right, by all the powers. Go up to him yourself and put the question." At this, Alcinous's tall son advanced to the center ground and there addressed Odysseus. "Friend, Excellency, come join our competition, if you are practiced, as you seem to be. While a man lives, he wins no greater honor than footwork and the skill of hands can bring him. Enter our games, then. Ease your heart of trouble. Your journey home is not far off, remember. The ship is launched, the crew all primed for sea." Odysseus, canniest of men, replied, "Laodamas, why do you young chaps challenge me? I have more on my mind than track and field. Hard days and many have I seen and suffered. I sit here at your field meet, yes, but only as one who begs your king to send him home." Now Sea Reach put his word in, and contentiously. "The reason being, as I see it, friend, you never learned the sport, and have no skill in any of the contests of fighting men. You must have been the skipper of some tramp that crawled from one port to the next, jam full of chaffering hands, a tallier of cargoes, itching for gold, not by your looks an athlete." Odysseus frowned and eyed him coldly, saying, "That was uncalled for, friend. You talk like a fool. The gods deal out no gift, this one or any, birth, brains, or speech, to every man alike. In looks, a man may be a shade, a spectre, and yet be master of speech so crowned with beauty that people gaze at him with pleasure. Courteous, sure of himself, he can command assemblies, and when he comes to town, the crowds gather. A handsome man, contrariwise, may lack grace and good sense in everything he says. You now, for instance, with your fine physique, a god's indeed, you have an empty noddle. I find my heart inside my ribs aroused by your impertinence. I am no stranger to contests, as you fancy. I rated well when I could count on youth in my two hands. Now pain has cramped me, and my years of combat hacking through ranks in war and the bitter sea. Aye, even so, I'll give your games a trial. You spoke heart-wounding words. You shall be answered." He leapt out, cloaked as he was, and picked a discus, a rounded stone more ponderous than those already used by the Phaeacian throwers, and whirling, let it fly from his great hand with a low hum. The crowd went flat on the ground, all those oar-pulling seafaring Phaeacians, onto the rushing noise. The spinning disc soared out, light as a bird, beyond all others. Disguised now as a Phaeacian, Athena staked it and called out, "Even a blind man, friend, could judge this, finding with his fingers one discus quite alone beyond the cluster. Congratulations! This event is yours. Not a man here can beat you or come near you." That was a cheering hail, Odysseus thought, seeing one friend there on the emulous field. So, in relief, he turned among the Phaeacians and said, "Now come alongside that one, lads. The next I'll send as far, I think, or farther. Anyone else on edge for competition, try me now. By heaven, you angered me. Racing, wrestling, boxing. I bar nothing with any man except Laodamas, for he's my host. Who quarrels with his host? Only a madman, or no man at all would challenge his protector among strangers, cutting the ground away under his feet. Here are no others I will not engage. None but I hope to know what he is made of. Inept at combat, am I? Not entirely. Give me a smooth bow. I can handle it. And I might well be first to hit my man amid a swarm of enemies, though archers in company around me drew together. Philoctetes alone at Troy, when we Achaeans took the bow, used to outshoot me. Of men who now eat bread upon the earth, I hold myself the best hand with a bow, conceding mastery to the men of old, Heracles or Eurytus of Oichalia, heroes who vied with gods in bowmanship. Eurytus came to grief, it's true. Old age never crept over him in his long haul. Apollo took his challenge ill and killed him. What then? The spear? I'll plant it like an arrow. Only in sprinting I'm afraid I may be passed by someone. Roll of the sea waves wearied me, and the victuals in my ship ran low. My legs are flabby. When he finished, the rest was silent. But Alcinous answered, Friend, we take your challenge in good part, for this man angered and affronted you here at our peaceful games. You'd have us note the prowess that is in you, and so clearly no man of sense would ever cry it down. Come, turn your mind now on a thing to tell among your peers when you are home again, dining in hall beside your wife and children. I mean our prowess, as you may remember it. For we too have our skills given by Zeus, and practiced from our father's time to this, not in the boxing ring nor the palestra conspicuous, but in racing, land or sea. And all our days we set great store by feasting, harpers, and the grace of dancing choirs, changes of dress, warm baths, and downy beds. O master dancers of the Phaeacians, perform now. Let our guest on his return tell his companions we excel the world in dance and song, as in our ships and running. Someone go find the gittern harp in hall, and bring it quickly to Demodocus. At the serene king's word, a squire ran to bring the polished harp out of the palace, and place was given to 9 referees, peers of the realm, masters of ceremony, who cleared a space and smoothed a dancing floor. The squire brought down and gave Demodocus the clear-toned harp, and, centering on the minstrel, magical young dancers formed a circle with a light beat and stamp of feet. Beholding, Odysseus marveled at the flashing ring. Now to his harp the blinded minstrel sang of Ares' dalliance with Aphrodite, how hidden in Hephaestus' house they played at love together, and the gifts of Ares dishonoring Hephaestus' bed, and how the word that wounds the heart came to the master from Helios, who had seen the two embrace. And when he learned it, Lord Hephaestus went with baleful calculation to his forge. There mightily he armed his anvil block, and hammered out a chain whose tempered links could not be sprung or bent. He meant that they should hold. Those shackles fashioned, hot in wrath, Hephaestus climbed to the bower and the bed of love, pooled all his net of chain around the bedposts, and swung it from the rafters overhead, light as a cobweb even gods in bliss could not perceive, so wonderful his cunning. Seeing his bed now made a snare, he feigned a journey to the trim stronghold of Lemnos, the dearest of earth's towns to him. And Ares, golden Ares' watch had its reward when he beheld the great smith leaving home. How promptly to the famous door he came, intent on pleasure with sweet Cytherea. She who had left her father's side, but now sat in her chamber when her lover entered. And tenderly he pressed her hand and said, Come and lie down, my darling, and be happy. Hephaestus is no longer here, but gone to see his grunting Sintian friends on Lemnos. As she, too, thought repose would be most welcome, the pair went in to bed, into a shower of clever chains, the netting of Hephaestus. So trussed they could not move apart nor rise. At last they knew there could be no escape. They were to see the glorious cripple now. For Helios had spied for him and told him. So he turned back this side of Lemnos Isle, sick at heart, making his way homeward. Now in the doorway of the room he stood, while deadly rage took hold of him. His voice, hoarse and terrible, reached all the gods. Father, O gods in bliss forever, here is indecorous entertainment for you. Aphrodite, Zeus's daughter, caught in the act, cheating me, her cripple, with Ares, devastating Ares. Clean-limbed beauty is her joy, not these bandy legs I came into the world with. No one to blame but the 2 gods who bred me. Come, see this pair entwining here in my own bed. How hot it makes me burn. I think they may not care to lie much longer pressing on one another, passionate lovers. They'll have enough of bed together soon. And yet the chain that backed them holds them down till father sends me back my wedding gifts. All that I poured out for his damned pigeon, so lovely and so wanton. All the others were crowding in now to the brazen house, Poseidon who embraces earth, and Hermes the runner, and Apollo lord of distance. The goddesses stayed home for shame, but these munificences ranged there in the doorway, and irrepressible among them all arose the laughter of the happy gods. Gazing hard at Hephaestus' handiwork, the gods in turn remarked among themselves, "No dash in adultery now." The tortoise tags the hare, Hephaestus catches Ares, and Ares outran the wind. The lame god's craft has pinned him. Now shall he pay what is due from gods taken in cuckoldry. They made these improving remarks to one another, but Apollo leaned aside to say to Hermes, "Son of Zeus, beneficent wayfinder, would you accept a coverlet of chain, if only you lay by Aphrodite's golden side?" To this the wayfinder replied, shining, "Would I not, though, Apollo of distances? Wrap me in chains 3 times the weight of these. Come goddesses and gods to see the fun, only let me lie beside the pale golden one." The gods gave way again to peals of laughter. All but Poseidon, and he never smiled, but urged Hephaestus to unpinion Ares, saying emphatically in a loud voice, "Free him! You will be paid, I swear. Ask what you will. He pays up every jot the gods decree." To this the great game-legs replied, "Poseidon, lord of the earth surrounding sea, I should not swear to a scoundrel's honor. What have I a surety from you if Ares leaves me empty-handed with my empty chain?" The earth-shaker for answer urged again, "Hephaestus, let us grant he goes and leaves the fine unpaid. I swear then I shall pay it." Then said the great game-legs at last, "No more. You offer terms I cannot well refuse." And down the strong god bent to set them free, till disencumbered of their bond the chain, the lovers leapt away, he into Thrace, while Aphrodite, laughter's darling, fled to Cyprus' isle and Paphos, to her meadow and altar dim with incense. There the Graces bathed and anointed her with golden oil, a bloom that clings upon immortal flesh alone, and let her folds of mantle fall in glory. So ran the song the minstrel sang. Odysseus, listening, found sweet pleasure in the tale among the Phaeacian mariners and oarsmen. And next Alcinous called upon his sons Helios and Laodamas to show the dance no one could do as well as they, handling a purple ball carven by Polybus. One made it shoot up under the shadowing clouds as he leaned backward. Bounding high in air, the other cut its flight far off the ground, and neither missed a step as the ball soared. The next turn was to keep it low and shuttling hard between them, while the ring of boys gave them a steady stamping beat. Odysseus now addressed Alcinous, "O Majesty, model of all your folk, your promise was to show me peerless dancers. Here is the promise kept. I am all wonder." At this Alcinous, in his might rejoicing, said to the seafarers of Phaeacia, "Attend me now, Phaeacian lords and captains. Our guest appears a clear-eyed man and wise. Come, let him feel our bounty as he should. Here are 12 princes of the kingdom, lords paramount, and I who make 13. Let each one bring a laundered cloak and tunic, and add 1 bar of honorable gold. Heap all our gifts together, load his arms, let him go joyous to our evening feast. As for Sea Reach, why, man to man he'll make amends, and handsomely. He blundered." Now all as one acclaimed the king's good pleasure, and each one sent a squire to bring his gifts. Meanwhile Sea Reach found speech again, saying, "My lord and model of us all, Alcinous, as you require of me in satisfaction, this broadsword of clear bronze goes to our guest. Its hilt is silver, and the ringed sheath of new-sawn ivory, a costly weapon. He turned to give the broadsword to Odysseus, facing him, saying blithely, "Sir, my best wishes, my respects. If I offended, I hope the sea winds blow it out of mind. God send you see your lady on your homeland soon again, after the pain of exile." Odysseus, the great tactician, answered, "My hand, friend. May the gods award you fortune. I hope no pressing need comes on you ever for this fine blade you give me in amends." He slung it glinting silver from his shoulder as the light shone from sundown. Messengers were bearing gifts and treasure to the palace where the king's sons received them all and made a glittering pile at their grave mother's side. Then, as Alcinous took his throne of power, each went to his own high-backed chair in turn, and said Alcinous to Arete, "Lady, bring here a chest, the finest one, a clean cloak and tunic. Stow these things, and warm a cauldron for him. Let him bathe when he has seen the gifts of the Phaeacians, and so dine happily to a running song. My own wine-cup of gold intaglio I'll give him too. Through all the days to come, tipping his wine to Zeus or other gods in his great hall, he shall remember me." Then said Arete to her maids, "The tripod. Stand the great tripod legs about the fire." They swung the cauldron on the fire's heart, poured water in, and fed the blaze beneath until the basin simmered, cupped in flame. The queen set out a rich chest from her chamber and folded in the gifts, clothing and gold, given Odysseus by the Phaeacians. Then she put in the royal cloak and tunic, briskly saying to her guest, "Now here, sir, look to the lid yourself, and tie it down against light fingers, if there be any, on the black ship tonight while you are sleeping." Noble Odysseus, expert in adversity, battened the lid down with a lightning knot learned once long ago from the Lady Circe. And soon a call came from the bathing mistress, who led him to a hip bath, warm and clear, a happy sight, and rare in his immersions after he left Calypso's home, where surely the luxuries of a god were ever his. When the bath-maids had washed him, rubbed him down, put a fresh tunic and a cloak around him, he left the bathing-place to join the men at wine in hall. The Princess Nausicaa, exquisite figure, as of heaven's shaping, waited beside a pillar as he passed, and said swiftly, with wonder in her look, "Farewell, stranger. In your land, remember me who met and saved you. It is worth your thought." The man of all occasions now met this. "Daughter of great Alcinous, Nausicaa, may Zeus, the Lord of Thunder, Hera's consort, grant me daybreak again in my own country. But there, and all my days until I die, may I invoke you as I would a goddess, princess, to whom I owe my life." He left her and went to take his place beside the king. Now when the roasts were cut, the wine bowls full, a herald led the minstrel down the room amid the deference of the crowd, and paused to seat him near a pillar in the center. Whereupon that resourceful man, Odysseus, carved out a quarter from his chine of pork, crisp with fat, and called the blind man's guide. "Herald, here, take this to Demodocus. Let him feast and be merry with my compliments. All men owe honor to the poets, honor and awe, for they are dearest to the muse who puts upon their lips the ways of life." Gentle Demodocus took the proffered gift, and inwardly rejoiced. When all were served, every man's hand went out upon the banquet, repelling hunger and thirst, until at length Odysseus spoke again to the blind minstrel. "Demodocus, accept my utmost praise. The Muse, daughter of Zeus in radiance, or else Apollo, gave you skill to shape with such great style your songs of the Achaeans, their hard lot, how they fought and suffered war. You shared it, one would say, or heard it all. Now shift your theme, and sing that wooden horse Pylos built, inspired by Athena. The ambuscade Odysseus filled with fighters and sent to take the inner town of Troy. Sing only this for me, sing me this well, and I shall say at once, before the world, the grace of heaven has given us a song." The minstrel stirred, murmuring to the god. And soon clear words and notes came one by one, a vision of the Achaeans in their graceful ships drawing away from shore, the torches flung and shelters flaring. Argive soldiers crouched in the close dark around Odysseus, and the horse tall on the assembly ground of Troy. For when the Trojans pulled it in themselves up to the citadel, they sat nearby with long drawn-out and hapless argument, favoring in the end one course of three: either to stave the vault with brazen axes, or haul it to a cliff and pitch it down, or else to save it for the gods, a votive glory, the plan that could not but prevail. For Troy must perish, as ordained, that day she harbored the great horse of timber. Hidden the flower of Achaia lay, and bore slaughter and death upon the men of Troy. He sang then of the town sacked by Achaeans pouring down from the horse's hollow cave, this way and that way raping the steep city, and how Odysseus came like Ares to the door of Deiphobus with Menelaus, and braved the desperate fight there, conquering once more by Athena's power. The splendid minstrel sang it, and Odysseus let the bright molten tears run down his cheeks, weeping the way a wife mourns for her lord on the lost field where he has gone down fighting the day of wrath that came upon his children. At sight of the men, panting and dying there, she slips down to enfold him, crying out, then feels the spears prodding her back and shoulders, and goes bound into slavery and grief. Piteous weeping wears away her cheeks, but no more piteous than Odysseus' tears, cloaked as they were now from the company. Only Alcinous at his elbow knew, hearing the low sob in the man's breathing, and when he knew, he spoke. Hear me, lords and captains of Phaeacia, and let Demodocus touch his harp no more. His theme has not been pleasing to all here. During the feast, since our fine poet sang, our guest has never left off weeping. Grief seems fixed upon his heart. Break off the song. Let everyone be easy, host and guest. There's more decorum in a smiling banquet. We had prepared here on our friend's behalf safe conduct in a ship and gifts to cheer him, holding that any man with a grain of wit will treat a decent suppliant like a brother. Now, by the same rule, friend, you must not be secretive any longer. Come, in fairness, tell me the name you bore in that far country. How were you known to family and neighbors? No man is nameless, no man, good or bad, but gets a name in his first infancy, none being born unless a mother bears him. Tell me your native land, your coast and city, sailing directions for the ships, you know. For those Phaeacian ships of ours that have no steersman and no steering oar, divining the crew's wishes as they do, and knowing as they do the ports of call about the world. Hidden in mist or cloud, they scud the open sea, with never a thought of being in distress or going down. There is, however, something I once heard Nausithous my father say. Poseidon holds it against us that our deep-sea ships are sure conveyance for all passengers. My father said, some day one of our cutters homeward bound over the cloudy sea would be wrecked by the god, and a range of hills thrown round our city. So in his age, he said, and let it be or not as the god please. But come now, put it for me clearly. Tell me the sea ways that you wandered and the shores you touched, the cities and the men therein, uncivilized if such there were, and hostile, and those God-fearing who had kindly manners. Tell me why you should grieve so terribly over the Argives and the fall of Troy. That was all God's work, weaving ruin there so it should make a song for men to come. Some kin of yours, then, died at Ilion? Some first-rate man, by marriage near to you, next your own blood most dear? Or some companion of congenial mind and valor? True it is, a wise friend can take a brother's place in our affection. Book 9. New Coast and Poseidon's Son. Now this was the reply Odysseus made. Alcinous, king and admiration of men. How beautiful this is to hear a minstrel gifted as yours. A god he might be, singing. There is no boon in life more sweet, I say, than when a summer joy holds all the realm, and banqueters sit listening to a harper in a great hall, by rows of tables heaped with bread and roast meat, while a steward goes to dip up wine and brim your cups again. Here is the flower of life, it seems to me. But now you wish to know my cause for sorrow, and thereby give me cause for more. What shall I say first? What shall I keep until the end? The gods have tried me in 1,000 ways. But first, my name. Let that be known to you, and if I pull away from pitiless death, friendship will bind us, though my land lies far. I am Laertes' son, Odysseus. Men hold me formidable for guile in peace and war. This fame has gone abroad to the sky's rim. My home is on the peaked sea mark of Ithaca, under Mount Neon's wind-blown robe of leaves, in sight of other islands, to Lycion, Same, wooded Zakynthos, Ithaca being most lofty in that coastal sea, and northwest, while the rest lie east and south. A rocky isle, but good for a boy's training. I shall not see on earth a place more dear, though I have been detained long by Calypso, loveliest among goddesses, who held me in her smooth caves to be her heart's delight, as Circe of Phhaeacia, the enchantress, desired me, and detained me in her hall. But in my heart I never gave consent. Where shall a man find sweetness to surpass his own home and his parents? In far lands he shall not, though he find a house of gold. What of my sailing, then, from Troy? What of those years of rough adventure, weathered under Zeus? The wind that carried west from Ilion brought me to Ismarus on the far shore, a strong point on the coast of the Cicones. I stormed that place and killed the men who fought. Plunder we took, and we enslaved the women to make division, equal shares to all. But on the spot I told them, back and quickly, out to sea again. My men were mutinous, fools, on stores of wine. Sheep after sheep they butchered by the surf, and shambling cattle, feasting, while fugitives went inland, running to call to arms the main force of Cicones. This was an army trained to fight on horseback, or, where the ground required, on foot. They came with dawn over that terrain, like the leaves and blades of spring. So doom appeared to us, dark word of Zeus for us, our evil days. My men stood up and made a fight of it, backed on the ships with lances kept in play, from bright morning through the blaze of noon, holding our beach, although so far outnumbered. But when the sun passed toward unyoking time, then the Achaeans one by one gave way. 6 benches were left empty in every ship that evening when we pulled away from death. And this new grief we bore with us to sea. Our precious lives we had, but not our friends. No ship made sail next day until some shipmate had raised a cry 3 times for each poor ghost unfleshed by the Cicones on that field. Now Zeus, the lord of cloud, roused in the north a storm against the ships, and driving veils of squall moved down like night on land and sea. The bows went plunging at the gust. Sails cracked and lashed out strips in the big wind. We saw death in that fury, dropped the yards, unshipped the oars, and pulled for the nearest lee. Then 2 long days and nights we lay offshore, worn out and sick at heart, tasting our grief, until a 3rd dawn came with ringlets shining. Then we put up our masts, hauled sail, and rested, letting the steersman and the breeze take over. I might have made it safely home that time, but as I came round Malea, the current took me out to sea, and from the north a fresh gale drove me on past Cythera. 9 days I drifted on the teeming sea, before dangerous high winds. Upon the 10th we came to the coastline of the lotus-eaters, who live upon that flower. We landed there to take on water. All ships' companies mustered alongside for the midday meal. Then I sent out 2 picked men and a runner to learn what race of men that land sustained. They fell in soon enough with lotus-eaters, who showed no will to do us harm, only offering the sweet lotus to our friends. But those who ate this honeyed plant, the lotus, never cared to report, nor to return. They longed to stay forever, browsing on that native bloom, forgetful of their homeland. I drove them all 3 wailing to the ships, tied them down under their rowing benches, and called the rest. All hands aboard, come, clear the beach, and no one taste the lotus, or you lose your hope of home. Filing into their places by the rowlocks, my oarsmen dipped their long oars in the surf, and we moved out again on our seafaring. In the next land we found were Cyclopes, giants, louts, without a law to bless them. In ignorance leaving the fruitage of the earth in mystery to the immortal gods, they neither plough, nor sow by hand, nor till the ground, though grain, wild wheat and barley, grows untended, and wine grapes in clusters ripen in heaven's rain. Cyclopes have no muster and no meeting, no consultation or old tribal ways, but each one dwells in his own mountain cave, dealing out rough justice to wife and child, indifferent to what the others do. Well then, across the wide bay from the mainland there lies a desert island, not far out, but still not close inshore.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Wild goats in hundreds breed there, and no human being comes upon the isle to startle them. No hunter of all who ever tracked with hounds through forests or had rough going over mountain trails. The isle, unplanted and untilled, a wilderness, pastures goats alone. And this is why. Good ships like ours, with cheek paint at the bows, are far beyond the Cyclopes. No shipwright toils among them, shaping and building up symmetrical trim hulls to cross the sea and visit all the seaboard towns, as men do who go and come in commerce over water. This isle, seagoing folk would have annexed it and built their homesteads on it. All good land, fertile for every crop in season, lush, well-watered meads along the shore, vines in profusion, prairie clear for the plough, where grain would grow chin-high by harvest time, and rich subsoil. The island cove is landlocked, so you need no hawsers out astern, bowstones or mooring. Run in and ride there till the day your crews chafe to be under sail and a fair wind blows. You'll find good water flowing from a cavern through dusky poplars into the upper bay. Here we made harbor. Some god guided us that night, for we could barely see our bows in the dense fog around us, and no moonlight filtered through the overcast. No lookout. Nobody saw the island dead ahead, nor even the great landward rolling billow that took us in. We found ourselves in shallows, keels grazing shore. So furled our sails and disembarked where the low ripples broke. There on the beach we lay and slept till morning. When dawn spread out her fingertips of rose, we turned out marveling to tour the isle, while Zeus's shy nymph daughters flushed wild goats down from the heights, a breakfast for my men. We ran to fetch our hunting bows and long-shanked lances from the ships, and in 3 companies we took our shots. Heaven gave us game aplenty, For every one of 12 ships in my squadron, 9 goats fell to be shared. My lot was 10. So there all day until the sun went down, we made our feast on meat galore, and wine from the ship, for our supply held out. So many jars were filled at Immerses from stores of the Cicones that we plundered. We gazed, too, at Cyclopes' land so near we saw their smoke, heard bleating from their flocks. But after sundown, in the gathering dusk, we slept again above the wash of ripples. When the young dawn with fingertips of rose came in the east, I called my men together and made a speech to them. Old shipmates, friends, the rest of you stand by. I'll make the crossing in my own ship with my own company and find out what the mainland natives are. For they may be wild savages and lawless, or hospitable and God-fearing men. At this I went aboard and gave the word to cast off by the stern. My oarsmen followed, filing into their benches by the rowlocks, and all in line dipped oars in the grey sea. As we rowed on, and nearer to the mainland, at one end of the bay we saw a cavern yawning above the water, screened with laurel, and many rams and goats about the place inside a sheepfold, made from slabs of stone, earth-fast between tall trunks of pine and rugged, towering oak trees. A prodigious man slept in this cave alone, and took his flocks to graze afield, remote from all companions, knowing none but savage ways. A brute so huge, he seemed no man at all of those who eat good wheat and bread, but he seemed rather a shaggy mountain reared in solitude. We beached there, and I told the crew to stand by and keep watch over the ship. As for myself, I took my 12 best fighters and went ahead. I had a goatskin full of that sweet liquor that Euanthe's son Meron had given me. He kept Apollo's holy grove at Immerses. For kindness we showed him there, and showed his wife and child. He gave me 7 shining golden talents perfectly formed, a solid silver wine bowl, and then this liquor, 12 two-handled jars of brandy, pure and fiery. Not a slave in Meron's household knew this drink. Only he, his wife, and the storeroom mistress knew. And they would put 1 cup, ruby-colored, honey-smooth, in 20 more of water. But still the sweet scent hovered like a fume over the wine. No man turned away when cups of this came round. A wineskinful I brought along, and victuals in a bag. For in my bones I knew some towering brute would be upon us soon, all outward power, a wild man, ignorant of civility. We climbed then briskly to the cave, but Cyclops had gone afield to pasture his fat sheep, so we looked round at everything inside. A drying rack that sagged with cheeses, pens crowded with lambs and kids, each in its class, firstlings apart from middlings, and the dewdrops, or newborn lambkins, penned apart from both. And vessels full of whey were brimming there, bowls of earthenware and pails for milking. My men came pressing round me, pleading, "Why not take these cheeses, get them stowed, come back, throw open all the pens, and make a run for it? We'll drive the kids and lambs aboard. We say put out again on good salt water." Ah, how sound that was. Yet I refused. I wished to see the caveman, what he had to offer. No pretty sight it turned out for my friends. We lit a fire, burnt an offering, and took some cheese to eat, then sat in silence around the embers, waiting. When he came, he had a load of dry boughs on his shoulder to stoke his fire at supper time. He dumped it with a great crash into that hollow cave, and we all scattered fast to the far wall. Then over the broad cavern floor he ushered the ewes he meant to milk. He left his rams and he-goats in the yard outside, and swung high overhead a slab of solid rock to close the cave. 24 four-wheeled wagons, with heaving wagon teams, could not have stirred the tonnage of that rock from where he wedged it over the doorsill. Next he took his seat and milked his bleating ewes. A practiced job he made of it, giving each ewe her suckling. Thickened his milk then into curds and whey, sieved out the curds to drip in withy baskets, and poured the whey to stand in bowls cooling until he drank it for his supper. When all these chores were done, he poked the fire, heaping on brushwood. In the glare he saw us. "Strangers," he said, "who are you, and where from? What brings you here by sea ways? A fair traffic? Or are you wandering rogues, who cast your lives like dice and ravage other folk by sea?" We felt a pressure on our hearts, in dread of that deep rumble and that mighty man. But all the same I spoke up in reply. "We are from Troy, Achaeans, blown off course by shifting gales on the great South Sea, homeward bound, but taking routes and ways uncommon. So the will of Zeus would have it. We served under Agamemnon, son of Atreus. The whole world knows what city he laid waste, what armies he destroyed. It was our luck to come here. Here we stand, beholden for your help, or any gifts you give, as custom is to honor strangers. We would entreat you, great sir, have a care for the gods' courtesy. Zeus will avenge the unoffending guest." He answered this from his brute chest unmoved. "You are a ninny, or else you come from the other end of nowhere, telling me mind the gods. We Cyclopes care not a whistle for your thundering Zeus, or all the gods in bliss. We have more force by far. I would not let you go for fear of Zeus, you or your friends, unless I had a whim to. Tell me, where was it now you left your ship? Around the point, or down the shore, I wonder?" He thought he'd find out, but I saw through this and answered with a ready lie. "My ship? Poseidon, Lord, who sets the earth a-tremble, broke it up on the rocks at your land's end. A wind from seaward served him, drove us there. We're survivors, these good men and I." Neither reply nor pity came from him, but in one stride he clutched at my companions and caught two in his hands, like squirming puppies, to beat their brains out, spattering the floor. Then he dismembered them and made his meal, gaping and crunching like a mountain lion, everything, innards, flesh, and marrow bones. We cried aloud, lifting our hands to Zeus, powerless, looking on at this, appalled. Cyclops went on filling up his belly with man-flesh and great gulps of whey, then lay down like a mast among his sheep. My heart beat high now at the chance of action, and drawing the sharp sword from my hip, I went along his flank to stab him where the midriff holds the liver. I had touched the spot when sudden fear stayed me. If I killed him, we perished there as well, for we could never move his ponderous doorway slab aside. So we were left to groan and wait for morning. When the young dawn, with fingertips of rose, lit up the world, the Cyclops built a fire and milked his handsome ewes, all in due order, putting the sucklings to the mothers. Then, his chores being all dispatched, he caught another brace of men to make his breakfast, and whisked away his great door-slab to let his sheep go through. But he, behind, reset the stone as one would cap a quiver. There was a din of whistling as the Cyclops rounded his flock to higher ground, then stillness. And now I pondered how to hurt him worst, if but Athena granted what I prayed for. Here are the means I thought would serve my turn. A club or staff lay there along the fold, an olive tree felled green and left to season for Cyclops' hand, and it was like a mast, a lugger of 20 oars, broad in the beam, a deep sea-going craft might carry. So long, so big around it seemed. Now I chopped out a 6-foot section of this pole and set it down before my men, who scraped it. And when they had it smooth, I hewed again to make a stake with pointed end. I held this in the fire's heart and turned it, toughening it, then hid it well back in the cavern under one of the dung piles in profusion there. Now came the time to toss for it. Who ventured along with me? Whose hand could bear to thrust and grind that spike in Cyclops' eye when mild sleep had mastered him? As luck would have it, the men I would have chosen won the toss, 4 strong men, and I made 5 as captain. At evening came the shepherd with his flock, his woolly flock. The rams as well this time entered the cave. By some sheep-herding whim, or at God's bidding, none were left outside. He hefted his great boulder into place and sat him down to milk the bleating ewes in proper order, put the lambs to suck, and swiftly ran through all his evening chores. Then he caught 2 more men and feasted on them. My moment was at hand, and I went forward holding an ivy bowl of my dark drink, looking up, saying, "Cyclops, try some wine. Here's liquor to wash down your scraps of men. Taste it and see the kind of drink we carried under our planks. I meant it for an offering if you would help us home. But you are mad, unbearable, a bloody monster. After this, will any other traveler come to see you?" He seized and drained the bowl, and it went down so fiery and smooth he called for more. "Give me another, thank you kindly. Tell me, how are you called? I'll make a gift will please you. Even Cyclopes know the wine grapes grow out of grassland and loam in heaven's rain, but here's a bit of nectar and ambrosia." 3 bowls I brought him, and he poured them down. I saw the fuddle and flush come over him. Then I sang out in cordial tones, "Cyclops, you ask my honorable name? Remember the gift you promised me, and I shall tell you. My name is Nobody. Mother, father, and friends, everyone calls me Nobody." And he said, "Nobody's my meat, then, after I eat his friends. Others come first. There's a noble gift now." Even as he spoke, he reeled and tumbled backward, his great head lolling to one side, and sleep took him like any creature. Drunk, hiccuping, he dribbled streams of liquor and bits of men. Now, by the gods, I drove my big hand spike deep in the embers, charring it again, and cheered my men along with battle talk to keep their courage up. No quitting now. The pike of olive, green though it had been, reddened and glowed as if about to catch. I drew it from the coals, and my 4 fellows gave me a hand, lugging it near the Cyclops as more than natural force nerved them. Straight forward they sprinted, lifted it, and rammed it deep in his traitor eye, and I leaned on it, turning it as a shipwright turns a drill in planking, having men below to swing the 2-handled strap that spins it in the groove. So with our brand we bored that great eye socket, while blood ran out around the red-hot bar. Eyelid and lash were seared, the pierced ball hissed, broiling, and the roots popped. In a smithy, one sees a white-hot axe-head or an adze plunged and wrung in a cold tub, screeching steam, the way they make soft iron hale and hard. Just so that eyeball hissed around the spike. The Cyclops bellowed, and the rock roared round him, and we fell back in fear. Clawing his face, he tugged the bloody spike out of his eye, threw it away, and his wild hands went groping. Then he set up a howl for Cyclopes, who lived in caves on windy peaks nearby. Some heard him, and they came by divers ways to clump around outside and call, "What ails you, Polyphemus? Why do you cry so sore in the starry night? You will not let us sleep. Sure no man's driving off your flock? No man has tricked you, ruined you? Out of the cave the mammoth Polyphemus roared in answer, Nobody! Nobody's tricked me! Nobody's ruined me! To this rough shout they made a sage reply, Oh, well, if nobody has played you foul there in your lonely bed, we are no use in pain given by great Zeus. Let it be your father Poseidon, Lord, to whom you pray. So saying, they trailed away. And I was filled with laughter to see how like a charm the name deceived them. Now Cyclops, wheezing as the pain came on him, fumbled to wrench away the great door-stone, and squatted in the breach with arms thrown wide for any silly beast or man who bolted, hoping somehow I might be such a fool. But I kept thinking how to win the game. Death sat there huge. How could we slip away? I drew on all my wits, and ran through tactics, reasoning as a man will for dear life, until a trick came, and it pleased me well. The Cyclops rams were handsome, fat, with heavy fleeces, a dark violet. 3 abreast I tied them silently together, twining cords of willow from the ogre's bed, then slung a man under each middle one to ride there safely, shielded left and right. So 3 sheep could convey each man. I took the woolliest ram, the choicest of the flock, and hung myself under his kinky belly, pulled up tight with fingers twisted deep in sheepskin ringlets for an iron grip. So, breathing hard, we waited until morning. When dawn spread out her fingertips of rose, the rams began to stir, moving for pasture, and peals of bleating echoed round the pens, where dams with udders full called for a milking. Blinded and sick with pain from his head wound, the master stroked each ram, then let it pass. But my men riding on the pectoral fleece, the giant's blind hands blundering never found. Last of them all, my ram, the leader, came, weighted by wool and me with my meditations. The Cyclops patted him, and then he said, Sweet cousin ram, why lag behind the rest in the night cave? You never linger so, but graze before them all, and go afar to crop sweet grass, and take your stately way leading along the streams, until at evening you run to be the first one in the fold. Why now so far behind? Can you be grieving over your master's eye? That carrion rogue and his accursed companions burnt it out when he had conquered all my wits with wine. Nobody will not get out alive, I swear. Oh, had you brain and voice to tell where he may be now, dodging all my fury, bashed by this hand and bashed on this rock wall, his brains would strew the floor, and I should have rest from the outrage nobody worked upon me. He sent us into the open then. Close by, I dropped and rolled clear of the ram's belly, going this way and that to untie the men. With many glances back, we rounded up his fat, stiff-legged sheep to take aboard, and drove them down to where the good ship lay. We saw, as we came near, our fellows' faces shining. Then we saw them turn to grief, tallying those who had not fled from death. I hushed them, jerking head and eyebrows up, and in a low voice told them, Load this herd, move fast, and put the ship's head toward the breakers. They all pitched in at loading, then embarked and struck their oars into the sea. Far out, as far offshore as shouted words would carry, I sent a few back to the adversary. O Cyclops, would you feast on my companions? Puny am I in a caveman's hands? How do you like the beating that we gave you, you damned cannibal, eater of guests under your roof? Zeus and the gods have paid you. The blind thing in his doubled fury broke a hilltop in his hands and heaved it after us. Ahead of our black prow it struck and sank, whelmed in a spuming geyser, a giant wave that washed the ship stern foremost back to shore. I got the longest boat hook out and stood fending us off with furious nods to all to put their backs into a racing stroke. Row, row, or perish. So the long oars bent, kicking the foam sternward, making head until we drew away, and twice as far. Now when I cupped my hands, I heard the crew in low voices protesting. "God's sake, Captain, why bait the beast again? Let him alone." That tidal wave he made on the first throw all but beached us, all but stove us in. Give him our bearing with your trumpeting, he'll get the range and lob a boulder. Aye, he'll smash our timbers and our heads together. I would not heed them in my glorying spirit, but let my anger flare, and yelled, "Cyclops, if ever mortal man inquire how you were put to shame and blinded, tell him, Odysseus, raider of cities, took your eye, Laertes' son, whose home's on Ithaca." At this he gave a mighty sob, and rumbled, "Now comes the weird upon me, spoken of old. A wizard grand and wondrous lived here, Telemachus, a son of Eurymos. Great length of days he had in wizardry among the Cyclopes, and these things he foretold for time to come. My great eye lost, that Odysseus hangs. Always I had in mind some giant, armed in giant force, would come against me here. But you, small, pitiful and twiggy, you put me down with wine, blinded me. Come back, Odysseus, and I'll treat you well, praying the god of earthquake to befriend you. His son am I, for he by his avowal fathered me, and if he will, he may heal me of this black wound. He and no other of all the happy gods or mortal men." Few words I shouted in reply to him. "If I could take your life, I would, and take your time away, and hurl you down to hell. The god of earthquake could not heal you there." At this he stretched his hands out in his darkness toward the sky of stars, and prayed Poseidon. "Oh, hear me, Lord, thou girdler of the islands, if I am thine indeed, and thou art father. Grant that Odysseus, raider of cities, never see his home. Laertes' son, I mean, who kept his hall on Ithaca. Should destiny intend that he shall see his roof again among his family in his fatherland, far be that day, and dark the years between. Let him lose all companions, and return under strange sail to bitter days at home." In these words he prayed, and the god heard him. Now he laid hands upon a bigger stone, and wheeled around Titanic for the cast, to let it fly in the black-prowed vessel's track. But it fell short, just aft the steering oar, and whelming seas rose giant above the stone to bear us onward toward the island. There, as we ran in, we saw the squadron waiting, the trim ships drawn up side by side, and all our troubled friends who waited, looking seaward. We beached her grinding keel in the soft sand, and waded in ourselves on the sandy beach. Then we unloaded all the Cyclops flock to make division, share and share alike. Only my fighters voted that my raft, the prize of all, should go to me. I slew him by the seaside, and burnt his long thigh bones to Zeus beyond the storm cloud, Cronus' son, who rules the world. But Zeus disdained my offering. Destruction for my ships he had in store, and death for those who sailed them, my companions. Now all day long until the sun went down we made our feast on mutton and sweet wine, till after sunset in the gathering dark we went to sleep above the wash of ripples. When the young dawn with fingertips of rose touched the world, I roused the men, gave orders to man the ships, cast off the mooring lines, and filing in to sit beside the rowlocks, oarsmen in line dipped oars in the grey sea. So we moved out, sad in the vast offing, having our precious lives, but not our friends. Book 10. The Grace of the Witch. We made our landfall on Iolia Island, domain of Iolaus Hippotades, the Wind King, dear to the gods who never die. an isle adrift upon the sea, ringed round with brazen ramparts on a sheer cliffside. 12 children had old Iolus at home, 6 daughters and 6 lusty sons, and he gave girls to boys to be their gentle brides. Now those lords in their parents' company sup every day in hall, a royal feast with fumes of sacrifice and winds that pipe round hollow courts. And all the night they sleep on beds of filigree beside their ladies. Here we put in, lodged in the town and palace, while Iolus played host to me. He kept me 1 full month to hear the tale of Troy, the ships and the return of the Achaeans, all which I told him point by point in order. When in return I asked his leave to sail and asked provisioning, he stinted nothing, adding a bull's hide sewn from neck to tail into a mighty bag, bottling storm winds. For Zeus had long ago made Iolus warden of winds, to rouse or calm at will. He wedged this bag under my after deck, lashing the neck with shining silver wire so not a breath got through. Only the west wind he lofted for me in a quartering breeze to take my squadron spanking home. No luck. The fair wind failed us when our prudence failed. 9 days and nights we sailed without event, till on the 10th we raised our land. We neared it, and saw men building fires along the shore. But now, being weary to the bone, I fell into deep slumber. I had worked the sheet 9 days alone and given it to no one, wishing to spill no wind on the homeward run. But while I slept, the crew began to parley. Silver and gold, they guessed, were in that bag bestowed on me by Iolus' great heart, and one would glance at his benchmate and say, "It never fails. He's welcome everywhere. Hail to the captain when he goes ashore. He brought along so many presents, plunder out of Troy, that's it. How about ourselves? His shipmates all the way. Nigh home we are, with empty hands. And who has gifts from Iolus? He has. I say we ought to crack that bag. There's gold and silver plenty in that bag." Temptation had its way with my companions, and they untied the bag. Then every wind roared into hurricane. The ships went pitching west with many cries. Our land was lost. Roused up, despairing in that gloom, I thought, should I go overside for a quick finish, or clench my teeth and stay among the living? Down in the bilge I lay, pulling my sea cloak over my head, while the rough gale blew the ships and rueful crews clear back to Iolia. We put ashore for water. Then all hands gathered alongside for a midday meal. When we had taken bread and drink, I picked 1 soldier and 1 herald to go with me, and called again on Iolus. I found him at meat with his young princes and his lady. But there, beside the pillars in his portico, we sat down silent at the open door. The sight amazed them, and they all exclaimed, "Why back again, Odysseus? What sea fiend rose in your path? Did we not launch you well for home, or for whatever land you chose?" Out of my melancholy I replied, "Mischief aboard and nodding at the tiller, a damned drowse, did for me. Make good my loss, dear friends. You have the power." Gently I pleaded, but they turned cold and still. Said Father Iolus, "Take yourself out of this island creeping thing. No law, no wisdom lays it on me now to help a man the blessed gods detest. Out! Your voyage here was cursed by heaven." He drove me from the place, groan as I would, and comfortless we went again to sea, days of it, till the men flagged at the oars. No breeze, no help in sight, by our own folly. 6 indistinguishable nights and days before we raised the Lystrigonian height and far stronghold of Lamos. In that land, the daybreak follows dusk, and so the shepherd homing calls to the cowherd setting out. And he who never slept could earn 2 wages, tending oxen, pasturing silvery flocks, where the lone night path of the sun is near the sun's path by day. Here, then, we found a curious bay, with mountain walls of stone to left and right, and reaching far inland, narrow entrance opening from the sea, where cliffs converged, as though to touch and close. All of my squadron sheltered here inside the cavern of this bay. Black prow by prow, those hulls were made fast, in a limpid calm without a ripple, stillness all around them. My own black ship I chose to moor alone on the seaside, using a rock for bollard. Climbed a rocky point to get my bearings. No farms, no cultivated land appeared, but puffs of smoke rose in the wilderness. So I sent out 2 picked men and a herald to learn what race of men this land sustained. My party found a track, a wagon road for bringing wood down from the heights to town, and near the settlement they met a daughter of Antiphates the Lystrigon, a stalwart young girl taking her pail to Ithaca, the fountain where these people go for water. My fellows hailed her, put their questions to her. Who might the king be, ruling over whom? She waved her hand, showing her father's lodge. So they approached it. In its gloom they saw a woman, like a mountain crag, the queen, and loathed the sight of her. But she, for greeting, called from the meeting ground her lord and master Antiphates, who came to drink their blood. He seized one man and tore him on the spot, making a meal of him. The other 2 leaped out of doors and ran to join the ships. Behind, he raised the whole tribe, howling, countless Lystrigones, and more than men they seemed, gigantic when they gathered on the skyline to shoot great boulders down from slings. Hell's own crashing rose, and crying from the ships as planks and men were smashed to bits. Poor goppets the wild men speared like fish and bore away. But long before it ended in the anchorage, havoc and slaughter, I had drawn my sword and cut my own ship's cable. Men, I shouted, man the oars, and pull till your hearts break if you would put this butchery behind. The oarsmen rent the sea in mortal fear, and my ship spurted out of range, far out from that deep canyon, where the rest were lost. So we fared onward, and death fell behind, and we took breath to grieve for our companions. Our next landfall was on Phaeacia, island of Circe, dire beauty and divine, sister of baleful Aeetes, like him fathered by Helios, the light of mortals, on Circe, child of the ocean stream. We came, washed in our silent ship upon her shore, and found a cove, a haven for the ship. Some god invisible conned us in. We landed to lie down in that place 2 days and nights, worn out and sick at heart, tasting our grief. But when dawn set another day a-shining, I took my spear and broadsword, and I climbed a rocky point above the ship for sight or sound of human labor. Gazing out from that high place over a land of thicket, oaks, and wide watercourses, I could see a smoke wisp from the woodland hall of Circe. So I took counsel with myself. Should I go inland, scouting out that reddish smoke? No, better not, I thought, but first return to waterside and ship and give the men breakfast before I sent them to explore. Now as I went down quite alone, and came a bowshot from the ship, some god's compassion set a big buck in motion to cross my path, a stag with noble antlers, pacing down from pasture in the woods to the riverside, as long thirst and the power of sun constrained him. He started from the bush and wheeled. I hit him square in the spine, midway along his back, and the bronze point broke through it. In the dust he fell, and whinnied as life bled away. I set one foot against him, pulling hard to wrench my weapon from the wound, then left it, butt end on the ground. I plucked some withies and twined a double strand into a rope, enough to tie the hocks of my huge trophy. Then, pickaback, I lugged him to the ship, leaning on my long spear shaft. I could not haul that mighty carcass on one shoulder. Beside the ship I let him drop, and spoke gently and low to each man standing near. Come, friends, though hard beset, we'll not go down into the house of death before our time. As long as food and drink remain aboard, let us rely on it, not die of hunger. At this, those faces cloaked in desolation upon the waste sea beach were bared, their eyes turned toward me and the mighty trophy, lighting, foreseeing pleasure one by one. So hands were washed to take what heaven sent us, and all that day until the sun went down we had our fill of venison and wine, till after sunset in the gathering dusk we slept at last above the line of breakers. When the young dawn with fingertips of rose made heaven bright, I called them round and said, Shipmates, companions in disastrous time, O my dear friends, where dawn lies and the west, and where the great sun light of men may go under the earth by night, and where he rises, of these things we know nothing. Do we know any least thing to serve us now? I wonder. All that I saw when I went up the rock was one more island in the boundless main, a low landscape covered with woods and scrub, and puffs of smoke ascending in mid-forest. They were all silent, their hearts contracted, remembering Antiphates the Lystragon and that prodigious cannibal the Cyclops. They cried out, and the salt tears wet their eyes. But seeing our time for action lost in weeping, I mustered those Achaeans under arms, counting them off in 2 platoons, myself and my godlike Eurylochus commanding. We shook lots in a soldier's dogskin cap, and his came bounding out. Valiant Eurylochus. So off he went, with 22 companions, weeping as mine wept too, who stayed behind. In the wild wood they found an open glade around a smooth stone house, the hall of Circe, and wolves and mountain lions lay there, mild in her soft spell, fed on her drug of evil. None would attack. Oh, it was strange, I tell you. But switching their long tails, they faced our men like hounds, who look up when their master comes with titbits for them, as he will from table. Humbly those wolves and lions with mighty paws fawned on our men, met their yellow eyes and feared them. In the entranceway they stayed to listen there. Inside her quiet house they heard the goddess Circe. Low she sang in her beguiling voice, while on her loom she wove ambrosial fabric sheer and bright, by that craft known to the goddesses of heaven. No one would speak, until Polites, most faithful and likable of my officers, said, Dear friends, no need for stealth. Here's a young weaver singing a pretty song to set the air a-tingle on these lawns and paven courts. Goddess she is, or lady, shall we greet her? So reassured, they all cried out together, and she came swiftly to the shining doors to call them in. All but Eurylochus, who feared a snare. The innocents went after her. On thrones she seated them, lounging chairs, while she prepared a meal of cheese and barley and amber honey mixed with Pramnian wine, adding her own vile pinch to make them lose desire or thought of our dear fatherland. Scarce had they drunk, when she flew after them with her long stick and shut them in a pigsty. Bodies, voices, heads, and bristles, all swinish now, though minds were still unchanged. So, squealing, in they went, and Circe tossed them acorns, mast, and cornel berries, fodder for hogs who rot and slumber on the earth. Down to the ship Eurylochus came running to cry alarm. Foul magic doomed his men. But working with dry lips to speak a word, he could not, being so shaken. Blinding tears welled in his eyes, foreboding filled his heart. When we were frantic questioning him, at last we heard the tale. Our friends were gone. Said he, "We went up through the oak scrub where you sent us, Odysseus, glory of commanders, until we found a palace in a glade, a marble house on open ground, and someone singing before her loom a chill, sweet song. Goddess or girl, we could not tell. They hailed her, and then she stepped through shining doors and said, 'Come, come in.' Like sheep they followed her, but I saw cruel deceit and stayed behind. Then all our fellows vanished, not a sound, and nothing stirred, although I watched for hours." When I heard this, I slung my silver-hilted broadsword on and shouldered my long bow and said, "Come, take me back the way you came." But he put both his hands around my knees in desperate woe and said in supplication, "Not back there, oh my lord, oh, leave me here. Even you cannot return, I know it. I know you cannot bring away our shipmates. Better make sail with these men quickly too, and save ourselves from horror while we may." But I replied, "By heaven, Eurylochus, rest here then. Take food and wine. Stay in the black hull's shelter. Let me go, as I see nothing for it but to go." I turned and left him, left the shore and ship, and went up through the woodland, hushed and shady, to find the subtle witch in her long hall. But Hermes met me with his golden wand, barring the way. A boy whose lip was downy in the first bloom of manhood, so he seemed. He took my hand and spoke as though he knew me. "Why take the inland path alone, poor seafarer, by hill and dale upon this island all unknown? Your friends are locked in Circe's pale. All are become like swine to see. And if you go to set them free, you go to stay, and never more make sail for your old home upon Phaeacia. But I can tell you what to do, to come unchanged from Circe's power, and disenthrall your fighting crew. Take with you to her bower as amulet this plant, I know. It will defeat her horrid show, so pure and potent is the flower. No mortal herb was ever so. Your cup with numbing drops of night and evil, stilled of all remorse, she will infuse to charm your sight. But this great herb with holy force will keep your mind and senses clear. When she turns cruel, coming near with her long stick to whip you out of doors, then let your cutting blade appear. Let instant death upon it shine, and she will cower and yield her bed, a pleasure you must not decline. So may her lust and fear bestead you and your friends, and break her spell. But make her swear by heaven and hell no witch's tricks, or else, your harness shed, you'll be unmanned by her as well." He bent down, glittering for the magic plant, and pulled it up. Black root and milky flower. A molu in the language of the gods. Fatigue and pain for mortals to uproot, but gods do this, and everything with ease. Then toward Olympus through the island trees Hermes departed, and I sought out Circe, my heart high with excitement, beating hard. Before her mansion in the porch I stood to call her, all being still. Quick as a cat she opened her bright doors and sighed a welcome. Then I strode after her with heavy heart down the long hall, and took the chair she gave me, silver-studded, intricately carved, made with a low footrest. The Lady Circe mixed me a golden cup of honeyed wine, adding in mischief her unholy drug. I drank, and the drink failed. But she came forward, aiming a stroke with her long stick, and whispered, "Down in the sty, and snore among the rest." Without a word, I drew my sharpened sword, and in one bound held it against her throat. She cried out, then slid under to take my knees, catching her breath to say in her distress, "What champion of what country can you be? Where are your kinsmen and your city? Are you not sluggish with my wine? Ah, wonder! Never a mortal man that drank this cup, but when it passed his lips he had succumbed. Hale must your heart be, and your tempered will. Odysseus then you are, O great contender, of whom the glittering god with golden wand spoke to me ever, and foretold the black swift ship would carry you from Troy. Put up your weapon in the sheath. We two shall mingle and make love upon our bed. So mutual trust may come of play and love. To this I said, Circe, am I a boy that you should make me soft and doting now? Here in this house you turned my men to swine. Now it is I myself you hold, enticing into your chamber to your dangerous bed, to take my manhood when you have me stripped. I mount no bed of love with you upon it. Or swear me first a great oath, if I do, you'll work no more enchantment to my harm. She swore at once, outright as I demanded, and after she had sworn and bound herself, I entered Circe's flawless bed of love. Presently in the hall her maids were busy, the nymphs who waited upon Circe, 4 whose cradles were in fountains under boughs, or in the glassy seaward gliding streams. One came with richly colored rugs to throw on seat and chair back over linen covers. A second pulled the tables out, all silver, and loaded them with baskets all of gold. A third mixed wine as tawny mild as honey in a bright bowl, and set out golden cups. The 4th came bearing water, and lit a blaze under a cauldron. By and by it bubbled, and when the dazzling brazen vessel seethed, she filled a bathtub to my waist and bathed me, pouring a soothing blend on head and shoulders, warming the soreness of my joints away. When she had done and smoothed me with sweet oil, she put a tunic and a cloak around me, and took me to a silver-studded chair with footrest, all elaborately carven. Now came a maid to tip a golden jug of water into a silver finger bowl, and draw a polished table to my side. The larder mistress brought her tray of loaves with many savory slices, and she gave the best to tempt me. But no pleasure came. I huddled with my mind elsewhere, oppressed. Circe regarded me as there I sat disconsolate and never touched a crust. Then she stood over me and chided me. Why sit at table mute, Odysseus? Are you mistrustful of my bread and drink? Can it be treachery that you fear again, after the god's great oath I swore for you? I turned to her at once and said, Circe, where is the captain who could bear to touch this banquet in my place? A decent man would see his company before him first. Put heart in me to eat and drink. You may, by freeing my companions. I must see them. But Circe had already turned away. Her long staff in her hand, she left the hall and opened up the sty. I saw her enter, driving those men turned swine to stand before me. She stroked them each in turn with some new chrism, and then, behold, their bristles fell away, the coarse pelt grown upon them by her drug melted away, and they were men again, younger, more handsome, taller than before. Their eyes upon me, each one took my hands, and wild regret and longing pierced them through, so the room rang with sobs, and even Circe pitied that transformation. Exquisite the goddess looked as she stood near me, saying, Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, go to the sea beach and sea-breasting ship, drag it ashore, full length upon the land. Stow gear and stores in rock holes under cover. Return, be quick, bring all your dear companions. Now, being a man, I could not help consenting. So I went down to the sea beach and the ship, where I found all my other men on board, weeping in despair along the benches. Sometimes in farmyards, when the cows return well-fed from pasture to the barn, one sees the pens give way before the calves in tumult, breaking through to cluster about their mothers, bumping together, bawling. Just that way My crew poured round me when they saw me come, their faces wet with tears, as if they saw their homeland and the crags of Ithaca, even the very town where they were born. And weeping still, they all cried out in greeting, "Prince, what joy this is, your safe return! Now Ithaca seems here, and we in Ithaca. But tell us now, what death befell our friends?" And speaking gently, I replied, "First we must get the ship high on the shingle, and stow our gear and stores in clefts of rock for cover. Then come follow me to see your shipmates in the magic house of Circe, eating and drinking, endlessly regaled." They turned back as commanded to this work. Only one lagged and tried to hold the others. Eurylochus it was, who blurted out, "Where now, poor remnants? Is it devil's work you long for? Will you go to Circe's hall? Swine, wolves, and lions she will make us all, beasts of her courtyard, bound by her enchantment. Remember those the Cyclops held. Remember shipmates who made that visit with Odysseus. The daring man. They died for his foolishness." When I heard this, I had a mind to draw the blade that swung against my side and chop him, bowling his head upon the ground, kinsman or no kinsman, close to me though he was. But others came between, saying to stop me, "Prince, we can leave him if you say the word. Let him stay here on guard. As for ourselves, show us the way to Circe's magic hall." So all turned inland, leaving shore and ship and Eurylochus. He, too, came on behind, fearing the rough edge of my tongue. Meanwhile, at Circe's hands the rest were gently bathed, anointed with sweet oil, and dressed afresh in tunics and new cloaks with fleecy linings. We found them all at supper when we came. But greeting their old friends once more, the crew could not hold back their tears, and now again the rooms rang with sobs. Then Circe, loveliest of all immortals, came to counsel me. "Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, enough of weeping fits. I know, I too, what you endured upon the inhuman sea, what odds you met on land from hostile men. Remain with me and share my meat and wine. Restore behind your ribs those gallant hearts that served you in the old days when you sailed from stony Ithaca. Now parched and spent, your cruel wandering is all you think of, never of joy, after so many blows." As we were men, we could not help consenting. So day by day we lingered, feasting long on roasts and wine, until a year grew fat. But when the passing months and wheeling seasons brought the long summery days, the pause of summer, my shipmates one day summoned me and said, "Captain, shake off this trance and think of home, if home indeed awaits us, if we shall ever see your own well-timbered hall on Ithaca." They made me feel a pang, and I agreed. That day and all day long, from dawn to sundown, we feasted on roast meat and ruddy wine, and after sunset, when the dusk came on, my men slept in the shadowy hall. But I went through the dark to Circe's flawless bed, and took the goddess' knees in supplication, urging as she bent to hear, "O Circe, now you must keep your promise. It is time. Help me make sail for home. Day after day my longing quickens, and my company give me no peace, but wear my heart away pleading when you are not at hand to hear." The loveliest of goddesses replied, "Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, you shall not stay here longer against your will. But home you may not go, unless you take a strange way round and come to the cold homes of death and pale Persephone. You shall hear prophecy from the rapt shade of blind Tiresias of Thebes, forever charged with reason even among the dead. To him alone of all the flitting ghosts, Persephone has given a mind undarkened." At this, I felt a weight like stone within me. and moaning pressed my length against the bed, with no desire to see the daylight more. But when I had wept and tossed and had my fill of this despair, at last I answered her, Circe, who pilots me upon this journey? No man has ever sailed to the land of death. That loveliest of goddesses replied, Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master of land ways and sea ways, feel no dismay because you lack a pilot. Only set up your mast and haul your canvas to the fresh blowing north. Sit down and steer, and hold that wind even to the bourne of ocean, Persephone's deserted strand and grove, dusky with poplars and the drooping willow. Run through the tide rip, bring your ship to shore, land there, and find the crumbling homes of death. Here toward the sorrowing water run the streams of wailing, out of Styx, and quenchless burning, torrents that join in thunder at the rock. Here then, great soldier, setting foot, obey me. Dig a well shaft of 4 arms square. Pour out libations round it to the unnumbered dead, sweet milk and honey, then sweet wine, and last clear water, scattering handfuls of white barley. Pray now with all your heart to the faint dead. Swear you will sacrifice your finest heifer at home in Ithaca, and burn for them her tenderest parts in sacrifice. Vow to the Lord Tiresias, apart from all, a black lamb, handsomest of all your flock, thus to appease the nations of the dead. Then slash a black ew's throat and a black ram, facing the gloom of Erebus, but turn your head away toward ocean. You shall see now souls of the buried dead in shadowy hosts. Now you must call out to your companions to flay those sheep the bronze knife has cut down for offerings, burnt flesh to those below, to sovereign Death and pale Persephone. Meanwhile, draw sword from hip, crouch down, ward off the surging phantoms from the bloody pit until you know the presence of Tiresias. He will come soon, great captain. Be it he who gives you course and distance for your sailing homeward across the cold, fish-breeding sea. As the goddess ended, dawn came stitched in gold. Now Circe dressed me in my shirt and cloak, put on a gown of subtle tissue, silvery, then wound a golden belt about her waist and veiled her head in linen, while I went through the hall to rouse my crew. I bent above each one and gently said, Wake from your sleep. No more sweet slumber. Come, we sail. The Lady Circe so ordains it. They were soon up and ready at that word. But I was not to take my men unharmed from this place, even from this. Among them all, the youngest was Elpenor. No mainstay in a fight, nor very clever. And this one, having climbed on Circe's roof to taste the cool night, fell asleep with wine. Waked by our morning voices and the tramp of men below, he started up, but missed his footing on the long, steep backward ladder, and fell that height headlong. The blow smashed the nape cord, and his ghost fled to the dark. But I was outside, walking with the rest, saying, Homeward you think we must be sailing to our own land? No, elsewhere is the voyage Circe has laid upon me. We must go to the cold homes of Death and pale Persephone, to hear Tiresias tell of time to come. They felt so stricken upon hearing this. They sat down, wailing loud, and tore their hair. But nothing came of giving way to grief. Down to the shore and ship at last we went, bowed with anguish, cheeks all wet with tears, to find that Circe had been there before us, and tied near by a black ewe and a ram. She had gone by like air. For who could see the passage of a goddess unless she wished his mortal eyes aware? Book 11. a gathering of shades. We bore down on the ship at the sea's edge and launched her on the salt, immortal sea, stepping our mast and spar in the black ship. And left the ram and ewe and went aboard in tears, bitter and sore dread upon us. But now a breeze came up for us astern, a canvas-bellying land breeze, hail shipmate sent by the singing nymph with sun-bright hair. So we made fast the braces, took our thwarts, and let the wind and steersman work the ship with full sail spread all day above our coursing, till the sun dipped, and all the ways grew dark upon the fathomless, unresting sea. By night our ship ran onward toward the ocean's bourne, the realm and region of the men of winter, hidden in mist and cloud. Never the flaming eye of Helios lights on those men at morning when he climbs the sky of stars, nor in descending earthward out of heaven. Ruinous night being rove over those wretches. We made the land, put ram and ewe ashore, and took our way along the ocean stream to find the place foretold for us by Circe. There Perimedes and Eurylochus pinioned the sacred beasts. With my drawn blade I spaded up the votive pit, and poured libations round it to the unnumbered dead, sweet milk and honey, then sweet wine, and last clear water. And I scattered barley down. Then I addressed the blurred and breathless dead, vowing to slaughter my best heifer for them before she calved at home in Ithaca, and burn the choice bits on the altar fire. As for Tiresias, I swore to sacrifice a black lamb, handsomest of all our flock. Thus to assuage the nations of the dead I pledged these rites, then slashed the lamb and ewe, letting their black blood stream into the well-pit. Now the souls gathered, stirring out of Erebus, brides and young men, and men grown old in pain, and tender girls whose hearts were new to grief. Many were there, too, torn by brazen lance-heads, battle-slain, bearing still their bloody gear. From every side they came, and sought the pit with rustling cries. And I grew sick with fear. But presently I gave command to my officers to flay those sheep the bronze cut down, and make burnt offerings of flesh to the gods below, to sovereign death, to pale Persephone. Meanwhile I crouched with my drawn sword to keep the surging phantoms from the bloody pit till I should know the presence of Tiresias. One shade came first, Elpenor of our company, who lay unburied still on the wide earth as we had left him, dead in Circe's hall, untouched, unmourned, when other cares compelled us. Now when I saw him there I wept for pity, and called out to him, "How is this, Elpenor? How could you journey to the western gloom swifter afoot than I in the black lugger?" He sighed and answered, "Son of great Laertes, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, bad luck shadowed me, and no kindly power. Ignoble death I drank with so much wine. I slept on Circe's roof, then could not see the long steep backward ladder coming down, and fell that height. My neck bone buckled under snapped, my spirit found this well of dark. Now hear the grace I pray for in the name of those back in the world, not here, your wife and father, he who gave you bread in childhood, and your own child, your only son Telemachus, long ago left at home. When you make sail, and put these lodgings of dim death behind, you will moor ship, I know, upon Phaeacia island. There, O my lord, remember me, I pray. Do not abandon me unwept, unburied, to tempt the gods' wrath, while you sail for home. But fire my corpse, and all the gear I had, and build a cairn for me above the breakers, an unknown sailor's mark for men to come. Heap up the mound there, and implant upon it the oar I pulled in life with my companions. He ceased, and I replied, "Unhappy spirit, I promise you the barrow and the burial." So we conversed, and grimly at a distance, with my long sword between, guarding the blood, while the faint image of the lad spoke on. Now came the soul of Anticlea, dead, my mother, daughter of Autolycus, dead now, though living still when I took ship for holy Troy. Seeing this ghost, I grieved, but held her off, through pang on pang of tears, till I should know the presence of Tiresias. Soon from the dark that prince of Thebes came forward, bearing a golden staff, and he addressed me, "Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master of landways and seaways, why leave the blazing sun, O man of woe, to see the cold dead and the joyless region? Stand clear, put up your sword, let me but taste of blood, I shall speak true." At this I stepped aside, and in the scabbard let my long sword ring home to the pommel silver, as he bent down to the sombre blood. Then spoke the prince of those with gift of speech. "Great captain, a fair wind and the honey lights of home are all you seek, but anguish lies ahead. The god who thunders on the land prepares it, not to be shaken from your track, implacable, in rancor for the son whose eye you blinded. One narrow strait may take you through his blows, denial of yourself, restraint of shipmates. When you make landfall on Thrinacia first, and quit the violet sea, dark on the land you'll find the grazing herds of Helios, by whom all things are seen, all speech is known. Avoid those kind. Hold fast to your intent, and hard seafaring brings you all to Ithaca. But if you raid the beeves, I see destruction for ship and crew. Though you survive alone, bereft of all companions, lost for years, under strange sail shall you come home, to find your own house filled with trouble, insolent men eating your livestock as they court your lady. Aye, you shall make those men atone in blood. But after you have dealt out death, in open combat or by stealth, to all the suitors, go overland on foot and take an oar, until one day you come where men have lived with meat unsalted, never known the sea, nor seen sea-going ships with crimson bows and oars that fledge light hulls for dipping flight. The spot will soon be plain to you, and I can tell you how. Some passer-by will say, "What winnowing fan is that upon your shoulder?" Halt, and implant your smooth oar in the turf, and make fair sacrifice to Lord Poseidon. A ram, a bull, a great buck-boar. Turn back, and carry out pure hecatombs at home to all wide heaven's lords, the undying gods, to each in order. Then a sea-born death, soft as this hand of mist, will come upon you, when you are wearied out with rich old age, your country folk in blessed peace around you. And all this shall be just as I foretell." When he had done, I said at once, "Tiresias, my life runs on then as the gods have spun it. But come now, tell me this, make this thing clear. I see my mother's ghost among the dead, sitting in silence near the blood. Not once has she glanced this way toward her son, nor spoken. Tell me, my lord, may she in some way come to know my presence?" To this he answered, "I shall make it clear in a few words and simply. Any dead man whom you allow to enter where the blood is will speak to you and speak the truth. But those deprived will grow remote again and fade." When he had prophesied, Tiresias' shade retired lordly to the halls of death. But I stood fast until my mother stirred, moving to sip the black blood. Then she knew me, and called out sorrowfully to me, "Child, how could you cross alive into this gloom at the world's end? No sight for living eyes. Great currents run between, desolate waters. The ocean first, where no man goes a journey without ship's timber under him. Say now, is it from Troy, still wandering after years, that you come here with ship and company? Have you not gone at all to Ithaca? Have you not seen your lady in your hall?" She put these questions, and I answered her, "Mother, I came here driven to the land of death in want of prophecy from Tiresia's shade. Nor have I yet coasted Achaea's hills, nor touched my own land, but have had hard roving since first I joined Lord Agamemnon's host by sea for Ilion, the wild horse country, to fight the men of Troy. But come now, tell me this, and tell me clearly. What was the bane that pinned you down in death? Some ravaging long illness, or mild arrows are flying down one day from Artemis? Tell me of father. Tell me of the son I left behind me. Have they still my place, my honors, or have other men assumed them? Do they not say that I shall come no more? And tell me of my wife. How runs her thought? Still with her child? Still keeping our domains? Or bride again to the best of the Achaeans?" To this my noble mother quickly answered, "Still with her child indeed she is, poor heart, still in your palace hall. Forlorn her nights and days go by, her life used up in weeping. But no man takes your honored place. Telemachus has care of all your garden plots and fields, and holds the public honor of a magistrate, feasting and being feasted. But your father is country-bound and comes to town no more. He owns no bedding, rugs, or fleecy mantles, but lies down winter nights among the slaves, rolled in old cloaks for cover near the embers. Or when the heat comes at the end of summer, the fallen leaves all round his vineyard plot, heaped into windrows, make his lowly bed. He lies now, even so, with aching heart, and longs for your return, while age comes on him. So I, too, pined away. So doom befell me. Not that the keen-eyed huntress with her shafts had marked me down and shot to kill me, not that illness overtook me, no true illness wasting the body to undo the spirit. Only my loneliness for you, Odysseus, for your kind heart and counsel, gentle Odysseus, took my own life away." I bit my lip, rising perplexed, with longing to embrace her, and tried 3 times, putting my arms around her, but she went sifting through my hands, impalpable as shadows are, and wavering like a dream. Now this embittered all the pain I bore, and I cried in the darkness, "O my mother, will you not stay? Be still here in my arms? May we not in this place of death as well hold one another, touch with love, and taste salt tears' relief, the twinge of welling tears? Or is this all hallucination, sent against me by the Iron Queen Persephone to make me groan again?" My noble mother answered quickly, "O my child, alas, most sorely tried of men, great Zeus's daughter Persephone knits no illusion for you. All mortals meet this judgment when they die. No flesh and bone are here, none bound by sinew, since the bright-hearted pyre consumed them down, the white bones long exanimate to ash. Dream-like the soul flies, insubstantial. You must crave sunlight soon. Note all things strange seen here, to tell your lady in after days. So went our talk. Then other shadows came, ladies in company sent by Persephone, consorts or daughters of illustrious men, crowding about the black blood. I took thought how best to separate and question them, and saw no help for it, but drew once more the long bright edge of broadsword from my hip, that none should sip the blood in company, but one by one in order. So it fell that each declared her lineage and name. Here was great loveliness of ghosts. I saw before them all that princess of great ladies, Tyro, Salmoneus' daughter, as she told me, and queen to Cretheus, a son of Iolus. She had gone daft for the river Enipeus, most graceful of all running streams, and ranged all day by Enipeus' limpid side, whose form the foaming girdler of the islands, the god who makes earth tremble, took, and so lay down with her, where he went flooding seaward, their bower a purple billow, arching round to hide them in a sea veil, god and lady. Now when his pleasure was complete, the god spoke to her softly, holding fast her hand. Dear mortal, go enjoy. At the turn of seasons, winter to summer, you shall bear me sons. No love-making of gods can be in vain. Nurse our sweet children tenderly and rear them. Home with you now, and hold your tongue, and tell no one your lover's name, though I am yours, Poseidon, lord of surf that makes earth tremble. He plunged away into the deep sea swell, and she grew big with Pylos and Menelaus, powerful vassals in their time of Zeus. Pylos lived on broad Iolcus seaboard, rich in flocks, and Menelaus at Pylos. As for the sons born by that queen of women to Cretheus, their names were Aeson, Pheres, and Amithaon, expert charioteer. Next after her, I saw Antiope, daughter of Asopus. She too could boast a godful lover, having lain with Zeus and bore 2 sons to him, Amphion and Xephos, who founded Thebes, the upper city, and built the ancient citadel. They sheltered no life upon that plain for all their power, without a fortress wall. And next I saw Amphitryon's true wife, Alcmene, mother, as all men know, of lionish Heracles, conceived when she lay close in Zeus's arms. And Megare, high-hearted Creon's daughter, wife of Amphitryon's unwearying son. I saw the mother of Oedipus, Epicaste, whose great unwitting deed it was to marry her own son. He took that prize from a slain father. Presently the gods brought all to light that made the famous story. But by their fearsome wills he kept his throne in dearest Thebes all through his evil days, while she descended to the place of death, god of the locked and iron door. Steeped down from a high rafter, throttled in her noose, she swung, carried away by pain, and left him endless agony from a mother's furies. And I saw Chloris, that most lovely lady, whom for her beauty in the olden time Neleus wooed with countless gifts and married. She was the youngest daughter of Amphion, son of Iasus. In those days he held power at Orchomenus over the Minyae. At Pylos then, as queen, she bore her children, Nestor, Chromius, Periclymenus, and Pyrrho too, who turned the heads of men with her magnificence. A host of princes from nearby lands came courting her. But Neleus would hear of no one, not unless the suitor could drive the steers of giant Iphiclos from Phaeacia, longhorns, broad in the brow, so fierce that one man only, a diviner, offered to round them up. But bitter fate saw him bound hand and foot by savage herdsmen. Then days and months grew full and waned. The year went wheeling round, the seasons came again, before at last the power of Iphiclos, relenting, freed the prisoner who foretold all things to him. So Zeus's will was done. And I saw Leda, wife of Tyndareus, upon whom Tyndareus had sired twins indomitable, Castor, tamer of horses, and Polydeuces, best in the boxing ring. Those two live still, though life-creating earth embraces them. Even in the underworld, honored as gods by Zeus, each day in turn, one comes alive, the other dies again. Then, after Leda, to my vision came the wife of Aleus, Iphimedea, proud that she once had held the flowing sea, and borne him sons, thunderers for a day, the world-renowned Otos and Ephialtes. Never were men on such a scale bred on the ploughlands and the grainlands, never so magnificent any, after Orion. At 9 years old they towered 9 fathoms tall, 9 cubits in the shoulders, and they promised furor upon Olympus, heaven broken by battle cries, the day they met the gods in arms. With Ossa's mountain peak they meant to crown Olympus, and over Ossa Pelion's forest pile for footholds up the sky. As giants grown they might have done it, but the bright son of Zeus by Leto of the smooth braid shot them down while they were boys unbearded. No dark curls clustered yet from temples to the chin. Then I saw Phaedra, Procris, and Ariadne, daughter of Minos, the grim king. Theseus took her aboard with him from Crete for the terraced land of ancient Athens, but he had no joy of her. Artemis killed her on the isle of Dia at a word from Dionysus. Myra, then, and Clymene, and that detested queen Euryphile, who betrayed her lord for gold. But how name all the women I beheld there, daughters and wives of kings? The starry night wanes long before I close. Here, or aboard ship amid the crew, the hour for sleep has come. Our sailing is the gods' affair and yours. Then he fell silent. Down the shadowy hall the enchanted banqueters were still. Only the queen, with ivory pale arms, Arete, spoke, saying to all the silent men, Phaeacians, how does he stand now in your eyes, this captain, the look and bulk of him, the inward poise? He is my guest, but each one shares that honor. Be in no haste to send him on his way, or scant your bounty in his need. Remember how rich by heaven's will your possessions are. Then Echeneus, the old soldier, eldest of all Phaeacians, added his word. Friends, here was nothing but our own thought spoken. The mark hit square. Our duties to her majesty. For what is to be said and done, we wait upon Alcinous' command. At this the king's voice rang. I so command, as sure as it is I who, while I live, rule the sea rovers of Phaeacia. Our friend longs to put out for home, but let him be content to rest here one more day until I see all gifts bestowed, and every man will take thought for his launching and his voyage, I most of all, for I am master here. Odysseus, the great tactician, answered, Alcinous, king and admiration of men, even a year's delay, if you should urge it, in loading gifts and furnishing for sea, I too could wish it. Better far that I return with some largesse of wealth about me. I shall be thought more worthy of love and courtesy by every man who greets me home in Ithaca. The king said, As to that, one word, Odysseus. From all we see, we take you for no swindler, though the dark earth be patient of so many, scattered everywhere, baiting their traps with lies of old times and of places no one knows. You speak with art, but your intent is honest. The Argive troubles and your own troubles you told as a poet would, a man who knows the world. But now come tell me this. Among the dead, did you meet any of your peers, companions who sailed with you and met their doom at Troy? There's a long night, an endless night before us, and no time yet for sleep, not in this hall. Recall the past deeds and the strange adventures. I could stay up until the sacred dawn, as long as you might wish to tell your story. Odysseus, the great tactician, answered, Alcinous, king and admiration of men, there is a time for storytelling. There is also a time for sleep. But even so, if indeed listening be still your pleasure, I must not grudge my part. Other and sadder tales there are to tell of my companions. of some who came through all the Trojan spears, clangor and groan of war, only to find a brutal death at home, a bad wife behind it. After Persephone, icy and pale, dispersed the shades of women, the soul of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, came before me, sombre in the gloom, and others gathered round, all who were with him when death and doom struck in Aegisthus' hall. Sipping the black blood, the tall shade perceived me, and cried out sharply, breaking into tears, then tried to stretch his hands toward me, but could not, being bereft of all the reach and power he once felt in the great torque of his arms. Gazing at him, and stirred, I wept for pity, and spoke across to him. O son of Atreus, illustrious Lord Marshal Agamemnon, what was the doom that brought you low in death? Were you at sea, aboard ship, and Poseidon blew up a wicked squall to send you under? Or were you cattle raiding on the mainland, or in a fight for some strong point, or women, when the foe hit you to your mortal hurt? But he replied at once, Son of Laertes, Odysseus, master of land ways and sea ways, neither did I go down with some good ship in any gale Poseidon blew, nor die upon the mainland, hurt by foes in battle. It was Aegisthus who designed my death, he and my heartless wife, and killed me after feeding me, like an ox felled at the trough. That was my miserable end, and with me my fellows, like so many swine killed for some troop or feast or wedding banquet in a great landholder's household. In your day you have seen men and hundreds die in war in the bloody press, or downed in single combat. But these were murders you would catch your breath at. Think of us fallen, all our throats cut, wine bowl brimming, tables laden on every side, while blood ran smoking over the whole floor. In my extremity I heard Cassandra, Priam's daughter, piteously crying as the traitress Clytemnestra made to kill her along with me. I heaved up from the ground and got my hands around the blade, but she eluded me, that fall, nor would she close my two eyes as my soul swam to the underworld, or shut my lips. There is no being more fell, more bestial, than a wife in such an action. What an action that one planned! Murder of her husband and her lord. Great God, I thought my children and my slaves at least would give me welcome, but that woman, plotting a thing so low, defiled herself and all her sex, all women yet to come, even those few who may be virtuous. He paused then, and I answered, foul and dreadful. That was the way that Zeus, who views the wide world, vented his hatred on the sons of Atreus. Intrigues of women, even from the start. Myriads died by Helen's fault, and Clytemnestra plotted against you half the world away. And he at once said, let it be a warning even to you. Indulge a woman never, and never tell her all you know. Some things a man may tell, some he should cover up. Not that I see a risk for you, Odysseus, of death at your wife's hands. She is too wise, too clear-eyed, sees alternatives too well. Penelope, the Icarius' daughter, that young bride whom we left behind. Think of it, when we sailed off to war. The baby boy still cradled at her breast. Now he must be a grown man and a lucky one. By heaven, you'll see him yet, and he'll embrace his father with old-fashioned respect, and rightly. My own lady never let me glut my eyes on my own son, but bled me to death first. One thing I will advise on second thought. Stow it away and ponder it. Land your ship in secret on your island. Give no warning. The day of faithful wives is gone forever. But tell me, have you any word at all about my son's life? Through to Cluster, gone to Orchomenus or sandy Pylos, can he be? Or waiting with Menelaus in the plain of Sparta? Death on earth has not yet taken Orestes. But I could only answer, Son of Atreus, why do you ask these questions of me? Neither news of home have I, nor news of him, alive or dead, and empty words are evil. So we exchanged our speech in bitterness, weighed down by grief, and tears welled in our eyes. When there appeared the spirit of Achilles, son of Peleus. Then Patroclus shade, and then Antilochus, and then Aias, first among all the Danaans in strength and bodily beauty, next to Prince Achilles. Now that great runner, grandson of Iacchos, recognized me, and called across to me, Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, old knife, what next? What greater feat remains for you to put your mind on after this? How did you find your way down to the dark, where these dim-witted dead are camped forever, the after-images of used-up men? I answered, Achilles, Peleus' son, strongest of all among the Achaeans. I had need of foresight such as Tiresias alone could give to help me homeward bound for the crags of Ithaca. I have not yet coasted Achaia, not yet touched my land. My life is all adversity. But was there ever a man more blessed by fortune than you, Achilles? Can there ever be? We ranked you with immortals in your lifetime, we Argives did, and here your power is royal among the dead men's shades. Think then, Achilles, you need not be so pained by death. To this he answered swiftly, Let me hear no smooth talk of death from you, Odysseus, light of counsels. Better, I say, to break sod as a farmhand for some poor country man on iron rations, than lord it over all the exhausted dead. Tell me, what news of the prince, my son? Did he come after me to make a name in battle? Or could it be he did not? Do you know if rank and honor still belong to Peleus in the towns of the Myrmidons? Or now, maybe, Hellas and Phaeacia spurn him, seeing old age fetters him hand and foot? I cannot help him under the sun's rays, cannot be that man I was on Troy's wide seaboard in those days when I made bastion for the Argives and put an army's best men in the dust. Were I but whole again, could I go now to my father's house, 1 hour would do, to make my passion and my hands no man could hold, hateful to any who shoulder him aside. Now when he paused, I answered, Of all that, of Peleus' life, that is, I know nothing. But happily I can tell you the whole story of Neoptolemus as you require. In my own ship I brought him out from Skyros to join the Achaeans under arms. And I can tell you, in every council before Troy thereafter, your son spoke first and always to the point. No one but Nestor and I could out-debate him. And when we formed against the Trojan line, he never hung back in the mass, but ranged far forward of his troops. No man could touch him for gallantry. Aye, scores went down before him in hard fights, man to man. I shall not tell all about each or name them all, the long roster of enemies he put out of action, taking the shock of charges on the Argives. But what a champion his lance ran through in Eurypylos, the son of Telephos. Cettians in throngs around that captain also died, all because Priam's gifts had won his mother to send the lad to battle, and I thought Memnon alone in splendor ever outshone him. But one fact more. While our picked Argive crew still rode that hollow horse Epeius built, and when the whole thing lay with me to open the trap door of the ambuscade or not, At that point our Danaan lords and soldiers wiped their eyes, and their knees began to quake, all but Neoptolemus. I never saw his tanned cheek change color, or his hand brush one tear away. Rather, he prayed me hand on hilt to sortie, and he gripped his tough spear bent on havoc for the Trojans. And when we had pierced and sacked Priam's tall city, he loaded his choice plunder and embarked with no scar on him. Not a spear had grazed him, nor the sword's edge in close work. Common wounds one gets in war. Ares in his mad fits knows no favorites. But I said no more, for he had gone off striding the field of asphodel, the ghost of our great runner, Achilles Iacides, glorying in what I told him of his son. Now other souls of mournful dead stood by, each with his troubled questioning. But one remained alone, apart. The son of Telamon, Aias it was, the great shade burning still, because I had won favor on the beachhead in rivalry over Achilles' arms. The lady Thetis, mother of Achilles, laid out for us the dead man's battle gear, and Trojan children, with Athena, named the Danaan fittest to own them. Would God I had not borne the palm that day, for earth took Aias then to hold forever, the handsomest and in all feats of war noblest of the Danaans after Achilles. Gently therefore I called across to him, Aias, dear son of royal Telamon, you would not then forget even in death your fury with me over those accursed calamitous arms? And so they were, a bane sent by the gods upon the Argive host. For when you died by your own hand, we lost a tower, formidable in war. All we Achaeans mourn you forever, as we do Achilles, and no one bears the blame but Zeus. He fixed that doom for you, because he frowned on the whole expedition of our spearmen. My lord, come nearer, listen to our story, conquer your indignation and your pride. But he gave no reply, and turned away, following other ghosts toward Erebus. Who knows if in that darkness he might still have spoken, and I answered. But my heart longed after this to see the dead elsewhere. And now there came before my eyes Minos, the son of Zeus, enthroned, holding a golden staff, dealing out justice among ghostly pleaders arrayed about the broad doorways of death. And then I glimpsed Orion, the huge hunter, gripping his club studded with bronze, unbreakable, with wild beasts he had overpowered in life on lonely mountainsides, now brought to bay on fields of asphodel. And I saw Tityos, the son of Gaia, lying abandoned over 9 square rods of plain, vultures hunched above him left and right, rifling his belly, stabbed into the liver. And he could never push them off. This hulk had once committed rape of Zeus's mistress Leto in her glory, when she crossed the open grass of Panopeus toward Pytho. Then I saw Tantalus put to the torture. In a cool pond he stood, lapped round by water clear to the chin. And being athirst, he burned to slake his dry weasand with drink, though drink he would not ever again. For when the old man put his lips down to the sheet of water, it vanished round his feet, gulped underground, and black mud baked there in a wind from hell. Boughs, too, drooped low above him, big with fruit, pear trees, pomegranates, brilliant apples, luscious figs, and olives ripe and dark. But if he stretched his hand for one, the wind under the dark sky tossed the bough beyond him. Then Sisyphus in torment I beheld, being roused about to a tremendous boulder. Leaning with both arms braced and legs driving, he heaved it toward a height and almost over. But then a power spun him round and sent the cruel boulder bounding again to the plain, whereon the man bent down again to toil, dripping sweat. The dust rose overhead. Next I saw manifest the power of Heracles, a phantom this, for he himself has gone feasting amid the gods, reclining soft with Hebe of the ravishing pale ankles, daughter of Zeus and Hera, shod in gold. But in my vision all the dead around him cried like affrighted birds. Like night itself he loomed with naked bow and nocked arrow, and glances terrible as continual archery. My hackles rose at the gold sword belt he wore sweeping across him, gorgeous intaglio of savage bears, boars, lions with wildfire eyes, sword fights, battles, slaughter, and sudden death. The smith who had that belt in him, I hope he never made and never will make another. The eyes of the vast figure rested on me, and of a sudden he said in kindly tones, "Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, under a cloud, you too, destined to grinding labors like my own in the sunny world? Son of Cronian Zeus or not, how many days I sweated out, being bound in servitude to a man far worse than I, a rough master. He made me hunt this place one time to get the watchdog of the dead. No more perilous task he thought could be, but I brought back that beast up from the underworld. Hermes and grey-eyed Athena showed the way. And Heracles, down the vistas of the dead, faded from sight. But I stood fast, awaiting other great souls who perished in times past. I should have met then God-begotten Theseus, and Pirithous, whom both I longed to see. But first came shades in thousands, rustling in a pandemonium of whispers blown together, and the horror took me that Persephone had brought from darker hell some saurian death's head. I whirled then, made for the ship, shouted to crewmen to get aboard and cast off the stern hawsers, and order soon obeyed. They took their thwarts, and the ship went leaping toward the stream of ocean, first under oars, then with a following wind. Book 12. Sea Perils and Defeat. The ship sailed on out of the ocean stream, riding a long swell on the open sea for the island of Phaeacia. Summering dawn has dancing grounds there, and the sun is rising. But still by night we beached on a sand shelf and waded in beyond the line of breakers to fall asleep, awaiting the day star. When the young dawn with fingertips of rose made heaven bright, I sent shipmates to bring Elpenor's body from the house of Circe. We others cut down timber on the foreland on a high point and built his pyre of logs, then stood by weeping while the flame burnt through corse and equipment. Then we heaped his barrow, lifting a gravestone on the mound, and fixed his light but unwarped oar against the sky. These were our rites in memory of him. Soon then, knowing us back from the dark land, Circe came freshly adorned for us, with handmaids bearing loaves, roast meats, and ruby-colored wine. She stood among us in immortal beauty, jesting. "Hearts of oak, did you go down alive into the homes of death? One visit finishes all men but yourselves, twice mortal. Come, here is meat and wine. Enjoy your feasting for one whole day, and in the dawn tomorrow you shall put out to sea. Sailing directions, landmarks, perils I shall sketch for you, to keep you from being caught by land or water in some black sack of trouble." In high humor and ready for carousal, we agreed. So all that day until the sun went down, we feasted on roast meat and good red wine, till after sunset at the fall of night the men dropped off to sleep by the stern hawsers. She took my hand then, silent in that hush, drew me apart, made me sit down, and lay beside me, softly questioning, as I told all I had seen from first to last. Then said the lady Circe, "So, All those trials are over. Listen with care to this now, and a god will arm your mind. Square in your ship's path are Sirenes, crying beauty to bewitch men coasting by. Woe to the innocent who hears that sound. He will not see his lady nor his children in joy, crowding about him home from sea. The Sirenes will sing his mind away, on their sweet meadow lolling. There are bones of dead men rotting in a pile beside them, and flayed skins shrivel around the spot. Steer wide, keep well to seaward. Plug your oarsmen's ears with beeswax kneaded soft. None of the rest should hear that song. But if you wish to listen, let the men tie you in the lugger hand and foot back to the mast, lashed to the mast, so you may hear those harpies' thrilling voices. Shout as you will, begging to be untied, your crew must only twist more line around you and keep their stroke up till the singers fade. What then? One of two courses you may take, and you yourself must weigh them. I shall not plan the whole action for you now, but only tell you of both. Ahead are beetling rocks. Dark blue glancing Amphitrite surging roars around. Prowling rocks, or drifters, the gods in bliss have named them well. Not even birds can pass them by, not even the timorous doves that bear ambrosia to Father Zeus. Caught by downdrafts, they die on rock walls smooth as ice. Each time the Father wafts a new courier to make up his crew. Still less can ships get sea room of these drifters, whose boiling surf under high fiery winds carries tossing wreckage of ships and men. Only one ocean-going craft, the far-famed Argo, made it, sailing from Aita. But she too would have crashed on the big rocks if Hera had not pulled her through for love of Iason, her captain. A second course lies between headlands. One is a sharp mountain piercing the sky, with storm cloud round the peak dissolving never, not in the brightest summer to show heaven's azure there, nor in the fall. No mortal man could scale it, nor so much as land there, not with 20 hands and feet, so sheer the cliffs are, as of polished stone. Midway that height a cavern full of mist opens toward Erebus and evening. Skirting this in the lugger, great Odysseus, your master bowman shooting from the deck would come short of the cave mouth with his shaft. But that is the den of Scylla, where she yaps abominably, and new-born whelps cry, though she is huge and monstrous. God or man, no one could look on her in joy. Her legs, and there are 12, are like great tentacles unjointed, and upon her serpent necks are borne 6 heads, like nightmares of ferocity, with triple serried rows of fangs and deep gullets of black death. Half her length she sways her heads in air outside her horrid cleft, hunting the sea around that promontory for dolphins, dogfish, or what bigger game thundering Amphitrite feeds in thousands. And no ship's company can claim to have passed her without loss and grief. She takes from every ship 1 man for every gullet. The opposite point seems more a tongue of land you'd touch with a good bow shot at the Narrows. A great wild fig, a saggy mass of leaves, grows on it, and Charybdis lurks below to swallow down the dark sea tide. 3 times from dawn to dusk she spews it up, and sucks it down again 3 times, a whirling maelstrom. If you come upon her then, the god who makes earth tremble could not save you. No, hug the cliff of Scylla. Take your ship through on a racing stroke. Better to mourn 6 men than lose them all, and the ship too. So her advice ran. But I faced her, saying, only instruct me, goddess, if you will, how, if possible, can I pass Charybdis, or fight off Scylla when she raids my crew? Swiftly that loveliest goddess answered me, "Must you have battle in your heart forever, the bloody toil of combat? Old contender, will you not yield to the immortal gods? That nightmare cannot die, being eternal evil itself, horror and pain and chaos. There is no fighting her. No power can fight her. All that avails is flight. Lose headway there along that rock face while you break out arms, and she'll swoop over you, I fear, once more, taking one man again for every gullet. No, put all your backs into it, row on. Invoke blind force that bore this scourge of men to keep her from a second strike against you. Then you will coast Thrinacia, the island where Helios cattle graze, fine herds and flocks of goodly sheep. The herds and flocks are 7, with 50 beasts in each. No lambs are dropped or calves, and these fat cattle never die. Immortal too their cowherds are, their shepherds, Phaeacia and Lampetia, sweetly braided nymphs that divine Neaira bore to the overlord of high noon, Helios. These nymphs their gentle mother bred, and placed upon Thrinacia, the distant land, in care of flocks and cattle for their father. Now give those kine a wide berth. Keep your thoughts intent upon your course for home, and hard seafaring brings you all to Ithaca. But if you raid the beeves, I see destruction for ship and crew. Rough years then lie between you and your homecoming, alone and old, the one survivor, all companions lost." As Circe spoke, Dawn mounted her golden throne, and on the first rays Circe left me, taking her way like a great goddess up the island. I made straight for the ship, roused up the men to get aboard, and cast off at the stern. They scrambled to their places by the rowlocks, and all in line dipped oars in the grey sea. But soon an offshore breeze blew to our liking, a canvas-bellying breeze, a lusty shipmate sent by the singing nymph with sun-bright hair. So we made fast the braces, and we rested, letting the wind and steersman work the ship. The crew being now silent before me, I addressed them, sore at heart. "Dear friends, more than one man, or two, should know those things Circe foresaw for us and shared with me. So let me tell her forecast. Then we die with our eyes open if we are going to die, or know what death we baffle if we can. Cyrenes, weaving a haunting song over the sea we are to shun, she said, and their green shore all sweet with clover. Yet she urged that I alone should listen to their song. Therefore you are to tie me up tight as a splint, erect along the mast, lashed to the mast, and if I shout and beg to be untied, take more turns of the rope to muffle me." I rather dwelt on this part of the forecast, while our good ship made time, bound outward down the wind for the strange island of Cyrenes. Then all at once the wind fell, and calm came over all the sea, as though some power lulled the swell. The crew were on their feet briskly to furl the sail and stow it. Then, each in place, they poised the smooth oar blades and sent the white foam scudding by. I carved a massive cake of beeswax into bits and rolled them in my hands until they softened. No long task, for a burning heat came down from Helios, lord of high noon. Going forward, I carried wax along the line and laid it thick on their ears. They tied me up then, plumb amidships, back to the mast, lashed to the mast, and took themselves again to rowing. Soon, as we came smartly within hailing distance, the 2 Cyrenes, noting our fast ship off their point, made ready, and they sang, "This way, O turn your bows, Achaea's glory, as all the world allows, moor and be merry. Sweet coupled airs we sing. No lonely seafarer holds clear of entering our green mirror. Pleased by each purling note, like honey twining from her throat and my throat, who lies a-pining? Sea rovers here take joy voyaging onward, as from our song of Troy, grey-beard and rower boy goeth more learned. All feats on that great field in the long warfare, dark days the bright gods willed, wounds you bore there, Argos old soldiery on Troy beach teeming, charmed out of time we see. No life on earth can be hid from our dreaming. The lovely voices in ardor appealing over the water made me crave to listen, and I tried to say, "Untie me," to the crew, jerking my brows, but they bent steady to the oars. Then Perimedes got to his feet, he and Eurylochus, and passed more line about to hold me still. So all rowed on, until the Cyrenes dropped under the sea rim, and their singing dwindled away. My faithful company rested on their oars now, peeling off the wax that I had laid thick on their ears, then set me free. But scarcely had that island faded in blue air than I saw smoke and white water, with sound of waves in tumult. A sound the men heard, and it terrified them. Oars flew from their hands. The blades went knocking wild alongside, till the ship lost way, with no oar blades to drive her through the water. Well, I walked up and down from bow to stern, trying to put heart into them, standing over every oarsman, saying gently, "Friends, have we never been in danger before this? More fearsome is it now than when the Cyclops penned us in his cave? What power he had! Did I not keep my nerve and use my wits to find a way out for us? Now I say, by hook or crook, this peril too shall be something that we remember. Heads up, lads! We must obey the orders as I give them. Get the oar shafts in your hands and lay back hard on your benches. Hit these breaking seas. Zeus help us pull away before we founder. You at the tiller, listen and take in all that I say. The rudders are your duty. Keep her out of the combers and the smoke. Steer for that headland. Watch the drift, or we fetch up in the smother and you drown us." That was all, and it brought them round to action. But as I sent them on towards Scylla, I told them nothing, as they could do nothing. They would have dropped their oars again in panic to roll for cover under the decking. Circe's bidding against arms had slipped my mind, so I tied on my cuirass and took up 2 heavy spears, then made my way along to the foredeck, thinking to see her first from there, the monster of the grey rock, harboring torment for my friends. I strained my eyes upon that cliffside veiled in cloud, but nowhere could I catch sight of her. And all this time, in travail, sobbing, gaining on the current, we rowed into the strait. Scylla to port, and on our starboard beam Charybdis, dire gorge of the salt sea tide. By heaven, when she vomited, all the sea was like a cauldron seething over intense fire when the mixture suddenly heaves and rises. The shot spume soared to the landside heights and fell like rain. But when she swallowed the sea water down, we saw the funnel of the maelstrom, heard the rock bellowing all around, and dark sand raged on the bottom far below. My men all blanched against the glue. Our eyes were fixed upon that yawning mouth in fear of being devoured. Then Scylla made her strike, whisking 6 of my best men from the ship. I happened to glance aft at ship and oarsmen, and caught sight of their arms and legs dangling high overhead. Voices came down to me in anguish, calling my name for the last time. A man surf-casting on a point of rock for bass or mackerel, whipping his long rod to drop the sinker and the bait far out, will hook a fish and rip it from the surface to dangle wriggling through the air. So these were borne aloft in spasms toward the cliff. She ate them as they shrieked there in her den, in the dire grapple, reaching still for me. And deathly pity ran me through at that sight. Far the worst I ever suffered, questing the passes of the strange sea. We rowed on. The rocks were now behind. Charybdis, too, and Scylla dropped astern. Then we were coasting the noble island of the god, where grazed those cattle with wide brows and bounteous flocks of Helios, lord of noon, who rides high heaven. From the black ship, far still at sea, I heard the lowing of the cattle winding home, and sheep bleating, and heard too in my heart the words of blind Tiresias of Thebes, and Circe of Phhaeacia. Both forbade me the island of the world's delight, the sun. So I spoke out in gloom to my companions. Shipmates, grieving and weary though you are, listen. I had forewarning from Tiresias, and Circe too. Both told me I must shun this island of the sun, the world's delight. Nothing but fatal trouble shall we find here. Pull away, then, and put the land astern. That strained them to the breaking point, and cursing, Eurylochus cried out in bitterness, "Are you flesh and blood, Odysseus, to endure more than a man can? Do you never tire? God, look at you! Iron is what you are made of. Here we all are, half dead with weariness, falling asleep over the oars, and you say no landing, no firm island earth where we could make a quiet supper. No, pull out to sea, you say, with night upon us, just as before, but wandering now and lost. Sudden storms can rise at night and swamp ships without a trace. Where is your shelter if some stiff gale blows up from south or west? The winds that break up shipping every time when seamen flout the Lord God's will. I say, do as the hour demands and go ashore. Before black night comes down, we'll make our supper alongside, and at dawn put out to sea." Now when the rest said aye to this, I saw the power of destiny devising ill. Sharply I answered without hesitation, "Eurylochus, they are with you to a man. I am alone, outmatched. Let this whole company swear me a great oath. Any herd of cattle or flock of sheep here found shall go unharmed. No one shall slaughter out of wantonness ram or heifer. All shall be content with what the goddess Circe put aboard." They fell at once to swearing as I ordered, and when the round of oaths had ceased, we found a half-moon bay to beach and moor the ship in, with a fresh spring near by. All hands ashore went about skilfully getting up a meal. Then, after thirst and hunger, those besiegers were turned away. They mourned for their companions plucked from the ship by Scylla and devoured, and sleep came soft upon them as they mourned. In the small hours of the third watch, when stars that shone out in the first dusk of evening had gone down to their setting, a giant wind blew from heaven, and clouds driven by Zeus crowded land and sea in a night of storm. So just as dawn with fingertips of rose touched the windy world, we dragged our ship to cover in a grotto, a sea cave where nymphs had chairs of rock and sanded floors. I mustered all the crew and said, "Old shipmates, our stores are in the ship's hold, food and drink. The cattle here are not for our provision, for we pay dearly for it. Fierce the god is who cherishes these heifers and these sheep, Helios. No man avoids his eye." To this my fighters nodded. Yes. But now we had a month of onshore gales, blowing day in, day out, south winds or south by east. As long as bread and good red wine remained to keep the men up and appease their craving, they would not touch the cattle. But in the end, when all the barley in the ship was gone, hunger drove them to scour the wild shore with angling hooks for fishes and seafowl, whatever fell into their hands. And lean days wore their bellies thin. The storms continued. So one day I withdrew to the interior to pray the gods in solitude, for hope that one might show me some way of salvation. Slipping away, I struck across the island to a sheltered spot out of the driving gale. I washed my hands there and made supplication to the gods who own Olympus, all the gods. But they, for answer, only closed my eyes under slow drops of sleep. Now on the shore, Eurylochus made his insidious plea. "Comrades," he said, "you've gone through everything. Listen to what I say. All deaths are hateful to us, mortal wretches, but famine is the most pitiful, the worst end that a man can come to. Will you fight it? Come, we'll cut out the noblest of these cattle for sacrifice to the gods who own the sky. And once at home in the old country of Ithaca, if ever that day comes, we'll build a costly temple and adorn it with every beauty for the Lord of Noon. But if he flares up over his heifers lost, wishing our ship destroyed, and if the gods make cause with him, why then I say, better open your lungs to a big sea once for all, than waste to skin and bones on a lonely island. Thus Eurylochus, and they murmured, Aye, trooping away at once to round up heifers. Now that day tranquil cattle with broad brows were grazing near, and soon the men drew up around their chosen beasts in ceremony. They plucked the leaves that shone on a tall oak, having no barley meal, to strew the victims, performed the prayers and ritual, knifed the kine, and flayed each carcass, cutting thigh bones free to wrap in double folds of fat. These offerings with strips of meat were laid upon the fire. Then, as they had no wine, they made libation with clear spring water, broiling the entrails first. And when the bones were burnt and tripes shared, they spitted the carved meat. Just then my slumber left me in a rush. My eyes opened, and I went down the seaward path. No sooner had I caught sight of our black hull than savory odors of burnt fat eddied around me. Grief took hold of me, and I cried aloud, O Father Zeus and gods in bliss forever, you made me sleep away this day of mischief. O cruel drowsing in the evil hour, here they sat, and a great work they contrived. Phaeacia, in her long gown, meanwhile, had borne swift word to the overlord of Noon. They have killed your kine. And the Lord Helios burst into angry speech amid the immortals. O Father Zeus and gods in bliss forever, punish Odysseus' men. So overweening now they have killed my peaceful kine, my joy at morning when I climbed the sky of stars, and evening when I bore westward from heaven. Restitution or penalty they shall pay, and pay in full, or I go down forever to light the dead men in the underworld. Then Zeus, who drives the storm cloud, made reply, Peace, Helios. Shine on among the gods, shine over mortals in the fields of grain. Let me throw down one white-hot bolt, and make splinters of their ship in the wine-dark sea. Calypso later told me of this exchange, as she declared that Hermes had told her. Well, when I reached the sea cave and the ship, I faced each man and had it out. But where could any remedy be found? There was none. The silken beeves of Helios were dead. The gods, moreover, made queer signs appear. Cowhides began to crawl, and beef, both raw and roasted, lowed like kine upon the spits. Now 6 full days my gallant crew could feast upon the prime beef they had marked for slaughter from Helios' herd. And Zeus, the son of Cronus, had it one fine morning. All the gales had ceased, blown out. With an offshore breeze we launched again, stepping the mast and sail to make for the open sea. Astern of us the island coastline faded, and no land showed anywhere, but only sea and heaven. Zeus Cronion piled a thunderhead above the ship, while gloom spread on the ocean. We held our course, but briefly. Then the squall struck whining from the west, with gale force, breaking both forestays, and the mast came toppling aft along the ship's length, so the running rigging showered into the bilge. On the after deck, the mast had hit the steersman a slant blow, bashing the skull in, knocking him overside as the brave soul fled the body like a diver. Crack on crack of thunder, Zeus let fly a bolt against the ship, a direct hit, so that she bucked in reeking fumes of sulphur, and all the men were flung into the sea. They came up round the wreck, bobbing a while like petrels on the waves. No more seafaring homeward for these, no sweet day of return. The god had turned his face from them. I clambered fore and aft my hulk until a comber split her keel from ribs, and the big timber floated free. The mast, too, broke away. A backstay floated dangling from it, stout rawhide rope, and I used this for lashing mast and keel together. These I straddled, riding the frightful storm. Nor had I yet seen the worst of it, for now the west wind dropped, and a southeast gale came on. One more twist of the knife, taking me north again, straight for Charybdis. All that night I drifted, and in the sunrise, sure enough, I lay off Scylla mountain and Charybdis deep. There, as the whirlpool drank the tide, a billow tossed me, and I sprang for the great fig tree, catching on like a bat under a bough. Nowhere had I to stand, no way of climbing, the root and bole being far below, and far above my head the branches and their leaves massed, overshadowing Charybdis pool. But I clung grimly, thinking my mast and keel would come back to the surface when she spouted. How long, with what desire, I waited, till at the twilight hour, when one who hears and judges pleas in the market-place all day between contentious men goes home to supper, the long poles at last reared from the sea. Now I let go with hands and feet, plunging straight into the foam beside the timbers, pulled astride, and rowed hard with my hands to pass by Scylla. Never could I have passed her, had not the Father of gods and men this time kept me from her eyes. Once through the strait, 9 days I drifted in the open sea before I made shore, buoyed up by the gods upon Ogygia Isle. The dangerous nymph Calypso lives and sings there in her beauty. She received me, loved me. But why tell the same tale that I told last night in hall to you and to your lady? Those adventures made a long evening, and I do not hold with tiresome repetition of a story. Book 13. One More Strange Island. He ended it, and no one stirred or sighed in the shadowy hall, spellbound as they all were, until Alcinous answered, "When you came here to my strong home, Odysseus, under my tall roof, headwinds were left behind you. Clear sailing shall you have now, homeward now, however painful all the past. My lords, ever my company, sharing the wine of counsel, the songs of the blind harper. Hear me further. Garments are folded for our guest and friend in the smooth chest, and gold in various shaping of adornment lies with other gifts, and many brought by our peers. Let each man add his tripod and deep-bellied cauldron. We'll make levy upon the realm to pay us for the loss each bears in this." Alcinous had voiced their own heart's wish. All gave assent. Then home they went to rest. But young Dawn's fingertips of rose, touching the world, roused them to make haste to the ship, each with his gift of noble bronze. Alcinous, their ardent king, stepping aboard himself, directed the stowing under the cross-planks, not to cramp the long pull of the oarsmen. Going then to the great hall, lords and crew prepared for feasting. As the gods anointed, Alcinous made offering on their behalf. An ox to Zeus beyond the storm cloud, Cronus' son, who rules the world. They burnt the great thigh bones, and feasted at their ease on fresh roast meat, as in their midst the godlike harper sang, Demodocus, honored by all that realm. Only Odysseus time and again turned craning toward the sun, impatient for day's end, for the open sea. Just as a farmer's hunger grows behind the bolted plough and share all day afield, drawn by his team of wine-dark oxen, sundown is benison for him, sending him homeward stiff in the knees from weariness to dine. Just so the light on the sea-rim gladdened Odysseus, and as it dipped he stood among the Phaeacians, turned to Alcinous and said, "O king and admiration of your people, give me farewell, and stain the ground with wine. My blessings on you all. This hour brings fulfillment to the longing of my heart, a ship for home, and gifts the gods of heaven make so precious and so bountiful. After this voyage, God grant I find my own wife in my hall, with every one I love best, safe and sound. And may you, settled in your land, give joy to wives and children. May the gods reward you every way, and your realm be free of woe. Then all the voices rang out, Be it so, and well spoken, and let our friend make sail. Whereon Alcinous gave command to his crier, Fill the wine bowl, Pontonous, mix and serve, go the whole round. So may this company invoke our father Zeus and bless our friend, sea-born tonight and bound for his own country. Pontonous mixed the honey-hearted wine and went from chair to chair, filling the cups. Then each man where he sat poured out his offering to the gods in bliss who own the sweep of heaven. With gentle bearing, Odysseus rose and placed his double goblet in Arete's hand, saying, Great Queen, farewell. Be blessed through all your days, till age comes on you, and death, last end for mortals, after age. Now I must go my way. Live in felicity, and make this palace lovely for your children, your countrymen, and your king Alcinous. Royal Odysseus turned and crossed the door-sill, a herald at his right hand sent by Alcinous to lead him to the sea beach and the ship. Arete, too, sent maids in waiting after him, one with a laundered great cloak and a tunic, a second balancing the crammed sea-chest, a third one bearing loaves and good red wine. As soon as they arrived alongside, crewmen took these things for stowage under the planks, their victualling and drink. Then spread a rug and linen cover on the after-deck, where Lord Odysseus might sleep in peace. Now he himself embarked, lay down, lay still, while oarsmen took their places at the rowlocks, all in order. They untied their hawser, passing it through a drilled stone ring, then bent forward at the oars, and caught the sea as one man, stroking. Slumber soft and deep, like the still sleep of death, weighed on his eyes as the ship hove seaward. How a four-horse team whipped into a run on a straightaway consumes the road, surging and surging over it. So ran that craft, and showed her heels to the swell, her bow wave riding after, and her wake on the purple night sea foaming. Hour by hour she held her pace. Not even a falcon wheeling downwind, swiftest bird, could stay abreast of her in that most arrowy flight through open water, with her great passenger, godlike in counsel, he that in 20 years had borne such blows in his deep heart, breaking through ranks in war and waves on the bitter sea. This night, at last, he slept serene, his long-tried mind at rest. When on the east the sheer bright star arose that tells of coming dawn, the ship made landfall, and came up islandward in the dim of night. Phorcys, the old sea-baron, has a cove here in the realm of Ithaca. 2 points of high rock, breaking sharply, hunch around it, making a haven from the plunging surf that gales at sea roll shoreward. Deep inside, at mooring range, good ships can ride unmoored. There on the inmost shore, an olive tree throws wide its boughs over the bay. Nearby, a cave of dusky light is hidden for those immortal girls, the Naiades. Within are wine bowls hollowed in the rock, and amphorae. Bees bring their honey here. And there are looms of stone, great looms, whereon the weaving nymphs make tissues richly dyed as the deep sea is. And clear springs in the cavern flow forever. Of 2 entrances, one on the north allows descent of mortals, but beings out of light alone, the undying, can pass by the south slit. No men come there. This cove the sailors knew. Here they drew in, and the ship ran half her keel's length up the shore, she had such way on her from those great oarsmen. Then from their benches forward on dry ground they disembarked. They hoisted up Odysseus unruffled on his bed under his cover, handing him overside, still fast asleep, to lay him on the sand. They unloaded all those gifts the princes of Phaeacia gave him when by Athena's heart and will he won his passage home. They bore this treasure off the beach and piled it close around the roots of the olive tree, that no one passing should steal Odysseus' gear before he woke. That done, they pulled away on the homeward track. But now, the god that shakes the islands, brooding over old threats of his against Odysseus, approached Lord Zeus to learn his will. Said he, "Father of gods, will the bright immortals ever pay me respect again if mortals do not? Phaeacians, too, my own blood kin. I thought Odysseus should in time regain his homeland. I had no mind to rob him of that day. No, you promised it, being so inclined. Only I thought he should be made to suffer all the way. But now these islanders have shipped him homeward, sleeping soft, and put him on Ithaca, with gifts untold of bronze and gold and fine cloth to his shoulder. Never from Troy had he borne off such booty, if he had got home safe with all his share." Then Zeus, who drives the storm cloud, answered, sighing, "God of horizons, making earth's underbeam tremble, why do you grumble so? The immortal gods show you no less esteem, and the rough consequence would make them slow to let barbs fly at their eldest and most noble. But if some mortal captain, overcome by his own pride of strength, cuts or defies you, are you not always free to take reprisal? Act as your wrath requires, and as you will." Now said Poseidon, god of earthquake, "I, god of the stormy sky, I should have taken vengeance, as you say, and on my own. But I respect and would avoid your anger. The sleek Phaeacian cutter even now has carried out her mission and glides home over the misty sea. Let me impale her, end her voyage, and end all ocean crossing with passengers. Then heave a massive mountain in a ring around the city." Now Zeus, who drives the storm cloud, said benignly, "Here is how I should do it, little brother. When all who watch upon the wall have caught sight of the ship, let her be turned to stone. An island like a ship, just off the bay. Mortals may gape at that for generations. But throw no mountain round the seaport city." When he heard this, Poseidon, god of earthquake, departed for Scheria, where the Phaeacians are born and dwell. Their ocean-going ship he saw already near, heading for harbor. So up behind her swam the island shaker, and struck her into stone, rooted in stone at one blow of his palm, then took to the open sea. Those famous ship-handlers, the Phaeacians, gazed at each other, murmuring in wonder. You could have heard one say, "Now who in thunder has anchored, moored that ship in the seaway, when everyone could see her making harbor?" The god had wrought a charm beyond their thought. But soon Alcinous made them hush, and told them, "This present doom upon the ship, on me, my father prophesied in the olden time. If we gave safe conveyance to all passengers, we should incur Poseidon's wrath," he said, "whereby one day a fair ship manned by Phaeacians would come to grief at the gods' hands. Great mountains would hide our city from the sea. So my old father forecast. Use your eyes. These things are even now being brought to pass. Let all here abide by my decree. We make an end henceforth of taking in our ships castaways who may land upon Scheria, and 12 choice bulls we dedicate at once to Lord Poseidon, praying him of his mercy not to heave up a mountain round our city." In fearful awe they led the bulls to sacrifice, and stood about the altar stone, those captains, peers of Phaeacia, led by their king in prayer to Lord Poseidon. Meanwhile, on his island, his father's shore, that kingly man Odysseus awoke, but could not tell what land it was after so many years away. Moreover, Pallas Athena, Zeus's daughter, poured a grey mist all around him, hiding him from common sight. For she had things to tell him, and wished no one to know him, wife or townsman, before the suitors paid up for their crimes. The landscape then looked strange, unearthly strange to the lord Odysseus. Paths by hill and shore, glimpses of harbors, cliffs, and summer trees. He stood up, rubbed his eyes, gazed at his homeland, swore, slapping his thighs with both his palms, then cried aloud, "What am I in for now? Whose country have I come to this time? Rough savages and outlaws are they, or God-fearing people friendly to castaways? Where shall I take these things? Where take myself with no guide, no directions? These should be still in Phaeacian hands, and I uncumbered, free to find some other open-hearted prince who might be kind and give me passage. I have no notion where to store this treasure. First comer's trove it is if I leave it here. My lords and captains of Phaeacia were not those decent men they seemed, not honorable, landing me in this unknown country. No, by God, they swore to take me home to Ithaca, and did not. Zeus attend to their reward, Zeus, patron of petitioners, who holds all other mortals under his eye. He takes payment from betrayals. I'll be busy. I can look through my gear. I shouldn't wonder if they pulled out with part of it on board. He made a tally of his shining pile, tripods, cauldrons, cloaks, and gold, and found he lacked nothing at all. And then he wept, despairing, for his own land, trudging down beside the endless wash of the wide, wide sea, weary and desolate as the sea. But soon Athena came to him from the nearby air, putting a young man's figure on, a shepherd, like a king's son, all delicately made. She wore a cloak in 2 folds off her shoulders, and sandals bound upon her shining feet. A hunting lance lay in her hands. At sight of her, Odysseus took heart, and he went forward to greet the lad, speaking out fair and clear. "Friend, you are the first man I've laid eyes on here in this cove. Greetings. Do not feel alarmed or hostile, coming across me. Only receive me into safety with my stores. Touching your knees, I ask it, as I might ask grace of a god. Oh, sir, advise me, what is this land and realm? Who are the people? Is it an island all distinct, or part of the fertile mainland sloping to the sea?" To this grey-eyed Athena answered, "Stranger, you must come from the other end of nowhere. Else you are a great booby, having to ask what place this is. It is no nameless country. Why, everyone has heard of it. The nations over on the dawn side, toward the sun, and westerners in cloudy lands of evening. No one would use this ground for training horses. It is too broken, has no breadth of meadow, but there is nothing meagre about the soil. The yield of grain is wondrous, and wine, too, with drenching rains and dewfall. There's good pasture for oxen and for goats, all kinds of timber, and water all year long in the cattle ponds. For these blessings, friend, the name of Ithaca has made its way even as far as Troy, and they say Troy lies far beyond Achaia." Now Lord Odysseus the long-enduring laughed in his heart, hearing his land described by Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus who rules the veering storm-wind, and he answered her with ready speech, not that he told the truth, but just as she did, held back what he knew, weighing within himself at every step what he made up to serve his turn. Said he, "Far away, in Crete, I learned of Ithaca, in that broad island over the great ocean. And here I am now, come myself to Ithaca. Here is my fortune with me. I left my sons an equal part when I shipped out. I killed Orsilochus the courier, son of Idomeneus. This man could beat the best cross-country runners in Crete, but he desired to take away my Trojan plunder, all I had fought and bled for, cutting through ranks in war and the cruel sea. Confiscation is what he planned. He knew I had not cared to win his father's favor as a staff officer in the field at Troy, but led my own command. I acted. I hit him with a spear cast from a roadside as he came down from the open country. Murky night shrouded all heaven and the stars. I made that ambush with one man at arms. We were unseen. I took his life in secret, finished him off with my sharp sword. That night I found asylum on a ship offshore, skippered by gentlemen of Phaeacia. I gave all they could wish, out of my store of plunder for passage, and for landing me at Pylos or Elis town, where the Epeioi are in power. Contrary winds carried them willy-nilly past that coast. They had no wish to cheat me, but we were blown off course. Here, then, by night we came, and made this haven by hard rowing. All famished, but too tired to think of food, each man dropped in his tracks after the landing, and I slept hard, being wearied out. Before I woke today, they put my things ashore on the sand here beside me where I lay, then re-embarked for Sidon, that great city. Now they are far at sea, while I am left forsaken here. At this the grey-eyed goddess Athena smiled, and gave him a caress. Her looks being changed now, so she seemed a woman, tall and beautiful, and no doubt skilled at weaving splendid things. She answered briskly, "Whoever gets around you must be sharp and guileful as a snake. Even a god might bow to you in ways of dissimulation. You chameleon, bottomless bag of tricks! Here in your own country would you not give your stratagems a rest, or stop spell-binding for an instant? You play a part as if it were your own tough skin. No more of this, though. Two of a kind we are, contrivers both. Of all men now alive, you are the best in plots and storytelling. My own fame is for wisdom among the gods, and deceptions too. Would even you have guessed that I am Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus? I that am always with you in times of trial, a shield to you in battle, I who made the Phaeacians befriend you to a man? Now I am here again to counsel with you, but first to put away those gifts the Phaeacians gave you at departure. I planned it so. Then I can tell you of the gall and wormwood it is your lot to drink in your own hall. Patience, iron patience you must show. So give it out to neither man nor woman that you are back from wandering. Be silent under all injuries, even blows from men." His mind ranging far, Odysseus answered, "Can mortal man be sure of you on sight, even a sage, O mistress of disguises? Once you were fond of me, I am sure of that, years ago, when we Achaeans made war in our generation upon Troy. But after we had sacked the shrines of Priam and put to sea, God scattered the Achaeans. I never saw you after that, never knew you abode with me to act as shield in grievous times, not till you gave me comfort in the rich hinterland of the Phaeacians, and were yourself my guide into that city. Hear me now in your father's name, for I cannot believe that I have come to Ithaca. It is some other land. You made that speech only to mock me and to take me in. Have I come back, in truth, to my home island?" To this the grey-eyed goddess Athena answered, "Always the same detachment. That is why I cannot fail you in your evil fortune, cool-headed, quick, well-spoken as you are. Would not another wandering man in joy make haste home to his wife and children? Not you, not yet. Before you hear their story, you will have proof about your wife. I tell you, she still sits where you left her, and her days and nights go by forlorn in lonely weeping. For my part, never had I despaired. I felt sure of your coming home, though all your men should perish. But I never cared to fight Poseidon, father's brother, in his baleful rage with you for taking his son's eye. Now I shall make you see the shape of Ithaca. Here is the cove the sea-lord Phorcys owns. There is the olive spreading out her leaves over the inner bay, and there the cavern, dusky and lovely, hallowed by the feet of those immortal girls, the Naiades. The same wide cave under whose vault you came to honor them with hecatombs. And there Mount Neion, with his forest on his back. She had dispelled the mist, so all the islands stood out clearly. Then indeed Odysseus' heart stirred with joy. He kissed the earth, and lifting up his hands prayed to the nymphs. O slim, shy Naiades, young maids of Zeus, I had not thought to see you ever again. Oh, listen smiling to my gentle prayers, and we'll make offering plentiful as in the old time. Granted I live, granted my son grows tall, by favor of great Athena, Zeus's daughter, who gives the winning fighter his reward. The grey-eyed goddess said directly, Courage, and let the future trouble you no more. We go to make a cache now in the cave to keep your treasure hid. Then we'll consider how best the present action may unfold. The goddess turned and entered the dim cave, exploring it for crannies, while Odysseus carried up all the gold, fire-hard bronze, and well-made clothing the Phaeacians gave him. Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus the Storm King, placed them and shut the cave mouth with a stone, and under the old grey olive tree those two sat down to work the suitors' death and woe. Grey-eyed Athena was the first to speak, saying, Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master of landways and seaways, put your mind on a way to reach and strike a crowd of brazen upstarts. 3 long years they have played master in your house. 3 years trying to win your lovely lady, making gifts as though betrothed. And she, forever grieving for you, missing your return, she has allowed them all to hope, and sent messengers with promises to each, though her true thoughts are fixed elsewhere. At this the man of ranging mind, Odysseus, cried, So hard beset! An end like Agamemnon's might very likely have been mine, a bad end, bleeding to death in my own hall. You forestalled it, goddess, by telling me how the land lies. Weave me a way to pay them back. And you, too, take your place with me. Breathe valor in me, the way you did that night when we Achaeans unbound the bright veil from the brow of Troy. O grey-eyed one, fire my heart and brace me. I'll take on fighting men 300 strong, if you fight at my back, immortal lady. The grey-eyed goddess Athena answered him, No fear, but I shall be there. You'll go forward under my arm when the crux comes at last. And I foresee your vast floor stained with blood, spattered with brains of this or that tall suitor who fed upon your cattle. Now for a while I shall transform you. Not a soul will know you. The clear skin of your arms and legs shriveled, your chestnut hair all gone, your body dressed in sacking that a man would gag to see. The 2 eyes that were so brilliant, dirtied. Contemptible you shall seem to your enemies as to the wife and son you left behind. But join the swineherd first, the overseer of all your swine, a good soul now as ever, devoted to Penelope and your son. He will be found near Raven's Rock and the well of Arethusa, where the swine are pastured, rooting for acorns to their heart's content, drinking the dark, still water. Boar flesh grows pink and fat on that fresh diet. There stay with him and question him, while I am off to the great beauty's land of Sparta to call your son Telemachus home again. For you should know he went to the wide land of Lacedaemon, Menelaus' country, to learn if there were news of you abroad. Odysseus answered, Why not tell him, knowing my whole history as you do? Must he traverse the barren sea, he too, and live in pain, while others feed on what is his? At this the grey-eyed goddess Athena said, No need for anguish on that lad's account. I sent him off myself to make his name in foreign parts. No hardship in the bargain, taking his ease in Menelaus' mansion, lapped in gold. The young bucks here, I know, lie in wait for him in a cutter, bent on murdering him before he reaches home. I rather doubt they will. Cold earth instead will take in her embrace a man or two of those who fed so long on what is his. Speaking no more, she touched him with her wand, shriveled the clear skin of his arms and legs, made all his hair fall out, cast over him the wrinkled hide of an old man, and bleared both his eyes that were so bright. Then she clapped an old tunic, a foul cloak, upon him, tattered, filthy, stained by greasy smoke, and over that a mangy big buckskin. A staff she gave him, and a leaky knapsack with no strap but a loop of string. Now then, their colloquy at an end, they went their ways. Athena toward illustrious Lacedaemon far over sea, to join Odysseus' son. Book 14. Hospitality in the Forest. He went up from the cove through wooded ground, taking a stony trail into the high hills, where the swineherd lived, according to Athena. Of all Odysseus' field hands in the old days, this forester cared most for the estate. And now Odysseus found him in a remote clearing, sitting inside the gate of a stockade he built to keep the swine while his great lord was gone. Working alone, far from Penelope and old Laertes, he had put up a field-stone hut and timbered it with wild pear wood. Dark hearts of oak he split and trimmed for a high palisade around it, and built 12 sties adjoining in this yard to hold the livestock. 50 sows with farrows were penned in each, bedded upon the earth, while the boars lay outside, fewer by far, as those well-fatted were for the suitors' table, fine pork sent by the swineherd every day. 360 now lay there at night, guarded by dogs, 4 dogs like wolves, 1 each for the 4 lads the swineherd reared and kept as under-herdsmen. When Odysseus came, the good servant sat shaping to his feet ox-hide for sandals, cutting the well-cured leather. 3 of his young men were afield, pasturing herds in other woods. 1 he had sent with a fat boar for tribute into town, the boy to serve while the suitors got their fill. The watchdogs, when they caught sight of Odysseus, faced him, a snarling troop, and pelted out viciously after him. Like a tricky beggar, he sat down plump and dropped his stick. No use. They would have rolled him in the dust and torn him there by his own steading if the swineherd had not sprung up and flung his leather down, making a beeline for the open. Shouting, throwing stone after stone, he made them scatter. Then turned to his lord and said, "You might have got a ripping, man. 2 shakes more, and a pretty mess for me you could have called it if you had the breath. As though I had not trouble enough already given me by the gods, my master gone, true king that he was. I hang on here, still mourning for him, raising pigs of his to feed foreigners. And who knows where the man is, in some far country among strangers. Aye, if he is living still, if he still sees the light of day. Come to the cabin. You're a wanderer too. You must eat something, drink some wine, and tell me where you are from and the hard times you've seen." The forester now led him to his hut and made a couch for him, with tips of fur piled for a mattress under a wild goat skin, shaggy and thick, his own bed covering. Odysseus, in pleasure at this courtesy, gently said, "May Zeus and all the gods give you your heart's desire for taking me in so kindly, friend." Eumaeus, oh my swineherd, answered him, "Tush, friend, rudeness to a stranger is not decency, poor though he may be, poorer than you. All wanderers and beggars come from Zeus. What we can give is slight, but well meant, all we dare. You know that is the way of slaves who live in dread of masters, new ones like our own. I told you the gods long ago hindered our Lord's return. He had a fondness for me, would have pensioned me with acres of my own, a house, a wife that other men admired and courted. All gifts good-hearted kings bestow for service, for a life work the bounty of God has prospered. For it does prosper here, this work I do. Had he grown old in his own house, my master would have rewarded me. But the man's gone. God curse the race of Helen and cut it down that wrung the strength out of the knees of many. And he went too. For the honor of Agamemnon, he took ship overseas for the wild horse country of Troy to fight the Trojans. This being told, he tucked his long shirt up inside his belt and strode into the pens for 2 young porkers. He slaughtered them and singed them at the fire, flayed and quartered them, and skewered the meat to broil it all, then gave it to Odysseus hot on the spits. He shook out barley meal, took a wine bowl of ivy wood, and filled it, and sat down facing him, with a gesture saying, "There's your dinner, friend, the pork of slaves. Our fat shoats are all eaten by the suitors, cold-hearted men who never spare a thought for how they stand in the sight of Zeus. The gods living in bliss are fond of no wrongdoing, but honor discipline and right behavior. Even the outcasts of the earth, who bring piracy from the sea and bear off plunder given by Zeus in shiploads, even those men, deep in their hearts, tremble for heaven's eye. But the suitors now have heard some word, some oracle of my lord's death, being so unconcerned to pay court properly or to go about their business. All they want is to prey on his estate. Proud dogs, they stop at nothing. Not a day goes by, and not a night comes under Zeus, but they make butchery of our beeves and swine. Not 1 or 2 beasts at a time, either. As for swilling down wine, they drink us dry. Only a great domain like this could stand it, greater than any on the dusky mainland or here in Ithaca. Not 20 heroes in the whole world were as rich as he. I know. I could count it all up. 12 herds in Elis, as many flocks, as many herds of swine, and 12 wide-ranging herds of goats as well, attended by his own men or by others. Out at the end of the island, 11 herds are scattered now, with good men looking after them. And every herdsman every day picks out a prize ram to hand over to those fellows. I, too, as overseer, keeper of swine, must go through all my boars and send the best." While he ran on, Odysseus with zeal applied himself to the meat and wine, but inwardly his thought shaped woe and ruin for the suitors. When he had eaten all that he desired, and the cup he drank from had been filled again with wine, a welcome sight, he spoke, and the words came light upon the air. "Who is this lord who once acquired you, so rich, so powerful as you describe him? You think he died for Agamemnon's honor? Tell me his name. I may have met someone of that description in my time. Who knows? Perhaps only the immortal gods could say if I should claim to have seen him. I have roamed about the world so long." The swineherd answered as one who held a place of trust. "Well, man, his lady and his son will put no stock in any news of him brought by a rover. Wandering men tell lies for a night's lodging, for fresh clothing. Truth doesn't interest them. Every time some traveler comes ashore, he has to tell my mistress his pretty tale, and she receives him kindly, questions him, remembering her prince, while the tears run down her cheeks. And that is as it should be when a woman's husband has been lost abroad. I suppose you, too, can work your story up at a moment's notice, given a shirt or cloak. No. Long ago, wild dogs and carrion birds most like laid bare his ribs on land where life had left him. Or it may be quick fishes picked him clean in the deep sea, and his bones lie mounded over in sand upon some shore. One way or another, far from home he died, a bitter loss, and pain for everyone, certainly for me. Never again shall I have for my lot a master mild as he was, anywhere, not even with my parents at home, where I was born and bred. I miss them less than I do him, though a longing comes to set my eyes on them in the old country. No, it is the lost man I ache to think of, Odysseus, and I speak the name respectfully, even if he is not here. He loved me, cared for me. I call him dear my lord, far though he be. Now royal Odysseus, who had borne the long war, spoke again. Friend, as you are so dead sure he will not come, and so mistrustful too, let me not merely talk as others talk, but swear. Your lord is now at hand, and I expect a gift for this good news when he enters his own hall. Till then I would not take a rag, no matter what my need. I hate, as I hate, hell's own gate, that weakness that makes a poor man into a flatterer. Zeus be my witness, and the table garnished for true friends, and Odysseus' own hearth. By heaven, all I say will come to pass. He will return, and he will be avenged on any who dishonor his wife and son. Eumaeus, O my swineherd, answered him, I take you at your word, then. You shall have no good news gift from me. Nor will Odysseus enter his hall, but peace, drink up your wine. Let us talk now of other things, no more imaginings. It makes me heavy-hearted when someone brings my master back to mind, my own true master. No, by heaven, let us have no oaths. But if Odysseus can come again, God send he may. My wish is that of Penelope and old Laertes and Prince Telemachus. Ah, he's another to be distressed about, Odysseus' child Telemachus. By the gods' grace he grew like a tough sapling, and I thought he'd be no less a man than his great father, strong and admirably made. But then someone, god or man, upset him, made him rash, so that he sailed away to sandy Pylos to hear news of his father. Now the suitors lie in ambush on his homeward track, ready to cut away the last shoot of Arcesius' line, the royal stock of Ithaca. No good dwelling on it. Either he'll be caught, or else Cronion's hand will take him through. Tell me now of your own trials and troubles, and tell me truly first, for I should know, who are you? Where do you hail from? Where's your home and family? What kind of ship was yours, and what course brought you here? Who are your sailors? I don't suppose you walked here on the sea. To this the master of improvisation answered, I'll tell you all that clearly as I may. If we could sit here long enough, with meat and good sweet wine, warm here in peace and quiet within doors, while the work of the world goes on, I might take all this year to tell my story, and never end the tale of misadventures that wore my heart out by the gods' will. My native land is the wide seaboard of Crete, where I grew up. I had a wealthy father, and many other sons were born to him of his true lady. My mother was a slave, his concubine. But Castor Hilacides, my father, treated me as a true-born son. High honor came to him in that part of Crete for wealth and ease, and sons born for renown, before the death-bearing Ceres drew him down to the underworld. His avid sons thereafter, dividing up the property by lot, gave me a wretched portion, a poor house. But my ability won me a wife of rich family. Fool I was never called, nor turn-tail in a fight. My strength's all gone, but from the husk you may divine the ear that stood tall in the old days. Misery owns me now, but then great Ares and Athena gave me valor and man-breaking power whenever I made choice of men-at-arms to set a trap with me for my enemies. Never as I'm a man did I fear death ahead, but went in foremost in the charge, putting a spear through any man whose legs were not as fast as mine. That was my element, war and battle. Farming I never cared for, nor life at home, nor fathering fair children. I revelled in long ships with oars. I loved polished lances, arrows in the skirmish, the shapes of doom that others shake to see. Carnage suited me. Heaven put those things in me somehow. Each to his own pleasure. Before we young Achaeans shipped for Troy, I led men on 9 cruises in corsairs to raid strange coasts, and had great luck, taking rich spoils on the spot, and even more in the division. So my house grew prosperous, I standing therefore high among the Cretan. Then came the day when Zeus, who views the wide world, drew men's eyes upon that way accursed that wrung the manhood from the knees of many. Everyone pressed King Idomeneus, to take command of ships for Ilion. No way out. The country rang with talk of it. So we Achaeans had 9 years of war. In the 10th year we sacked the inner city, Priam's town, and sailed for home. But heaven dispersed the Achaeans. Evil days for me were stored up in the hidden mind of Zeus. 1 month, no more, I stayed at home in joy with children, wife, and treasure. Lust for action drove me to go to sea then, in command of ships and gallant seamen bound for Egypt. 9 ships I fitted out. My men signed on and came to feast with me as good shipmates for 6 full days. Many a beast I slaughtered in the gods' honor for my friends to eat. Embarking on the 7th, we hauled sail and filled away from Crete on a fresh north wind, effortlessly as boats will glide downstream. All rigging whole and all hands well, we rested, letting the wind and steersmen work the ships for 5 days. On the 5th, we made the delta. I brought my squadron into the riverbank with 1 turn of the sweeps. There, heaven knows, I told the men to wait and guard the ships while I sent out patrols to rising ground. But reckless greed carried them all away to plunder the rich bottomlands. They bore off wives and children, killed what men they found. When this news reached the city, all who heard it came at dawn. On foot they came, and horsemen, filling the river plain with dazzle of bronze. And Zeus, lord of lightning, threw my men into blind panic. No one dared stand against that host closing around us. Their scything weapons left our dead in piles. But some they took alive into forced labor. And how I wish that I had died in Egypt on that field. So many blows awaited me. Well, Zeus himself inspired me. I wrenched my dogskin helmet off my head, dropped my spear, dodged out of my long shield, ran for the king's chariot, and swung on to embrace and kiss his knees. He pulled me up, took pity on me, placed me on the footboards, and drove home with me, crouching there in tears. Aye, for the troops in battle fury still made one pass at me after another, pricking me with spears, hoping to kill me. But he saved me, for fear of the great wrath of Zeus that comes when men who ask asylum are given death. 7 years, then, my sojourn lasted there, and I amassed a fortune, going about among the open-handed Egyptians. But when the 8th came round, a certain Phoenician adventurer came too, a plausible rat who had already done plenty of devilry in the world. This fellow took me in completely with his schemes, and led me with him to Phoenicia, where he had land and houses. 1 full year I stayed there with him, to the month and day, and when fair weather came around again, he took me in a deep-sea ship for Libya, pretending I could help in the cargo trade. He meant, in fact, to trade me off and get a high price for me. I could guess the game, but had to follow him aboard. One day, on course due west, off central Crete, the ship caught a fresh norther, and we ran southward before the wind while Zeus piled ruin ahead. When Crete was out of sight astern, no land anywhere to be seen but sky and ocean, Cronion put a dark cloud in the zenith over the ship, and gloom spread on the sea. With crack on crack of thunder he let fly a bolt against the ship, a direct hit, so that she bucked in sacred fumes of sulphur, and all the men were flung into the water. They came up round the wreck, bobbing a while like petrels on the waves. No homecoming for these, from whom the god had turned his face. Stunned in the smother as I was, yet Zeus put into my hands the great mast of the ship, a way to keep from drowning. So I twined my arms and legs around it in the gale and stayed afloat 9 days. On the 10th night, a big surf cast me up in Thesprotia. Phaedon, the king there, gave me refuge, nobly, with no talk of reward. His son discovered me exhausted and half dead with cold, and gave me a hand to bear me up till he reached home, where he could clothe me in a shirt and cloak. In that king's house I heard news of Odysseus, who lately was a guest there, passing by on his way home, the king said. And he showed me the treasure that Odysseus had brought, bronze, gold, and iron wrought with heavy labor. In that great room I saw enough to last Odysseus' heirs for 10 long generations. The man himself had gone up to Dodona to ask the spelling leaves of the old oak the will of God, how to return, that is, to the rich realm of Ithaca after so long an absence, openly or on the quiet. And tipping wine out, Phaedon swore to me the ship was launched, the seamen standing by to take Odysseus to his land at last. But he had passage first for me. Thesprotia was sailing, as luck had it, for Dulichion, the grain-growing island. There, he said, they were to bring me to the king, Acastus. Instead, that company saw fit to plot foul play against me. In my wretched life there was to be more suffering. At sea, then, when land lay far astern, they sprang their trap. They'd make a slave of me that day, stripping cloak and tunic off me, throwing around me the dirty rags you see before you now. At evening, off the fields of Ithaca, they bound me, lashed me down under the decking with stout ship's rope, while they all went ashore in haste to make their supper on the beach. The gods helped me to pry the lashing loose until it fell away. I wound my rags in a bundle round my head, and eased myself down the smooth lading plank into the water up to the chin, then swam an easy breast-stroke out and around, putting that crew behind, and went ashore in underbrush, a thicket, where I lay still, making myself small. They raised a bitter yelling and passed by several times. When further groping seemed useless to them, back to the ship they went, and out to sea again. The gods were with me, keeping me hid, and with me when they brought me here to the door of one who knows the world. My destiny is yet to live a while. The swineherd bowed and said, "Ah, well, poor drifter, you've made me sad for you, going back over it, all your hard life and wandering. That tale about Odysseus, though, you might have spared me. You will not make me believe that. Why must you lie, being the man you are, and all for nothing? I can see so well what happened to my master sailing home. Surely the gods turned on him to refuse him death in the field, or in his friend's arms after he wound up the great war at Troy. They would have made a tomb for him, the Achaean, and paid all honor to his son thereafter. No, storm winds made off with him. No glory came to him. I moved here to the mountain with my swine. Never now do I go down to town unless I am sent for by Penelope when news of some sort comes. But those who sit around her go on asking the old questions. A few who miss their master still, and those who eat his house up and go free. For my part, I've had no heart for inquiry, since 1 year an Aetolian made a fool of me. Exiled from land to land after some killing, he turned up at my door. I took him in. My master he had seen in Crete, he said, lodged with Idomeneus, while the long ships, leaky from gales, were laid up for repairs. But they were all to sail, he said, that summer, or the first days of fall, hulls laden deep with treasure, manned by crews of heroes. This time you are the derelict the powers bring. Well, give up trying to win me with false news or flattery. If I receive and shelter you, it is not for your tales, but for your trouble, and with an eye to Zeus, who guards a guest. Then said that sly and guileful man Odysseus, a black, suspicious heart beats in you, surely. The man you are, not even an oath could change you. Come then, we'll make a compact. Let the gods witness it from Olympus, where they dwell. Upon your lord's homecoming, if he comes here to this very hut, and soon, then give me a new outfit, shirt and cloak, and ship me to Dulichion. I thought it a pleasant island. But if Odysseus fails to appear as I predict, then Swiss, let the slaves pitch me down from some high rock, so the next poor man who comes will watch his tongue. The forester gave a snort and answered, Friend, if I agreed to that, a great name I should acquire in the world for goodness. At one stroke and forever. Your kind host who gave you shelter in the hand of friendship, only to take your life next day? How confidently after that should I address my prayers to Zeus, the son of Cronus? It is time now for supper. My young herdsmen should be arriving soon to set about it. We'll make a quiet feast here at our hearth. At this point in their talk, the swine had come up to the clearing, and the drovers followed to pen them for the night, the porkers squealing to high heaven, milling around the yard. The swineherd then gave orders to his men. Bring in our best pig for a stranger's dinner. A feast will do us good, too. We know grief and pain, hard scrabbling with our swine, while the outsiders live on our labor. Bronze axe in hand, he turned to split up kindling, while they drove in a tall boar, prime and fat, planting him square before the fire. The gods, as ever, had their due in the swineherd's thought, for he it was who tossed the forehead bristles as a first offering on the flames, calling upon the immortal gods to let Odysseus reach his home once more. Then he stood up and brained the boar with split oak from the woodpile. Life ebbed from the beast. They slaughtered him, singed the carcass, and cut out the joints. Eumaeus, taking flesh from every quarter, put lean strips on the fat of sacrifice, floured each one with barley meal, and cast it into the blaze. The rest they sliced and skewered, roasted with care, then took it off the fire and heaped it up on platters. Now their chief, who knew best the amenities, rose to serve, dividing all that meat in 7 portions, one to be set aside with proper prayers for the wood nymphs and Hermes, Maia's son, the others for the company. Odysseus he honored with long slices from the chine, warming the master's heart. Odysseus looked at him and said, May you be dear to Zeus as you are dear to me for this, Eumaeus, favoring with choice cuts a man like me. And, O my swineherd, you replied, Eumaeus, Bless you, stranger, fall to and enjoy it for what it is. Zeus grants us this or that, or else refrains from granting as he wills. All things are in his power. He cut and burnt a morsel for the gods who are young forever, tipped out some wine, then put it in the hands of Odysseus, the old soldier, raider of cities, who sat at ease now with his meat before him. As for the loaves, Menelaus dealt them out, a yard boy, bought by the swineherd on his own, unaided by his mistress or Laertes, from Taphians, while Odysseus was away. Now all hands reached for that array of supper, until when hunger and thirst were turned away, Menelaus removed the bread, and heavy with food and drink they settled back to rest. Now night had come on, rough, with no moon, but a night-long downpour setting in, the rain-wind blowing hard from the west. Odysseus began to talk, to test the swineherd, trying to put it in his head to take his cloak off and lend it, or else urge the others to. He knew the man's compassion. "Listen," he said, "Eumaeus and you others, here's a wishful tale that I shall tell. The wine's behind it, vaporing wine, that makes a serious man break down and sing, kick up his heels and clown. Tell some story that were best untold. But now I'm launched, I can't stop now. Would God I felt the hot blood in me that I had at Troy." Laying an ambush near the walls one time, Odysseus and Menelaus were commanders, and I ranked third. I went at their request. We worked in toward the bluffs and battlements, and circling the town, got into cane brakes, thick and high, a marsh where we took cover, hunched under arms. The north wind dropped. Night came black and wintry. The fine sleet descending whitened the cane like hoarfrost, and clear ice grew dense upon our shields. The other men, all wrapped in blanket cloaks as well as tunics, rested well, in shields up to their shoulders. But I had left my cloak with friends in camp, foolhardy as I was. No chance of freezing hard, I thought, so I wore kilts and a shield only. Small hours of the third watch, when stars that rise at evening go down to their setting, I nudged Odysseus, who lay close beside me. He was alert then, listening, and I said, "Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, I cannot hold on long among the living. The cold is making a corpse of me. Some god inveigled me to come without a cloak. No help for it now, too late." Next thing I knew, he had a scheme all ready in his mind. And what a man he was for schemes and battles. Speaking under his breath to me, he murmured, "Quiet, none of the rest should hear you." Then, propping his head on his forearm, he said, "Listen, lads, I had an ominous dream. The point being how far forward from our ships and lines we've come. Someone should volunteer to tell the corps commander, Agamemnon. He may reinforce us from the base." At this, Thoas jumped up, the young son of Andrymon, put down his crimson cloak, and headed off, running shoreward. Wrapped in that man's cloak, how gratefully I lay in the bitter dark until the dawn came, stitched in gold. I wish I had that sap and fiber in me now. "Then, O my swineherd," you replied, Eumaeus, "that was a fine story, and well told, and not a word out of place, not a pointless word. No, you'll not sleep cold for lack of cover, or any other comfort one should give to a needy guest. However, in the morning you must go flapping in the same old clothes. Shirts and cloaks are few here. Every man has one change only. When our prince arrives, the son of Odysseus, he will make you gifts, cloak, tunic, everything, and grant you passage wherever you care to go." On this, he rose and placed the bed of balsam near the fire, strewing sheepskins on top and skins of goats. Odysseus lay down. His host threw over him a heavy blanket cloak, his own reserve against the winter wind when it came wild. So there Odysseus dropped off to sleep, while herdsmen slept nearby. But not the swineherd. Not in the hut could he lie down in peace, but now equipped himself for the night outside. And this rejoiced Odysseus' heart, to see him care for the herd so, while his lord was gone. He hung a sharp sword from his shoulder, gathered a great cloak round him close to break the wind, and pulled a shaggy goatskin on his head. Then, to keep at a distance dogs or men, he took a sharpened lance, and went to rest under a hollow rock where swine were sleeping out of the wind and rain. Book 15. How They Came to Ithaca. South into Lacedaemon, into the land where greens are wide for dancing, Athena went, to put in mind of home her great-hearted hero's honored son, rousing him to return. And there she found him with Nestor's lad in the late night at rest under the portico of Menelaus, the famous king. Stilled by the power of slumber, the son of Nestor lay, but honeyed sleep had not yet taken in her arms Telemachus. All through the starlit night, with open eyes, he pondered what he had heard about his father, until at his bedside gray-eyed Athena towered and said, The brave thing now, Telemachus, would be to end this journey far from home. All that you own you left behind with men so lost to honor in your house, they may devour it all, shared out among them. How will your journey save you then? Go quickly to the lord of the great war-cry, Menelaus. Press him to send you back. You may yet find the queen your mother in her rooms alone. It seems her father and her kinsmen say Eurymachus is the man for her to marry. He has outdone the suitors, all the rest, in gifts to her, and made his pledges double. Check him, or he will have your lands and chattels in spite of you. You know a woman's pride at bringing riches to the man she marries. As to her girlhood husband, her first children, he is forgotten being dead, and they no longer worry her. So act alone, go back, and trust your riches to the servant worthiest in your eyes, until the gods make known what beauty you yourself shall marry.
This, too, I have to tell you. Now take heed. The suitors' ringleaders are hot for murder, waiting in the channel between Ithaca and Same's rocky side. They mean to kill you before you can set foot ashore. I doubt they'll bring it off. Dark earth instead may take to her cold bed a few brave suitors who preyed upon your cattle.
Bear well out in your good ship to eastward of the island, and sail again by night. Someone immortal who cares for you will make a fair wind blow. Touch at the first beach, go ashore, and send your ship and crew around to port by sea, while you go inland to the forester, your old friend, loyal keeper of the swine. Remain that night with him. Send him to town to tell your watchful mother Penelope that you are back from Pylos safe and sound. With this, Athena left him for Olympus. He swung his foot across and gave a kick and said to the son of Nestor, "Open your eyes, Pisistratus. Get our team into harness. We have a long day's journey." Nestor's son turned over and answered him, "It is still night and no moon. Can we drive now? We cannot. Each as we may for the road home. Dawn is near. Allow the captain of spearmen, Menelaus, time to pack our car with gifts, and time to speak a gracious word, sending us off. A guest remembers all his days, that host who makes provision for him kindly." The dawn soon took her throne of gold, and Lord Menelaus, clarion in battle, rose from where he lay beside the beauty of Helen with her shining hair. He strode into the hall nearby. Hearing him come, Odysseus' son pulled on his snowy tunic over the skin, gathered his long cape about his breadth of shoulder like a captain, the heir of King Odysseus. At the door he stood and said, "Lord Marshal Menelaus, send me home now to my own dear country. Longing has come upon me to go home." The lord of the great war-cry said at once, "If you are longing to go home, Telemachus, I would not keep you for the world, not I. I think myself or any other host as ill-mannered for over-friendliness as for hostility. Measure is best in everything. To send a guest packing, or cling to him when he's in haste, one sin equals the other. Good entertaining ends with no detaining. Only let me load your car with gifts, and fine ones. You shall see. I'll bid the women set out breakfast from the larder stores. Honor and appetite will attend to both before a long day's journey overland. Or would you care to try the Argive Midlands and Hellas in my company? I'll harness my own team and take you through the towns. Guests like ourselves no lord will turn away. Each one will make one gift at least to carry home with us. Tripod or cauldron wrought in bronze, mule team or golden cup." Clear-headed Telemachus replied, "Lord Marshal Menelaus, royal son of Atreus, I must return to my own hearth. I left no one behind as guardian of my property. This going abroad for news of a great father, heaven forbid it be my own undoing, or any precious thing be lost at home." At this the tall king, clarion in battle, called to his lady and her waiting women to give them breakfast from the larder stores. Eteoneus, the son of Boethos, came straight from bed from where he lodged nearby, and Menelaus ordered a fire lit for broiling mutton. The king's man obeyed. Then down to the cedar chamber Menelaus walked with Helen and Prince Megapenthes. Amid the gold he had in that place lying, the son of Atreus picked a wine-cup, wrought with handles left and right, and told his son to take a silver wine-bowl. Helen lingered near the deep coffers filled with gowns, her own handiwork. Tall goddess among women, she lifted out one robe of state, so royal, adorned and brilliant with embroidery, deep in the chest it shimmered like a star. Now all three turned back to the door to greet Telemachus, and red-haired Menelaus cried out to him, "O Prince Telemachus, may Hera's Lord of Thunder see you home and bring you to the welcome you desire. Here are your gifts, perfect and precious things I wish to make your own out of my treasure." And gently the great captain, son of Atreus, handed him the goblet. Megapenthes carried the wine-bowl glinting silvery to set before him, and the lady Helen drew near so that he saw her cheeks' pure line. She held the gown and murmured, "I too bring you a gift, dear child, and here it is. Remember Helen's hands by this. Keep it for your own bride, your joyful wedding day. Let your dear mother guard it in her chamber. My blessing, may you come soon to your island, home to your timbered hall." So she bestowed it, and happily he took it. These fine things Pisistratus packed well in the wicker carrier, admiring every one. Then Menelaus led the two guests in to take their seats on thrones and easy chairs in the great hall. Now came a maid to tip a golden jug of water over a silver finger bowl, and draw the polished tables up beside them. The larder mistress brought her tray of loaves with many savories to lavish on them. Viands were served by Eteoneus, and wine by Menelaus' son. Then every hand reached out upon good meat and drink to take them, driving away hunger and thirst. At last Telemachus and Nestor's son led out their team to harness, mounted their bright car, and drove down under the echoing entranceway, while red-haired Menelaus, Atreus' son, walked alongside with a golden cup, wine for the wayfarers to spill at parting. Then by the tugging team he stood and spoke over the horses' heads. "Farewell, my lads. Homage to Nestor, the benevolent king. In my time he was fatherly to me when the flower of Achaia warred on Troy." Telemachus made this reply, "No fear, but we shall bear at least as far as Nestor your messages, great king. How I could wish to bring them home to Ithaca. If only Odysseus were there. If he could hear me tell of all the courtesy I have had from you, returning with your finery and your treasure." Even as he spoke, a beat of wings went skyward off to the right. A mountain eagle, grappling a white goose in his talons, heavy prey hooked from the farmyard. Women and men-at-arms made hubbub running up as he flew over. But then he wheeled hard right before the horses. Sight that made the whole crowd cheer, hearts lifting in joy. Pisistratus called out, "Read us the sign, O Menelaus, Lord Marshal of Armies. Was the god revealing something thus to you or to ourselves?" At this the old friend of the god of battle groped in his mind for the right thing to say, but regal Helen put in quickly, "Listen, I can tell you. Tell what the omen means, as light is given me, and as I see it point by point fulfilled. The beaked eagle flew from the wild mountain of his fathers to take for prey the tame house bird. Just so, Odysseus, back from his hard trials and wandering, will soon come down in fury on his house. He may be there today, and a black hour he brings upon the suitors." Telemachus gazed and said, "May Zeus, the lord of Hera, make it so. In far-off Ithaca all my life I shall invoke you as a goddess lady." He let the whip fall, and the restive mares broke forward at a canter through the town into the open country. All that day they kept their harness shaking, side by side, until at sundown, when the roads grew dim, they made a halt at Phaeacia. There Diocles, son of Ortilochus, whom Alpheus fathered, welcomed the young men, and they slept the night. Up when the young dawn's fingertips of rose opened in the east, they hitched the team once more to the painted car and steered out westward through the echoing gate, whipping their fresh horses into a run. Approaching Pylos' height at that day's end, Telemachus appealed to the son of Nestor. Could you, I wonder, do a thing I'll tell you, supposing you agree? We take ourselves to be true friends, in age alike, and bound by ties between our fathers, and now by partnership in this adventure. Prince, do not take me round about, but leave me at the ship, else the old king your father will detain me overnight for love of guests when I should be at sea. The son of Nestor nodded, thinking swiftly how best he could oblige his friend. Here was his choice, to pull the team hard over along the beach till he could rein them in beside the ship. Unloading Menelaus' royal keepsakes into the stern sheets, he sang out, "Now for action! Get aboard and call your men, before I break the news at home and haul to father. Who knows better the old man's heart than I? If you delay, he will not let you go, but he'll descend on you in person and imperious. No turning back with empty hands for him, believe me, once his blood is up." He shook the reins to the lovely mares with long manes in the wind, guiding them full tilt toward his father's hall. Telemachus called in the crew and told them, "Get everything shipshape aboard this craft. We pull out now and put sea miles behind us." The listening men obeyed him, climbing in to settle on their benches by the rowlocks, while he stood watchful by the stern. He poured out offerings there and prayers to Athena. Now a strange man came up to him, an Easterner, fresh from spilling blood in distant Argos, a hunted man. Gifted in prophecy, he had as forebear that Menelaus, wizard who lived of old in Pylos, mother city of western flocks. Menelaus, a rich lord, had owned a house unmatched among the Pylians, until the day came when King Menelaus, noblest in that age, drove him from his native land. And Menelaus, for a year's term, sequestered Menelaus' fields and flocks, while he lay bound hand and foot in the keep of Phaeacia. Beauty of Menelaus' daughter put him there, and somber folly the inbreaking fury thrust upon him. But he gave the slip to death, and drove the bellowing herd of Ithaca from Phaeacia to Pylos, there to claim the bride that ordeal won him from the king. He led her to his brother's house, and went on eastward into another land, the blue-grass plain of Argos. Destiny held for him rule over many Argives. Here he married, built a great manor house, fathered Antiphates and Mantius, commanders both, of whom Antiphates begot Oicles, and Oicles the firebrand Amphiaraus. This champion, the lord of storm-cloud Zeus and strong Apollo, loved, nor had he ever to cross the door-sill into dim old age. A woman, bought by trinkets, gave him over to be cut down in the assault on Thebes. His sons were Alcmaeon and Amphilochus. In the meantime, Lord Mantius begot Polyphides the prophet, and Clytus, famous name. For Dawn, in silks of gold, carried off Clytus for his beauty to live among the gods. But Polyphides, high-hearted and exalted by Apollo above all men for prophecy, withdrew to Phaeacia when his father angered him. He lived on there, foretelling to the world the shape of things to come. His son it was, Theoclymenus, who came upon Telemachus as he poured out the red wine in the sand near his trim ship with prayer to Athena. And he called out, approaching, "Friend, well met here at libation before going to sea. I pray you by the wine you spend, and by your God, your own life and your company, enlighten me and let the truth be known. Who are you? Of what city and what parents?" Telemachus turned to him and replied, "Stranger, as truly as may be, I'll tell you. I am from Ithaca, where I was born. My father is, or he once was, Odysseus, but he's a long time gone, and dead, may be. And that is what I took ship with my friends to find out, for he left long years ago." Said Theoclymenus in reply, "I too have had to leave my home. I killed a cousin. In the wide grazing lands of Argos live many kinsmen of his and friends in power, great among the Achaeans. These I fled. Death and vengeance at my back, as fate has turned now, I came wandering overland. Give me a plank aboard your ship, I beg, or they will kill me. They are on my track. Telemachus made answer, No two ways about it. Will I pry you from our gunwale when you are desperate to get to sea? Come aboard, share what we have, and welcome. He took the bronze-shod lance from the man's hand and laid it down full length on deck, then swung his own weight after it aboard the cutter, taking position aft, making a place for Theoclymenus near him. The stern lines were slacked off, and Telemachus commanded, Rig the mast! Make sail! Nimbly they ran to push the fir pole high and step it firm amidships in the box, make fast the forestays, and hoist aloft the white sail on its halyards. A following wind came down from grey-eyed Athena, blowing brisk through heaven, and so steady the cutter lapped up miles of salt blue sea, passing Clunoi abeam and Chalcis estuary at sundown, when the sea ways all grew dark. Then by Athena's wind borne on, the ship rounded Phaeacia by night, and coasted Elis, the green domain of the Epeioi. Thence he put her head north toward the running pack of islets, wondering if by sailing wide he sheared off death, or would be caught. That night Odysseus and the swineherd supped again with herdsmen in their mountain hut. At ease, when appetite and thirst were turned away, Odysseus, while he talked, observed the swineherd to see if he were hospitable still, if yet again the man would make him stay under his roof, or send him off to town. Listen, he said. Eumaeus, listen, lads. At daybreak I must go and try my luck around the port. I burden you too long. Direct me, put me on the road with someone. Nothing else for it but to play the beggar in populous parts. I'll get a cup or loaf, maybe, from some householder. If I go as far as the great hall of King Odysseus, I might tell Queen Penelope my news. Or I can drift inside among the suitors to see what alms they give, rich as they are. If they have whims, I'm deft in ways of service, that I can't say, and you may know for sure. By grace of Hermes the Wayfinder, patron of mortal tasks, a god who honors toil, no man can do a chore better than I can. Set me to build a fire, or chop wood, cook, mix wine and serve, or anything inferior men attend to for the gentry. Now you were furious at this, Eumaeus, and answered, O my swineherd, Friend, friend, how could this fantasy take hold of you? You dally with your life and nothing less if you feel drawn to mingle in that company. Reckless, violent, and famous for it, out to the rim of heaven. Slaves they have, but not like you. No, theirs are boys in fresh cloaks and tunics, with pomade ever on their sleek heads, pretty faces. These are their minions, while their tables gleam and groan under big roasts, with loaves and wine. Stay with us here. No one is burdened by you, neither myself nor any of my hands. Wait here until Odysseus' son return. You shall have clothing from him, cloak and tunic, and passage where your heart desires to go. The noble and enduring man replied, May you be dear to Zeus for this, Eumaeus, even as you are to me. Respite from pain you give me, and from homelessness. In life, there's nothing worse than knocking about the world. No bitterness we vagabonds are spared when the cursed belly rages. Well, you master it and me, making me wait for the king's son. But now come, tell me, what of Odysseus' mother, his father, we took leave of on the sill of age? Are they under the sun's rays, living still, or gone down long ago to lodge with death? To this the rugged herdsman answered, Aye, that I can tell you. It is briefly told. Laertes lives, but daily in his hall prays for the end of life and soul's delivery, heart-broken as he is for a son long gone, and for his lady. Sorrow, when she died, aged and enfeebled him like a green tree stricken. But pining for her son, her brilliant son, wore out her life. Would God no death so sad might come to benefactors dear as she. I loved always to ask and hear about her while she lived, although she lived in sorrow. For she had brought me up with her own daughter, Princess Cymene, her youngest child. We were alike in age, and nursed as equals nearly, till in the flower of our years they married her to a Samian prince, taking his many gifts. For my own portion, her mother gave new clothing, cloak and sandals, and sent me to the woodland. Well she loved me. How I miss that family. It is true the blissful gods prosper my work. I have meat and drink to spare for those I prize. But so removed I am, I have no speech with my sweet mistress, now that evil days and overbearing men darken her house. Tenants all hanker for good talk and gossip around their lady, and a snack in hall, a cup or two before they take the road to their home acres, each one bearing home some gift to cheer his heart. The great tactician answered, "You were still a child, I see, when exiled somehow from your parents' land. Tell me, had it been sacked in war, the city of spacious ways in which they made their home, your father and your gentle mother? Or were you kidnapped alone, brought here by sea, huddled with sheep in some foul pirate squadron to this landowner's hall? He paid your ransom?" The master of the woodland answered, "Friend, now that you show an interest in that matter, attend me quietly, be at your ease, and drink your wine. These autumn nights are long, ample for storytelling and for sleep. You need not go to bed before the hour. Sleeping from dusk to dawn's a dull affair. Let any other here who wishes, though, retire to rest. At daybreak let him breakfast and take the king's own swine into the wilderness. Here's a tight roof. We'll drink on, you and I. These are of hardships we remember, sharing old times. In later days a man can find a charm in old adversity, exile, and pain. As to your question, now, a certain island, Circe by name, you may have heard the name, lies off Ortygia, due west, and holds the sunsets of the year. Not very populous, but good for grazing, sheep and kine, rich too in wine and grain. No dearth is ever known, no disease, wars on the folk, of ills that plague mankind. But when the townsmen reach old age, Apollo with his long bow of silver comes, and Artemis, showering arrows of mild death. 2 towns divide the farmlands of that whole domain, and both were ruled by Theseus, my father, or Minos heir, and a great godlike man. Now one day, some of those renowned seafaring men, sea dogs, Phoenicians, came ashore with bags of gourds for trading. Father had in our household a woman of Phoenicia, a handsome one and highly skilled. Well, she gave in to the seductions of those rovers. One of them found her washing near the mooring and lay with her, making such love to her as women in their frailty are confused by, even the best of them. In due course, then, he asked her who she was and where she hailed from. Nodding toward my father's roof, she said, "I am of Sidon town, smithy of bronze for all the East. Arabas Pasha's daughter. Taphian pirates caught me in a byway and sold me into slavery overseas in this man's home. He could afford my ransom." The sailor who had lain with her replied, "Why not ship out with us on the run homeward and see your father's high-roofed hall again, your father and your mother? Still in Sidon and still rich, they're said to be." She answered, "It could be done that, if you sailors take oath, I'll be given passage home unharmed." Well, soon she had them swearing it all pat as she desired, repeating every syllable. Whereupon she warned them not a word about our meeting here. Never call out to me when any of you see me in the lane or at the well. Some visitor might bear tales to the old man. If he guessed the truth, I'd be chained up. Your lives would be in peril. No, keep it secret. Hurry with your peddling. When your hold is filled with livestock, send a message to me at the manor hall. Gold I'll bring, whatever comes to hand, and something else, too, as my passage fee. The master's child, my charge. A boy so high, bright for his age. He runs with me on errands. I take him with me happily. His price would be, I know not what, in sale abroad. Her bargain made, she went back to the manor. But they were on the island all that year, getting by trade a cargo of our cattle, until the ship at length, being laden full, ready for sea, they sent a messenger to the Phoenician's woman. Shrewd he was, this fellow who came round my father's hall, showing a golden chain all strung with amber, a necklace. Maids in waiting and my mother passed it from hand to hand, admiring it, engaging they would buy it. But that dodger, as soon as he had caught the woman's eye and nodded, slipped away to join the ship. She took my hat and led me through the court into the portico. There, by luck, she found wine cups and tables still in place, for father's attendant counselors had dined just now before they went to the assembly. Quickly she hid 3 goblets in her bellying dress to carry with her, while I tagged along in my bewilderment. The sun went down, and all the lanes grew dark as we descended, skirting the harbor in our haste to where those traders of Phoenicia held their ship. All went aboard at once and put to sea, taking the 2 of us. A favoring wind blew from the power of heaven. We sailed on 6 nights and days without event. Then Zeus, the son of Cronus, added 1 more noon, and sudden arrows from Artemis pierced the woman's heart. Stone dead she dropped into the sloshing bilge, the way a tern plummets. The sailors heaved her over as tender pickings for the seals and fish. Now I was left in dread, alone, while wind and current bore them on to Ithaca. Laertes purchased me. That was the way I first laid eyes upon this land. Odysseus, the kingly man, replied, "You rouse my pity, telling what you endured when you were young. But surely Zeus put good alongside ill. Torn from your own far home, you had the luck to come into a kind man's service, generous with food and drink. And a good life you lead, unlike my own, all spent in barren roaming from one country to the next till now." So the 2 men talked on into the night, leaving few hours for sleep before the dawn stepped up to her bright chair. The ship now drifting under the island lee, Telemachus' companions took in sail and mast, unshipped the oars, and rowed ashore. They moored her stern by the stout hawser lines, tossed out the bow stones, and waded in beyond the wash of ripples to mix their wine and cook their morning meal. When they had turned back hunger and thirst, Telemachus arose to give the order of the day. "Pull for the town," he said, "and berth our ship, while I go inland across country. Later this evening, after looking at my farms, I'll join you in the city. When day comes, I hope to celebrate our crossing, feasting everyone on good red meat and wine." His noble passenger, Theoclymenus, now asked, "What as to me, my dear young fellow, where shall I go? Will I find lodging here with some one of the lords of stony Ithaca, or go straight to your mother's hall and yours?" Telemachus turned round to him and said, "I should myself invite you to our hall if things were otherwise. There'd be no lack of entertainment for you. As it stands, no place could be more wretched for a guest while I'm away. Mother will never see you. She almost never shows herself at home to the suitors there, but stays in her high chamber weaving upon her loom. No, let me name another man for you to go to visit. Eurymachus, the honored son of Polybus. In Ithaca they are dazzled by him now, the strongest of their princes bent on making mother and all Odysseus' wealth his own. Zeus on Olympus only knows if some dark hour for them will intervene." The words were barely spoken when a hawk, Apollo's courier, flew up on the right, clutching a dove and plucking her, so feathers floated down to the ground between Telemachus and the moored cutter. Theoclymenus called him apart and gripped his hand, whispering, "The gods spoke in this bird sign on the right. I knew it when I saw the hawk fly over us. There is no kinglier house than yours, Telemachus, here in the realm of Ithaca. Your family will be in power forever." The young prince, clear in spirit, answered, "Be it so, friend, as you say, and may you know as well the friendship of my house and many gifts from me, so everyone may call you fortunate." He called a trusted crewman named Pylos and said to him, "Pylos, son of Clytius, can I rely on you again as ever, most of all the friends who sailed with me to Pylos? Take this man home with you, take care of him, treat him with honor till I come." To this Pylos the good spearman answered, "Aye, stay in the wild country while you will. I shall be looking after him, Telemachus. He will not lack good lodging." Down to the ship he turned and boarded her, and called the others to cast off the stern lines and come aboard. So men climbed in to sit beside the rowlocks. Telemachus now tied his sandals on and lifted his tough spear from the ship's deck. Hawsers were taken in, and they shoved off to reach the town by way of the open sea, as he commanded them. Royal Odysseus' own dear son, Telemachus. On foot and swiftly he went up toward the stockade, where swine were penned in hundreds, and at night the guardian of the swine, the forester, slept under arms on duty for his masters. Book 16. Father and Son. But there were two men in the mountain hut, Odysseus and the swineherd. At first light, blowing their fire up, they cooked their breakfast and sent their lads out, driving herds to root in the tall timber. When Telemachus came, the wolvish troop of watchdogs only fawned on him as he advanced. Odysseus heard them go and heard the light crunch of a man's footfall, at which he turned quickly to say, "Eumaeus, here is one of your crew come back, or maybe another friend. The dogs are out there snuffling belly down. Not one has even growled. I can hear footsteps." But before he finished, his tall son stood at the door. The swineherd rose in surprise, letting a bowl and jug tumble from his fingers. Going forward, he kissed the young man's head, his shining eyes in both hands, while his own tears brimmed and fell. Think of a man whose dear and only son, born to him in exile, reared with labor, has lived 10 years abroad and now returns. How would that man embrace his son? Just so the herdsman clapped his arms around Telemachus and covered him with kisses, for he knew the lad had got away from death. He said, "Light of my days, Telemachus, you made it back. When you took ship for Pylos, I never thought to see you here again. Come in, dear child, and let me feast my eyes. Here you are, home from the distant places. How rarely, anyway, you visit us, your own men, in your own woods and pastures. Always in the town. A man would think you loved the suitors' company, those dogs." Telemachus, with his clear candor, said, "I am with you, uncle. See now, I have come because I wanted to see you first, to hear from you if mother stayed at home. Or is she married off to someone, and Odysseus' bed left empty for some gloomy spider's weaving?" Gently the forester replied to this, "At home indeed your mother is, poor lady, still in the women's hall. Her nights and days are wearied out with grieving." Stepping back, he took the bronze-shod lance, and the young prince entered the cabin over the worn door-stone. Odysseus moved aside, yielding his couch. But from across the room Telemachus checked him. "Friend, sit down. We'll find another chair in our own hut. Here is the man to make one." The swineherd, when the quiet man sank down, built a new pile of evergreens and fleeces, a couch for the dear son of great Odysseus. Then gave them trenchers of good meat, left over from the roast pork of yesterday, and heaped up willow baskets full of bread, and mixed an ivy bowl of honey-hearted wine. Then he in turn sat down, facing Odysseus. Their hands went out upon the meat and drink as they fell to, ridding themselves of hunger, until Telemachus paused and said, "Oh, uncle, what's your friend's home port? How did he come? Who with the sailors brought him here to Ithaca? I doubt if he came walking on the sea." You replied, Eumaeus, "O my swineherd, son, the truth about him is soon told. His homeland, and a broad land too, is Crete. But he has knocked about the world, he says, for years, as the powers wove his life. Just now he broke away from a shipload of Thesprotians to reach my hut. I place him in your hands. Act as you will. He wishes your protection." The young man said, "Eumaeus, my protection? The notion cuts me to the heart. How can I receive your friend at home? I am not old enough or trained in arms. Could I defend myself if someone picked a fight with me? Besides, mother is in a quandary, whether to stay with me as mistress of our household, honoring her lord's bed and opinion in the town, or take the best Achaean who comes her way, the one who offers most. I'll undertake at all events to clothe your friend for winter, now he is with you. Tunic and cloak of wool, a good broadsword, and sandals, these are his. I can arrange to send him where he likes, or you may keep him in your cabin here. I shall have bread and wine sent up. You need not feel any pinch on his behalf. Impossible to let him stay in hall among the suitors. They are drunk on impudence. They might injure my guest, and how could I bear that? How could a single man take on those odds? Not even a hero could. The suitors are too strong." At this, the noble and enduring man Odysseus addressed his son. "Kind prince, it may be fitting for me to speak a word. All that you say gives me an inward wound as I sit listening. I mean this wanton game they play, these fellows, riding roughshod over you in your own house, admirable as you are. But tell me, are you resigned to being bled? The townsmen stirred up against you, are they, by some oracle? Your brothers, can you say your brothers fail you? A man should feel his kin, at least, behind him in any clash when a real fight is coming. If my heart were as young as yours, if I were son to Odysseus, or the man himself, I'd rather have my head cut from my shoulders by some slashing adversary, if I brought no hurt upon that crew. Suppose I went down, being alone, before the lot. Better, I say, to die at home in battle than see these insupportable things day after day, the stranger cuffed, the women slaves dragged here and there, shame in the lovely rooms, the wine drunk up in rivers, sheer waste of pointless feasting, never at an end." Telemachus replied, "Friend, I'll explain to you. There is no rancor in the town against me, no fault of brothers whom a man should feel behind him when a fight is in the making. No, in our family the firstborn of heaven, Zeus, made single sons the rule. Archetius had but one. Laertes, he in his turn fathered only one, Odysseus, who left me in his hall alone, too young to be of any use to him."
And so you see why enemies fill our house in these days. All the princes of the islands, Dulichian, Sami, wooded Zacynthus, Ithaca too, lords of our island rock, eating our house up as they court my mother.
She cannot put an end to it. She dare not bar the marriage that she hates. And they devour all my substance and my cattle, and who knows when they'll slaughter me as well. It rests upon the gods' great knees. Uncle, go down at once and tell the lady Penelope that I am back from Pylos, safe and sound. I stay here meanwhile. You will give your message and then return. Let none of the Achaeans hear it. They have a mind to do me harm." To this, Eumaeus, you replied, "I know, but make this clear now. Should I not likewise call on Laertes with your news? Hard hit by sorrow though he was, mourning Odysseus, he used to keep an eye upon his farm. He had what meals he pleased with his own folk. But now no more, not since you sailed for Pylos. He has not taken food or drink, I hear, sitting all day, blind to the work of harvest, groaning, while the skin shrinks on his bones." Telemachus answered, "One more misery. But we had better leave it so. If men could choose and have their choice in everything, we'd have my father home. Turn back when you have done your errand, as you must, not to be caught alone in the countryside. But wait, you may tell Mother to send our old housekeeper on the quiet, and quickly. She can tell the news to Grandfather." The swineherd, roused, reached out to get his sandals, tied them on, and took the road. Who else beheld this but Athena? From the air she walked, taking the form of a tall woman, handsome and clever at her craft, and stood beyond the gate in plain sight of Odysseus, unseen though by Telemachus, unguessed, for not to everyone will gods appear. Odysseus noticed her. So did the dogs who cowered whimpering away from her. She only nodded, signing to him with her brows, a sign he recognized. Crossing the yard, he passed out through the gate in the stockade to face the goddess. There she said to him, "Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master of landways and seaways, dissemble to your son no longer now. The time has come. Tell him how you together will bring doom on the suitors in the town. I shall not be far distant then, for I myself desire battle." Saying no more, she tipped her golden wand upon the man, making his cloak pure white, and the knit tunic fresh around him. Lithe and young she made him, ruddy with sun, his jawline clean, beard no longer gray upon his chin. She withdrew when she had done. Then Lord Odysseus reappeared, and his son was thunderstruck. Fear in his eyes, he looked down and away as though it were a god, and whispered, "Stranger, you are no longer what you were just now. Your cloak is new, even your skin. You are one of the gods who rule the sweep of heaven. Be kind to us. We'll make you fair oblation and gifts of hammered gold. Have mercy on us." The noble and enduring man replied, "No god. Why take me for a god? No, no. I am that father whom your boyhood lacked and suffered pain for lack of. I am he." Held back too long, the tears ran down his cheeks as he embraced his son. Only Telemachus, uncomprehending, wild with incredulity, cried out, "You cannot be my father, Odysseus. Meddling spirits conceived this trick to twist the knife in me. No man of woman born could work these wonders by his own craft, unless a god came into it with ease to turn him young or old at will. I swear you were in rags and old, and here you stand like one of the immortals." Odysseus brought his ranging mind to bear and said, "This is not princely, to be swept away by wonder at your father's presence. No other Odysseus will ever come, for he and I are one, the same. His bitter fortune and his wanderings are mine. 20 years gone, and I am back again on my own island. As for my change of skin, that is a charm Athena, hope of soldiers, uses as she will. She has the knack to make me seem a beggar man sometimes, and sometimes young, with finer clothes about me. It is no hard thing for the gods of heaven to glorify a man or bring him low." When he had spoken, down he sat. Then, throwing his arms around this marvel of a father, Telemachus began to weep. Salt tears rose from the wells of longing in both men. Cries burst from both, as keen and fluttering as those of the great taloned hawk whose nestlings farmers take before they fly. So helplessly they cried, pouring out tears, and might have gone on weeping so till sundown, had not Telemachus said, "Dear father, tell me what kind of vessel put you here ashore on Ithaca? Your sailors, who were they? I doubt you made it walking on the sea. Then said Odysseus, who had borne the barren sea, Only plain truth shall I tell you, child. Great seafarers, the Phaeacians, gave me passage as they give other wanderers. By night over the open ocean, while I slept, they brought me in their cutter, set me down on Ithaca with gifts of bronze and gold and stores of woven things. By the gods' will, these lie all hidden in a cave. I came to this wild place directed by Athena so that we might lay plans to kill our enemies. Count up the suitors for me. Let me know what men-at-arms are there, how many men. I must put all my mind to see if we two by ourselves can take them on, or if we should look round for help. Telemachus replied, O father, all my life your fame as a fighting man has echoed in my ears, your skill with weapons and the tricks of war. But what you speak of is a staggering thing, beyond imagining for me. How can two men do battle with a houseful in their prime? For I must tell you, this is no affair of 10 or even twice 10 men, but scores, throngs of them. You shall see here and now. The number from Dulichion alone is 52, picked men with armor as a half-dozen.
24 came from Sami.
20 from Zakynthus. Our own island accounts for 12, high-ranked, and their retainers. Medon the crier and the master harper, besides a pair of handymen at feasts. If we go in against all these, I fear we pay in salt blood for your vengeance. You must think hard if you would conjure up the fighting strength to take us through. Odysseus, who had endured the long war in the sea, answered, I'll tell you now. Suppose Athena's arm is over us, and Zeus her father's. Must I rack my brains for more? Clear-headed Telemachus looked hard and said, These two are great defenders, no one doubts it, but throned in the serene clouds overhead. Other affairs of men and gods they have to rule over. And the hero answered, Before long they will stand to right and left of us in combat, in the shouting when the test comes, our nerve against the suitors in my hall. Here is your part. At break of day tomorrow, home with you, go mingle with our princes. The swineherd later on will take me down the port side trail, a beggar by my looks, hangdog and old. If they make fun of me in my own courtyard, let your ribs cage up your springing heart, no matter what I suffer, no matter if they pull me by the heels or practice shots at me to drive me off. Look on, hold down your anger. You may even plead with them, by heaven, in gentle terms, to quit their horseplay. Not that they will heed you, rash as they are, facing their day of wrath. Now, fix the next step in your mind. Athena, counseling me, will give me word, and I shall signal to you, nodding. At that point, round up all armor, lances, gear of war left in our hall, and stow the lot away back in the vaulted storeroom. The suitors miss those arms and question you, be soft in what you say. Answer, I thought I'd move them out of the smoke. They seemed no longer those bright arms Odysseus left us years ago when he went off to Troy. Here where the fire's hot breath came, they had grown black and drear. One better reason, too, I had from Zeus. Suppose a brawl starts up when you are drunk. You might be crazed and bloody one another, and that would stain your feast, your courtship. Tempered iron can magnetize a man. Say that. But put aside 2 broadswords and 2 spears for our own use, 2 ox-hide shields nearby when we go into action. Pallas Athena and Zeus all-provident will see you through, bemusing our young friends. Now, one thing more. If son of mine you are and blood of mine, let no one hear Odysseus is about. Neither Laertes nor the swineherd here, nor any slave, nor even Penelope. But you and I alone must learn how far the women are corrupted. We should know how to locate good men among our hands, the loyal and respectful, and the shirkers who take you lightly as alone and young. His admirable son replied, Ah, father, even when danger comes, I think you'll find courage in me. I am not scatterbrained. But as to checking on the field hands now, I see no gain for us in that. Reflect, you make a long toil that way, if you care to look men in the eye at every farm, while these gay devils in our hall at ease eat up our flocks and herds, leaving us nothing. As for the maids, I say, yes, make distinction between good girls and those who shame your house. All that I shy away from is a scrutiny of cottagers just now. The time for that comes later, if in truth you have a sign from Zeus, the Storm King. So their talk ran on, while down the coast and round toward Ithaca hove the good ship that had gone out to Pylos, bearing Telemachus and his companions. Into the wide bay waters, onto the dark land they drove her, hauled her up, took out the oars and canvas for light-hearted squires to carry homeward, as they carried, too, the gifts of Menelaus round to Clytia's house. But first they sped a runner to Penelope. They knew that quiet lady must be told the prince her son had come ashore, and sent his good ship round to port. Not one soft tear should their sweet queen let fall. Both messengers, crewman and swineherd, reached the outer gate in the same instant, bearing the same news, and went in side by side to the king's hall. He of the ship burst out among the maids, "Your son's ashore this morning, O my queen!" But the swineherd calmly stood near Penelope, whispering what her son had bade him tell, and what he had enjoined on her. No more. When he had done, he left the place and turned back to his steading in the hills. By now, sullen confusion weighed upon the suitors. Out of the house, out of the court they went, beyond the wall and gate, to sit in council. Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, opened discussion. "Friends, face up to it. That young pup Telemachus has done it. He made the round trip, though we said he could not. Well, now to get the best craft we can find afloat, with oarsmen who can drench her bows, and tell those on the island to come home." He was yet speaking, when Amphinomus, craning seaward, spotted the picket ship already in the roadstead, under oars, with canvas brailed up. And this fresh arrival made him chuckle. Then he told his friends, "Too late for messages. Look, here they come along the bay. Some god has brought them news, or else they saw the cutter pass and could not overtake her." On their feet at once the suitors took the road to the sea beach, where, meeting the black ship, they hauled her in. Oars and gear they left for their light-hearted squires to carry, and all in company made off for the assembly ground. All others, young and old alike, they barred from sitting. Eupeithes' son Antinous made the speech. "How the gods let our man escape a boarding, that is the wonder. We had lookouts posted up on the heights all day in the sea wind, and every hour a fresh pair of eyes. At night we never slept ashore, but after sundown cruised the open water to the southeast, patrolling until dawn. We were prepared to cut him off and catch him, squelch him for good and all. The power of heaven steered him the long way home. Well, let this company plan his destruction and leave him no way out this time. I see our business here unfinished while he lives. He knows now, and he's no fool. Besides, his people are all tired of playing up to us. I say act now, before he brings the whole body of Achaeans to assembly. He would leave no word unsaid, in righteous anger speaking out before them all of how we plotted murder and then missed him. Will they commend us for that pretty work? Take action now, or we are in for trouble. We might be exiled, driven off our lands. Let the first blow be ours. If we move first and get our hands on him, far from the city's eye, on path or field, then stores and livestock will be ours to share. The house we may confer upon his mother, and on the man who marries her. Decide otherwise you may, but if, my friends, you want that boy to live and have his patrimony, then we should eat no more of his good mutton, come to this place no more. Let each from his own hall court her with dower gifts, and let her marry the destined one, the one who offers most." He ended, and no sound was heard among them, sitting all hushed, until at last the son of Nisus Aretiades arose, Amphinomus. He led the group of suitors who came from grainlands on Dulichium, and he had lightness in his talk that pleased Penelope, for he meant no ill. Now, in concern for them, he spoke. "O friends, I should not like to kill Telemachus. It is a shivery thing to kill a prince of royal blood. We should consult the gods. If Zeus hands down a ruling for that act, then I shall say, come one, come all, and go cut him down with my own hand. But I say, halt, if gods are contrary." Now this proposal won them, and it carried. Breaking their session up, away they went to take their smooth chairs in Odysseus' house. Meanwhile, Penelope the wise decided for her part to make appearance before the valiant young men. She knew now they plotted her child's death in her own hall, for once more Medon, who had heard them, told her. Into the hall that lovely lady came, with maids attending, and approached the suitors, till near a pillar of the well-wrought roof she paused, her shining veil across her cheeks, and spoke directly to Antinous. "Infatuate, heaped in evil, yet in Ithaca they say you were the best one of your generation in mind and speech. Not so, you never were. Madman, why do you keep forever knitting death for Telemachus? Have you no piety toward men dependent on another's mercy? Before Lord Zeus, no sanction can be found for one such man to plot against another. Or are you not aware that your own father fled to us when the realm was up in arms against him? He had joined the Taphian pirates in ravaging Thesprotian folk, our friends. Our people would have raided him then, breached his heart, butchered his herds to feast upon. Only Odysseus took him in and held the furious townsmen off. It is Odysseus' house you now consume. His wife you court, his son you kill, or try to kill. And me you ravage now and grieve. I call upon you to make an end of it, and your friends too." The son of Polybus it was, Eurymachus, who answered her with ready speech. "My lady Penelope, wise daughter of Icarius, you must shake off these ugly thoughts. I say that man does not exist, nor will, who dares lay hands upon your son Telemachus, while I live, walk the earth, and use my eyes. The man's life-blood, I swear, will spurt and run out black around my lance head. For it is true of me, too, that Odysseus, raider of cities, took me on his knees and fed me often, tidbits and red wine. Should not Telemachus therefore be dear to me above the rest of men? I tell the lad he must not tremble for his life, at least alone in the suitors' company. Heaven deals death, no man avoids." Blasphemous lies, in earnest tones he told, the one who planned the lad's destruction. Silently the lady made her way to her glowing upper chamber, there to weep for her dear lord Odysseus, until gray-eyed Athena cast sweet sleep upon her eyes. At fall of dusk, Odysseus and his son heard the approach of the good forester. They had been standing over the fire with a spitted pig, a yearling, and Athena, coming near with one rap of her wand, made of Odysseus an old man again, with rags about him. For if the swineherd knew his lord were there, he could not hold the news. Penelope would hear it from him. Now Telemachus greeted him first. "Eumaeus, back again. What was the talk in town? Are the tall suitors home again by this time from their ambush, or are they still on watch for my return?" And you replied, Eumaeus, "O my swineherd, there was no time to ask or talk of that. I hurried through the town. Even while I spoke my message, I felt driven to return. A runner from your friends turned up, a crier who gave the news first to your mother. One thing I do know, with my own 2 eyes I saw it. As I climbed above the town to where the sky is cut by Hermes' ridge, I saw a ship bound in for our own bay with many oarsmen in it, laden down with sea provisioning and 2-edged spears, and I surmised those were the men. Who knows?" Telemachus, now strong with magic, smiled across at his own father, but avoided the swineherd's eye. So, when the pig was done, the spit no longer to be turned, the table garnished, everyone sat down to feast on all the savory flesh he craved. And when they had put off desire for meat and drink, they turned to bed and took the gift of sleep. Book 17 The Beggar at the Manor. When the young dawn came bright into the east, spreading her fingertips of rose, Telemachus, the king's son, tied on his rawhide sandals and took the lance that bore his hand-grip. Burning to be away, and on the path to town, he told the swineherd, "Uncle, the truth is I must go down myself into the city. Mother must see me there with her own eyes, or she will weep and feel forsaken still, and will not set her mind at rest. Your job will be to lead this poor man down to beg. Some householder may want to dole him out a loaf and pint. I have my own troubles. Am I to care for every last man who comes? And if he takes it badly, well, so much the worse for him. Plain truth is what I favor." At once Odysseus, the great tactician, spoke up briskly. "Neither would I myself care to be kept here, lad. A beggar man fares better in the town. Let it be said I'm not yet so old I must lay up indoors and mumble aye, aye to a master. Go on, then. As you say, my friend can lead me as soon as I've had a bit of fire, and when the sun grows warmer. These old rags could be my death outside on a frosty morning, and the town is distant, so they say." Telemachus, with no more words, went out and through the fence, and downhill, going fast on the steep footing, nursing woe for the suitors in his heart. Before the manor hall, he leaned his lance against a great porch pillar and stepped in across the doorstone. Old Euryclea saw him first, for that day she was covering handsome chairs nearby with clean fleeces. She ran to him at once, tears in her eyes, and other maidservants of the old soldier Odysseus gathered round to greet their prince, kissing his head and shoulders. Quickly then Penelope the wise, tall in her beauty as Artemis or pale gold Aphrodite, appeared from her high chamber and came down to throw her arms around her son. In tears she kissed his head, kissed both his shining eyes, then cried out, and her words flew. "Back with me, Telemachus, more sweet to me than sunlight. I thought I should not see you again ever after you took the ship that night to Pylos. Against my will, with not a word, you went for news of your dear father. Tell me now of everything you saw." But he made answer, "Mother, not now, you make me weep. My heart already aches. I came near death at sea. You must bathe first of all, and change your dress, and take your maids to the highest room to pray. Pray, and burn offerings to the gods of heaven, that Zeus may put his hand to our revenge. I'm off now to bring home from the square a guest, a passenger I had. I sent him yesterday with all my crew to town. Phaeacia was to care for him, I said, and keep him well with honor till I came." She caught back the swift words upon her tongue. Then softly she withdrew to bathe and dress her body in fresh linen, and make her offerings to the gods of heaven, praying almighty Zeus put his hand to their revenge. Telemachus had left the hall, taken his lance, and gone with 2 quick hounds at heel into the town, Athena's grace in his long stride making the people gaze as he came near. And suitors gathered, primed with friendly words, despite the deadly plotting in their hearts. But these and all their crowd he kept away from. Next he saw sitting some way off apart Mentor, with Antiphos and Halitherses, friends of his father's house in years gone by. Near these men he sat down and told his tale under their questioning. His crewman, young Phaeacius, guided through town meanwhile into the square the Argive exile Theoclymenus. Telemachus lost no time in moving toward him, but first Phaeacius had his say. "Telemachus, you must send maids to me at once, and let me turn over to you those gifts from Menelaus." The prince had pondered it and said, "Phaeacius, none of us knows how this affair will end. Say one day our fine suitors, without warning, draw upon me, kill me in our hall, and parcel out my patrimony. I wish you and no one of them to have those things. But if my hour comes, if I can bring down bloody death on all that crew, you will rejoice to send my gifts to me, and so will I rejoice." Then he departed, leading his guest, the lonely stranger, home. Over chair-backs in hall they dropped their mantles and passed into the polished tubs, where maids poured out warm baths for them, anointed them, and pulled fresh tunics, fleecy cloaks around them. Soon they were seated at their ease in hall. A maid came by to tip a golden jug over their fingers into a silver bowl and draw a gleaming table up beside them. Her mistress brought her tray of loaves and savories, dispensing each. In silence across the hall, beside a pillar, propped in a long chair, Telemachus' mother spun a fine wool yarn. The young men's hands went out upon the good things placed before them, and only when their hunger and thirst were gone did she look up and say, "Telemachus, what am I to do now? Return alone, and lie again on my forsaken bed? Sodden how often with my weeping, since that day when Odysseus put to sea to join the Atridae before Troy? Could you not tell me, before the suitors fill our house, what news you have of his return?" He answered, "Now that you ask a second time, dear mother, here is the truth. We went ashore at Pylos to Nestor, lord and guardian of the West, who gave me welcome in his towering hall. So kind he was, he might have been my father, and I his long-lost son. So truly kind, taking me in with his own honored sons. But as to Odysseus' bitter fate, living or dead, he had no news at all from anyone on earth, he said. He sent me overland in a strong chariot to Atreus' son, the captain Menelaus, and I saw Helen there, for whom the Argives fought, and the Trojans fought, as the gods willed. Then Menelaus of the great war-cry asked me my errand in that ancient land of Lacedaemon. So I told our story, and in reply he burst out, "Intolerable! That feeble men, unfit as those men are, should think to lie in that great captain's bed, fawns in the lion's lair, as if a doe put down her litter of sucklings there, while she sniffed at the glen or grazed a grassy hollow. Ha! Then the Lord returns to his own bed, and deals out wretched doom on both alike. So will Odysseus deal out doom on these. O Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, I pray he comes as once he was in Lesbos, when he stood up to wrestle Philomelides, champion and island king, and smashed him down. How the Achaeans cheered! If that Odysseus could meet the suitors, they'd have a quick reply, a stunning dowry. Now for your questions, let me come to the point. I would not misreport it for you. Let me tell you what the ancient of the sea, that infallible seer, told me. On an island your father lies and grieves. The ancient saw him held by a nymph, Calypso, in her hall. No means of sailing home remained to him, no ship with oars, and no ship's company to pull him on the broad back of the sea. I had this from the Lord Marshal Menelaus. When my errand in that place was done, I left for home. A fair breeze from the gods brought me swiftly back to our dear island." The boy's tale made her heart stir in her breast, but this was not all. Mother and son now heard Theoclymenus the diviner say, "He does not see it clear. O gentle lady, wife of Odysseus Laertiades, listen to me. I can reveal this thing. Zeus be my witness, and the table set for strangers, and the hearth to which I've come. The Lord Odysseus, I tell you, is present now already on this island. Thwarted somewhere or going about, he knows what evil is afoot. He has it in him to bring a black hour on the suitors. Yesterday, still at the ship, I saw this in a portent. I read the sign aloud. I told Telemachus." The prudent queen, for her part, said, "Stranger, if only this came true, our love would go to you with many gifts. Aye, every man who passed would call you happy." So ran the talk between these three. Meanwhile, swaggering before Odysseus' hall, the suitors were competing at the discus throw and javelin on the level, measured field. But when the dinner hour drew on, and beasts were being driven from the fields to slaughter, as beasts were every day, Medon spoke out, Medon the crier, whom the suitors liked. He took his meat beside them. "Men," he said, "each one has had his work out and his pleasure. Come into hall now, time to make our feast. Odysseus throws more admirable than a roast when the proper hour comes." At this reminder they all broke up their games and trailed away into the gracious timbered hall. There first they dropped their cloaks on chairs. Then came their ritual, putting great rams and fat goats to the knife, pigs and a cow too. So they made their feast. During these hours Odysseus and the swineherd were on their way out of the hills to town. The forester had got them started, saying, "Friend, you have hopes, I know, of your adventure into the heart of town today. My lord wishes it so, not I. No, I should rather you stood by here as guardian of our steading. But I owe reverence to my prince, and fear he'll make my ears burn later if I fail. A master's tongue has a rough edge. Off we go. Part of the day is past. Nightfall will be early, and colder too." Odysseus, who had it all timed in his head, replied, "I know as well as you do. Let's move on. You lead the way, the whole way. Have you got a staff, a lopped stick you could let me use to put my weight on when I slip? This path is hard going," they said. Over his shoulders he slung his patched-up knapsack, an old bundle tied with twine. Eumaeus found a stick for him, the kind he wanted, and the two set out, leaving the boys and dogs to guard the place. In this way good Eumaeus led his lord down to the city. And it seemed to him he led an old outcast, a beggar man, leaning most painfully upon a stick, his poor cloak all in tatters looped about him. Down by the stony trail they made their way as far as Clearwater, not far from town, a spring house where the people filled their jars. Ithaca, Narratus, and Polyctor built it, and round it on the humid ground a grove, a circular wood of poplars, grew. Ice cold in runnels from a high rock ran the spring, and over it there stood an altar stone to the cool nymphs, where all men going by laid offerings. Well, here the son of Dolius crossed their path, Melanthius. He was driving a string of choice goats for the evening meal, with 2 goatherds beside him, and no sooner had he laid eyes upon the wayfarers than he began to growl and taunt them both so grossly that Odysseus' heart grew hot. "Here comes one scurvy type leading another. God pairs them off together every time. Swineherd, where are you taking your new pig? That stinking beggar there, licker of pots. How many doorposts has he rubbed his back on, whining for garbage, where a noble guest would rate a cauldron or a sword? Hand him over to me. I'll make a farmhand of him, a stall scraper, a fodder carrier. Whey for drink will put good muscle on his shank." "No chance. He learned his dodges long ago. No honest sweat. He'd rather tramp the country begging to keep his hoggish belly full. Well, I can tell you this for sure. In King Odysseus' hall, if he goes there, footstools will fly around his head. Good shots from strong hands. Back and side, his ribs will catch it on the way out." And like a drunken fool, he kicked at Odysseus' hip as he passed by. Not even jogged off stride or off the trail, the Lord Odysseus walked along, debating inwardly whether to whirl and beat the life out of this fellow with his stick, or toss him, brain him on the stony ground. Then he controlled himself and bore it quietly. Not so the swineherd. Seeing the man before him, he raised his arms and cried, "Nymphs of the spring, daughters of Zeus, if ever Odysseus burnt you a thigh bone in rich fat, a ram's or kid's thigh bone, hear me, grant my prayer. Let our true lord come back. Let heaven bring him to rid the earth of these fine courtly ways Melanthius picks up around the town, all wine and wind. Bad shepherds ruin flocks." Melanthius the goatherd answered, "Bless me, the dog can snap. How he goes on! Some day I'll take him in a slave ship overseas and trade him for a herd.
Old Silver Bow Apollo, if he shot clean through Telemachus in hall today, what luck! Or let the suitors cut him down. Odysseus died at sea. No coming home for him. He flung this out and left the two behind to come on slowly, while he went hurrying to the king's hall. There he slipped in and sat among the suitors, beside the one he doted on, Eurymachus. Then working servants helped him to his meat, and the mistress of the larder gave him bread. Reaching the gate, Odysseus and the forester halted and stood outside, for harp notes came around them, rippling on the air, as Phaeacia picked out a song. Odysseus caught his companion's arm and said, "My friend, for Hellas, the beautiful place, who could mistake it? Here is Odysseus' hall. No hall like this. See how one chamber grows out of another. See how the court is tight with wall and coping. No man-at-arms could break this gateway down. Your banqueting young lords are here in force, I gather, from the fumes of mutton roasting and strum of harping, which the gods appoint sweet friend of feasts." "And oh, my swineherd," you replied, "it was quick recognition. But you are no numbskull in this or anything. Now we must plan this action. Will you take leave of me here and go ahead alone to make your entrance now among the suitors? Or do you choose to wait? Let me go forward and go in first. Do not delay too long. Someone might find you skulking here outside and take a club to you, or heave a lance. Bear this in mind, I say." Patient hero Odysseus answered, "Just what I was thinking. You go in first and leave me here a little. But as for blows and missiles, I am no tyro at these things. I learned to keep my head in hardship, years of war and years at sea. Let this new trial come. The cruel belly, can you hide its ache? How many bitter days it brings. Long ships with good stout planks athwart. Would fighters rig them to ride the barren sea except for hunger? Sea-wolves, woe to their enemies." While he spoke, an old hound lying near pricked up his ears and lifted up his muzzle. This was Argos, trained as a puppy by Odysseus, but never taken on a hunt before his master sailed for Troy. The young men afterward hunted wild goats with him, and hare and deer, but he had grown old in his master's absence. Treated as rubbish now, he lay at last upon a mass of dung before the gates, manure of mules and cows, piled there until field hands could spread it on the king's estate. Abandoned there and half destroyed with flies, old Argos lay. But when he knew he heard Odysseus' voice nearby, he did his best to wag his tail, nose down, with flattened ears, having no strength to move nearer his master. And the man looked away, wiping a salt tear from his cheek. But he hid this from Eumaeus. Then he said, "I marvel that they leave this hound to lie here on the dung-pile. He would have been a fine dog from the look of him, though I can't say as to his power and speed when he was young. You find the same good build in house dogs. Table dogs landowners keep all for style." And you replied, Eumaeus, "A hunter owned him, but the man is dead in some far place. If this old hound could show the form he had when Lord Odysseus left him going to Troy, you'd see him swift and strong. He never shrank from any savage thing he'd brought to bay in the deep woods. On the scent, no other dog kept up with him. Now misery has him in leash. His owner died abroad, and here the women slaves will take no care of him. You know how servants are. Without a master they have no will to labor or excel. For Zeus, who views the wide world, takes away half the manhood of a man. That day he goes into captivity and slavery." Eumaeus crossed the court and went straight forward into the Megaron among the suitors. But death and darkness in that instant closed the eyes of Argos, who had seen his master, Odysseus, after 20 years. Long before anyone else, Telemachus caught sight of the grey woodsman coming from the door, and called him over with a quick jerk of his head. Eumaeus' narrowed eyes made out an empty bench beside the one the carver used, that servant who had no respite carving for the suitors. This bench he took possession of and placed it across the table from Telemachus for his own use. Then the two men were served cuts from a roast and bread from a bread basket. At no long interval Odysseus came through his own doorway as a mendicant, humped like a bundle of rags over his stick. He settled on the inner ashwood sill, leaning against the door jamb, cypress timber the skilled carpenter planed years ago and set up with a plumb line. Now Telemachus took an entire loaf and a double handful of roast meat. Then he said to the forester, "Give these to the stranger there, but tell him to go among the suitors on his own. He may beg all he wants. This hanging back is no asset to a hungry man." The swineherd rose at once, crossed to the door, and halted by Odysseus. "Friend," he said, "Telemachus is pleased to give you these, but he commands you to approach the suitors. You may ask all you want from them. He adds, your shyness is no asset to a beggar." The great tactician, lifting up his eyes, cried, "Zeus aloft, a blessing on Telemachus. Let all things come to pass as he desires." Palms held out in the beggar's gesture, he received the bread and meat and put it down before him on his knapsack. Lowly table. Then he fell to, devouring it. Meanwhile the harper in the great room sang a song. Not till the man was fed did the sweet harper end his singing, whereupon the company made the walls ring again with talk. Unseen, Athena took her place beside Odysseus, whispering in his ear, "Yes, try the suitors. You may collect a few more loaves and learn who are the decent lads and who are vicious, although not one can be excused from death." So he appealed to them one after another, going from left to right with open palm, as though his lifetime had been spent in beggary, and they gave bread for pity, wondering, though, at the strange man. Who could this beggar be? Where did he come from? Each would ask his neighbor. Till in their midst the goatherd Melanthius raised his voice. "Hear just a word from me, my lords who court our illustrious queen. This man, this foreigner, I saw him on the road. The swineherd here was leading him this way. Who, what, or whence he claims to be, I could not say for sure." At this Antinous turned on the swineherd brutally, saying, "You famous breeder of pigs, why bring this fellow here? Are we not plagued enough with beggars, foragers, and such rats? You find the company too slow at eating up your lord's estate, is that it? So you call this scarecrow in?" The forester replied, "Antinous, well born you are, but that was not well said. Who would call in a foreigner, unless an artisan with skill to serve the realm? A healer, or a prophet, or a builder, or one whose harp and song might give us joy. All these are sought for on the endless earth. But when have beggars come by invitation? Who puts a field mouse in his granary? My lord, you are a hard man, and you always were, more so than others of this company. Hard on all Odysseus' people, and on me. But this I can forget as long as Penelope lives on, the wise and tender mistress of this hall, as long as Prince Telemachus—" But he broke off at a look from Telemachus, who said, "Be still. Spare me a long-drawn answer to this gentleman. With his unpleasantness he will forever make strife where he can, and goad the others on." He turned and spoke out clearly to Antinous. "What fatherly concern you show me! Frighten this unknown fellow, would you, from my hall? With words that promise blood, may God forbid him a loaf. Am I a niggard? No, I call on you to give. And spare your qualms as to my mother's loss or anyone's. Not that in truth you have such care at heart. Your heart is all in feeding, not in giving." Antinous replied, "What high and mighty talk, Telemachus! No holding you. If every suitor gave what I may give him, he could be kept for months. Kept out of sight.
He reached under the table for the footstool his shining feet had rested on, and this he held up so that all could see his gift. But all the rest gave alms, enough to fill the beggar's pack with bread and roast meat. So it looked as though Odysseus had had his taste of what these men were like, and could return scot-free to his own doorway. But halting now before Antinous, he made a little speech to him. Said he, "Give a mite, friend. I would not say myself you are the worst man of the young Achaeans, the noblest rather, kingly by your look. Therefore you'll give more bread than others do. Let me speak well of you as I pass on over the boundless earth. I too, you know, had fortune once, lived well, stood well with men, and gave alms often to poor wanderers, like this one that you see. Aye, to all sorts, no matter in what dire want. I owned servants, many, God knows, and all the rest that goes with being prosperous, as they say. But Zeus, the son of Cronus, brought me down. No telling why he would have it, but he made me go to Egypt with a company of rovers, a long sail to the south, for my undoing. Up the broad Nile and into the riverbank I brought my dipping squadron. There, indeed, I told the men to stand guard at the ships. I sent patrols out to rising ground. But reckless greed carried my crews away to plunder the Egyptian farms. They bore off wives and children, killed what men they found. The news ran on the wind to the city, a night cry. And sunrise brought both infantry and horsemen, filling the river plain with dazzle of bronze. Then Zeus, lord of lightning, threw my men into a blind panic. No one dared stand against that host closing around us. Their scything weapons left our dead in files. Some they took alive into forced labor, myself among them. And they gave me then to one Dmetor, a traveler, son of Iossus, who ruled at Kypros. He conveyed me there. From that place, working northward miserably. But here Antinous broke in, shouting, "God, what evil wind blew in this pest? Get over, stand in the passage. Nudge my table, will you? Egyptian whips are sweet to what you'll come to here, you nosing rat, making your pitch to everyone. These men have bread to throw away on you because it is not theirs. Who cares? Who spares another's food when he has more than plenty?" With guile Odysseus drew away, then said, "A pity that you have more looks than heart. You'd grudge a pinch of salt from your own larder to your own handyman. You sit here, fat on others' meat, and cannot bring yourself to rummage out a crust of bread for me." Then anger made Antinous' heart beat hard, and glowering under his brows he answered, "Now, you think you'll shuffle off and get away after that impudence? Oh, no, you don't." The stool he let fly hit the man's right shoulder on the packed muscle under the shoulder blade, like solid rock for all the effect one saw. Odysseus only shook his head, containing thoughts of bloody work, as he walked on, then sat and dropped his loaded bag again upon the doorstep. Facing the whole crowd, he said, and eyed them all, "One word only, my lords and suitors of the famous queen. One thing I have to say. There is no pain, no burden for the heart when blows come to a man, and he defending his own cattle, his own cows and lambs. Here it was otherwise. Antinous hit me for being driven on by hunger. How many bitter seas men cross for hunger? If beggars interest the gods, if there are furies pent in the dark to avenge a poor man's wrong, then may Antinous meet his death before his wedding day." Then said Eupeithes' son Antinous, "Enough! Eat and be quiet where you are, or shamble elsewhere, unless you want these lads to stop your mouth, pulling you by the heels or hands and feet over the whole floor till your back is peeled." Now the rest were mortified, and someone spoke from the crowd of young bucks to rebuke him. A poor show that, hitting this famished tramp. Bad business if he happened to be a god. You know they go in foreign guise, the gods do, looking like strangers turning up in towns and settlements to keep an eye on manners, good or bad. But at this notion Antinous only shrugged. Telemachus, after the blow his father bore, sat still without a tear, though his heart felt the blow. Slowly he shook his head from side to side, containing murderous thoughts. Penelope, on the higher level of her room, had heard the blow and knew who gave it. Now she murmured, "Would God you could be hit yourself, Antinous, hit by Apollo's bowshot." And Eurynome, her housekeeper, put in, "He and no other. If all we pray for came to pass, not one would live till dawn." Her gentle mistress said, "O Nan, they are a bad lot. They intend ruin for all of us. But Antinous appears a blacker-hearted hound than any. Here is a poor man come, a wanderer, driven by want to beg his bread, and everyone in hall gave bits to cram his bag. Only Antinous threw a stool and banged his shoulder." So she described it, sitting in her chamber among her maids, while her true lord was eating. Then she called in the forester and said, "Go to that man on my behalf, Eumaeus, and send him here so I can greet and question him. Abroad in the great world he may have heard rumors about Odysseus, may have known him." Then you replied, O swineherd, "Ah, my queen, if these Achaean sprigs would hush their babble, the man could tell you tales to charm your heart. 3 days and nights I kept him in my hut. He came straight off a ship, you know, to me. There was no end to what he made me hear of his hard roving, and I listened, eyes upon him, as a man drinks in a tale a minstrel sings, a minstrel taught by heaven to touch the hearts of men. At such a song the listener becomes rapt and still. Just so I found myself enchanted by this man. He claims an old tie with Odysseus, too, in his home country, the Minoan land of Crete. From Crete he came, a rolling stone washed by the gales of life this way and that to our own beach. If he can be believed, he has news of Odysseus near at hand, alive, in the rich country of Thesprotia, bringing a massive treasure home." Then wise Penelope said again, "Go call him. Let him come here. Let him tell that tale again for my own ears. Our friends can drink their cups outside or stay in hall, being so carefree. And why not? Their stores lie intact in their homes, both food and drink, with only servants left to take a little. But these men spend their days around our house, killing our beeves, our fat goats, and our sheep, carousing, drinking up our good dark wine, sparing nothing, squandering everything. No champion like Odysseus takes our part. Ah, if he comes again, no fall can ever struck more suddenly than he will with his son to avenge this outrage." The great hall below at this point rang with a tremendous sneeze. "Howl!" from Telemachus, like an acclamation. And laughter seized Penelope. Then quickly, lucidly, she went on, "Go call the stranger straight to me. Did you hear that, Eumaeus? My son's thundering sneeze at what I said. May death come of a sudden so. May death relieve us clean as that of all the suitors. Let me add one thing. Do not overlook it. If I can see this man has told the truth, I promise him a warm new cloak and tunic." With all this in his head, the forester went down the hall and halted near the beggar, saying aloud, "Good father, you are called by the wise mother of Telemachus, Penelope. The queen, despite her troubles, is moved by a desire to hear your tales about her lord, and if she finds them true, she'll see you clothed in what you need, a cloak and a fresh tunic. You may have your belly full each day you go about this realm begging, for all may give and all they wish." Now said Odysseus, the old soldier, "Friend, I wish this instant I could tell my facts to the wise daughter of Icarius, Penelope, and I have much to tell about her husband. We went through much together. But just now this hard crowd worries me. They are, you said, infamous to the very rim of heaven for violent acts. And here just now this fellow gave me a bruise. What had I done to him? But who would lift a hand for me? Telemachus? Anyone else? No. Bid the queen be patient. Let her remain till sundown in her room, and then, if she will seat me near the fire, inquire tonight about her lord's return. My rags are sorry cover, you know that. I showed my sad condition first to you. The woodsman heard him out, and then returned. But the queen met him on her threshold, crying, "Have you not brought him? Why? What is he thinking? Has he some fear of overstepping? Shy about these inner rooms? A hang-dog beggar?" To this you answered, friend Eumaeus, "No, he reasons as another might, and well, not to tempt any sword play from these drunkards. Be patient, wait, he says, till darkness falls. And, oh, my queen, for you too that is better. Better to be alone with him, and question him and hear him out." Penelope replied, "He is no fool. He sees how it could be. Never were mortal men like these for bullying and brainless arrogance." Thus she accepted what had been proposed. So he went back into the crowd. He joined Telemachus, and said at once in whispers, his head bent so that no one else might hear, "Dear prince, I must go home to keep good watch on hut and swine, and look to my own affairs. Everything here is in your hands. Consider your own safety before the rest. Take care not to get hurt. Many are dangers here. Zeus destroy them first before we suffer." Telemachus said, "Your wish is mine, uncle. Go when your meal is finished. Then come back at dawn and bring good victims for a slaughter. Everything here is in my hands indeed, and in the disposition of the gods." Taking his seat on the smooth bench again, Eumaeus ate and drank his fill, then rose to climb the mountain trail back to his swine, leaving the Megaronan court behind him, crowded with banqueters. These had their joy of dance and song as day waned into evening. Book 18. Blows and a Queen's Beauty. Now a true scavenger came in, a public tramp who begged around the town of Ithaca, a byword for his insatiable swag belly, feeding and drinking dawn to dark. No pith was in him, and no nerve, huge as he looked. Arnias, as his gentle mother called him, he had been nicknamed Iris by the young for being ready to take messages. This fellow thought he would rout Odysseus from his doorway, growling at him, "Clear out, grandfather, or else be hauled out by the ankle bone. See them all giving me the wink? That means go on and drag him out. I hate to do it. Up with you. Or would you like a fist fight?" Odysseus only frowned and looked him over, taking account of everything, then said, "Master, I'm no trouble to you here. I offer no remarks. I grudge you nothing. Take all you get and welcome. Here is room for two on this door slab. Or do you own it? You are a tramp, I think, like me. Patience. A windfall from the gods will come. But drop that talk of using fists. It could annoy me. Old as I am, I might just crack a rib or split a lip for you. My life would go even more peacefully after tomorrow, looking for no more visits here from you." Iris the tramp grew red and hooted, "Oh, listen to him! The swine can talk your arm off like an old oven woman. With 2 punches I'd knock him snorting, if I had a mind to, and not a tooth left in his head, the same as an old sow caught in the corn. Belt up, and let this company see the way I do it when we square off. Can you fight a fresher man?" Under the lofty doorway on the door-sill of wide, smooth ash they held this rough exchange, and the tall, full-blooded suitor, Antinous, overhearing, broke into happy laughter. Then he said to the others, "Oh, my friends, no luck like this ever turned up before. What a farce heaven has brought this house! The stranger and Iris have had words. They brag of boxing. Enter the ring they go, and no more talk." All the young men got on their feet now, laughing, to crowd around the ragged pair. Antinous called out, "Gentlemen, quiet! One more thing. Here are goat stomachs ready on the fire to stuff with blood and fat, good supper pudding. The man who wins this gallant bout may step up here and take the one he likes, and let him feast with us from this day on. No other beggar will be admitted here when we are at our wine." This pleased them all, but now that wily man Odysseus muttered, "An old man, an old hulk has no business fighting a young man. But my belly nags me. Nothing will do but I must take a beating. Well then, let every man here swear an oath not to step in for Iris. No one throw a punch for luck. I could be whipped that way." So much the suitors were content to swear. But after they reeled off their oaths, Telemachus put in a word to clinch it, saying, "Friend, if you will stand and fight as pride requires, don't worry about a foul blow from behind. Whoever hits you will take on the crowd. You have my word as host. You have the word of these two kings, Antinous and Eurymachus, a pair of thinking men." All shouted, "Aye!" So now Odysseus made his shirt a belt, and roped his rags around his loins, baring his hurdler's thighs and boxer's breadth of shoulder, the dense rib sheath and upper arms. Athena stood nearby to give him bulk and power, while the young suitors watched with narrowed eyes, and comments went around. "By God, old Iris now retires." "Aye, he asked for it. He'll get it, bloody too. The build this fellow had under his rags." Panic made Iris' heart jump, but the yard boys hustled and got him belted by main force, though all his blubber quivered now with dread. Antinous' angry voice rang in his ears. "You sack of guts, you might as well be dead. Might as well never have seen the light of day if this man makes you tremble. Chicken heart, afraid of an old wreck, far gone in misery. Well, here is what I say, and what I'll do. If this rag picker can outfight you, whip you, I'll ship you out to that king in Epirus, Echitos. He skins everyone alive. Let him just cut your nose off and your ears, and pull your privy parts out by the roots to feed raw to his hunting dogs." Poor Iris felt a new fit of shaking take his knees, but the yard boys pushed him out. Now both contenders put their hands up. Royal Odysseus pondered if he should hit him with all he had and drop the man dead on the spot, or only spar, with force enough to knock him down. Better that way, he thought. A gentle blow, else he might give himself away. The two were at close quarters now, and Iris lunged, hitting the shoulder. Then Odysseus hooked him under the ear and shattered his jawbone, so bright red blood came bubbling from his mouth, as down he pitched into the dust, bleating, kicking against the ground, his teeth stove in. The suitors whooped and swung their arms, half dead with pangs of laughter. Then by the ankle bone Odysseus hauled the fallen one outside, crossing the courtyard to the gate, and piled him against the wall. In his right hand he stuck his begging staff, and said, "Here, take your post. Sit here to keep the dogs and pigs away. You can give up your habit of command over poor waifs and beggarmen. You swab! Another time you may not know what hit you." When he had slung his rucksack by the string over his shoulder like a wad of rags, he sat down on the broad door-sill again, as laughing suitors came to flock inside. And each young buck in passing gave him greeting, saying maybe, "Zeus fill your pouch for this. May the gods grant your heart's desire. Well done to put that walking famine out of business. We'll ship him out to that king in Epirus, Echitos. He skins everyone alive." Odysseus found grim cheer in their good wishes. His work had started well. Now from the fire his fat blood pudding came, deposited before him by Antinous. Then, to boot, 2 brown loaves from the basket, and some wine in a fine cup of gold. These gifts Amphinomus gave him. Then he said, "Here's luck, grandfather. A new day. May the worst be over now." Odysseus answered, and his mind ranged far. "Amphinomus, your head is clear, I'd say. So was your father's, or at least I've heard good things of Nisus the Dulichian, whose son you are, they tell me. An easy man, and you seem gently bred. In view of that, I have a word to say to you, so listen. Of mortal creatures, all that breathe and move, earth bears none frailer than mankind. What man believes in woe to come, so long as valor and tough knees are supplied him by the gods? But when the gods in bliss bring miseries on, then, willy-nilly, blindly, he endures. Our minds are as the days are, dark or bright, blown over by the Father of gods and men. So I, too, in my time, thought to be happy. But far and rash I ventured, counting on my own right arm, my father and my kin. Behold me now. No man should flout the law, but keep in peace what gifts the gods may give. I see you young blades living dangerously, a household eaten up, a wife dishonored. And yet the master will return, I tell you, to his own place, and soon, for he is near. So may some power take you out of this, homeward, and softly, not to face that man the hour he sets foot on his native ground. Between him and the suitors I foretell no quittance, no way out, unless by blood, once he shall stand beneath his own roof-beam. Gravely, when he had done, he made libation, and took a sip of honey-hearted wine, giving the cup then back into the hands of the young nobleman. Amphinomus, for his part, shaking his head, with chill and burdened breast, turned in the great hall. Now his heart foreknew the wrath to come, but he could not take flight, being by Athena bound there. Death would have him broken by a spear thrown by Telemachus. So he sat down where he had sat before. And now heart prompting from the grey-eyed goddess came to the quiet queen Penelope, a wish to show herself before the suitors. For thus, by fanning their desire again, Athena meant to set her beauty high before her husband's eyes, before her son. Knowing no reason, laughing confusedly, she said, "Eurynomy, I have a craving I never had at all. I would be seen among those ruffians, hateful as they are. I might well say a word then to my son for his own good. Tell him to shun that crowd. For all their gay talk, they are bent on evil." Mistress Eurynomy replied, "Well said, child. Now is the time. Go down and make it clear. Hold nothing back from him. But you must bathe and put a shine upon your cheeks, not this way, streaked under your eyes and stained with tears. You make it worse, being forever sad. And now your boy's a bearded man. Remember you prayed the gods to let you see him so." Penelope replied, "Eurynomy, it is a kind thought, but I will not hear it. To bathe and sleep with perfumed oil. No, no, the gods forever took my sheen away when my lord sailed for Troy in the decked ships. Only tell my Autonoe to come, and Hippodamia. They should be attending me in hall if I appear there. I could not enter alone into that crowd of men." At this, the good old woman left the chamber to tell the maids her bidding. But now, too, the grey-eyed goddess had her own designs. Upon the quiet daughter of Icarius, she let clear drops of slumber fall, until the queen lay back asleep, her limbs unstrung, in her long chair. And while she slept, the goddess endowed her with immortal grace to hold the eyes of the Achaeans. With ambrosia she bathed her cheeks and throat and smoothed her brow. Ambrosia, used by flower-crowned Cytherea when she would join the rose-lipped Graces dancing. Grandeur she gave her, too, in height and form, and made her whiter than carved ivory. Touching her so, the perfect one was gone. Now came the maids, bare-armed and lovely, voices breaking into the room. The queen awoke, and as she rubbed her cheek, she sighed, "Ah, soft that drowse I lay embraced in, pain forgot. If only Artemis the pure would give me death as mild and soon. No heartache more, no wearing out my lifetime with desire and sorrow, mindful of my lord, good man in all ways that he was, best of the Achaeans. She rose and left her glowing upper room, and down the stairs with her two maids in train, this beautiful lady went before the suitors. Then by a pillar of the solid roof she paused, a shining veil across her cheek, the two girls close to her and still. And in that instant weakness took those men in the knee-joints. Their hearts grew faint with lust. Not one but swore to God to lie beside her. But speaking for her dear son's ears alone, she said, "Telemachus, what has come over you? Light-minded you were not in all your boyhood. Now you're full-grown, come of age. A man from foreign parts might take you for the son of royalty to go by your good looks. And have you no more thoughtfulness or manners? How could it happen in our hall that you permit the stranger to be so abused? Here in our house a guest? Can any man suffer indignity, come by such injury? What can this be for you but public shame?" Telemachus looked in her eyes and answered, with his clear head and his discretion, "Mother, I cannot take it ill that you are angry. I know the meaning of these actions now, both good and bad. I had been young and blind. How can I always keep to what is fair, while these sit here to put fear in me? Princes from near and far, whose interest is my ruin. Are any on my side? But you should know the suitors did not have their way, matching the stranger here and Iris, for the stranger beat him to the ground. Oh, Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, could I see the suitors whipped like that! Courtyard and hall strewn with our friends, too weak-kneed to get up, chap-fallen to their collar-bones, the way old Iris rolls his head there by the gate, as though he were pig-drunk. No energy to stagger on his homeward path, no fight left in his numb legs." Thus Penelope reproached her son, and he replied. Now, interrupting, Eurymachus called out to her, "Penelope, deep-minded queen, daughter of Icarius, if all Achaeans in the land of Argos only saw you now, what hundreds more would join your suitors here to feast tomorrow? Beauty like yours no woman had before, or majesty, or mastery." She answered, "Eurymachus, my qualities, I know, my face, my figure, all were lost or blighted when the Achaeans crossed the sea to Troy, Odysseus my lord among the rest. If he returned, if he were here to care for me, I might be happily renowned. But grief instead, heaven sent me. Years of pain. Can I forget? The day he left this island, enfolding my right hand and wrist in his, he said, 'My lady, the Achaean troops will not easily make it home again, full strength, unhurt from Troy. They say the Trojans are fighters too, good lances and good bowmen, horsemen, charioteers, and those can be decisive when a battle hangs in doubt. So whether God will send me back, or whether I'll be a captive there, I cannot tell. Here, then, you must attend to everything. My parents in our house will be a care for you, as they are now, or more while I am gone. Wait for the beard to darken our boy's cheek, then marry whom you will, and move away.' The years he spoke of are now past. The night comes when a bitter marriage overtakes me, desolate as I am, deprived by Zeus of all the sweets of life. How galling, too, to see new-fangled manners in my suitors. Others who go to court a gentlewoman, daughter of a rich house, if they are rivals, bring their own beeves and sheep along. Her friends ought to be feasted, gifts are due to her. Would any dare to live at her expense?" Odysseus' heart laughed when he heard all this. Her sweet tones, charming gifts out of the suitors with talk of marriage, though she intended none. Eupeithes' son Antinous now addressed her. "Icarius' daughter, O deep-minded queen, if someone cares to make you gifts, accept them. It is no courtesy to turn gifts away. But we go neither to our homes nor elsewhere until, of all Achaeans here, you take the best man for your lord." Pleased at this answer, every man sent a squire to fetch a gift. Antinous a wide resplendent robe, embroidered fine, and fastened with 12 brooches, pins pressed into sheathing tubes of gold. Eurymachus a necklace wrought in gold with sunray pieces of clear glinting amber. Eurydamas's men came back with pendants, eardrops in triple clusters of warm lights. And from the hoard of Lord Polyctor's son, Pysandrus, came a band for her white throat, jeweled adornment. Other wondrous things were brought as gifts from the Achaean princes. Penelope then mounted the stair again, her maids behind, with treasure in their arms. And now the suitors gave themselves to dancing, to harp and haunting song, as night drew on. Black night indeed came on them at their pleasure. But 3 torch fires were placed in the long hall to give them light. On hand were stores of fuel, dry seasoned chips of resinous wood, split up by the bronze hatchet blade. These were mixed in among the flames to keep them flaring bright. Each housemate of Odysseus took her turn. Now he himself, the shrewd and kingly man, approached and told them, "Housemaids of Odysseus, your master so long absent in the world, go to the women's chambers, to your queen.
Attend her, make the distaff whirl, divert her, stay in her room, comb wool for her. I stand here ready to tend these flares and offer light to everyone. They cannot tire me out, even if they wish to drink till dawn. I am a patient man." But the women giggled, glancing back and forth, laughed in his face, and one smooth girl, Melantho, spoke to him most impudently.
She was Dolius' daughter, taken as ward in childhood by Penelope, who gave her playthings to her heart's content and raised her as her own. Yet the girl felt nothing for her mistress, no compunction, slept and made love with Eurymachus. Her bold voice rang now in Odysseus' ears. "You must be crazy, punch-drunk, you old goat. Instead of going out to find a smithy to sleep warm in, or a tavern bench, you stay putting your oar in amid all our men. Numbskull, not to be scared. The wine you drank has clogged your brain. Or are you always this way, boasting like a fool? Or have you lost your mind because you beat that tramp, that Iris? Look out, or someone better may get up and give you a good knocking about the ears to send you out all bloody." But Odysseus glared at her under his brows and said, "1 minute. Let me tell Telemachus how you talk in hall, you slut. He'll cut your arms and legs off." This hard shot took the women's breath away and drove them quaking to their rooms as though knives were behind. They felt he spoke the truth. So there he stood and kept the firelight high and looked the suitors over, while his mind roamed far ahead to what must be accomplished. They for their part could not now be still or drop their mockery, for Athena wished Odysseus mortified still more. Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, took up the baiting, angling for a laugh among his friends. "Suitors of our distinguished queen," he said, "hear what my heart would have me say. This man comes with a certain aura of divinity into Odysseus' hall. He shines. He shines around the noggin, like a flashing light, having no hair at all to dim his luster." Then turning to Odysseus, raider of cities, he went on, "Friend, you have a mind to work, do you? Could I hire you to clear stones from wasteland for me? You'll be paid enough, collecting boundary walls and planting trees. I'd give you a bread ration every day, a cloak to wrap in, sandals for your feet." "Oh, no. You learned your dodges long ago. No honest sweat. You'd rather tramp the country begging to keep your hoggish belly full." The master of many crafts replied, "Eurymachus, we too might try our hands against each other in early summer when the days are long, in meadow grass, with one good scythe for me and one as good for you. We'd cut our way down a deep hayfield, fasting till late evening. Or we could try our hands behind a plough, driving the best of oxen, fat, well-fed, well-matched for age and pulling power, and say 4 strips apiece of loam the share could break. You'd see then if I cleft you a straight furrow. Competition in arms? If Zeus Cronion roused up a scuffle now, give me a shield, 2 spears, a dog-skin cap with plates of bronze to fit my temples, and you'd see me go where the first rank of fighters lock in battle. There would be no more jeers about my belly. You thick-skinned menace to all courtesy. You think you're a great man and a champion, but up against few men, poor stuff at that. Just let Odysseus return. Those doors wide open as they are, you'd find too narrow to suit you on your sudden journey out. Now fury mounted in Eurymachus, who scowled and shot back, "Bundle of rags and lice! By God, I'll make you suffer for your gall, your insolent gabble before all our men." He had his footstool out, but now Odysseus took to his haunches by Amphinomus's knees, fearing Eurymachus's missile as it flew. It clipped a wine steward on the serving hand, so that his pitcher dropped with a loud clang, while he fell backward, cursing in the dust. In the shadowy hall, a low sound rose, suitors murmuring to one another. "Aye," they said, "this vagabond would have done well to perish somewhere else and make us no such rumpus. Here we are, quarreling over tramps. Good meat and wine forgotten, good sense gone by the board." Telemachus, his young heart high, put in, "Bright souls, alight with wine, you can no longer hide the cups you've taken. Aye, some god is goading you. Why not go home to bed? I mean, when you're moved to. No one jumps at my command." Struck by his blithe manner, the young men's teeth grew fixed in their underlips. But now the son of Nisus, Lord Amphinomus of Aretiades, addressed them all. "O friends, no ruffling replies are called for. That was fair counsel. Hands off the stranger now, and hands off any other servant here in the great house of King Odysseus. Come, let my own herald wet our cups once more. We'll make an offering, and then to bed. The stranger can be left behind in hall. Telemachus may care for him. He came to Telemachus' store, not ours." This won them over. The soldier Mulius, Dulichian herald, comrade in arms of Lord Amphinomus, mixed the wine and served them all. They tipped out drops for the blissful gods, and drank the rest. When they had drunk their thirst away, they trailed off homeward drowsily to bed. Book 19. Recognitions and a Dream. Now by Athena's side in the quiet hall, studying the ground for slaughter, Lord Odysseus turned to Telemachus. "The arms," he said. "Harness and weapons must be out of sight in the inner room, and if the suitors miss them, be mild. Just say, 'I had a mind to move them out of the smoke.' They seemed no longer the bright arms that Odysseus left at home when he went off to Troy. Here where the fire's hot breath came, they had grown black and drear. One better reason struck me, too. Suppose a brawl starts up when you've been drinking. You might in madness let each other's blood, and that would stain your feast, your courtship. Iron itself can draw men's hands." Then he fell silent, and Telemachus obeyed his father's word. He called Euryclea, the nurse, and told her, "Nurse, go shut the women in their quarters while I shift father's armor back to the inner rooms. These beautiful arms, unburnished, caked with black soot in his years abroad. I was a child then. Well, I am not now. I want them shielded from the draught and smoke." The old woman answered, "It is time, child, you took an interest in such things. I wish you'd put your mind on all your house and chattels. But who will go along to hold the light? You said no maids, no torch-bearers." Telemachus looked at her and replied, "Our friend here. A man who shares my meat can bear a hand, no matter how far he is from home." He spoke so soldierly, her own speech halted on her tongue. Straight back she went to lock the doors of the women's hall. And now the 2 men sprang to work. father and princely son, loaded with round helms and studded bucklers, lifting the long spears, while in their path Pallas Athena held up a golden lamp of purest light. Telemachus at last burst out, "O father, here is a marvel! All around I see the walls and roof beams, pedestals and pillars, lighted as though by white fire blazing near. One of the gods of heaven is in this place." Then said Odysseus, the great tactician, "Be still. Keep still about it. Just remember it. The gods who rule Olympus make this light. You may go off to bed now. Here I stay to test your mother and her maids again. Out of her long grief she will question me." Telemachus went across the hall and out under the light of torches, crossed the court to the tower chamber where he had always slept. Here now again he lay, waiting for dawn, while in the great hall by Athena's side Odysseus waited with his mind on slaughter. Presently Penelope from her chamber stepped in her thoughtful beauty. So might Artemis or golden Aphrodite have descended, and maids drew to the hearth her own smooth chair, inlaid with silver whorls and ivory. The artisan Icmalius had made it long before, with a footrest in a single piece, and soft upon the seat a heavy fleece was thrown. Here by the fire the queen sat down. Her maids, leaving their quarters, came with white arms bare to clear the wine cups and the bread, and move the trestle boards where men had lingered drinking. Fiery ashes out of the pine-chip flares they tossed, and piled on fuel for light and heat. And now a second time Melantho's voice rang brazen in Odysseus' ears. "Ah, stranger, are you still here, so creepy, late at night hanging about, looking the women over? You old goat, go outside, cuddle your supper. Get out, or a torch may kindle you behind." At this Odysseus glared under his brows and said, "Little devil, why pitch into me again? Because I go unwashed and wear these rags and make the rounds? But so I must, being needy. That is the way a vagabond must live. And do not overlook this. In my time I too had luck, lived well, stood well with men, and gave alms often to poor wanderers, like him you see before you. Aye, to all sorts, no matter in what dire want. I owned servants, many, I say, and all the rest that goes with what men call prosperity. But Zeus, the son of Cronus, brought me down. Mistress, mend your ways, or you may lose all this vivacity of yours. What if her ladyship was stirred to anger? What if Odysseus came? And I can tell you there is hope of that. Or if the man is done for, still his son lives to be reckoned with by Apollo's will. None of you can go wantoning on the sly and fool him now. He is too old for that." Penelope, being near enough to hear him, spoke out sharply to her maid. "Oh, shameless, through and through! And do you think me blind to your conquest? It will cost your life. You knew I waited, for you heard me say it. Waited to see this man in hall, and question him about my lord. I am so hard beset." She turned away and said to the housekeeper, "Eurynome, a bench, a spread of sheepskin to put my guest at ease. Now he shall talk and listen and be questioned." Willing hands brought a smooth bench and dropped a fleece upon it. Here the adventurer and king sat down. Then carefully Penelope began. "Friend, let me ask you first of all, who are you? Where do you come from? Of what nation and parents were you born?" And he replied, "My lady, never a man in the wide world should have a fault to find with you. Your name has gone out under heaven like the sweet honor of some God-fearing king, rules in equity over the strong. His black lands bear both wheat and barley, fruit trees laden bright, new lambs, lambing time. And the deep sea gives great hauls of fish by his good strategy, so that his folk fare well. Oh, my dear lady, this being so, let it suffice to ask me of other matters, not my blood, my homeland.
Do not enforce me to recall my pain. My heart is sore, but I must not be found sitting in tears here in another's house. It is not well for ever to be grieving. One of the maids might say, or you might think, I had got maudlin over cups of wine. Penelope replied, Stranger, my looks, my face, my carriage were soon lost or faded when the Achaeans crossed the sea to Troy, Odysseus my lord among the rest. If he returned, if he were here to care for me, I might be happily renowned. But grief instead heaven sent me, years of pain.
Sons of the noblest families on the islands, Dulichian, Sami, wooded Zacynthus, with native Ithacans are here to court me, against my wish, and they consume this house.
Can I give proper heed to guest or suppliant or herald on the realm's affairs? How could I, wasted with longing for Odysseus, while here they press for marriage? Ruses served my turn to draw the time out. First, a close-grained web I had the happy thought to set up weaving on my big loom and hall. I said that day, young men, my suitors, now my lord is dead, let me finish my weaving before I marry, or else my thread will have been spun in vain. It is a shroud I weave for Lord Laertes, when cold death comes to lay him on his bier. The country wives would hold me in dishonor if he with all his fortune lay unshrouded. I reached their hearts that way, and they agreed. So every day I wove on the great loom, but every night by torchlight I unwove it. And so for 3 years I deceived the Achaeans. But when the seasons brought a 4th year on, as long months waned and the long days were spent, through impudent folly in the slinking maids they caught me, clambered up to me at night. I had no choice then but to finish it. And now, as matters stand at last, I have no strength left to evade a marriage, cannot find any further way. My parents urge it upon me, and my son will not stand by while they eat up his property. He comprehends it, being a man full grown, able to oversee the kind of house Zeus would endow with honor. But you, too, confide in me. Tell me your ancestry. You were not born of mythic oak or stone. And the great master of invention answered, O honorable wife of Lord Odysseus, must you go on asking about my family? Then I will tell you, though my pain be doubled by it, and whose pain would not, if he had been away as long as I have, and had hard roving in the world of men. But I will tell you even so, my lady. One of the great islands of the world in mid-sea, in the wine-dark sea, is Crete, spacious and rich and populous, with 90 cities and a mingling of tongues. Achaeans there are found, along with Cretan hillmen of the old stock, and Kidonians, Dorians in 3 bloodlines, Pelasgians, and one among their 90 towns is Knossos. Here lived King Minos, whom great Zeus received every 9th year in private council. Minos, the father of my father, Deucalion. 2 sons Deucalion had, Idomeneus, who went to join the Atreidae before Troy in the beaked ships of war, and then myself, Aethon by name, a stripling next my brother. But I saw with my own eyes at Knossos once Odysseus. Gales had caught him off Cape Malea, driven him southward on the coast of Crete when he was bound for Troy. At Amnisus, hard by the holy cave of Eileithyia, he lay to and dropped anchor in that open and rough roadstead, riding out the blow. Meanwhile he came ashore, came inland, asking after Idomeneus. Dear friends, he said they were. But now 10 mornings had already passed, 10 or 11 since my brother sailed. So I played host and took Odysseus home, saw him well lodged and fed, for we had plenty. Then I made requisitions, barley, wine, and beeves for sacrifice, to give his company abundant fare along with him. 12 days they stayed with us, the Achaeans, while that wind out of the north shut every one inside. Even on land you could not keep your feet. Such fury was abroad. On the 13th, when the gale dropped, they put to sea. Now all these lies he made appear so truthful, she wept as she sat listening. The skin of her pale face grew moist, the way pure snow softens and glistens on the mountains, thawed by south wind after powdering from the west. And as the snow melts, mountain streams run full. So her white cheeks were wetted by these tears shed for her lord, and he close by her side. Imagine how his heart ached for his lady, his wife in tears, and yet he never blinked. His eyes might have been made of horn or iron, for all that she could see. He had this trick, wept if he willed to, inwardly. Well then, as soon as her relieving tears were shed, she spoke once more. I think that I shall say, friend, give me some proof, if it is really true that you were host in that place to my husband with his brave men, as you declare. Come, tell me the quality of his clothing, how he looked, and some particular of his company. Odysseus answered, and his mind ranged far. Lady, so long a time now lies between, it is hard to speak of it. Here is the 20th year since that man left the island of my father, but I shall tell what memory calls to mind. The purple cloak and fleecy he had on, a double thick one. Then he wore a brooch made of pure gold with twin tubes for the prongs, and on the face a work of art, a hunting dog pinning a spotted fawn in agony between his forepaws, wonderful to see, how being gold and nothing more, he bit the golden deer convulsed, with wild hooves flying. Odysseus' shirt I noticed, too, a fine close-fitting tunic, like dry onion skin, so soft it was and shiny. Women there, many of them, would cast their eyes on it. But I might add, for your consideration, whether he brought these things from home or whether a shipmate gave them to him coming aboard, I have no notion. Some regardful host in another port, perhaps it was. Affection followed him. There were few Achaeans like him, and I too made him gifts. A good bronze blade, a cloak with lining and a broidered shirt, and sent him off in his trim ship with honor. A herald, somewhat older than himself, he kept beside him. I'll describe this man. Round-shouldered, dusky, woolly-headed. Eurybates his name was, and Odysseus gave him preferment over the officers. He had a shrewd head, like the captain's own. Now, hearing these details, minutely true, she felt more strangely moved, and tears flowed until she had tasted her salt grief again. Then she found words to answer. Before this you won my sympathy, but now indeed you shall be our respected guest and friend. With my own hands I put that cloak and tunic upon him, took them folded from their place, and the bright brooch for ornament. Gone now, I will not meet the man again returning to his own home fields. Unkind the fate that sent him young in the long ship to see that misery at Ilion, unspeakable. And the master improviser answered, Honorable wife of Odysseus Laertiades, you need not stain your beauty with these tears, nor wear yourself out grieving for your husband. Not that I can blame you. Any wife grieves for the man she married in her girlhood, lay with in love, bore children to, though he may be no prince like this Odysseus, whom they compare even to the gods. But listen. Weep no more, and listen. I have a thing to tell you, something true. I heard but lately of your lord's return, heard that he is alive, not far away, among Thesprotians in their green land, amassing fortune to bring home. His company went down in shipwreck in the wine-dark sea off the coast of Thrinacia. Zeus and Helios held it against him that his men had killed the kine of Helios. The crew drowned for this. He rode the ship's keel. Big seas cast him up on the island of Phaeacians, godlike men who took him to their hearts. They honored him with many gifts and a safe passage home, or so they wished. Long since he should have been here, but he thought better to restore his fortune playing the vagabond about the world. And no adventurer could beat Odysseus at living by his wits, no man alive. I had this from King Phaedon of Thesprotia, and tipping wine out, Phaedon swore to me the ship was launched, the seamen standing by to bring Odysseus to his land at last. But I got out to sea ahead of him by the king's order, as it chanced a freighter left port for the grain bins of Dulichion. Phaedon, however, showed me Odysseus' treasure. 10 generations of his heirs or more could live on what lay piled in that great room. The man himself had gone up to Dodona to ask the spelling leaves of the old oak what Zeus would have him do, how to return to Ithaca after so many years, by stealth or openly. You see, then, he is alive and well, and headed homeward now, no more to be abroad far from his island, his dear wife and son. Here is my sworn word for it. Witness this, God of the zenith, noblest of the gods, and Lord Odysseus' hearth-fire now before me. I swear these things shall turn out as I say. Between this present dark and one day's ebb, after the wane, before the crescent moon, Odysseus will come. Penelope, the attentive queen, replied to him, Ah, stranger, if what you say could ever happen, you would soon know our love. Our bounty, too, men would turn after you to call you blessed. But my heart tells me what must be. Odysseus will not come to me. No ship will be prepared for you. We have no master quick to receive and furnish out a guest as Lord Odysseus was. Or did I dream him? Maids, maids, come wash him. Make a bed for him, bedstead and coloured rugs and coverlets to let him lie warm into the gold of dawn. In morning light you'll bathe him and anoint him, so that he'll take his place beside Telemachus feasting in hall. If there be one man there to bully or annoy him, that man wins no further triumph here, burn though he may. How will you understand me, friend? How find in me, more than in common women, any courage or gentleness, if you are kept in rags and filthy at our feast? Men's lives are short. The hard man and his cruelties will be cursed behind his back and mocked in death. But one whose heart and ways are kind, of him strangers will bear report to the wide world, and distant men will praise him. Warily Odysseus answered, Honourable lady, wife of Odysseus Laertiades, a weight of rugs and cover, not for me. I've had none since the day I saw the mountains of Crete white with snow low on the sea line, fading behind me as the long oars drove me north. Let me lie down tonight as I've lain often, many a night unsleeping, many a time afield on hard ground, waiting for pure dawn. No, and I have no longing for a foot bath either. None of these maids will touch my feet, unless there is an old one, old and wise, one who has lived through suffering as I have. I would not mind letting my feet be touched by that old servant. And Penelope said, Dear guest, no foreign man so sympathetic ever came to my house, no guest more likable. So wry and humble are the things you say. I have an old maidservant, ripe with years, one who in her time nursed my lord. She took him into her arms the hour his mother bore him. Let her, then, wash your feet, though she is frail. Come here, stand by me, faithful Euryclea, and bathe your master, I almost said, for they are of an age, and now Odysseus' feet and hands would be enseamed like his. Men grow old soon in hardship. Hearing this, the old nurse hid her face between her hands and wept hot tears, and murmured, Oh, my child, I can do nothing for you. How Zeus hated you, no other man so much. No use, great heart, O faithful heart, the rich thigh bones you burnt to Zeus who plays in lightning. And no man ever gave more to Zeus. With all your prayers for a green age, a tall son reared to manhood, there is no day of homecoming for you. Stranger, some women in some far-off place perhaps have mocked my lord when he'd be home, as now these trumpets mock you here. No wonder you would keep clear of all their whorishness and have no bath. But here am I. The Queen Penelope, Icarius' daughter, bids me. So let me bathe your feet to serve my lady, to serve you too. My heart within me stirs, mindful of something. Listen to what I say. Strangers have come here, many through the years, but no one ever came, I swear, who seemed so like Odysseus, body, voice, and limbs, as you do. Ready for this, Odysseus answered, Old woman, that is what they say. All who have seen the two of us remark how like we are, as you yourself have said, and rightly, too. Then he kept still, while the old nurse filled up her basin glittering in firelight. She poured cold water in, then hot. But Lord Odysseus whirled suddenly from the fire to face the dark, the scar. He had forgotten that. She must not handle his scarred thigh, or the game was up. When she bared her lord's leg, bending near, she knew the groove at once. An old wound, a boar's white tusk inflicted on Parnassus years ago. He had gone hunting there, in company with his uncles and Autolycus, his mother's father, a great thief and swindler by Hermes' favor, for Autolycus pleased him with burnt offerings of sheep and kids. The god acted as his accomplice. Well, Autolycus, on a trip to Ithaca, arrived just after his daughter's boy was born. In fact, he had no sooner finished supper than Nurse Euryclea put the baby down in his own lap and said, It is for you now to choose a name for him, your child's dear baby, the answer to her prayers. Autolycus replied, My son-in-law, my daughter, call the boy by the name I tell you. Well you know my hand has been against the world of men and women. Odium and distrust I've won. Odysseus should be his given name. When he grows up, when he comes visiting his mother's home under Parnassus, where my treasures are, I'll make him gifts and send him back rejoicing. Odysseus in due course went for the gifts, and old Autolycus and his sons embraced him with welcoming sweet words. And Amphithea, his mother's mother, held him tight and kissed his head and his fine eyes. The father called on his noble sons to make a feast, and going about it briskly, they led in an ox of 5 years, whom they killed and flayed and cut in bits for roasting on the skewers with skilled hands, with care, then shared it out. So all the day until the sun went down, they feasted to their heart's content. At evening, after the sun was down and dusk had come, they turned to bed and took the gift of sleep. When the young dawn spread in the eastern sky her fingertips of rose, the men and dogs went hunting, taking Odysseus. They climbed Parnassus' rugged flank mantled in forest, entering amid high windy folds at noon, when Helios beat upon the valley floor and on the winding ocean whence he came. With hounds questing ahead in open order, the sons of Autolycus went down a glen, Odysseus in the lead behind the dogs, pointing his long shadowing spear. Before them, a great boar lay hid in undergrowth in a green thicket, proof against the wind, or sun's blaze, fine soever the needling sunlight, impervious too to any rain, so dense that cover was, heaped up with fallen leaves. Patter of hounds' feet, men's feet, woke the boar as they came up, and from his woody ambush with razor back bristling and raging eyes he trotted and stood at bay. Odysseus, being on top of him, had the first shot, lunging to stick him, but the boar had already charged under the long spear. He hooked aslant with one white tusk,
and ripped out flesh above the knee, but missed the bone. Odysseus' second thrust went home by luck, his bright spear passing through the shoulder joint. The beast fell, moaning as life pulsed away. Autolycus' tall sons took up the wounded, working skillfully over the Prince Odysseus to bind his gash, and with a rune they stanched the dark flow of blood. Then downhill swiftly they all repaired to the father's house, and there tended him well, so well they soon could send him with grandfather Autolycus' magnificent gifts, rejoicing oversea to Ithaca. His father and the lady Anticlea welcomed him, and wanted all the news of how he got his wound. So he spun out his tale, recalling how the boar's white tusk caught him when he was hunting on Parnassus. This was the scar the old nurse recognized. She traced it under her spread hands, then let go, and into the basin fell the lower leg, making the bronze clang, sloshing the water out. Then joy and anguish seized her heart. Her eyes filled up with tears, her throat closed, and she whispered with hand held out to touch his chin, "Oh, yeah. You are Odysseus. Ah, dear child, I could not see you until now, not till I knew my master's very body with my hands." Her eyes turned to Penelope with desire to make her lord, her husband, known. In vain, because Athena had bemused the queen, so that she took no notice, paid no heed. At the same time, Odysseus' right hand gripped the old throat, his left hand pulled her near, and in her ear he said, "Will you destroy me, nurse? You gave me milk at your own breast. Now, with a hard lifetime behind, I've come in the 20th year home to my father's island. You found me out as the chance was given you. Be quiet. Keep it from the others. Else, I warn you, and I mean it too, if by my hand God brings the suitors down, I'll kill you, nurse or not, when the time comes to kill the other women." Euryclea kept her wits and answered him, "Oh, what mad words are these you let escape you? Child, you know my blood, my bones are yours. No one could whip this out of me. I'll be a woman turned to stone. Iron I'll be. And let me tell you, too, mind now, if God cuts down the arrogant suitors by your hand, I can report to you on all the maids, those who dishonor you, and the innocent." But in response the great tactician said, "Nurse, no need to tell me tales of these. I will have seen them each one for myself. Trust in the gods. Be quiet. Hold your peace." Silent, the old nurse went to fetch more water, her basin being all spilt. When she had washed and rubbed his feet with golden oil, he turned, dragging his bench again to the fireside for warmth, and hid the scar under his rags. Penelope broke the silence, saying, "Friend, allow me one brief question more. You know the time for bed, sweet rest, is coming soon. If only that warm luxury of slumber would come to enfold us in our trouble. But for me, my fate at night is anguish and no rest. By day being busy, seeing to my work, I find relief sometimes from loss and sorrow, but when night comes and all the world's abed, I lie in mine alone, my heart thudding, while bitter thoughts and fears crowd on my grief. Think how Pandarius' daughter, pale forever, sings as the nightingale in the new leaves through those long quiet hours of night, on some thick-flowering orchard bough in spring. How she rills out and tilts her note, high now, now low, mourning for Italus, whom she killed in madness, her child and her lord Zethus' only child. My forlorn thought flows variable as her song, wondering, shall I stay beside my son and guard my own things here, my maids, my hall, to honor my lord's bed and the common talk? Or had I best join fortunes with a suitor, the noblest one, most lavish in his gifts? Is it now time for that?
My son, being still a callow boy, forbade marriage, or absence from my lord's domain. But now the child is grown up, a man. He too begins to pray for my departure, aghast at all the suitors gorge on. Listen, interpret me this dream. From a water's edge, 20 fat geese have come to feed on grain beside my house, and I delight to see them. But now a mountain eagle with great wings and crooked beak storms in to break their necks and strew their bodies here. Away he soars into the bright sky, and I cry aloud, all this in dream. I wail, and round me gather softly braided Achaean women, mourning because the eagle killed my geese. Then down out of the sky he drops to a cornice beam, with mortal voice telling me not to weep. Be glad, says he, renowned Icarius' daughter. Here is no dream, but something real as day, something about to happen. All those geese were suitors, and the bird was I. See now, I am no eagle, but your lord, come back to bring inglorious death upon them all. As he said this, my honeyed slumber left me. Peering through half-shut eyes, I saw the geese in hall still feeding at the self-same trough. The master of subtle ways and straight replied, My dear, how can you choose to read the dream differently? Has not Odysseus himself shown you what is to come? Death to the suitors. Sure death, too. Not one escapes his doom. Penelope shook her head and answered, Friend, many and many a dream is mere confusion, a cobweb of no consequence at all. 2 gates for ghostly dreams there are, one gateway of honest horn, and one of ivory. Issuing by the ivory gate are dreams of glimmering illusion, fantasies. But those that come through solid polished horn may be borne out, if mortals only know them. I doubt it came by horn, my fearful dream. Too good to be true, that, for my son and me. But one thing more I wish to tell you. Listen carefully. It is a black day, this that comes. Odysseus' house and I are to be parted. I shall decree a contest for the day. We have 12 axe heads. In his time, my lord could line them up, all 12, at intervals like a ship's ribbing. Then he'd back away a long way off and whip an arrow through. Now I'll impose this trial on the suitors. The one who easily handles and strings the bow and shoots through all 12 axes, I shall marry, whoever he may be. Then look my last on this, my first love's beautiful brimming house. But I'll remember, though I dream it only. Odysseus said, Dear honorable lady, wife of Odysseus Laertiades, let there be no postponement of the trial. Odysseus, who knows the shifts of combat, will be here. Aye, he'll be here long before one of these lads can stretch or string that bow, or shoot to thread the iron. Grave and wise, Penelope replied, If you were willing to sit with me and comfort me, my friend, no tide of sleep would ever close my eyes. But mortals cannot go forever sleepless. This the undying gods decree for all who live and die on earth, kind furrowed earth. Upstairs I go then to my single bed, my sighing bed, wet with so many tears after my lord Odysseus took ship to see that misery at Ilion, unspeakable. Let me rest there, you here. You can stretch out on the bare floor, or else command a bed. So she went up to her chamber softly lit, accompanied by her maids. Once there, she wept for Odysseus her husband, till Athena cast sweet sleep upon her eyes. Book 20. Signs and a Vision. Outside in the entryway he made his bed, raw oxhide spread on level ground, and heaped up fleeces left from sheep the Achaeans killed.
And when he had lain down, Eurynome flung out a robe to cover him. Unsleeping the lord Odysseus lay, and roved in thought to the undoing of his enemies. Now came a covey of women, laughing as they slipped out arm in arm as many a night before, to the suitors' beds. And anger took him like a wave, to leap into their midst and kill them every one. Or should he let them all go hot to bed one final night? His heart cried out within him the way a brach with whelps between her legs would howl and bristle at a stranger. So the hackles of his heart rose at that laughter. Knocking his breast, he muttered to himself, "Down, be steady." Seen worse, that time the Cyclops like a rock slide ate your men while you looked on. Nobody, only guile, got you out of that cave alive. His rage, held hard in leash, submitted to his mind, while he himself rocked, rolling from side to side, as a cook turns a sausage big with blood and fat at a scorching blaze without a pause to broil it quick. So he rolled left and right, casting about to see how he alone, against the false outrageous crowd of suitors, could press the fight. And out of the night sky, Athena came to him. Out of the nearby dark, in body like a woman, came and stood over his head to chide him. "Why so wakeful, most forlorn of men? Here is your home. There lies your lady, and your son is here, as fine as one could wish a son to be." Odysseus looked up and answered, "Aye, goddess, that much is true. But still I have some cause to fret in this affair. I am one man. How can I whip those dogs? They are always here in force. Neither is that the end of it. There's more to come. If by the will of Zeus and by your will I killed them all, where could I go for safety? Tell me that." And the grey-eyed goddess said, "Your touching faith. Another man would trust some villainous mortal with no brains. And what am I? Your goddess guardian to the end in all your trials. Let it be plain as day. If 50 bands of men surrounded us and every sword sang for your blood, you could make off still with their cows and sheep. Now you two go to sleep. This all-night vigil wearies the flesh. You'll come out soon enough on the other side of trouble." Raining soft sleep on his eyes, the beautiful one was gone back to Olympus. Now at peace the man slumbered and lay still. But not his lady. Wakeful again with all her cares, reclining in the soft bed, she wept and cried aloud until she had had her fill of tears, then spoke in prayer first to Artemis. "O gracious, divine Lady Artemis, daughter of Zeus, if you could only make an end now quickly, let the arrow fly, stop my heart, or if some wind could take me by the hair up into running cloud to plunge in tides of ocean, as hurricane winds took Pandarius' daughters when they were left at home alone. The gods had sapped their parents' lives. But Aphrodite fed those children honey, cheese, and wine, and Hera gave them looks and wit, and Artemis, pure Artemis, gave lovely height, and wise Athena made them practised in her arts, till Aphrodite in glory walked on Olympus, begging for each a happy wedding day from Zeus, the lightning's joyous king, who knows all fate of mortals, fair and foul. But even at that hour, the cyclone winds had ravished them away to serve the loathsome furies. Let me be blown out by the Olympians. Shot by Artemis, I still might go and see amid the shades Odysseus in the rot of underworld. No coward's eye should light by my consenting. Evil may be endured when our days pass in mourning, heavy-hearted, hard beset, if only sleep reign over night-time, blanketing the world's good and evil from our eyes. But not for me. Dreams, too, my demon sends me.
Tonight the image of my lord came by as I remember him with troops. Oh, strange exaltation! I thought him real and not a dream. Now as the dawn appeared all stitched in gold, the queen's cry reached Odysseus at his waking, so that he wondered, half asleep. It seemed she knew him and stood near him. Then he woke and picked his bedding up to stow away on a chair in the megaron. The ox-hide pad he took outdoors. There, spreading wide his arms, he prayed, O Father Zeus, if over land and water after adversity you will to bring me home, let someone in the waking house give me good augury, and a sign be shown too in the outer world. He prayed thus, and the mind of Zeus in heaven heard him. He thundered out of bright Olympus down from above the cloudlands in reply, a rousing peal for Odysseus. Then a token came to him from a woman grinding flour in the court nearby. His own handmills were there, and 12 maids had the job of grinding out whole grain and barley meal, the pith of men. Now all the rest, their bushels ground, were sleeping. One only, frail and slow, kept at it still. She stopped, stayed her hand, and her lord heard the omen from her lips. Ah, Father Zeus, almighty over gods and men! A great bang of thunder that was surely out of the starry sky, and not a cloud in sight. It is your nod to someone. Hear me, then. Make what I say come true. Let this day be the last the suitors feed so dainty in Odysseus' hall. They've made me work my heart out till I drop grinding barley. May they feast no more. The servant's prayer, after the cloudless thunder of Zeus, Odysseus heard with lifting heart, sure in his bones that vengeance was at hand. Then other servants, wakening, came down to build and light a fresh fire at the hearth. Telemachus, clear-eyed as a god, awoke, put on his shirt and belted on his sword, bound rawhide sandals under his smooth feet, and took his bronze-shod lance. He came and stood on the broad sill of the doorway, calling Euryclea. Nurse, dear nurse, how did you treat our guest? Had he a supper and a good bed? Has he lain uncared for still? My mother is like that, perverse for all her cleverness. She'd entertain some riff-raff and turn out a solid man. The old nurse answered him, I would not be so quick to accuse her, child. He sat and drank here while he had a mind to. Food he no longer hungered for, he said, for she did ask him. When he thought of sleeping, she ordered them to make a bed. Poor soul, poor gentleman. So humble and so miserable he would accept no bed with rugs to lie on, but slept on sheepskins and a raw ox-hide in the entryway. We covered him ourselves. Telemachus left the hall, hefting his lance, with 2 swift flickering hounds for company, to face the island Achaeans in the square. And gently born Euryclea, the daughter of Ops Pisenorides, called to the maids, Bestir yourselves. You have your brooms, go sprinkle the rooms and sweep them, robe the chairs in red, sponge off the tables till they shine, wash out the wine bowls and 2-handled cups. You others, go fetch water from the spring. No loitering, come straight back. Our company will be here soon. Morning is sure to bring them. Everyone has a holiday today. The women ran to obey her. 20 girls off to the spring with jars for dusky water, the rest at work inside. Then tall woodcutters entered to split up logs for the hearth fire. The water carriers returned, and on their heels arrived the swineherd, driving 3 fat pigs chosen among his pens. In the wide court he let them feed, and said to Odysseus kindly, Friend, are they more respectful of you now, or still insulting you? Replied Odysseus, The young men, yes, and may the gods requite those insolent puppies for the game they play in a home not their own. They have no decency.
During this talk, Melanthius the goatherd came in, driving goats for the suitors' feast with his 2 herdsmen. Under the portico they tied the animals, and Melanthius looked at Odysseus with a sneer. Said he, "Stranger, I see you mean to stay and turn our stomachs begging in this hall. Clear out, why don't you? Or will you have to taste a bloody beating before you see the point? Your begging ways nauseate everyone. There are feasts elsewhere." Odysseus answered not a word, but grimly shook his head over his murderous heart. A third man came up now, Phaeacia, the cattle foreman, with an ox behind him and fat goats for the suitors. Ferrymen had brought these from the mainland, as they bring travellers too, whoever comes along. Phaeacia tied the beasts under the portico and joined the swineherd. "Who is this?" he said. "Who is the new arrival at the manor? A Chian? Or what else does he claim to be? Where are his family and fields of home? Down on his luck, all right. Carries himself like a captain. How the immortal gods can change and drag us down once they begin to spin dark days for us. Kings and commanders, too." Then he stepped over and took Odysseus by the right hand, saying, "Welcome, sir. May good luck lie ahead at the next turn. Hard times you're having, surely. Oh, Zeus, no god is more berserk in heaven if gentle folk whom you yourself begot you plunge in grief and hardship without mercy. Sir, I began to sweat when I first saw you, and tears came to my eyes, remembering Odysseus. Rags like these he may be wearing somewhere on his wanderings now. I mean, if he's alive still under the sun. But if he's dead and in the house of death, I mourn Odysseus. He entrusted cows to me in Cephallenia when I was knee-high, and now his herds are numberless. No man else ever had cattle multiply like grain. But new men tell me I must bring my beeves to feed them, who care nothing for our prince, fear nothing from the watchful gods. They crave partition of our lost king's land and wealth. My own feelings keep going round and round upon this tether. Can I destroy the boy by moving herds and all to another country, a new life among strangers? Yet it's worse to stay here in my old post, herding cattle for upstarts. I'd have gone long since, gone, taken service with another king. This shame is no more to be borne. But I keep thinking my own lord, poor devil, still might come and make a rout of suitors in his hall." Odysseus, with his mind on action, answered, "Herdsman, I make you out to be no coward and no fool. I can see that for myself. So let me tell you this. I swear by Zeus all highest, by the table set for friends, and by your king's hearthstone to which I've come, Odysseus will return. You'll be on hand to see, if you care to see it, how those who lord it here will be cut down." The cowman said, "God, it all came true. You'd see the fight that's in me." Then Eumaeus echoed him, and invoked the gods, and prayed that his great-minded master should return. While these three talked, the suitors in the field had come together plotting. What but death for Telemachus, when from the left an eagle crossed high with a rock-dove in his claws. Amphinomus got up. Said he, cutting them short, "Friends, no luck lies in that plan for us, no luck knifing the lad. Let's think of feasting." A grateful thought they felt, and walking on entered the great hall of the hero Odysseus, where they all dropped their cloaks on chairs or couches and made a ritual slaughter, knifing sheep, fat goats, and pigs, knifing the grass-fed steer. Then tripes were broiled and eaten. Mixing bowls were filled with wine. The swineherd passed out cups. Phaeacia's chief cowherd dealt the loaves into the panniers. Melanthius poured wine, and all their hands went out upon the feast. Telemachus placed his father to advantage just at the door-sill of the pillared hall, setting a stool there and a sawed-off table, gave him a share of tripes, poured out his wine in a golden cup, and said, "Stay here. Sit down to drink with our young friends. I stand between you and any cutting word or cuffing hand from any suitor. Here is no public house, but the old home of Odysseus, my inheritance. Hold your tongues then, gentlemen, and your blows, and let no wrangling start, no scuffle either. The others, disconcerted, bit their lips at the ring in the young man's voice. Antinous, Eupeithes' son, turned round to them and said, "It goes against the grain, my lords, but still I say we take this hectoring by Telemachus. You know Zeus balked at it, or else we might have shut his mouth a long time past. The silvery speaker." But Telemachus paid no heed to what Antinous said. Now public heralds wound through Ithaca, leading a file of beasts for sacrifice, and islanders gathered under the shade trees of Apollo in the precinct of the Archer, while in hall the suitors roasted mutton and fat beef on skewers, pulling off the fragrant cuts. And those who did the roasting served Odysseus a portion equal to their own, for so Telemachus commanded. But Athena had no desire now to let the suitors restrain themselves from wounding words and acts. Laertes' son again must be offended. There was a scapegrace fellow in the crowd named Ctesippus, a Samian, rich beyond all measure, arrogant with riches, early and late a bidder for Odysseus' queen. Now this one called attention to himself. "Hear me, my lords, I have a thing to say. Our friend has had his fair share from the start, and that's polite. It would be most improper if we were cold to guests of Telemachus, no matter what tramp turns up. Well then, look here, let me throw in my own small contribution. He must have prizes to confer himself on some brave bathman or another slave here in Odysseus' house." His hand went backward, and fishing out a cow's foot from the basket, he let it fly. Odysseus rolled his head to one side softly, ducking the blow, and smiled a crooked smile with teeth clenched. On the wall the cow's foot struck and fell. Telemachus blazed up. "Ctesippus, lucky for you, by heaven, not to have hit him. He took care of himself, else you'd have had my lance head in your belly. No marriage, but a grave instead on Ithaca for your father's pains. You others, let me see no more contemptible conduct in my house. I've been awake to it for a long time. By now I know what is honorable and what is not. Before I was a child. I can endure it while sheep are slaughtered, wine drunk up, and bread. Can one man check the greed of 100 men? But I will suffer no more viciousness. Granted, you mean at last to cut me down. I welcome that. Better to die than have humiliation always before my eyes, the stranger buffeted, and the serving women dragged about, abused in a noble house." They quieted, grew still under his lashing, and after a long silence, Agelaus, Damastor's son, spoke to them all. Friends, I hope no one will answer like a fishwife. What has been said is true. Hands off this stranger. He is no target, neither is any servant here in the hall of King Odysseus. Let me say a word, though, to Telemachus and to his mother, if it please them both. As long as hope remained in you to see Odysseus, that great gifted man, again, you could not be reproached for obstinacy, tying the suitors down here. Better so, if still your father fared the great sea homeward. How plain it is, though, now he'll come no more. Go sit then by your mother, reason with her, tell her to take the best man, highest bidder, and you can have and hold your patrimony, feed on it, drink it all, while she adorns another's house." Keeping his head, Telemachus replied, "By Zeus almighty, Agelaus, and by my father's sufferings, far from Ithaca, whether he's dead or lost, I make no impediment to mother's marriage. Take whom you wish, I say. I'll add my dowry. But can I pack her off against her will from her own home? Heaven forbid." At this, Pallas Athena touched off in the suitors a fit of laughter uncontrollable. She drove them into nightmare, till they wheezed and neighed as though with jaws no longer theirs, while blood defiled their meat, and blurring tears flooded their eyes, heart-sore with woe to come. Then said the visionary Theoclymenus, O lost, sad men, what terror is this you suffer? Night shrouds you to the knees, your heads, your faces. Dry wretch of death runs round like fire in Styx. Your cheeks are streaming, these fair walls and pedestals are dripping crimson blood. And thick with shades is the entryway, the courtyard thick with shades passing athirst toward Erebus into the dark. The sun is quenched in heaven, foul mist hems us in. The young men greeted this with shouts of laughter, and Eurymachus the son of Polybus crowed, "The mind of our new guest has gone astray. Hustle him out of doors, lads, into the sunlight. He finds it dark as night inside." The man of vision looked at him and said, "When I need help, I'll ask for it, Eurymachus. I have my eyes and ears, a pair of legs, and a straight mind still with me. These will do to take me out. Damnation and black night I see arriving for yourselves. No shelter, no defense for any in this crowd. Fools and vipers in the king's own hall." With this he left that handsome room and went home to Phaeacia, who received him kindly. The suitors made wide eyes at one another and set to work provoking Telemachus with jokes about his friends. One said, for instance, "Telemachus, no man is a luckier host when it comes to what the cat dragged in. What burning eyes your beggar had for bread and wine, but not for labor, not for a single heave. He'd be a dead weight on a field. Then comes this other with his mumbo-jumbo. Boy, for your own good, I tell you, toss them both into a slave ship for the Cycles. That would pay you." Telemachus ignored the suitors' talk. He kept his eyes in silence on his father, awaiting the first blow. Meanwhile, the daughter of Icarius, Penelope, had placed her chair to look across and down on father and son at bay. She heard the crowd and how they laughed as they resumed their dinner, a fragrant feast, for many beasts were slain. But as for supper, men supped never colder than these, on what the goddess and the warrior were even then preparing for the suitors. Treachery had filled that house with pain. Book 21. The Test of the Bow. Upon Penelope, most worn in love and thought, Athena cast a glance like a grey sea lifting her. Now to bring the tough bow out and bring the iron blades. Now try those dogs at archery to usher bloody slaughter in. So moving stairward, the queen took up a fine door-hook of bronze, ivory-hafted, smooth in her clenched hand, and led her maids down to a distant room, a storeroom where the master's treasure lay. Bronze, bar gold, black iron forged and wrought. In this place hung the double torsion bow and arrows in a quiver, a great sheath. Quills of groaning. In the old time in Lacedaemon, her lord had got these arms from Iphitus, Eurytus' son. The two met in Messenia at Ortilochus' table on the day Odysseus claimed a debt owed by that realm. Sheep stolen by Messenians out of Ithaca in their long ships, 300 head and herdsmen. Seniors of Ithaca and his father sent him on that far embassy when he was young. But Iphitus had come there tracking strays, 12 shy mares with mule colts yet unweaned, and a fatal chase they led him over prairies into the hands of Heracles. That massive son of toil and mortal son of Zeus murdered his guest at wine in his own house, inhuman, shameless in the sight of heaven, to keep the mares and colts in his own grange. Now Iphitus, when he knew Odysseus, gave him the master bowman's arm, for old Eurytus had left it on his deathbed to his son. In fellowship Odysseus gave a lance and a sharp sword. But Heracles killed Iphitus before one friend could play host to the other, and Lord Odysseus would not take the bow and the black ships to the great war at Troy. As a keepsake he put it by. It served him well at home in Ithaca. Now the queen reached the storeroom door and halted. Here was an oaken sill, cut long ago and sanded clean and bedded true. Foursquare the door jambs, and the shining doors were set by the careful builder. Penelope untied the strap around the curving handle, pushed her hook into the slit, aimed at the bolts inside, and shot them back. Then came a rasping sound, as those bright doors the key had sprung gave way, a bellow like a bull's vaunt in a meadow, followed by her light footfall entering over the plank floor. Herb-scented robes lay there in chests, but the lady's milk-white arms went up to lift the bow down from a peg in its own polished bow-case. Now Penelope sank down, holding the weapon on her knees, and drew her husband's great bow out, and sobbed, and bit her lip, and let the salt tears flow. Then back she went to face the crowded hall, tremendous bow in hand, and on her shoulder hung the quiver spiked with coughing death. Behind her, maids bore a basket full of axe-heads, bronze and iron implements for the master's game. Thus in her beauty she approached the suitors, and near a pillar of the solid roof she paused, her shining veil across her cheeks, her maids on either hand and still, then spoke to the banqueters. "My lords, hear me. Suitors indeed, you commandeered this house to feast and drink in day and night, my husband being long gone, long out of mind. You found no justification for yourselves, none except your lust to marry me. Stand up, then. We now declare a contest for that prize. Here is my lord Odysseus' hunting bow. Bend and string it if you can. Who sends an arrow through iron axe-helve sockets 12 in line? I join my life with his, and leave this place, my home, my rich and beautiful bridal house, forever to be remembered, though I dream it only." Then to Eumaeus, "Carry the bow forward, carry the blades." Tears came to the swineherd's eyes as he reached out for the big bow. He laid it down at the suitor's feet. Across the room the cowherd sobbed, knowing the master's weapon. Antinous growled with a glance at both. "Floods! They go to pieces over nothing. You two there, why are you sniveling? To upset the woman even more? Has she not pain enough over her lost husband? Sit down! Get on with dinner quietly, or cry about it outside if you must. Leave us the bow. A clean-cut game, it looks to me. Nobody bends that bow stave easily in this company. Is there a man here made like Odysseus? I remember him from childhood. I can see him even now." That was the way he played it, hoping inwardly to span the great horned bow with corded gut and drill the iron with his shot. He, Antinous, destined to be the first of all to savor blood from a fighting arrow at his throat, a shaft drawn by the fingers of Odysseus, whom he had mocked and plundered, leading on the rest, his boon companions. Now they heard a gay snort of laughter from Telemachus, who said then brilliantly, "A queer thing, that. Has Zeus Almighty made me a half-wit? For all her spirit, mother has given in, promised to go off with someone, and is that amusing? What am I cackling for? Step up, my lords. Contend now for your prize. There is no woman like her in Achaia, not in old Argos, Pylos, or Mycenae, neither in Ithaca nor on the mainland, and you all know it without praise of mine. Come on, no hanging back, no more delay in getting the bow bent. Who's the winner? I myself should like to try that bow. Suppose I bend it and bring off the shot. My heart will be less heavy, seeing the queen my mother go for the last time from this house and hall, if I who stay can do my father's feat." He moved out quickly, dropping his crimson cloak, and lifted sword and sword belt from his shoulders. His preparation was to dig a trench heaping the earth in a long ridge beside it to hold the blades half-bedded. A taut cord aligned the socket rings, and no one there but looked on wondering at his workmanship, for the boy had never seen it done. He took his stand then on the broad door-sill to attempt the bow. 3 times he put his back into it and sprang it. 3 times he had to slack off. Still, he meant to string that bow and pull for the needle shot. A 4th try, and he had it all but strung, when a stiffening in Odysseus made him check. Abruptly then he stopped, and turned and said, "Blast and damn it! Must I be a milksop all my life? Half-grown, all thumbs, no strength or knack at arms to defend myself if someone picks a fight with me? Take over, O my elders and betters, try the bow, run off the contest." And he stood the weapon upright against the massy timbered door with one arrow across the horn aslant, then went back to his chair. Antinous gave the word. "Now, one man at a time, rise and go forward. Round the room in order, left to right from where they dip the wine." As this seemed fair enough, up stood Leodes, the son of Oinops. This man used to find visions for them in the smoke of sacrifice. He kept his chair well back, retired by the wine-bowl, for he alone could not abide their manners, but sat in shame for all the rest. Now it was he who had first to confront the bow, standing up on the broad door-sill. He failed. The bow, unbending, made his thin hands yield, no muscle in them. He gave up and said, "Friends, I cannot. Let the next man handle it. Here is a bow to break the heart and spirit of many strong men. Aye, and death is less bitter than to live on and never have the beauty that we came here laying siege to so many days. Resolute are you still to win Odysseus' lady Penelope? Pit yourselves against the bow, and look among Achaeans for another's daughter. Gifts will be enough to court and take her. Let the best offer win." With this, Leodes thrust the bow away from him, and left it upright against the massy timbered door, with one arrow aslant across the horn. As he went down to his chair, he heard Antinous' voice rising. "What is that you say? It makes me burn. You cannot string the weapon, so here is a bow to break the heart and spirit of many strong men. Crushing thought! You were not born, you never had it in you to pull that bow or let an arrow fly. But here are men who can and will." He called out to the goatherd Melanthius, "Kindle a fire there. Be quick about it. Draw up a big bench with a sheepskin on it, and bring a cake of lard out of the stores. Contenders from now on will heat and grease the bow. We'll try it limber and bring off the shot." Melanthius darted out to light a blaze, drew up a bench, threw a big sheepskin over it, and brought a cake of lard. So one by one the young men warmed and greased the bow for bending. But not a man could string it. They were whipped. Antinous held off. So did Eurymachus, suitors in chief, by far the ablest there. 2 men had meanwhile left the hall, swineherd and cowherd, in companionship, one downcast as the other. But Odysseus followed them outdoors, outside the court, and coming up said gently, "You, herdsman, and you too, swineherd, I could say a thing to you, or should I keep it dark? No, speak, my heart tells me. Would you be men enough to stand by Odysseus if he came back? Suppose he dropped out of a clear sky, as I did. Suppose some god should bring him. Would you bear arms for him, or for the suitors?" The cowherd said, "Let the master come. Father Zeus, grant our old wish. Some courier guide him back, then judge what stuff is in me and how I manage arms." Likewise Eumaeus fell to praying all heaven for his return, so that Odysseus, sure at least of these, told them, "I am at home, for I am he. I bore adversities, but in the 20th year I am ashore in my own land.
I find the two of you alone among my people longed for my coming. Prayers I never heard except your own that I might come again. So now what is in store for you I'll tell you. If Zeus brings down the suitors by my hand, I promise marriages to both, and cattle and houses built near mine. And you shall be brothers in arms of my Telemachus. Here, let me show you something else, a sign that I am he, that you can trust me. Look. This old scar from the tusk wound that I got boar hunting on Parnassus, Autolycus' sons and I. Shifting his rags, he bared the long gash. Both men looked and knew, and threw their arms around the old soldier, weeping, kissing his head and shoulders. He as well took each man's head and hands to kiss, then said, to cut it short, else they might weep till dark, "Break off. No more of this." Anyone at the door could see and tell them. Drift back in, but separately at intervals after me. Now listen to your orders. When the time comes, those gentlemen to a man will be dead against giving me bow or quiver. Defy them. Eumaeus, bring the bow and put it in my hands there at the door. Tell the women to lock their own door tight. Tell them if someone hears the shock of arms or groans of men in hall or court, not one must show her face, but keep still at her weaving. Phaeacia, run to the outer gate and lock it. Throw the crossbar and lash it. He turned back into the courtyard and the beautiful house and took the stool he had before. They followed, one by one, the two hands loyal to him. Eurymachus had now picked up the bow. He turned it round and turned it round before the licking flame to warm it up, but could not even so put stress upon it to jam the loop over the tip, though his heart groaned to bursting. Then he said grimly, "Curse this day! What gloom I feel! Not for myself alone, and not only because we lose that bride. Women are not lacking in Achaia, in other towns, or on Ithaca. No, the worst is humiliation. To be shown up for children measured against Odysseus, we who cannot even hitch the string over his bow. What shame to be repeated of us, after us." Antinous said, "Come to yourself. You know that is not the way this business ends. Today the islanders held holiday, a holy day, no day to sweat over a bowstring. Keep your head. Postpone the bow. I say we leave the axes planted where they are. No one will take them. No one comes to Odysseus' hall tonight. Break out good wine and brim our cups again. We'll keep the crooked bow safe overnight. Order the fattest goats Melanthius has brought down tomorrow noon, and offer thigh bones burning to Apollo, god of archers, while we try out the bow and make the shot." As this appealed to everyone, heralds came pouring fresh water for their hands, and boys filled up the wine bowls. Joints of meat went round, fresh cuts for all, while each man made his offering, tilting the red wine to the gods, and drank his fill. Then spoke Odysseus, all craft and gall. "My lords, contenders for the queen, permit me. A passion in me moves me to speak out. I put it to Eurymachus above all, and to that brilliant prince Antinous. Just now, how wise his counsel was to leave the trial and turn your thoughts to the immortal gods. Apollo will give power tomorrow to whom he wills. But let me try my hand at the smooth bow. Let me test my fingers and my pull, to see if any of the old-time kick is there, or if thin, fair, and roving took it out of me." Now irritation beyond reason swept them all, since they were nagged by fear that he could string it. Antinous answered coldly and at length, "You bleary vagabond, no rag of sense is left you. Are you not coddled here enough at table taking meat with gentlemen, your betters, denied nothing and listening to our talk? When have we let a tramp hear all our talk? The sweet goad of wine has made you rave. Here is the evil wine can do to those who swig it down. Even the centaur Eurytion in Pirithous' hall among the Lapithae came to a bloody end because of wine. Wine ruined him, it crazed him.
drove him wild for rape in that great house. The princes cornered him in fury, leaping on him to drag him out and crop his ears and nose. Drink had destroyed his mind, and so he ended in that mutilation, fool that he was. Centaurs and men made war for this, but the drunkard first brought hurt upon himself. The tale applies to you. I promise you great trouble if you touch that bow. You'll come by no indulgence in our house. Kicked down into a ship's bilge, out to sea you go, and nothing saves you. Drink, but hold your tongue. Make no contention here with younger men. At this the watchful queen Penelope interposed. Antinous, discourtesy to a guest of Telemachus? Whatever guest? That is not handsome. What are you afraid of? Suppose this exile put his back into it and drew the great bow of Odysseus. Could he then take me home to be his bride? You know he does not imagine that. No one need let that prospect weigh upon his dinner. How very, very improbable it seems. It was Eurymachus who answered her. Penelope, O daughter of Icarius, most subtle queen, we are not given to fantasy. No, but our ears burn at what men might say, and women too. We hear some jackal whispering how far inferior to the great husband her suitors are, can't even budge his bow, think of it, and a beggar out of nowhere strung it quick and made the needle shot. That kind of disrepute we would not care for. Penelope replied, steadfast and wary, Eurymachus, you have no good repute in this realm, nor the faintest hope of it. Men who abused a prince's house for years, consumed his wine and cattle. Shame enough. Why hang your heads over a trifle now? The stranger is a big man, well compacted, and claims to be of noble blood. Aye, give him the bow and let us have it out. What I can promise him I will. If by the kindness of Apollo he prevails, he shall be clothed well and equipped. A fine shirt and a cloak I promise him, a lance for keeping dogs at bay, or men, a broadsword, sandals to protect his feet, escort, and freedom to go where he will. Telemachus now faced her and said sharply, Mother, as to the bow and who may handle it or not handle it, no man here has more authority than I do. Not one lord of our own stony Ithaca nor the islands lying east toward Elis. No one stops me if I choose to give these weapons outright to my guest. Return to your own hall. Tend your spindle, tend your loom, direct your maids at work. This question of the bow will be for men to settle, most of all for me. I am master here. She gazed in wonder, turned, and so withdrew, her son's clear-headed bravery in her heart. But when she had mounted to her rooms again with all her women, then she fell to weeping for Odysseus, her husband. Grey-eyed Athena presently cast a sweet sleep on her eyes. The swineherd had the horned bow in his hands, moving toward Odysseus, when the crowd in the banquet hall broke into an ugly din, shouts rising from the flushed young men. "Oh, where do you think you're taking that, you smutty slave? What is this dithering? We'll toss you back alone among the pigs for your own dogs to eat, if bright Apollo nods and the gods are kind." He faltered, all at once put down the bow, and stood in panic, buffeted by waves of cries, hearing Telemachus from another quarter shout, "Go on, take him the bow! Do you obey this pact? You will be stoned back to your hills. Young as I am, my power is over you. I wish to God I had as much the upper hand of these. There would be suitors pitched like dead rats through our gate for the evil plotted here." Telemachus' frenzy struck someone as funny, and soon the whole room roared with laughter at him, so that all tension passed. Eumaeus picked up bow and quiver, making for the door, and there he placed them in Odysseus' hands. Calling Euryclea to his side, he said, "Telemachus trusts you to take care of the women's doorway. Lock it tight. If anyone inside should hear the shock of arms or groans of men in hall or court, not one must show her face, but go on with her weaving." The old woman nodded and kept still. She disappeared into the women's hall, bolting the door behind her. Phaeacia left the house now at one bound, cat-like, running to bolt the courtyard gate. A coil of deck rope of papyrus fiber lay in the gateway. This he used for lashing, and ran back to the same stool as before, fastening his eyes upon Odysseus. And Odysseus took his time, turning the bow, tapping it every inch, for borings that termites might have made while the master of the weapon was abroad. The suitors were now watching him, and some jested among themselves. A bow lover! Dealer in old bows. Maybe he has one like it at home, or has an itch to make one for himself. See how he handles it, the sly old buzzard. And one disdainful suitor added this, May his fortune grow an inch for every inch he bends it. But the man skilled in all ways of contending, satisfied by the great bow's look and heft, like a musician, like a harper, when with quiet hand upon his instrument he draws between his thumb and forefinger a sweet new string upon a peg, so effortlessly Odysseus in one motion strung the bow, then slid his right hand down the cord and plucked it, so the taut gut, vibrating, hummed, sang a swallow's note. In the hushed hall it smote the suitors, and all their faces changed. Then Zeus thundered overhead, one loud crack for a sign. And Odysseus laughed within him that the son of crooked-minded Cronus had flung that omen down. He picked one ready arrow from his table where it lay bare. The rest were waiting still in the quiver for the young men's turn to come. He knocked it, let it rest across the hand grip, and drew the string and grooved butt of the arrow, aiming from where he sat upon the stool. Now flashed arrow from twanging bow, clean as a whistle, through every socket ring, and grazed not one, to thud with heavy brazen head beyond. Then quietly Odysseus said, Telemachus, the stranger you welcomed in your hall has not disgraced you. I did not miss. Neither did I take all day stringing the bow. My hand and eye are sound, not so contemptible as the young men say. The hour has come to cook their lordships' mutton, supper by daylight, other amusements later, with song and harping that adorn a feast. He dropped his eyes and nodded, and the Prince Telemachus, true son of King Odysseus, belted his sword on, clapped hand to his spear, and with a clink and glitter of keen bronze, stood by his chair in the forefront near his father. Book 22. Death in the Great Hall. Now shrugging off his rags, the wiliest fighter of the islands leapt and stood on the broad door-sill, his own bow in his hand. He poured out at his feet a rain of arrows from the quiver, and spoke to the crowd. So much for that. Your clean-cut game is over. Now watch me hit a target that no man has hit before. If I can make this shot, help me, Apollo. He drew to his fist the cruel head of an arrow for Antinous, just as the young man leaned to lift his beautiful drinking cup, embossed, two-handled, golden. The cup was in his fingers, the wine was even at his lips. And did he dream of death? How could he? In that revelry amid his throng of friends, who would imagine a single foe, though a strong foe indeed, could dare to bring death's pain on him and darkness on his eyes? Odysseus' arrow hit him under the chin and punched up to the feathers through his throat. Backward and down he went, letting the wine-cup fall from his shocked hand. Like pipes his nostrils jetted crimson runnels, a river of mortal red, and one last kick upset his table, knocking the bread and meat to soak in dusty blood. Now as they craned to see their champion where he lay, the suitors jostled in uproar down the hall, every one on his feet. Wildly they turned and scanned the walls in the long room for arms. but not a shield. Not a good ashen spear was there for a man to take and throw. All they could do was yell in outrage at Odysseus. Foul to shoot at a man! It was your last shot. Your own throat will be slit for this. Our finest lad is down. You killed the best on Ithaca. Buzzards will tear your eyes out. They imagined, as they wished, that it was a wild shot, an unintended killing. Fools, not to comprehend they were already in the grip of death. But glaring under his brows, Odysseus answered, You yellow dogs! You thought I'd never make it home from the land of Troy. You took my house to plunder, twisted my maids to serve your beds. You dared bid for my wife while I was still alive. Contempt was all you had for the gods who rule wide heaven, contempt for what men say of you hereafter. Your last hour has come. You die in blood. As they all took this in, sickly green fear pulled at their entrails, and their eyes flickered, looking for some hatch or hideaway from death. Eurymachus alone could speak. He said, If you are Odysseus of Ithaca, come back. All that you say these men have done is true. Rash actions, many here, more in the countryside. But here he lies, the man who caused them all. Antinous was the ringleader. He whipped us on to do these things. He cared less for a marriage than for the power Cronion has denied him as king of Ithaca. For that he tried to trap your son and would have killed him. He is dead now and has his portion. Spare your own people. As for ourselves, we'll make restitution of wine and meat consumed, and add each one a tithe of 20 oxen, with gifts of bronze and gold to warm your heart. Meanwhile we cannot blame you for your anger. Odysseus glowered under his black brows and said, Not for the whole treasure of your fathers, all you enjoy, lands, flocks, or any gold put up by others, would I hold my hand. There will be killing till the score is paid. You forced yourselves upon this house. Fight your way out, or run for it if you think you'll escape death. I doubt one man of you skins by. They felt their knees fail, and their hearts, but heard Eurymachus for the last time rallying them. Friends, he said, the man is implacable. Now that he's got his hands on bow and quiver, he'll shoot from the big door stone there until he kills us to the last man. Fight, I say. Let's remember the joy of it. Swords out! Hold up your tables to deflect his arrows. After me, everyone. Rush him where he stands. If we can budge him from the door, if we can pass into the town, we'll call out men to chase him. This fellow with his bow will shoot no more. He drew his own sword as he spoke, a broadsword of fine bronze, honed like a razor on either edge. Then, crying hoarse and loud, he hurled himself at Odysseus. But the kingly man let fly an arrow at that instant, and the quivering feathered butt sprang to the nipple of his breast as the barb stuck in his liver. The bright broadsword clanged down. He lurched and fell aside, pitching across his table. His cup, his bread and meat, was spilt and scattered far and wide, and his head slammed on the ground. Revulsion, anguish in his heart, with both feet kicking out, he downed his chair, while the shrouding wave of mist closed on his eyes. Amphinomus now came running at Odysseus, broadsword naked in his hand. He thought to make the great soldier give way at the door, but with a spear throw from behind, Telemachus hit him between the shoulders, and the lance head drove clear through his chest. He left his feet and fell forward, thudding, forehead against the ground. Telemachus swerved around him, leaving the long dark spear planted in Amphinomus. If he paused to yank it out, someone might jump him from behind or cut him down with a sword at the moment he bent over. So he ran from the tables to his father's side, and halted, panting, saying, Father, let me bring you a shield and spear, a pair of spears, a helmet. I can arm on the run myself. I'll give outfits to Eumaeus and this cowherd. Better to have equipment. Said Odysseus, Run then, while I hold them off with arrows as long as the arrows last. When all are gone, if I'm alone, they can dislodge me. Quick upon his father's word, Telemachus ran to the room where spears and armor lay. He caught up 4 light shields, 4 pairs of spears, 4 helms of war high-plumed with flowing manes, and ran back loaded down to his father's side. He was the first to pull a helmet on and slide his bare arm in a buckler strap.
The servants armed themselves, and all three took their stand beside the master of battle. While he had arrows, he aimed and shot, and every shot brought down one of his huddling enemies. When all barbs had flown from the bowman's fist, he leaned his bow in the bright entryway beside the door, and armed, 4-ply shield hard on his shoulder, and a crested helm horse-tailed, nodding stormy upon his head, then took his tough and bronze-shod spears. The suitors who held their feet, no longer under bowshot, could see a window high in a recess of the wall, a vent lighting the passage to the storeroom. This passage had one entry, with a door at the edge of the great hall's threshold just outside. Odysseus told the swineherd to stand over and guard this door and passage. As he did so, a suitor named Agelaus asked the others, "Who will get a leg up on that window and run to alarm the town? One sharp attack, and this fellow will never shoot again." His answer came from the goatherd, Melanthius. "No chance, my lord. The exit into the courtyard is too narrow. One good man could hold that portal against a crowd. No, let me scale the wall and bring you arms out of the storage chamber. Odysseus and his son put them indoors, I'm sure of it, not outside." The goatish goatherd clambered up the wall, toes in the chinks, and slipped through to the storeroom. 12 light shields, 12 spears he took, and 12 thick-crested helms, and handed all down quickly to the suitors. Odysseus, when he saw his adversaries girded and capped, and long spears in their hands shaken at him, felt his knees go slack, his heart sink, for the fight was turning grim. He spoke rapidly to his son. "Telemachus, one of the serving women is tipping the scales against us in this fight, or maybe Melanthius." But sharp and clear Telemachus said, "It is my own fault, father, mine alone. The storeroom door, I left it wide open. They were more alert than I. Eumaeus, go and lock that door and bring back word if a woman is doing this, or Melanthius, Dolius' son. More likely he." Even as they conferred, Melanthius entered the storeroom for a second load, and the swineherd at the passage entry saw him. He cried out to his lord, "Son of Laertes, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, there he goes, the monkey, as we thought. There he goes into the storeroom. Let me hear your will. Put a spear through him, I hope I'm the stronger, or drag him here to pay for his foul tricks against your house." Odysseus said, "Telemachus and I will keep these gentlemen in hall, for all their urge to leave. You two go throw him into the storeroom, wrench his arms and legs behind him, lash his hands and feet to a plank, and hoist him up to the roof beams. Let him live on there, suffering at his leisure." The 2 men heard him with appreciation and ducked into the passage. Melanthius, rummaging in the chamber, could not hear them as they came up, nor could he see them freeze like posts on either side the door. He turned back with a handsome crested helmet in one hand, in the other an old shield coated with dust, a shield Laertes bore soldiering in his youth. It had lain there for years, and the seams on strap and grip had rotted away. As Melanthius came out, the 2 men sprang, jerked him backward by the hair, and threw him. Hands and feet they tied with a cutting cord behind him, so his bones ground in their sockets, just as Laertes' royal son commanded. Then, with a whip of rope, they hoisted him in agony up a pillar to the beams. And, oh, my swineherd, you were the one to say, "Watch through the night up there, Melanthius. An airy bed is what you need. You'll be awake to see the primrose dawn, when she goes glowing from the streams of ocean to mount her golden throne. No oversleeping the hour for driving goats to feed the suitors." They stooped for helm and shield, and left him there, contorted in his brutal sling, and shut the doors, and went to join Odysseus, whose mind moved through the combat now to come. Breathing deep and snorting hard, they stood forward at the entry, facing 200 men. But now into the gracious doorway stepped Zeus's daughter Athena. She wore the guise of Mentor, and Odysseus appealed to her in joy. "Oh, Mentor, join me in this fight. Remember how all my life I've been devoted to you, friend of my youth." For he guessed it was Athena, hope of soldiers. Cries came from the suitors, and Agelaus, Damastor's son, called out, "Mentor, don't let Odysseus lead you astray to fight against us on his side. Think twice. We are resolved, and we will do it." After we kill them, father and son, you too will have your throat slit for your pains if you make trouble for us here. It means your life. Your life. And cutting throats will not be all. Whatever wealth you have, at home or elsewhere, will mingle with Odysseus' wealth. Your sons will be turned out, your wife and daughters banished from the town of Ithaca. Athena's anger grew like a storm wind as he spoke, until she flashed out at Odysseus, "Ah, what a falling off! Where is your valor? Where is the iron hand that fought at Troy for Helen, pearl of kings? No respite and 9 years of war! How many foes your hand brought down in bloody play of spears? What stratagem but yours took Priam's town? How is it now that on your own door-sill, before the harriers of your wife, you curse your luck not to be stronger? Come here, cousin, stand by me, and you'll see action. In the enemy's teeth, learn how Mentor, son of Alcimos, repays fair dealing." For all her fighting words, she gave no overpowering aid. Not yet. Father and son must prove their mettle still. Into the smoky air under the roof, the goddess merely darted to perch on a blackened beam. No figure to be seen now, but a swallow. Command of the suitors had fallen to Agelaus. With him were Eurynomus, Amphimedon, Demoptolemus, Phaeacia, Polybus, the best of the lot who stood to fight for their lives after the streaking arrows downed the rest. Agelaus rallied them with his plan of battle. "Friends, our killer has come to the end of his rope, and much good Mentor did him, that blowhard, dropping in. Look, only 4 are left to fight, in the light there at the door. No scattering of shots, men, no throwing away good spears. We 6 will aim a volley at Odysseus alone, and may Zeus grant us the glory of a hit. If he goes down, the others are no problem." At his command, then, "Ho!" they all let fly as one man. But Athena spoiled their shots. One hit the doorpost of the hall, another stuck in the door's thick timbering, still others rang on the stone wall, shivering hafts of ash. Seeing his men unscathed, royal Odysseus gave the word for action. "Now I say, friends, the time is overdue to let them have it. Battle spoil they want from our dead bodies to add to all they plundered here before." Taking aim over the steadied lance heads, they all let fly together. Odysseus killed Demoptolemus, Telemachus killed Euryades, the swineherd Elatus, and Cassandrus went down before the cowherd. As these lay dying, fighting the central floor, their friends gave way and broke for the inner wall. The 4 attackers followed up with a rush to take spears from the fallen men. Reforming, the suitors threw again with all their strength, but Athena turned their shots, or all but 2. One hit a doorpost in the hall, another stuck in the door's thick timbering, still others rang on the stone wall, shivering hafts of ash. Amphimedon's point bloodied Telemachus' wrist, a superficial wound, and Ctesippus' long spear, passing over Eumaeus' shield, grazed his shoulder, hurtled on, and fell. No matter. With Odysseus the great soldier, the wounded threw again. Odysseus, raider of cities, struck Eurydamas down. Telemachus hit Amphimedon, and the swineherd shot killed Polybus. But Ctesippus, who had last evening thrown a cow's hoof at Odysseus, got the cowherd's heavy cast full in the chest, and dying, heard him say, "You arrogant, joking bastard! Clown, will you, like a fool, and parade your wit? Leave jesting to the gods who do it better. This will repay your cow's foot courtesy to a great wanderer come home." The master of the black herds had answered Ctesippus. Odysseus, lunging at close quarters, put a spear through Agelaus, Damastor's son. Telemachus hit Leocritus from behind and pierced him, kidney to diaphragm. Speared off his feet, he fell face downward on the ground. At this moment, that unmanning thundercloud, the aegis, Athena's shield, took form aloft in the great hall, and the suitors, mad with fear at her great sign, stampeded like stung cattle by a river when the dread shimmering gadfly strikes in summer, in the flowering season, in the long-drawn day. After them the attackers wheeled, as terrible as falcons from Ares in the mountains, veering over and diving down with talons wide unsheathed on flights of birds, who cower down the sky and shoots and bursts along the valley. But the pouncing falcons grip their prey. No frantic wing avails, and farmers love to watch those beaked hunters. So these now fell upon the suitors in that hall, turning to strike and strike again, while torn men moaned at death. Blood ran smoking over the whole floor. Now there was one who turned and threw himself at Odysseus' knees, Leodes begging for his life. Mercy, mercy on a suppliant, Odysseus. Never by word or act of mine, I swear, was any woman troubled here. I told the rest to put an end to it. They would not listen, would not keep their hands from brutishness, and now they're all dying like dogs for it. I had no part in what they did. My part was visionary, reading the smoke of sacrifice. Scruples go unrewarded if I die. The shrewd fighter frowned over him and said, You were diviner to this crowd? How often you must have prayed my sweet day of return would never come, or not for years, and prayed to have my dear wife and beget children on her. No plea like yours could save you from this hard bed of death. Death it shall be. He picked up Agelaus' broadsword from where it lay, flung by the slain man, and gave Leodes' neck a lopping blow, so that his head went down to mouth in dust. One more who had avoided furious death was the son of Terpis, Phemius the minstrel, singer by compulsion to the suitors. He stood now with his harp, holy and clear, in the wall's recess under the window, wondering if he should flee that way to the courtyard altar, sanctuary of Zeus, the enclosure god. Thigh bones in hundreds had been offered there by Laertes and Odysseus. No, he thought, the more direct way would be best, to go humbly to his lord. But first, to save his murmuring instrument, he laid it down carefully between the wine bowl and a chair. Then he betook himself to Lord Odysseus, clung hard to his knees, and said, Mercy, mercy on a suppliant, Odysseus. My gift is song for men and for the gods undying. My death will be remorse for you hereafter. No one taught me. Deep in my mind a god shaped all the various ways of life in song, and I am fit to make verse in your company as in the gods. Put aside lust for blood. Your own dear son Telemachus can tell you, never by my own will or for love did I feast here or sing amid the suitors. They were too strong, too many. They compelled me. Telemachus in the elation of battle heard him. He at once called to his father, Wait! That one is innocent. Don't hurt him. And we should let our herald live, Medon. He cared for me from boyhood. Where is he? Has he been killed already by Phaeacia or by the swineherd? Else he got an arrow in that first gale of bowshots down the room. Now this came to the ears of prudent Medon under the chair where he had gone to earth, pulling a new flayed bull's hide over him. Quiet he lay, while blinding death passed by. Now, heaving out from under, he scrambled for Telemachus' knees and said, Here I am, dear prince, but rest your spear. Tell your great father not to see in me a suitor for the sword's edge, one of those who laughed at you and ruined his property. The lord of all the tricks of war surveyed this fugitive and smiled. He said, Courage! My son has dug you out and saved you. Take it to heart and pass the word along. Fair dealing brings more profit in the end. Now leave this room. Go and sit down outdoors where there's no carnage, in the court, you and the poet with his many voices, while I attend to certain chores inside. At this the two men stirred and picked their way to the door and out, and sat down at the altar, looking around with wincing eyes, as though the sword's edge hovered still. But Odysseus looked around him, narrow-eyed, for any others who had lain hidden, while death's black fury passed. In blood and dust he saw that crowd, all fallen, many and many slain. Think of a catch that fishermen haul into a half-moon bay in a fine mesh net from the white caps of the sea. How all are poured out on the sand in throes for the salt sea, witching their cold lives away in Helios' fiery air. So lay the suitors heaped on one another. Odysseus at length said to his son, Go tell old nurse I'll have a word with her. What's to be done now weighs on my mind. Telemachus knocked at the women's door and called, Euryclea, come out here. Move, old woman. You kept your eye on all our servant girls. Jump, my father is here and wants to see you. His call brought no reply. Only the doors were opened, and she came. Telemachus led her forward. In the shadowy hall, full of dead men, she found his father, spattered and caked with blood, like a mountain lion when he has gorged upon an ox, is killed, with hot blood glistening over his whole chest, smeared on his jaws, baleful and terrifying. Even so encrimsoned was Odysseus, up to his thighs and armpits. As she gazed from all the corpses to the bloody man, she raised her head to cry over his triumph, but felt his grip upon her, checking her. Said the great soldier then, "Rejoice inwardly. No crowing aloud, old woman. Glory over slain men is no piety. Destiny and the gods' will vanquished these. Their own hardness. They respected no one, good or bad, who came their way. For this and folly, a bad end befell them. Your part is now to tell me of the women, those who dishonored me and the innocent." His own old nurse Euryclea said, "I will then. Child, you know you'll have the truth from me."
50 all told they are, your female slaves, trained by your lady and myself in service, wool carding and the rest of it, and taught to be submissive. 12 went bad, flouting me, flouting Penelope, too.
Telemachus being barely grown, his mother would never let him rule the serving women. But you must let me go to her lighted rooms and tell her. Some god sent her a drift of sleep. But in reply the great tactician said, "Not yet. Do not awake her. Tell those women who were the suitors' harlots to come here." She went back on this mission through his hall. Then he called Telemachus to his side and the two herdsmen. Sharply Odysseus said, "These dead must be disposed of first of all. Direct the women. Tables and chairs will be scrubbed with sponges, rinsed and rinsed again. When our great room is fresh and put in order, take them outside, these women, between the roundhouse and the palisade, and hack them with your sword blades till you cut the life out of them, and every thought of sweet Aphrodite under the rutting suitors, when they lay down in secret." As he spoke, here came the women in a bunch, all wailing, soft tears on their cheeks. They fell to work to lug the corpses out into the courtyard under the gateway, propping one against another as Odysseus ordered, where he himself stood over them. In fear, these women bore the cold weight of the dead. The next thing was to scrub off chairs and tables and rinse them down. Telemachus and the herdsmen scraped the packed earth floor with hoes, but made the women carry out all blood and mire. When the great room was cleaned up once again, at sword point they forced them out, between the roundhouse and the palisade, pell-mell, to huddle in that dead end without exit. Telemachus, who knew his mind, said curtly, "I would not give the clean death of a beast to trolls who made a mockery of my mother, and of me too. You sluts, who lay with suitors." He tied one end of a hawser to a pillar, and passed the other about the roundhouse top, taking the slack up so that no one's toes could touch the ground. They would be hung like doves or larks in springes triggered in a thicket, where the birds think to rest. A cruel nesting. So now, in turn, each woman thrust her head into a noose, swung, yanked high in air, to perish there most piteously. Their feet danced for a little, but not long. From storeroom to the court they brought Melanthius, chopped with swords to cut his nose and ears off, pulled off his genitals to feed the dogs, and raging hacked his hands and feet away. As their own hands and feet called for a washing, they went indoors to Odysseus again. Their work was done. He told Euryclea, "Bring me brimstone and a brazier, medicinal fumes to purify my hall. Then tell Penelope to come and bring her maids."
All servants round the house must be called in. His own old nurse Euryclea replied, Ay, surely that is well said, child. But let me find your good clean shirt and cloak and dress you. You must not wrap your shoulders' breadth again in rags in your own hall. That would be shameful. Odysseus answered, Let me have the fire. The first thing is to purify this place. With no more chat, Euryclea obeyed and fetched out fire and brimstone. Cleansing fumes he sent through court and hall and storage chamber. Then the old woman hurried off again to the women's quarters to announce her news, and all the servants came now, bearing torches in twilight, crowding to embrace Odysseus, taking his hands to kiss his head and shoulders, while he stood there, nodding to everyone, and overcome by longing and by tears. Book 23. The Trunk of the Olive Tree. The old nurse went upstairs exulting, with knees toiling and patter of slapping feet, to tell the mistress of her lord's return, and cried out by the lady's pillow, Wake, wake up, dear child! Penelope, come down! See with your own eyes what all these years you longed for. Odysseus is here! Oh, in the end he came! And he has killed your suitors, killed them all, who made his house a bordel, and ate his cattle, and raised their hands against his son. Penelope said, Dear nurse, the gods have touched you. They can put chaos into the clearest head, or bring a lunatic down to earth. Good sense you always had. They've touched you. What is this mockery you wake me up to tell me, breaking in on my sweet spell of sleep? I had not dozed away so tranquilly since my lord went to war on that ill wind to Ilion. Oh, leave me back downstairs. If any other of my women came in babbling things like these to startle me, I'd see her flogged out of the house. Your old age spares you that. Euryclea said, Would I play such a trick on you, dear child? It is true, true as I tell you. He has come. That stranger they were baiting was Odysseus. Telemachus knew it days ago. Cool head, never to give his father away till he paid off those swollen dogs. The lady, in her heart's joy, now sprang up with sudden dazzling tears and hugged the old one, crying out, But try to make it clear. If he came home in secret, as you say, could he engage them single-handed? How? They were all down there, still in the same crowd. To this Euryclea said, I did not see it. I knew nothing. Only I heard the groans of men dying. We sat still in the inner rooms, holding our breath, marveling, shut in, until Telemachus came to the door and called me, your own dear son, sent this time by his father. So I went out and found Odysseus erect, with dead men littering the floor this way and that. If you had only seen him, it would have made your heart glow hot. A lion, splashed with mire and blood. But now the cold corpses are all gathered at the gate, and he has cleansed his hall with fire and brimstone, a great blaze. Then he sent me here to you. Come with me. You may both embark this time for happiness together after pain, after long years. Here is your prayer, your passion, granted. Your own Lord lives. He is at home. He found you safe. He found his son. The suitors abused his house, but he has brought them down. The attentive lady said, Do not lose yourself in this rejoicing. Wait. You know how splendid that return would be for us, how dear to me, dear to his son and mine. But no, it is not possible. Your notion must be wrong. Some god has killed the suitors, a god sick of their arrogance and brutal malice, for they honored no one living, good or bad, who ever came their way. Blind young fools, they've tasted death for it. But the true person of Odysseus, he lost his home. He died far from Achaia. The old nurse sighed. How queer the way you talk.
Here he is, large as life by his own fire, and you deny he ever will get home. Child, you always were mistrustful. But there is one sure mark that I can tell you. That scar left by the boar's tusk long ago. I recognized it when I bathed his feet, and would have told you, but he stopped my mouth, forbade me in his craftiness. Come down, I stake my life on it. He's here. Let me die in agony if I lie. Penelope said, Nurse, dear, though you have your wits about you, still it is hard not to be taken in by the immortals. Let us join my son, though, and see the dead, and that strange one who killed them. She turned then to descend the stair, her heart in tumult. Had she better keep her distance and question him, her husband? Should she run up to him, take his hand, kiss him now? Crossing the door-sill, she sat down at once in firelight against the nearest wall, across the room of the Lord Odysseus. There, leaning against a pillar, sat the man, and never lifted up his eyes, but only waited for what his wife would say when she had seen him. And she, for a long time, sat deathly still in wonderment. For sometimes as she gazed, she found him, yes, clearly, like her husband. But sometimes blood and rags were all she saw. Telemachus' voice came to her ears. Mother, cruel mother, do you feel nothing drawing yourself apart this way from father? Will you not sit with him and talk and question him? What other woman could remain so cold? Who shuns her lord, and he come back to her from wars and wandering after 20 years? Your heart is hard as flint, and never changes. Penelope answered, I am stunned, child. I cannot speak to him. I cannot question him. I cannot keep my eyes upon his face. If really he is Odysseus, truly home, beyond all doubt we two shall know each other better than you or anyone. There are secret signs we know, we two. A smile came now to the lips of the patient hero Odysseus, who turned to Telemachus and said, Peace. Let your mother test me at her leisure. For long she will see and know me best. These tatters, dirt, all that I'm caked with now, make her look hard at me and doubt me still. As to this massacre, we must see the end. Whoever kills one citizen, you know, and has no force of armed men at his back, had better take himself abroad by night and leave his kin. Well, we cut down the flower of Ithaca, the mainstay of the town. Consider that. Telemachus replied respectfully, Dear father, enough that you yourself study the danger, foresighted in combat as you are. They say you have no rival. We three stand ready to follow you and fight. I say, for what our strength avails, we have the courage. And the great tactician Odysseus answered, Good. Here is our best maneuver as I see it. Bathe, you three, and put fresh clothing on. Order the women to adorn themselves. Let our admirable harper choose a tune for dancing, some light-hearted air, and strum it. Anyone going by, or any neighbor, will think it is a wedding feast he hears. These deaths must not be cried about the town till we can slip away to our own woods. We'll see what weapon then Zeus puts into our hands. They listened attentively and did his bidding, bathed and dressed afresh, and all the maids adorned themselves. Then Phemius the harper took his polished shell and plucked the strings, moving the company to desire for singing, for the sway and beat of dancing, until they made the manor hall resound with gaiety of men and grace of women. Anyone passing on the road would say, Married at last, I see. The queen so many courted. Sly, cattish wife. She would not keep, not she, the lord's estate until he came. So travelers' thoughts might run, but no one guessed the truth.
Great-hearted Odysseus, home at last, was being bathed now by Eurynome, and rubbed with golden oil, and clothed again in a fresh tunic and a cloak. Athena lent him beauty head to foot. She made him taller, and massive, too, with crisping hair and curls like petals of wild hyacinth, but all red gold. Think of gold infused on silver by a craftsman, whose fine art Hephaestus taught him, or Athena, one whose work moves to delight. Just so she lavished beauty over Odysseus' head and shoulders. He sat then in the same chair by the pillar facing his silent wife, and said, "Strange woman, the immortals of Olympus made you hard, harder than any. Who else in the world would keep aloof as you do from her husband if he returned to her from years of trouble, cast on his own land in the 20th year? Nurse, make up a bed for me to sleep on. Her heart is iron in her breast." Penelope spoke to Odysseus now. She said, "Strange man, if man you are, this is no pride on my part, nor scorn for you. Not even wonder merely. I know so well how he appeared, boarding the ship for Troy. But all the same, make up his bed for him, Euryclea. Place it outside the bedchamber my lord built with his own hands. Pile the big bed with fleeces, rugs, and sheets of purest linen." With this she tried him to the breaking point, and he turned on her in a flash, raging, "Woman, by heaven, you've stung me now! Who dared to move my bed? No builder had the skill for that. Unless a god came down to turn the trick, no mortal in his best days could budge it with a crowbar. There is our pact and pledge, our secret sign, built into that bed, my handiwork and no one else's. An old trunk of olive grew like a pillar on the building plot, and I laid out our bedroom round that tree, lined up the stone walls, built the walls and roof, gave it a doorway and smooth-fitting doors. Then I lopped off the silvery leaves and branches, hewed and shaped that stump from the roots up into a bedpost, drilled it, let it serve as model for the rest. I planed them all, inlaid them all with silver, gold, and ivory, and stretched a bed between, a pliant web of oxhide thongs dyed crimson. There's our sign. I know no more. Could someone else's hand have sawn that trunk and dragged the frame away?" Their secret. As she heard it told, her knees grew tremulous and weak, her heart failed her. With eyes brimming tears, she ran to him, throwing her arms around his neck, and kissed him, murmuring, "Do not rage at me, Odysseus. No one ever matched your caution. Think what difficulty the gods gave. They denied us life together in our prime and flowering years, kept us from crossing into age together. Forgive me, don't be angry. I could not welcome you with love on sight. I armed myself long ago against the frauds of men, impostors who might come, and all those many whose underhanded ways bring evil on. Helen of Argos, daughter of Zeus and Leda, would she have joined the stranger, lain with him, if she had known her destiny? Known the Achaeans in arms would bring her back to her own country? Surely a goddess moved her to adultery, her blood unchilled by war and evil coming, the years, the desolation. Ours, too. But here and now, what sign could be so clear as this of our own bed? No other man has ever laid eyes on it, only my own slave, Actorus, that my father sent with me as a gift. She kept our door. You make my stiff heart know that I am yours." Now from his breast into his eyes the ache of longing mounted, and he wept at last, his dear wife, clear and faithful in his arms, longed for as the sun-warmed earth is longed for by a swimmer spent in rough water, where his ship went down under Poseidon's blows, gale winds and tons of sea.
Few men can keep alive through a big surf, to crawl clotted with brine on kindly beaches in joy, knowing the abyss behind. And so she too rejoiced, her gaze upon her husband, her white arms round him pressed as though forever. The rose dawn might have found them weeping still, had not grey-eyed Athena slowed the night, when night was most profound, and held the dawn under the ocean of the east. That glossy team, fire-bright and day-bright, the dawn's horses that draw her heavenward for men, Athena stayed their harnessing. Then said Odysseus, "My dear, we have not won through to the end. One trial, I do not know how long, is left for me to see fulfilled. Tiresias' ghost forewarned me the night I stood upon the shore of death, asking about my friend's homecoming and my own. Now the hour grows late, it is bedtime. Rest will be sweet for us. Let us lie down." To this Penelope replied, "That bed, that rest is yours whenever desire moves you. Now the kind powers have brought you home at last. But as your thought has dwelt upon it, tell me, what is the trial you face? I must know soon. What does it matter if I learn tonight?" The teller of many stories said, "My strange one, must you again and even now urge me to talk? Here is a plodding tale, no charm in it, no relish in the telling. Tiresias told me I must take an oar and trudge the mainland, going from town to town, until I discover men who have never known the salt blue sea, nor flavor of salt meat, strangers to painted prows, to watercraft, and oars like wings dipping across the water. The moment of revelation he foretold was this, for you may share the prophecy. Some traveler falling in with me will say, 'A winnowing fan that on your shoulder, sir?' There I must plant my oar, on the very spot, with burnt offerings to Poseidon of the waters, a ram, a bull, a great buck boar. Thereafter, when I come home again, I am to slay full hecatombs to the gods who own broad heaven, one by one. Then death will drift upon me from seaward, mild as air, mild as your hand, in my well-tended weariness of age, tented folk around me on our island." He said all this must come. Penelope said, "If by the gods' grace age at least is kind, we have that promise. Trials will end in peace." So he confided in her, and she answered. Meanwhile, Eurynome and the nurse together laid soft coverlets on the master's bed, working in haste by torchlight. Euryclea retired to her quarters for the night, and then Eurynome, as maid-in-waiting, lighted her lord and lady to their chamber with bright brands. She vanished. So they came into that bed, so steadfast, loved of old, opening glad arms to one another. Telemachus by now had hushed the dancing, hushed the women. In the darkened hall, he and the cowherd and the swineherd slept. The royal pair mingled in love again, and afterward lay revelling in stories. Hers of the siege her beauty stood at home from arrogant suitors crowding on her sight, and how they fed their courtship on his cattle, oxen, and fat sheep, and drank up rivers of wine out of the vats. Odysseus told of what hard blows he had dealt out to others, and of what blows he had taken. All that story. She could not close her eyes till all was told. His raid on the Caiconies first of all, then how he visited the lotus-eaters, and what the Cyclops did, and how those shipmates pitilessly devoured were avenged. Then of his touching Iolus' isle, and how that king refitted him for sailing to Ithaca. All vain. Gales blew him back, groaning over the fish-cold sea. Then how he reached the Laestrygonians' distant bay, and how they smashed his ships and his companions. Circe, then, of her deceits and magic. Then of his voyage to the wide underworld of dark, the house of death, and questioning Tiresias, Theban spirit. Dead companions many he saw there, and his mother too. Of this he told his wife, and told how later he heard the choir of maddening Sirenes, coasted the wandering rocks, Charybdis pool and the fiend Scylla who takes toll of men. Then how his shipmates killed Lord Helios' cattle, and how Zeus, thundering in towering heaven, split their fast ship with his fuming bolt, so all hands perished. He alone survived, cast away on Calypso's isle Ogygia. He told then how that nymph detained him there in her smooth caves, craving him for her husband, and how in her devoted lust she swore he should not die nor grow old all his days. But he held out against her. Last of all, what sea toil brought him to the Phaeacians, their welcome, how they took him to their hearts and gave him passage to his own dear island, with gifts of garments, gold and bronze. Remembering, he drowsed over the story's end. Sweet sleep relaxed his limbs and his care-burdened breast. Other affairs were in Athena's keeping. Waiting until Odysseus had his pleasure of love and sleep, the grey-eyed one bestirred the fresh dawn from her bed of paling ocean to bring up daylight to her golden chair. And from his fleecy bed Odysseus arose. He said to Penelope, "My lady, what ordeals have we not endured? Here, waiting, you had your grief, while my return dragged out. My hard adventures, pitting myself against the god's will and Zeus, pinned me down far from home. But now our life resumed. We've come together to our longed-for bed. Take care of what is left me in our house. As to the flocks that pack of wolves laid waste, they'll be replenished. Scores I'll get on raids, and other scores our island friends will give me till all the folds are full again. This day I'm off up country to the orchards. I must see my noble father, for he missed me sorely. And here is my command for you, a strict one, though you may need none, clever as you are. Word will get about as the sun goes higher of how I killed those lads. Go to your rooms on the upper floor and take your women. Stay there with never a glance outside or a word to anyone." Fitting cuirass and sword belt to his shoulders, he woke his herdsmen, woke Telemachus, ordering all in arms. They dressed quickly, and all in war gear sallied from the gate, led by Odysseus. Now it was broad day, but these three men Athena hid in darkness, going before them swiftly from the town. Book 24. Warriors, Farewell. Meanwhile the suitors' ghosts were called away by Hermes of Cyllene, bearing the golden wand with which he charms the eyes of men, or wakens whom he wills. He waved them on, all squeaking as bats will in a cavern's underworld, all flitting, criss-cross in the dark, if one falls and the rock-hung chain is broken. So, with faint cries, the shades trailed after Hermes, pure deliverer. He led them down dank ways, over grey ocean tides, the snowy rock, past shores of dream and narrows of the sunset, in swift flight to where the dead inhabit wastes of asphodel at the world's end. Crossing the plain, they met Achilles' ghost, Patroclus and Antilochus, then Aias, noblest of Danaans after Achilles in strength and beauty. Here the newly dead drifted together, whispering. Then came the soul of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, in black pain forever, surrounded by men-at-arms who perished with him in Aegisthus' hall. Achilles greeted him. "My lord Atrides, we held that Zeus, who loves the play of lightning, would give you length of glory. You were king over so great a host of soldiery before Troy, where we suffered, we Achaeans. But in the morning of your life you met that doom that no man born avoids. It should have found you in your day of victory, marshal of the army, in Troy country.
Then all Achaia would have heaped your tomb and saved your honor for your son. Instead, piteous death awaited you at home. And Atreus' son replied, Fortunate hero, son of Peleus, godlike and glorious, at Troy you died, across the sea from Argos, and round you Trojan and Achaean peers fought for your corpse and died. A dust cloud, wrought by a whirlwind, hid the greatness of you slain, minding no more the mastery of horses. All that day we might have toiled in battle, had not a storm from Zeus broken it off. We carried you out of the field of war down to the ships and bathed your comely body with warm water and scented oil. We laid you upon your long bed, and our officers wept hot tears like rain and cropped their hair. Then, hearing of it in the sea, your mother Thetis came with nereids of the grey wave, crying unearthly lamentation over the water, and trembling gripped the Achaeans to the bone. They would have boarded ship that night and fled, except for one man's wisdom, venerable Nestor, proven counselor in the past. He stood and spoke to allay their fear. Hold fast, sons of the Achaeans, lads of Argos. His mother it must be, with nymphs her sisters, come from the sea to mourn her son in death. Veteran hearts at this contained their dread, while at your side the daughters of the ancient sea god wailed and wrapped ambrosial shrouding around you. Then we heard the Muses sing a threnody in 9 immortal voices. No Argive there but wept. Such keening rose from that one muse who led the song. Now 7 days and 10, 7 nights and 10, we mourned you, we mortal men with nymphs who know no death, before we gave you to the flame, slaughtering longhorn steers and fat sheep on your pyre. Dressed by the nereids and embalmed with honey and unguent in the seething blaze, you turned to ash. And past the pyre, Achaia's captains paraded in review, in arms, flattering chariot teams and infantry. Like a forest fire, the flame roared on and burned your flesh away. Next day at dawn, Achilles, we picked your pale bones from the char to keep in wine and oil. A golden amphora your mother gave for this, Hephaestus' work, a gift from Dionysus. In that vase, Achilles, hero, lie your pale bones, mixed with mild Patroclus' bones who died before you. Nearby lie the bones of Antilochus, the one you cared for most of all companions after Patroclus. We of the old army, we who were spearmen, heaped a tomb for these upon a foreland over Helle's waters, to be a mark against the sky for voyagers in this generation and those to come. Your mother sought from the gods magnificent trophies, and set them down mid-field for our champions. Often, at funeral games after the death of kings, when you yourself contended, you've seen athletes cinch their belts when trophies went on view. But these things would have made you stare, the treasures Thetis on her silver-slippered feet brought to your games, for the gods held you dear. You perished, but your name will never die. It lives to keep all men in mind of honor forever, Achilles. As for myself, what joy is this to have brought off the war? Foul death Zeus held in store for me at my coming home. Aegisthus and my vixen cut me down. While they conversed, the wayfinder came near, leading the shades of suitors overthrown by Lord Odysseus. The 2 souls of heroes advanced together, scrutinizing these. Then Agamemnon recognized Amphimedon, son of Menelaus, friends of his on Ithaca, and called out to him, Amphimedon, what ruin brought you into this undergloom? All in a body, picked men, and so young? One could not better choose the kingdom's bride. Were you at sea, aboard ship, and Poseidon blew up a dire wind and foundering waves? Or cattle raiding were you on the mainland? Or in a fight for some stronghold or women when the foe hit you to your mortal hurt? Tell me, answer my question. Guest and friend, I say I am of yours. Or do you not remember I visited your family there? I came with Prince Menelaus, urging Odysseus to join us in the great sea raid on Troy. 1 solid month we beat our way, breasting south sea and west, resolved to bring him round, the wily raider of cities. The new shade said, O glory of commanders, Agamemnon, all that you bring to mind I remember well. As for the sudden manner of our death, I'll tell you of it clearly, first to last. After Odysseus had been gone for years, we were all suitors of his queen. She never quite refused, nor went through with the marriage, hating it, ever bent on our defeat. Here is one of her tricks. She placed her loom, her big loom, out for weaving in her hall, and the fine warp of some vast fabric on it. We were attending her, and she said to us, Young men, my suitors, now my lord is dead, let me finish my weaving before I marry, or else my thread will have been spun in vain. This is a shroud I weave for Lord Laertes, when cold death comes to lay him on his bier. The country wives would hold me in dishonor, if he with all his fortune lay unshrouded. We had men's hearts. She touched them. We agreed. So every day she wove on the great loom. But every night by torchlight she unwove it, and so for 3 years she deceived the Achaeans. But when the seasons brought the fourth around, as long months waned and the slow days were spent, one of her maids who knew the secret told us. We found her unraveling the splendid shroud, and then she had to finish, willy-nilly. Finish and show the big loom woven tight from beam to beam with cloth. She washed the shrouding clean as sun or moonlight. Then, heaven knows from what quarter of the world, fatality brought in Odysseus to the swineherd's wood far up the island. There his son went, too, when the black ship put him ashore from Pylos. The two together planned our death trap. Down they came to the famous town, Telemachus, long in advance. We had to wait for Odysseus. The swineherd led him to the manor later, in rags like a foul beggar, old and broken, propped on a stick. These tatters that he wore hid him so well that none of us could know him when he turned up, not even the older men. We jeered at him, took potshots at him, cursed him. Daylight and evening in his own great hall he bore it, patient as a stone. That night the mind of Zeus beyond the storm cloud stirred him with Telemachus at hand to shift his arms from Megaron to storage room and lock it. Then he assigned his wife her part. Next day she brought his bow and iron axe heads out to make a contest. Contest there was none. That move doomed us to slaughter. Not a man could bend the stiff bow to his will or string it until it reached Odysseus. We shouted, Keep the royal bow from the beggar's hands, no matter how he begs. Only Telemachus would not be denied. So the great soldier took his bow and bent it for the bowstring effortlessly. He drilled the axe heads clean, sprang and decanted arrows on the doorsill, glared and drew again. This time he killed Antinous. There facing us he crouched and shot his bolts of groaning at us, brought us down like sheep. Then some god, his familiar, went into action with him round the hall after us in a massacre. Men lay groaning, mortally wounded, and the floor smoked with blood. That was the way our death came, Agamemnon. Now in Odysseus' hall untended still our bodies lie, unknown to friends or kinsmen, who should have laid us out and washed our wounds free of the clotted blood, and mourned our passing. So much is due the dead. But Agamemnon's tall shade, when he heard this, cried aloud, O fortunate Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, blessed son of old Laertes! The girl you brought home made a valiant wife. True to her husband's honor and her own, Penelope, Icarius' faithful daughter. The very gods themselves will sing her story for men on earth. Mistress of her own heart, Penelope, Tyndareus' daughter, waited too. How differently. With Nestor, the adulteress, waited to stab her lord and king. That song will be forever hateful. A bad name she gave to womankind, even the best. These were the things they said to one another under the rim of earth where death is lord. Leaving the town, Odysseus and his men that morning reached Laertes' garden lands, long since won by his toil from wilderness, his homestead and the row of huts around it where field hands rested, ate, and slept. Indoors he had an old slave woman, a sickle, keeping house for him in his secluded age. Odysseus here took leave of his companions. "Go make yourselves at home inside," he said. "Roast the best porker and prepare a meal. I'll go to try my father. Will he know me? Can he imagine it after 20 years? He handed spear and shield to the two herdsmen, and in they went, Telemachus too. Alone, Odysseus walked the orchard rows and vines. He found no trace of Dolius and his sons, nor the other slaves, all being gone that day to clear a distant field and drag the stones for a boundary wall. But on a well-banked plot, Odysseus found his father in solitude, spading the earth around a young fruit tree. He wore a tunic, patched and soiled, and leggings. Oxhide patches bound below his knees against the brambles, gauntlets on his hands, and on his head a goatskin cowl of sorrow. This was the figure Prince Odysseus found, wasted by years, racked, bowed under grief. The sun paused by a tall pear tree and wept, then inwardly debated. Should he run forward and kiss his father, and pour out his tale of war, adventure, and return? Or should he first interrogate him, test him? Better that way, he thought. First draw him out with sharp words, trouble him. His mind made up, he walked ahead. Laertes went on digging, head down, by the sapling, stamping the spade in. At his elbow then his son spoke out. "Old man, the orchard keeper you work for is no townsman. A good eye for growing things he has. There's not a nursling, fig tree, vine stalk, olive tree, or pear tree, or garden bed uncared for on this farm. But I might add, don't take offense, your own appearance could be tidier. Old age, yes, but why the squalor and rags to boot? It would not be for sloth now that your master leaves you in this condition. Neither at all because there's any baseness in yourself. No, by your features, by the frame you have, a man might call you kingly, one who should bathe warm, sup well, and rest easy in age's privilege. But tell me, who are your masters? Whose fruit trees are these you tend here? Tell me if it's true this island is Ithaca, as that fellow I fell in with told me on the road just now. He had a peg loose, that one. Couldn't say a word or listen when I asked about my friend, my Ithacan friend. I asked if he were alive or gone long since into the underworld. I can describe him if you care to hear it. I entertained the man in my own land when he turned up there on a journey. Never had I a guest more welcome in my house. He claimed his stock was Ithacan. Laertes Archiciades, he said his father was. I took him home, treated him well, grew fond of him, though we had many guests, and gave him gifts in keeping with his quality. 7 bars of measured gold, silver wine bowl filigreed with flowers, 12 light cloaks, 12 rugs, robes, and tunics. Not to mention his own choice of women trained in service, the 4 well-favored ones he wished to take. His father's eyes had filled with tears. He said, "You've come to that man's island right enough, but dangerous men and fools hold power now. You gave your gifts in vain. If you could find him here in Ithaca alive, he'd make return of gifts and hospitality, as custom is, when someone has been generous. But tell me accurately, how many years have now gone by since that man was your guest? Your guest, my son, if he indeed existed, born to ill fortune as he was. From those who loved him far from his native land, in some sea dingle fish have picked his bones, or else he made the vultures and wild beasts a trove ashore. His mother at his bier never bewailed him, nor did I, his father, nor did his admirable wife, Penelope, who should have closed her husband's eyes in death and cried aloud upon him as he lay. So much is due the dead. But speak out, tell me further. Who are you, of what city and family? Where have you moored the ship that brought you here? Where is your admirable crew? Are you a peddler, put ashore by the foreign ship you came on? Again Odysseus had a fable ready. Yes, he said, I can tell you all those things. I come from Rover's Passage, where my home is, and I'm King All-Woe's only son. My name is Quarrel. Heaven's power in the west wind drove me this way from Sicania, off my course. My ship lies in a barren cove beyond the town there. As for Odysseus, now is the 5th year since he put to sea and left my homeland. Bound for death, you say. Yet land birds flying from starboard crossed his bow, a lucky augury. So we parted joyously, in hope of friendly days and gifts to come. A cloud of pain had fallen on Laertes. Scooping up handfuls of the sunburnt dust, he sifted it over his grey head and groaned. And the groan went to the son's heart. Twinge, prickling up through his nostrils, warned Odysseus he could not watch this any longer. He leaped and threw his arms around his father, kissed him, and said, "Oh, father, I am he. 20 years gone, and here I've come again to my own land. Hold back your tears, no grieving. I bring good news, though still we cannot rest. I killed the suitors to the last man. Outrage and injury have been avenged." Laertes turned and found his voice to murmur, "If you are Odysseus, my son, come back. Give me some proof, a sign to make me sure." His son replied, "The scar, then, first of all. Look, here the wild boar's flashing tusk wounded me on Parnassus. Do you see it? You and my mother made me go that time to visit Lord Autolycus, her father, for gifts he promised years before on Ithaca. Again, more proof. Let's say the trees you gave me on this revetted plot of orchard once. I was a small boy at your heels, wheedling amid the young trees, while you named each one. You gave me 13 pear, 10 apple trees, and 40 fig trees. 50 rows of vines were promised, too, each one to bear in turn. Bunches of every hue would hang there ripening, weighed down by the god of summer days. The old man's knees failed him. His heart grew faint, recalling all that Odysseus calmly told. He clutched his son. Odysseus held him swooning until he got his breath back and his spirit, and spoke again. "Zeus, father, gods above, you still hold pure Olympus, if the suitors paid for their crimes indeed, and paid in blood. Now the fear is in me that all Ithaca will be upon us. They'll send messengers to stir up every city of the islands." Odysseus, the great tactician, answered, "Courage, and leave the worrying to me. Return back to your homestead by the orchard. I sent the cowherd, swineherd, and Telemachus ahead to make our noonday meal." Conversing in this vein, they went home, the two together, into the stone farmhouse. There Telemachus and the 2 herdsmen were already carving roast young pork and mixing amber wine. During these preparations, the sickle woman bathed Laertes and anointed him, and dressed him in a new cloak. Then Athena, standing by, filled out his limbs again, gave girth and stature to the old field captain fresh from the bathing place. His son looked on in wonder at the godlike bloom upon him, and called out happily, "O father, surely one of the gods who are young forever has made you magnificent before my eyes." Clear-headed Laertes faced him, saying, "By father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, I wish I could be now as once I was, commander of Cephallenians, when I took the walled town Nericus on the promontory. Would God I'd been young again last night, with armor on me, standing in our hall to fight the suitors at your side. How many knees I could have crumpled to your joy." While son and father spoke, cowherd and swineherd attended, waiting, for the meal was ready. Soon they were all seated, and their hands picked up the meat and bread. But now old Dolius appeared in the bright doorway with his sons, work-stained from the field. Laertes' housekeeper, who reared the boys and tended Dolius in his bent age, had gone to fetch them in. When it came over them who the stranger was, they halted in astonishment. Odysseus hit an easy tone with them. Said he, "Sit down and help yourselves. Shake off your wonder. Here we've been waiting for you all this time, and our mouths watering for good roast pig." But Dolius came forward, arms outstretched, and kissed Odysseus' hand at the wrist bone, crying out, "Dear master, you return. You came to us again. How we had missed you! We thought you lost. The gods themselves have brought you. Welcome, welcome, health and blessings on you. And tell me now just one thing more. Penelope, does she know yet that you are on the island, or shall we send a messenger?" Odysseus gruffly said, "Old man, she knows. Is it for you to think of her?" So Dolius quietly took a smooth bench at the table, and in their turn his sons welcomed Odysseus, kissing his hands. Then each went to his chair beside his father. Thus our friends were occupied in Laertes' house at noon. Meanwhile, to the four quarters of the town the news ran. Bloody death had caught the suitors, and men and women in a murmuring crowd gathered before Odysseus' hall. They gave burial to the piteous dead, or bore the bodies of young men from other islands down to the port, thence to be ferried home. Then all the men went grieving to assembly, and being seated rank by rank, grew still as old Eupeithes rose to address them. Pain lay in him like a brand for Antinous, the first man that Odysseus brought down. Tears flowed for his son as he began. "Heroic feats that fellow did for us, Achaeans, friends. Good spearmen by the shipload he led to war and lost ships and men, and once ashore again killed these, who were the island's pride. Up with you, after him, before he can take flight to Pylos town, or hide at Elis under Epeian law. We'd be disgraced forever, mocked for generations, if we cannot avenge our son's blood and our brothers'. Life would turn to ashes, at least for me. Rather be dead and join the dead. I say we ought to follow now, or they'll gain time and make the crossing." His appeal, his tears, moved all the gentry listening there. Now they saw the crier and the minstrel come from Odysseus' hall where they had slept. The two men stood before the curious crowd, and Medon said, "Now hear me, men of Ithaca. When these hard deeds were done by Lord Odysseus, the immortal gods were not far off. I saw with my own eyes someone divine who fought beside him in the shape and dress of Mentor. It was a god who shone before Odysseus, a god who swept the suitors down the hall, dying in droves." At this, pale fear assailed them. And next they heard again the old forecaster Halitherses Mestorides. Alone he saw the field of time, past and to come. In his anxiety for them, he said, "Ithacans, now listen to what I say. Friends, by your own fault these deaths came to pass. You would not heed me nor the captain Mentor, would not put down the riot of your sons. Heroic feats they did, all wantonly raiding a great man's flocks, dishonoring his queen, because they thought he'd come no more. Let matters rest. Do as I urge. No chase. Or he who wants a bloody end will find it. The greater number stood up, shouting, "Aye!" But many held fast, sitting all together in no mind to agree with him. Eupeithes had won them to his side. They ran for arms, clapped on their bronze, and mustered under Eupeithes at the town gate for his mad foray. Vengeance would be his, he thought, for his son's murder. But that day held bloody death for him, and no return. At this point, querying Zeus, Athena said, "O father of us all and king of kings, enlighten me. What is your secret will? War and battle, worse and more of it? Or can you not impose a pact on both?" The summoner of cloud replied, "My child, why this formality of inquiry? Did you not plan that action by yourself? See to it that Odysseus on his homecoming should have their blood. Conclude it as you will. There is one proper way, if I may say so. Odysseus' honor being satisfied, let him be king by a sworn pact forever, and we, for our part, will blot out the memory of sons and brothers slain. As in the old time, let men of Ithaca henceforth be friends. Prosperity enough and peace attend." Athena needed no command, but down in one spring she descended from Olympus just as the company of Odysseus finished wheat crust and honeyed wine, and heard him say, "Go out, someone, and see if they are coming." One of the boys went to the door as ordered, and saw the townsmen in the lane. He turned swiftly to Odysseus. "Here they come," he said. "Best arm ourselves, and quickly." All up at once, the men took helm and shield, 4 fighting men, counting Odysseus, with Dolius' half-dozen sons. Laertes armed as well, and so did Dolius. Greybeards, they could be fighters in a pinch. Fitting their plated helmets on their heads, they sallied out, Odysseus in the lead. Now from the air Athena, Zeus's daughter, appeared in Mentor's guise, with Mentor's voice making Odysseus' heart grow light. He said, to put cheer in his son, "Telemachus, you are going into battle against pikemen where hearts of men are tried. I count on you to bring no shame upon your forefathers. In fighting power we have excelled this lot in every generation." Said his son, "If you're curious, father, watch and see the stuff that's in me. No more talk of shame." And old Laertes cried aloud, "Ah, what a day for me, dear gods, to see my son and grandson vie in courage." Athena halted near him, and her eyes shone like the sea. She said, "Archesiades, dearest of all my old brothers in arms, invoke the grey-eyed one and Zeus her father. Heft your spear and make your throw." Power flowed into him from Pallas Athena, whom he invoked as Zeus's virgin child, and he let fly his heavy spear. It struck Eupeithes on the cheek plate of his helmet, and undeflected the bronze head punched through. He toppled, and his armor clanged upon him. Odysseus and his son now furiously closed, laying on with broadswords hand to hand and pikes. They would have cut the enemy down to the last man, leaving not one survivor, had not Athena raised a shout that stopped all fighters in their tracks. "Now, she cried, break off this bitter skirmish. End your bloodshed, Ithacans, and make peace." Their faces paled with dread before Athena, and swords dropped from their hands unnerved to lie strewing the ground at the great voice of the goddess. Those from the town turned, fleeing for their lives, but with a cry to freeze their hearts, and ruffling like an eagle on the pounce, the lord Odysseus reared himself to follow, at which the son of Cronus dropped a thunderbolt smoking at his daughter's feet. Athena cast a grey glance at her friend and said, "Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master of landways and seaways, command yourself. Call off this battle now, or Zeus, who views the wide world, may be angry." He yielded to her, and his heart was glad.
Both parties later swore to terms of peace set by their arbiter, Athena, daughter of Zeus, who bears the storm cloud as a shield, though still she kept the form and voice of Mentor.
The End. Read by Alexander Scourby.
Thank you for listening to this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more classic books, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear the Scourby classic book readings.